Question mark. Chapter 281 Luring the tiger away from the mountain. When the shells of these flat bugs were removed, they would reveal a lobster-like meat stick. It was tough and strong, but it smelled a little bad. However, the Cyclops loved the taste of these bugs the most and had always regarded them as a peerless delicacy. Sometimes, the wanderers would also poach such large insects as food to fill their stomachs. However, these bugs were not as easy to deal with as they looked. They had great strength and would make sharp cries when they were attacked, summoning the Cyclops. Even if they were lucky enough to catch these insects, the big nose on the Cyclops' face was not to be trifled with. They were extremely sensitive to the smell of these insects and could easily distinguish the smell of these insects in the pasture. Then, the Cyclops would carry their signature weapon and follow the scent to kill all the poachers. After a long time, there were very few people who poached these big bugs because the price they paid was too great. Even if the wanderers were passing by the border of the pasture, they would ignore it when they saw such a big insect. Tang Zhen did not alarm these large insects. He carefully dodged them and continued to advance toward the stone pillar area. Not long after, Tang Zhen saw the figure of a single-eyed giant in the distance. The one-eyed giant had thick body hair and looked like a moving tower from afar. When he stood at a disadvantage, he could smell a pungent stench. After it walked out from behind the stone pillar, it walked towards a group of big bugs. In daily life, the one-eyed giant's movement speed was not fast, and it looked slow. However, due to their height, their seemingly slow steps could cover an extremely long distance. In a battle, the one-eyed giants would become extremely fast, displaying a speed that would make the enemy feel despair. Once they were targeted by these one-eyed giants, there was basically no possibility of escape. After the Cyclops walked into the swarm, he slowly bent down and reached out to grab a writhing bug. In the Cyclops' other hand, he held a long bone that looked like the rib of some monster. After it pierced the worm in its hand into the bone, it began to catch a second worm. After capturing 7 or 8 big bugs in a row, the one-eyed giant straightened his back and carried the bunch of big bugs back behind the stone pillar. Tang Zhen stood up from the grass and continued to walk toward the stone pillar area. At the same time, he carefully observed his surroundings. When he arrived at the stone pillar area, he immediately observed the situation inside through the map view. This was a large area of stone pillars, covering an area of nearly 10 kilometers. Gray stone pillars of different thickness were everywhere. A group of Cyclops had gathered in the area of the stone pillars. Tang Zhen counted them and found that there were a total of 12 of them. There were 3 level 4 Cyclops, 1 Lord tier Cyclops, and the rest were all level 5. These were all high-level monsters. If they were to move out in a group, they would form a terrifying destructive force. The one-eyed giants were gathered together, as if they were having a gathering. However, Tang Zhen saw that 2 one-eyed giants were doing some unbearable actions between the stone pillars. This was the difference between a high-level monster and a low-level monster. The intelligence that they displayed was obviously much higher, unlike low-level monsters that were only dominated by instinct. Beside these one-eyed giants, Tang Zhen saw a fire pool with flames constantly flashing. The flames in the fire pool never died down and were used by the Cyclops to roast food. It was said that this fire pool was created by the one-eyed giant by relying on his innate ability. Once the one-eyed giant left this place, the fire pool would be extinguished. At this moment, a huge monster was being smoked and roasted above the fire pool. A thick bone stick pierced through the monster and was then propped on 2 rocks. After the Cyclops who caught the bug came back, he placed the big bug by the fire pool and let the fire slowly cook it. He was not in a hurry to eat it. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to poison the Cyclops. Instead, he tried to look for the remains of the elf cultivators to see if he could find them directly. Only a few decades had passed, and many things had disappeared and changed. How could it be so easy to find them? After Tang Zhen looked around, he discovered a large pile of bones in a certain corner of the stone pillar area. There were also some broken weapons mixed within. This should be where the Cyclops had thrown his junk, as it had already piled up into a small mountain. There were dozens of similar places in the valley. How could he lure the Cyclops away and make them leave this place temporarily? After Tang Zhen thought for a moment, he swiftly headed to a swarm of insects in the distance and threw a remote control bomb. Soon after, Tang Zhen teleported back to his original world and quietly got an off-road car. After knocking out the 2 big bugs with lightning speed, Tang Zhen stuffed the big bugs into the trunk of the off-road vehicle. Then, he used the all-purpose electronic kit to perform simple control of the car. After Tang Zhen started the program, the car would automatically drive and move forward in a straight line. At the same time, Tang Zhen also threw a time bomb in the car to ensure that the car wouldn't fall into the hands of others. After finishing everything, Tang Zhen immediately ran towards the stone pillar area. The off-road vehicle with the big bug had started and was slowly driving into the distance. Tang Zhen found a hidden corner near the stone pillar and did not hesitate to press the remote control bomb that he had placed in the swarm. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and over a dozen large bugs were blasted into the sky, becoming fragmented. The frightened bugs began to scream, which immediately alerted the Cyclops in the stone pillar area. These guys ran out like a swarm of bees, waving the huge leg bones in their hands and running towards the place of the explosion. When the Cyclops leader saw the bug corpses that had been blown to pieces and the bugs that were screaming in panic, he immediately flew into a rage and waved the leg bone in his hand. Then, the one-eyed giant sniffed wildly and quickly ran in the direction of the off-road vehicle. In that direction, they smelled the scent of bugs. This damn poacher, not only did he kill a bunch of insects, but he also secretly took away a few. The one-eyed giants were extremely furious. Such poachers had to be killed and eaten. Under the leadership of the Commander-tier Cyclops, the group of big guys immediately strode forward and chased after the off-road vehicle. The ground was stomped with loud, boom-boom, sounds. After the Cyclops left, Tang Zhen immediately headed toward their fire pool. He did not dare to delay any further. After arriving at the edge of the fire pool, Tang Zhen took out a box from his storage space and stuffed the poison sealed in wax into the food. This would ensure a delayed effect, in case the other Cyclops didn't eat after one was poisoned to death. After he was done with all this, he quickly left the fire pool and hid in a hidden corner. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to see the Cyclops appear in the map view. These guys were carrying the burnt remains of the off-road vehicle and walking back in high spirits. Chapter 282. Exterminating the Cyclops. The things around the fire pool were still the same. The one-eyed giants had no idea that someone had been here. They couldn't be blamed for their low vigilance, as the pasture of the Cyclops was a land of death. Normally, no monsters or creatures of the 100 races would approach it. The one-eyed giants walked to the fire pool and threw the wreckage of the off-road vehicle on the ground. They began to jump and shout, as if they were celebrating something. Perhaps they regarded the off-road vehicle as some kind of strange monster and were cheering for the successful defeat. It could run, make a huge explosion, and even emit fire. It was really very powerful. The one-eyed giants had never seen such a monster before and subconsciously thought that it was very powerful. Fortunately, after the off-road vehicle exploded, only a metal frame was left. Then, it was killed by the leg bone of the one-eyed giant. The one-eyed giants were very happy to be able to kill such a monster, so they celebrated as usual. After celebrating for a while, the one-eyed giants, perhaps hungry, walked to the edge of the fire pool and began to eat. Tang Zhen hid at the side. His heart was about to jump into his throat. He stared at the one-eyed giants without blinking, praying that they would not notice the abnormality of their food. Actually, Tang Zhen's worry was a little unnecessary. This was because these one-eyed Jew people were used to being careless. They simply did not care if the food had been tampered with. They just picked it up and ate it. A few of the bugs were eaten by the high-level one-eyed man, while the low-level one-eyed man tore the monster's meat apart. His mouth was full of oil. After Tang Zhen saw this scene, he began to quietly wait for the poison to take effect. Before he came, he had already caught a monster and experimented on it, confirming that the poison was effective on it. The one-eyed giant had a strong digestive ability. After swallowing the small poison pill that Tang Zhen had sealed, it would quickly shatter in the digestive organs of these one-eyed giants and take effect in an extremely short time. It didn't take long for the poison to take effect. A one-eyed man suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech as he spat out a mouthful of filthy liquid. He then began to struggle while clutching his neck. The one-eyed giant's behavior frightened its companion. Just as it was about to go forward to check, two more one-eyed giants began to roll on the ground and groan in pain. In the blink of an eye, the Cyclops had entered the state of poison, and the stone pillar area was filled with the screams of the Cyclops. The Lord-tier Cyclops had a stronger resistance. It looked at its fellow Cyclops rolling on the ground and couldn't help but roar angrily. A huge leg bone was constantly being waved by it, smashing gravel everywhere, trying to find the murderer who had hurt them. At this moment, the Cyclops leader had already vaguely realized that he and his fellow Cyclops had been ambushed. The pain in its body and the anger in its heart mixed together, causing it to explode with terrifying power, causing destructive damage to the surrounding area. After the Cyclops leader vented his anger in vain, his body could no longer bear the pain. He sat on a broken stone pillar and gasped for breath with his head down. Not far in front of it, the Cyclops had stopped struggling, and their life force was gradually fading. To be able to last so long under the high dosage of cyanide poison, these Cyclops were already considered strong. On the other hand, the Cyclops leader's physique was extremely strong, and it had not died yet. In the face of the Cyclops Lord, whose strength had been greatly reduced, Tang Zhen no longer needed to waste any more time. He quietly moved to the back of the Cyclops, took out a rocket launcher from the storage dimension, and aimed at the back of the Cyclops. Bang! The burning trail produced a great thrust, and the rocket went straight for the back of the Cyclops Lord. Because of the poison, the Cyclops Lord's reaction and movement speed were greatly reduced. By the time it realized the sneak attack from behind, it was too late to dodge. Boom! The rocket with a powerful armor-piercing ability arrived in an instant, drilling into the Cyclops Lord's skin and flesh, and exploded. The Cyclops Lord howled in pain as a terrifying bloody hole appeared on its back. Even its spine was exposed. He didn't expect that the one-eyed giant didn't die immediately after suffering such a heavy blow. Instead, it waved its thigh bone and pounced in Tang Zhen's direction. Although Tang Zhen was surprised by the strength of the Cyclops Lord, he immediately jumped and dodged. He ran at an extremely fast speed and played hide-and-seek with the Cyclops. After being discovered, Tang Zhen's quantum invisibility light screen was no longer effective under the mental lock of the Cyclops Overlord. Therefore, the other party had been following closely behind it. The enormous leg bones continued to attack. Tang Zhen nimbly dodged and occasionally retaliated. Based on the injuries of the Cyclops Lord, it would not be able to last long. Sure enough, it did not take long for the Cyclops Lord's speed to slow down. After a while, the Cyclops Lord fell to the ground. Tang Zhen stopped, turned around, and walked to the side of the Cyclops Lord. He used his alloy sword to cut off its head. Tang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the giant head of the Cyclops leader. After spending half a day, Tang Zhen took out all the brains of the Cyclops and began to search for the moonlight pebbles. This was a rather time-consuming matter. Tang Zhen had to carry out the search with a plan. First of all, he had to determine the age of these dozens of piles of bones, and then look for traces of elven items in the bones of similar ages. Tang Zhen directly ignored those fresh bones. He jumped onto a pile of bones that was already overgrown with weeds, covered his mouth and nose, and began to search. The bones were piled up in layers. There were monsters, bones and humans' bones. The gaps were filled with all kinds of parasitic insects. An indescribable rancid smell filled the air. It was so smelly that Tang Zhen could only wear the underwater breathing insect to block out the smell. After searching for half a day, Tang Zhen found many broken armors, weapons, brains, and other random things. However, he did not even see a shadow of the moonlight pebble. It was unknown how many years these Cyclops had lived here. Each of them was a big-bellied man, so one could imagine the amount of food remains they had accumulated. Tang Zhen felt a slight headache as he looked at the pile of bones under his feet that had been dug for several meters. If he were to search alone, who knew how long it would take him to find the moonlight pebble? He had to think of a way. Tang Zhen sat on the pile of bones and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he informed Tai Seng to bring 100 Holy Dragon City soldiers over. Immediately after, Tang Zhen teleported back to the Wei Island and sneaked into a construction site after making 7 or 8 turns. While no one was paying attention, Tang Zhen directly activated the application and brought all the excavators and shovels that were parked at the construction site back to the Lusheng world. He also got a lot of tools. Just these things weren't enough, so Tang Zhen continued to bring fuel and a large amount of food and drinking water. He only stopped transporting them when Tyson and the others arrived. Chapter 283. The wealth in the trashy remains. When Tai Seng arrived with a group of Holy Dragon City soldiers, the first thing he saw was dozens of cars and tools of labor. They had never seen an excavator before, but they were more familiar with a forklift, because there were 2 of them in the Holy Dragon City. Looking at these things, Tai Seng was a little confused. Could it be that Tang Zhen had called them over to transport these things back to the Holy Dragon City? City Lord, I've brought all the soldiers here. Do you have any orders? Zhen Tang, Tyson, who was wearing a camouflage suit and had a pistol on his waist, walked over and asked Zhen Tang. Tang Zhen pointed at the cars that he had thrown on the grass and said to Tyson, divide the soldiers into a few small groups and have them go around the area to capture people for me. Then, bring them all here. Remember not to hurt anyone. Just tell them that I'm short of people to work here, provide food and drink, and give them all kinds of rewards after the work is done. And NBSP, hearing this, Tyson didn't hesitate at all. He immediately ordered the soldiers to jump into the cars and then spread out into the wilderness. The roar of dozens of cars immediately resounded through the wilderness, and they rushed toward the place where the wanderers gathered. And NBSP, Tai Seng's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he glanced at the one-eyed giants on the ground. As a native who had lived in this area for many years, Tai Seng naturally knew about this group of terrifying one-eyed giants and had heard many rumors about them. This was a group of terrifying creatures. In this area, they were invincible. However, at this moment, these terrifying monsters all lay on the ground, turning into cold corpses. And the person who had killed these terrifying monsters was the young Holy Dragon City Master in front of him. Tang Zhen didn't hide his purpose and told Tai Seng about his plan to find the Moonlight Pebble. And NBSP, yes. Tai Seng finally understood and quickly ordered the soldiers to get to work. As a high-ranking figure in the Holy Dragon City, Tai Seng naturally knew the significance of the Mother Tree to the Holy Dragon City, so he was as anxious as Tang Zhen. After arranging for a Holy Dragon City warrior who knew how to drive a tractor to operate it, Tai Seng jumped onto the excavator and asked Tang Zhen how to operate this awe-inspiring big guy. Since he had downloaded the specialized application, Tang Zhen could easily operate the excavator. Since Tai Seng wanted to learn, he directly guided him. It didn't take long for Tai Seng to be able to operate the excavator and dig up the remains and bones. Tang Zhen still had a lot of preparation work to do before the wanderers arrived. After an hour or so, the first group of wanderers, under the pressure of the Holy Dragon City's warriors, arrived at the stone pillar area while trembling in fear. This was the territory of the one-eyed giant, so the wanderers naturally knew that. When they heard that the one-eyed giant had been killed, they all had suspicious expressions. However, seeing the Holy Dragon City warriors' solemn expression, coupled with the threat of the rifle, they had no choice but to obediently go to the Cyclops pasture. As soon as they entered the stone pillar area, the wanderers saw the corpses of the Cyclops lying all over the place and confirmed that the Holy Dragon City's warriors had not lied to them. However, the more this was the case, the more frightened the wanderers were. The Holy Dragon City was so powerful that they could actually kill all the Cyclops. It was definitely not as simple as being strong. There were many powerful monsters and cultivators, but none of them could escape from the Cyclops. It was precisely because of this that the wanderers were even more afraid of Holy Dragon City. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if he angered them, he might be killed directly. The wanderers looked at each other and immediately became obedient, cooperating with the Holy Dragon City's soldiers' commands. After they took their tools in order, they began to walk to the bones that had been pushed aside. According to the requirements of the Holy Dragon City warriors, they cleaned up and collected everything other than the bones. As the wanderers worked, they peeked at the rumbling hovercars and excavators. They were extremely curious and surprised by this mechanical monster. The Holy Dragon City was indeed powerful and mysterious. These roaring mechanical monsters explained everything. As time passed, more and more wanderers were brought back by the warriors. By the time the last batch of warriors returned, there were 1,000 wanderers gathered here. Under the watch of the Holy Dragon City soldiers, they began to rummage through the pungent-smelling bones. It didn't take long for the wanderers to make some discoveries. What's in this bag? This is the Bai and demon weapon. I found a pile of rare ores. Under the watch of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers, these wanderers did not dare to hide any of the items they discovered. If they were discovered, they would immediately be beaten up. In order to ensure that the moonstone wouldn't be hidden by the wanderers, Tang Zhen didn't hold back. Moreover, the Holy Dragon City's warriors had already told them that they would be rewarded according to the total value of the items they found. The more they obtained, the more generous the rewards would be. None of the wanderers had expected that there would be so much good stuff in these skeletons. If it were not for the one-eyed giant occupying this place, it would have been discovered and cleared by the wanderers long ago. However, it was also because of the existence of the one-eyed giant that this wealth was preserved to this day. As the saying goes, wealth can move people's hearts. Some wanderers were already secretly planning to occupy this place immediately after the Holy Dragon City left. As long as he dug with his heart, he would definitely have a rich harvest. As for the Holy Dragon City, which would take the majority of the profits, these wanderers did not dare to have any other thoughts other than being envious. The items that had been cleared out were gathered together and counted by a special person. Then, they were stored in different categories. Although his trash-picking harvest was rich, Tang Zhen's mind wasn't on these things. He only wanted the moonlight pebbles. As time passed, more and more items were collected, but there was still no sign of the moonlight pebble. Tang Zhen knew that this wasn't something to be anxious about. Thus, he waited with a peace of mind. Not far away was the cookhouse's territory. And NBSP, when the Holy Dragon City soldiers arrived at the Cyclops pasture, the army chef in charge of food ordered people to capture the giant insect and slaughter it for dinner. The rice, flour, and oil had already been prepared, so the chefs who came with the carriage only needed to start a fire to cook. It didn't take long for a soldier to drive a car back and throw a pile of bugs on the ground. The chef deftly peeled off the bug's outer shell, revealing the white and tender bug meat. Next, the chef used a knife to slice off a piece of worm meat. He sniffed it and tasted it again. Then, he called for the helpers to peel off all the shells of the worms. After washing the worm meat, he marinated it with fine salt and seasoning, filling up 7 or 8 large plastic buckets. A few wanderers smashed a thick-looking grass root with a stone and then washed it in a bucket. By the time the roots were only left with fiber, Tang Zhen found that a lot of white sticky substances had been deposited in the bucket. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be natural starch. After the starch settled down for a while, the excess water was poured out. The starch was then taken out and wrung dry on a gauze. Strips of fat and tender worm meat were taken out of the bucket and thrown into the starch one by one. Soon, they were wrapped in starch. A large pot had been set up beside him, and a large barrel of soybean oil was poured into the pot. It began to boil not long after. Pili pala, sounds of deep frying could be heard. After the starch-coated insect meat was deep fried in the boiling oil for a while, it was taken out and placed into a large basin beside it. And NBSP, after the temperature dropped a little, the fried insect meat was ready to eat. Tang Zhen curiously picked up a piece and tasted it. Immediately, he felt that his mouth was filled with fresh fragrance. The taste was simply amazing. These guys were born to be chefs. They had only watched a few cooking videos and their standards had improved so quickly. Looking at the chef's proud face, Tang Zhen decided to find them a few more cooking tutorial videos next time. This way, he could also taste the top food in the Lusheng world. Chapter 284 Traces revealed when night fell, all the searching work stopped. The wanderers were gathered together, and under the command of the Holy Dragon City soldiers, they lined up to receive their food. There was rice, deep-fried worm meat, spicy pickled vegetables, and a steaming hot vegetable soup. This was tonight's food, and everyone was given enough to fill their stomachs. After the wanderers received their food, they gathered together again and gobbled up the food. After being cooked by a chef, the taste of every dish was extremely alluring, and the wanderers almost swallowed their tongues. After eating such delicious food, they became even more envious of the Holy Dragon City's residents. After eating and drinking their fill, these wanderers leaned together to rest. Some of them were so tired that they fell asleep on the ground. For the wanderers, sleeping in the wild was a common thing, but the premise was that they had to be well protected and not be attacked by wandering monsters. Due to the presence of the one-eyed giant in this area, the wandering monsters did not dare to approach. Moreover, there were still Holy Dragon City's soldiers standing guard outside. The flintlocks in their hands were not just for show. With this double protection, the wanderers who had eaten and drunk their fill naturally rested in peace. Tang Zhen sat beside the fire and looked through today's harvest with Tai Seng. There were dozens of different kinds of Mo weapons and equipment in the basket. The good things that the cultivators used to value as their lives were now piled up like cabbages. Tang Zhen found a strange-looking staff from the demon weapons and carefully examined it. The staff was cast from an unknown metal, and it was covered with complicated and strange patterns, giving it a mysterious feeling. At the top of this cane, Tang Zhen found an extra-large brain bead that was firmly embedded and fixed. Tang Zhen also had a similar brain pearl. It was a trophy he had obtained from the lake monster when he was cleaning up the Pearl Lake in the Sacred Dragon Valley. According to the results of the appraisal card, it was a rare mutated brain pearl. The mutated brain pearl had a unique attribute and was a rare treasure to a holy master. The staff in Tang Zhen's hand was a weapon used by holy masters. It could enhance the divine skills that were cast. Now that he had accidentally obtained a cane, Tang Zhen naturally wanted to try its effect. With a thought, a protective barrier immediately appeared on Tang Zhen's body. The surface of the barrier flickered with light. After sensing it carefully, Tang Zhen discovered that the protective shield's toughness had indeed increased a little. However, it was still extremely limited. Perhaps the level of this mutated brain pearl was too low. If it was a Lord-tier mutated brain pearl, there might be an even stronger boost. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen threw the cane back into the big basket and took out a light pocket-sized dagger. The dagger looked small and light, more like a toy than a weapon. However, Tang Zhen knew that it was a genuine weapon for holy masters. On the Cornerstone trading platform, there was a special spiritual power skill for holy masters, which allowed them to control these light magic weapons to fly and kill enemies within a certain range. The forging process of these Mo weapons was complicated and they were not cheap. Combined with specialized holy master skills, killing monsters and ambushing were very effective. After putting the weapon back into the storage space, Tang Zhen glanced at the brain pearl beside him. After an inventory check, they found a total of several thousand brain beads of different levels. Added together, it was not a small harvest. As for the other miscellaneous items and ores, Tang Zhen had also carefully searched through them but did not find the moonlight pebbles. A third of the clearing was done, but there were still no traces of the moonlight pebbles. Hopefully, the moonlight pebble was hidden in the remaining garbage remains. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would really not know where to find it. Early the next morning, after the wanderers had their breakfast, they began to search and clean up again. This time around, Tang Zhen personally went into the battle. He continuously searched through the pile of debris in an attempt to find traces of the moonlight pebbles. Not far away, another pile of bones was being excavated by an excavator. Tang Zhen walked over and took a look. He inadvertently discovered an exquisitely shaped metal belt. After seeing this belt, a trace of joy appeared on Tang Zhen's face. At the bottom of the sinkhole, he had seen a belt of a similar style on the half-elf captain, so he was sure that it was an item of the elf race at a glance. Since there was an elven item here, the moonlight pebble was most likely in this pile of garbage. Let's go. Tang Zhen immediately beckoned Tai Seng over and moved all the bones away to make it easier for the wanderers to search. Tai Seng drove an excavator over and in a short while, he had opened up a large area. More and more elf-style items were found by the wanderers. The joy on Tang Zhen's face became more and more intense as he monitored this place through the map view. At the edge of the area, a wanderer moved away the monster's skeleton under his feet, and a broken skull entered his sight. There were gnawing marks on the surface of the skull, and the brain matter had been sucked by the Cyclops. There were countless similar skeletons, so the wanderer didn't pay much attention to them. However, an exquisitely made leather bag next to the skull caught his attention. He bent over and took out the leather bag. After the wanderer opened it, he found a few leather bags inside. The wanderer looked around him. After making sure that no one was paying attention to him, he carefully opened one of the bags. The wanderer's heart almost jumped out of his chest after a glance. It turned out that in the leather bag, there was a large number of brains shining with a beautiful halo, which looked extremely moving. This is a Suan Ni Lord tier brain. The wanderer suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart and quickly tied the leather bag. Then, he stepped on the ground and created a pit. Using the body and remains as cover, the wanderer quickly placed the leather bag into the pit and covered it with soil. After doing all this, the wanderer looked around and continued to pretend to look down and search. However, the leather bag was once again stuffed into the pile of bones and buried. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Even if one of them is found, there's another one. After the wanderer finished doing this, his mind was spinning. After the Holy Dragon City's soldiers leave, I'll quietly dig them out and run as far away as possible. There are a few leather bags inside that big leather bag. There must be more good stuff. With these brains, I can eat whatever I want and have whatever woman I want. God, please don't be discovered. Don't let 1000 watts get ridiculed. The wanderer kept praying and looked around again to see if anyone had noticed his actions. But this time, when the wanderer raised his head, he saw a young man standing in front of him, looking at him with a faint smile. The wanderer was shocked. He knew the other party's identity, because all the Holy Dragon City warriors called him Lord City Master. After realizing who Tang Zhen was, the wanderer was so frightened that his heart started beating wildly. He revealed an extremely ugly smile at Tang Zhen. Lord City Lord. Tang Zhen stared at the wanderer for a full minute before he sighed softly. There are some things that you simply can't possess. Once you obtain them, you'll realize that they're not good fortune, but disaster. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he took out his leather bag and pouch under the drifter's dumbstruck gaze. The wanderer felt as if he had instantly fallen into an ice cave. The fear of death made his mind clear, and he instantly understood the meaning of Tang Zhen's words. If you have the life to make a fortune, if you don't have the life to spend, all your schemes are in vain. City Lord, I was wrong. I was possessed. Please don't kill me, Yingluo. The wanderer's tears flowed down his face. He knelt on the ground and howled madly, begging for Tang Zhen's forgiveness. Tang Zhen, who had just taken a few steps, slowly turned his head and looked at the wanderer with an expressionless face. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you live. Remember to remember this in the future. When the wanderer heard this, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and he kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Chapter 285. The pool of gemstones under the mother tree. Tang Zhen didn't care about the wailing wanderer behind him. He turned around and walked toward the military jeep at the side. He was merely a fellow who was obsessed with money and was not worthy of Tang Zhen's attention. Tang Zhen didn't suffer any losses. With his status, he didn't need to be calculative with a wanderer that he could easily crush. At this moment, Tang Zhen suddenly had some enlightenment. He seemed to understand the feelings of the demon-eyed Tyrannosaurus when it found out that he had captured the water monster. It was just a small matter that didn't matter. It didn't affect the overall situation, so the magic-eyed Tyrannosaurus couldn't be bothered to care about it. Only when Tang Zhen tried to kill all the wanderers and sea monsters did the demon-eyed Tyrannosaurus give him a small warning. This was also because Tang Zhen was too greedy. After sitting in the car, Tang Zhen first opened the small leather bag and saw the brain inside. Even with Tang Zhen's experience, he could not help but exclaim at the value of the brain beads in this bag. No wonder the wanderer dared to take the risk to hide it. It seemed that it was worth the risk. Even if Tang Zhen's current wallet was very full, his heart could not help but beat wildly. Tang Zhen held these Lord-tier brain beads in his hand and admired them for a while, before keeping the leather bag into his storage space. He casually opened the bag beside him. If he was not mistaken, the moonlight pebbles should be inside. He reached out and took out a bulging leather bag. After Tang Zhen opened it, he took out an exquisitely shaped metal box. The metal box was slowly opened while Tang Zhen was filled with anticipation. A stone that looked like a miniature moon was revealed. It emitted a faint light that was no different from the moonlight. With just a glance, Tang Zhen was sure that this was the moonlight pebble of the elf race. Tang Zhen extended his hand and held the pebble in his hand. It was abnormally warm to the touch, just like the tender skin of a young girl. He felt as if his soul was immersed in a dense fog, and his spiritual world became extremely clear. It was indeed a magical thing. His efforts for such a long time had not been in vain. After obtaining the moonlight pebble, Tang Zhen's mood became cheerful. He then inspected the items in the other leather bags. There was a beautifully packaged book, a scroll filled with vicissitudes of life, and an exquisitely shaped metal badge. These were all the remaining items in the bag. They were all put into the storage space by Tang Zhen. When he had time in the future, he would take it out and study it slowly. The rest of the cleaning work went smoothly. By noon the next day, the cleaning work was completed. After the wanderers were searched, they were gathered in an open space. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers loaded all the goods onto the truck. The excavator was kept by Tang Zhen in the storage space. The harvest from the past 3 days was also loaded into the car. There was still a lot of food left. Tang Zhen used it as a reward and distributed it to the wanderers according to the original agreement. The wanderers expressed their gratitude, but they had no intention of leaving. Tang Zhen understood the wanderers' thoughts. They had their eyes on the Cyclops pasture and wanted to take it for themselves. Not to mention the good stuff that might have been left in the skeletal waste. Just the pasture where giant insects could be raised had great value. After he left, there would probably be a bloody battle here. There were also some wanderers who requested to go to Holy Dragon City to find a job in the commercial district. Tang Zhen agreed to them without the slightest hesitation. After the wanderers got permission, they jumped into the back of the car excitedly and started chatting. The Holy Dragon City's convoy lined up in a long line and began to slowly drive in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. The convoy finally returned to Holy Dragon City just before night fell. The residents who had already received the news gathered around and moved all the harvest to the front of the warehouse. After Mirong Ziyan recorded the inventory, they sent it to the warehouse to be stored. The wanderers who had followed them were sent to the commercial district, where they were provided with food and lodging. Tang Zhen watched for a while before he turned around and walked toward the mother tree in the distance. The sky was getting dark, and the mother tree's branches and leaves were getting brighter and brighter, as if it was decorated with countless neon lights. Li Sha, who was wearing a long white dress, was currently guiding a young man's cultivation. When she saw Tang Zhen walking over, she smiled and came forward to welcome him. Her face had a happy expression. Tang Zhen stared at Li Sha for a while before a trace of joy similarly appeared on his face. If I'm not wrong, your ability to communicate with the mother tree has improved greatly, right? Lisa's raised face immediately showed a trace of shock, and she asked in confusion, "How did you know?" "I was planning to give you a surprise." Tang Zhen smiled and explained to Lisa, "Your aura is very close to that of a grade 2 holy master. That's why I came up with such a guess. Did you advance so quickly because you absorbed the soul crystal?" he asked. Lisa nodded and said in a certain tone, "After absorbing the soul crystal, I feel that it's easier to communicate with the mother tree. I can also understand more meanings. The effect is very good. It's good that it's effective. You can come to me to get more after you use up the soul crystals I gave you last time." Lisa obediently nodded her head and reached out to hold Tang Zhen's arm. The two of them walked to the mother tree. Tang Zhen took out the moonlight pebble and slowly lifted it up under Lisa's mesmerized eyes. "As promised, I've brought you the moonlight pebbles, which are even more precious than the moon spring water. Are you happy now?" Tang Zhen raised his head and looked at the mother tree with a helpless expression. The mother tree's branches and leaves glowed with a brilliant light. At the same time, countless seven-colored radiances drifted down from the branches and leaves, making people feel like they were in a fairyland. A silver bell-like laughter seemed to ring out beside Tang Zhen's ears. It was as though a little girl had received her favorite gift. Her laughter was filled with joy. A clear spring slowly appeared under the mother tree and quickly expanded into a clear pool of water that was half an acre in size. All kinds of beautiful plants grew rapidly beside the pond, embellishing it with beauty. Countless colorful gemstones suddenly gushed out from the ground and covered the bottom of the pool, shining in the clear spring water. Li Sha's face was filled with intoxication as she looked at the scene before her. Suddenly, she turned her head to Tang Zhen and said, "The mother tree said thank you, and even asked you to put the moonlight pebbles in the pool." Tang Zhen laughed in a self-deprecating manner. He thought in his heart that this, "thank you," was really not easy to obtain. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the pond under the mother tree. He gently threw the moonlight pebble into the pond. Just as the moonlight pebbles entered the water, the gemstones at the bottom of the pool began to emit a bright light like electric-colored lights, illuminating the pool with a myriad of colors. From afar, the pool seemed to have turned into a huge gemstone, reflecting the light of the mother tree beside it, making one intoxicated. The mother tree, the pool, the green grass, and the gorgeous flowers that could be seen everywhere formed a beautiful scenery. Tang Zhen was intoxicated in this pleasant scenery and was unable to extricate himself for a long time. Chapter 286. Upgrade to a level 3 building. When the last giant puppet in the Glittergold race's sanctuary was transported into the cave, Holy Dragon City began to prepare for the upgrade to a level 3 building. A large amount of weapons and ammunition were being transported to the city wall. All the soldiers in the city were doing their defense exercises to deal with any unexpected situations. This time, Tang Zhen's actions were very big. The number of monsters attacking the city would definitely not be small. Therefore, they had to be fully prepared. Although the atmosphere was tense, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers did not have a trace of fear. Relying on their powerful weapons from the original world, the Holy Dragon City was confident that they would not be able to return to the land or air monsters. The ones who were the happiest about the tower's advancement were actually the reserve residents. They didn't expect to be able to obtain the qualifications of official residents so quickly. According to past experience, it would take at least 10 years to become an official resident from a reserve resident. If one became a reserve resident of a high-level city and wanted to become a full-time employee, it would be an extremely long waiting process. Some reserve residents had waited for their entire lives but still could not cross this hurdle. Who would have thought that after joining the Holy Dragon City, they could become official residents after being reserve residents for a month? How could they not be surprised? The reserve residents who received the news were all in a state of excitement. They were all looking forward to Lu Cheng's advancement. They were all confident that the Holy Dragon City could resist the monster siege. They thought that it was not a problem at all. As former residents of the city, they were very familiar with the situation when the monsters attacked the city. Although the monsters attacking the city were strong, they could not withstand the Holy Dragon City's powerful defensive weapons. As the people anxiously waited, the day of Holy Dragon City's advancement finally arrived. On this day, all work in the Holy Dragon City stopped. The residents were not allowed to act on their own accord as per the requirements. The city walls were filled with fully armed Holy Dragon City soldiers. Tang Zhen was dressed in an exquisitely handmade robe. Under the protection of a group of mighty and strong Holy Dragon City cultivators, Tang Zhen began the Lu City's advancement ceremony. To upgrade a level 2 city building to a level 3 city building, he would need to sacrifice 10,000 level 3 brain pearls, which was equivalent to 1 million level 1 brain pearls. The higher the level of the tower, the more brain beads needed to be sacrificed. By the time Tang Zhen advanced to a level 5 tower, the number of brain beads needed to be sacrificed would reach 100 million. This was a terrifying number. Without years of accumulation, it was impossible to gather enough brains to sacrifice. Tang Zhen threw 20,000 level 3 brain beads into the altar, upgrading the Holy Dragon City and the Mother Tree City at the same time. In the eyes of the residents, the main city and the Mother Tree had undergone tremendous changes. The Mother Tree's body had doubled in size once again, its huge trunk looked like a skyscraper, the top of the tree crown was even higher than the surrounding mountains. The area covered by the Mother Tree had now reached half a hectare, and it could be said to have blotted out the sun. The Mother Tree seemed to be extremely happy after its advancement. Countless radiances rose from its branches and leaves, slowly flying into the air, and then exploded like fireworks. This was the Mother Tree's own way of celebrating its advancement in rank. Compared to the Mother Tree's boastful nature, the Holy Dragon City's main city promotion was much simpler. In a hazy halo, the Holy Dragon City's main city's size rapidly expanded, quickly becoming a huge object. The exterior of the main city still retained its original external decoration style, but its height had been increased to 60 to 70 meters. It was as if a super monster had occupied the Holy Dragon Valley. After the upgrade, the area of the level 3 building had expanded by countless times, and at the same time, there were countless new rooms. Tang Zhen could also feel a mysterious power being emitted from the building. It silently affected every resident of the building, strengthening their physical fitness. Tang Zhen knew that this was one of the so-called benefits of the building. According to the level of the building, it could provide a certain amount of physical attribute enhancement to the residents. The higher Lu Cheng's level was, the more obvious the increase was. From now on, the Holy Dragon City's main city had officially been upgraded to level 3, and the Mother Tree's city had also become a level 3 city. After upgrading the main city, Tang Zhen still had to build an auxiliary city. 2 brand new altars were already placed in the Holy Dragon City's square. Tang Zhen walked in front of them and placed 2 tower cornerstones on them. These 2 cornerstones were the Glittergold Race's Sanctuary's cornerstone and the Black Rock City's cornerstone. After placing the 20,000 level 1 brain beads on the altar, the past scenes of the 2 towers immediately appeared in Tang Zhen's consciousness. At the same time, the illusionary image of 2 towers appeared in front of Tang Zhen. He placed them next to the main city in the Sacred Dragon Valley. Tang Zhen had built the underground city below Black Rock City. The 2 of them merged into one and were quickly built. It didn't take long for a new building with an underground entrance to appear in the Sacred Dragon Valley. It appeared solemn and respectful. After silently glancing at the low and newly built auxiliary city, Tang Zhen shook his head and once again threw 20,000 level 2 brain beads into the altar. The auxiliary city that had just been formed was immediately shrouded in light and became taller and taller. In a spurt of energy, Tang Zhen invested another 20,000 level 3 brain beads, upgrading both auxiliary cities to level 3. After the light faded, a white building that was one size smaller than the original Black Rock City was completely formed. However, it was even more beautiful than Black Rock City, and it was even more lively. This time, Tang Zhen had used a total of 4.22 million brain beads to upgrade the building. It was definitely a big deal. Fortunately, he had gained a lot during this period of time. Even though he had consumed so many brains, he still did not empty his wallet. Tang Zhen originally planned to upgrade the main building to level 4, but when he thought about how he still had to upgrade his mobile application, he finally resisted the desire to continue upgrading the building. Moreover, after the city was upgraded to level 4, the strength of the monsters' attacks would increase greatly. In addition to the accumulation of the previous continuous upgrades, Tang Zhen did not dare to imagine how many monsters would attack the city. Compared to Lu Cheng, mobile applications were the foundation of his career. Tang Zhen was very clear about which was more important. The reason why he was able to do so well in the Lusheng world was entirely because of the nature-defying abilities of the mobile application. Otherwise, he could forget about defending the territory that he had fought so hard to obtain. Although he still had excess brain matter, he had prepared it for the use and upgrade, so he could not simply use it. Of course, these were all matters for later. The current task was to deal with the monster siege. After taking off his long robe, Tang Zhen did not even bother to check on the 4 newly upgraded towers. Instead, he immediately ran towards the city walls. Not long after, Tang Zhen arrived at the top of the city wall. More than 2,000 Holy Dragon City soldiers were standing by on the city walls, all sorts of weapons ready to fire. Compared to the past, the Holy Dragon City's defensive forces had become stronger. What's the situation now? Did anything unusual happen? Tang Zhen looked at Tai Seng, who was frowning, and asked in a relaxed tone. In fact, he had also felt a trace of abnormality, as if something bad was about to happen. The construction of 2 auxiliary cities would require a total of 6 levels. Under such extreme circumstances, it was highly possible that the entire gravel plain would be filled with monsters. However, Tang Zhen's heart was filled with fear by relying on the weapon he possessed. However, not a single monster had appeared in front of Holy Dragon City. This in itself was a very strange thing. Although the monsters in this area were almost all killed by the undead race in Tang Zhen, it was more or less enough to form a siege team. It was impossible for not a single monster to gather like now. A few hours passed by without him realizing it. Just as the uneasiness in Tang Zhen's heart was growing stronger, a pitch-black vortex appeared out of thin air on the gravel plain not far away. As expected, an unforeseen event had happened. Chapter 287, The Horned Army that replaced the monsters to attack the city. The appearance of this black vortex was extremely sudden. Moreover, it gave Tang Zhen an extremely familiar feeling. There was depression, deathly silence, and a trace of fear. He remembered that when the undead clan monster descended into the tower world, Tang Zhen had felt this aura. Could it be that there are monsters from another plane descending on the Pai Shu? Tang Zhen's heart was startled. He stared unblinkingly at the black vortex in front of him and frowned slightly. The Holy Dragon City soldiers on the city walls also saw the black vortex, but there was no chaos. At this moment, all the soldiers held their breath, and quietly tightened their grip on their weapons. The vortex was close to the ground, with clouds and lightning surging in the middle. As time passed, the fog and lightning became less and less. Tang Zhen could faintly see many black shadows flashing on the other side of the vortex. A large foot in a combat boot emerged from the vortex and stepped on the gravel plain. In the blink of an eye, a tall man in heavy armor walked out of the vortex. The man was 2.3 meters tall and had bulging muscles. He held a giant axe in his hand and exuded a violent aura. Tang Zhen was able to clearly see the man's appearance through the map. His skin was dark, and his face was covered in strange tattoos. He had a high nose and deep eyes, and a black horn that was an inch long grew on his forehead. After seeing this horn, Tang Zhen knew that this fellow was a genuine foreign race. But where did this guy come from, and how did he appear in the gravel plain through the black vortex? It was a critical time for the monsters to attack the city. There were no monsters at all, but there were alien races descending through the black vortex. Could it be that this foreign being was going to attack Holy Dragon City in place of the monster? Tang Zhen's heart was filled with doubt. However, he continued to stare in the direction of the black vortex without blinking. After the foreign heavy-armored warrior appeared, he immediately cast his gaze at the Holy Dragon City in front of him. Tang Zhen could see a thick battle intent in his eyes, as well as a faint shock. A series of heavy footsteps came from the whirlpool. Immediately after, Tang Zhen saw two mammoth-like creatures walking out of the whirlpool. A few of the heavy armored aliens with similar appearances were sitting on the mammoths. 2, 4, 6 Suan Ni more and more elephants walked out of the vortex and lined up in a huge formation. They were neat and quiet, clearly having undergone strict training. One behind these mammoths, non-humankind warriors in light armors walked out in rows. The 5 of them stood in a straight line, continuously walking out of the whirlpool. On the gravel plain, these foreign warriors were lined up in square formations, looking silently in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. The armor on their bodies constantly glowed under the sunlight, looking very spectacular. There were 2,000 of these light armor warriors, and each of them was fully armed and looked majestic. After the light armor warriors had assembled, another group of foreign race warriors in leather armor began to walk out of the vortex. These armored warriors had short swords at their waists and strange mechanical crossbows in their hands. Their faces were full of killing intent. They must be the long-range soldiers of this non-humankind army, but how far could their bows and arrows reach? After the 2,000 archers appeared, another group of armored knights riding on strange beasts appeared. There were also more than 1,000 of them. The last to walk out was a team of about 200 people. The leader of the group was a tall alien. He was wearing demonic armor and holding a wide-bladed sword. The aura he gave off was at the Lord tier. Behind this Lord were 2 other foreign cultivators. One was wearing a long robe, while the other was wielding a demon weapon. One of them was a level 5 cultivator, while the other was a level 5 holy master. There were over 100 foreign cultivators and a dozen holy masters following closely behind. Such a powerful formation was enough to easily destroy an ordinary level 3 city. When these people all walked to the front of the array, the huge vortex began to shrink slowly until it disappeared. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen could already confirm that this foreign tribe army that had suddenly appeared was charging towards Holy Dragon City. The original monster siege had become a foreign race siege. Moreover, they had arrived through the teleportation vortex. What was the secret connection between this? This was what Tang Zhen was most curious about. If he wanted to know the answer, he would have to defeat these guys first. Just as Tang Zhen was sizing up this group of uninvited guests, these foreign races were also sizing up the Holy Dragon City. However, their expressions were a little interesting. The non-human lord in magic armor had a dark expression. He had maintained this expression ever since he saw the Holy Dragon City's tall city walls and the huge mountain peaks that surrounded the city. The Holy Master beside the non-human lord had a helpless look on his face. He said to the non-human lord beside him, "Captain, we've run into a tough bone this time." The non-human overlord nodded and sized up the Holy Dragon City's walls once more. He said coldly, "When I accepted the mission on the platform, I was already prepared to fight a tough battle. After all, to be able to make the Cornerstone trading platform issue a siege mission, I think they must be quite strong." After saying this, the non-human overlord face was filled with irrepressible anger. He pointed at the Holy Dragon City's tall walls and said, "But I never thought that the enemy's city wall would be so tall. How can a newly upgraded level 3 city have such a defense? We'll have to pay a huge price if we want to destroy such a tower. Can we bear such a loss? Could it be that all the buildings in this wildlands are so powerful?" When the non-human lord said this, he was already filled with anger, regretting not accepting this hot potato. The Holy Master beside him shook his head. "I've participated in 2 operations against these towers. They're not as strong as you think, and their combat power is not even as good as our subsidiary towers. This level 3 city with tall walls could only be regarded as an exception, and it was the only thing they could rely on. Perhaps something unknown has happened, causing the number of monsters within a 100-mile radius to not meet the standard for attacking the city. That's why the Cornerstone platform has issued this siege mission. The laws of the Heavenly Tao wouldn't miss any tricks. As long as the tower leveled up, it would inevitably experience a siege battle. It's the humans' bad luck to encounter such a monster in this city. As long as we can climb up their city walls, we will have won the battle, because the weak human race can't resist the bravery of the one-horned race's warriors." The Holy Master's words made the non-human lord's expression ease a little. He seemed to only be worried about the tall city walls. As for the human warriors on the city wall, they were no different from pigs and dogs in his eyes. They were all ants that he could kill at will. No matter what, we have to fight this battle. Otherwise, we won't be able to safely cross the distance of 10,000 miles and return to our city. The longer we drag this out, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. If that's the case, then we'll attack the city immediately. At the order of the Lord, the Holy Master immediately led the dozen Holy Masters behind him to the river and raised the short scepter in his hand. The Holy Masters, who were mumbling to themselves, took out a bunch of brains from their pockets and pointed the short cannonballs in their other hands at the river. The brains in the hands of the Holy Master quickly disappeared, and the river water began to surge. A path that was 5 to 6 meters wide quickly emerged from the bottom of the river. Tang Zhen was slightly stunned when he saw this. This kind of divine art skill was very similar to the terrain transformation plugin. The paleness of the Holy Masters' faces after casting the divine spell was immediately compared to the ease with which he operated and used it. After seeing the path in the river appear, the non-human overlord immediately ordered the army to set off, heading straight for Holy Dragon City. However, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stared at the foreign army passing through the river without blinking. Tang Zhen only smiled and waved his hand after the last mammoth passed through the river. Fire the cannons and blow up the passage in the river. I want to catch a turtle in a jar this time. Chapter 288. The One-Horned Army in a sorry state. When the One-Horned Army arrived at the other side of the river, before they could organize themselves, they suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the city wall. The non-human lord was stunned and immediately looked at the Holy Dragon City's walls. However, he suddenly saw countless black dots falling from the sky. This is a xianxia. Before he could finish his sentence, all kinds of cannonballs had already landed in the camp of the single-horn army, making a loud noise. The one-horned army that had been in an orderly fashion was immediately thrown into chaos. One by one, the one-horned soldiers were blasted into pieces by the cannonballs, and their corpses were thrown high into the sky. The mammoths and the warhorses of the knights were also scared out of their wits. They kept letting out cries of fear and began to run and jump around in the group. A few cannonballs landed on the mammoths' bodies, blasting their bodies into a bloody mess. The heavily injured mammoths struggled madly for a few moments before falling to the ground. The originally mighty formation instantly suffered heavy losses. The Lord's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. Listening to the screams of his men and looking at the corpses on the ground, he felt as if he had been punched in the chest. Damn it, what's going on? Are the city walls filled with holy masters who can continuously fire divine spells? The non-human lord roared, his eyes bloodshot. The holy master, whose robe was stained with blood, ran over and shouted at the Lord, "It's not a divine spell, but a cannon. These humans have cannons, those cannons from the wild buildings. Our soldiers can't resist such weapons." The non-human lord was furious and shouted at the holy master, "Even if they got the cannons from the building, they couldn't have gotten so many cannonballs. This doesn't make sense." Seeing another cannonball flying towards them, the holy master hurriedly conjured a protective barrier to block the flying gravel. "We can't hold on here. We either retreat or rush to the city wall. Their cannons won't be able to do anything to us." The holy master was very knowledgeable and immediately came up with a solution. If it was used to attack a building with ordinary cannons, this move would indeed have an obvious effect. However, to the Holy Dragon City, it was the same no matter where they ran. The Holy Dragon City, equipped with all kinds of weapons from the original world, could let them enjoy the baptism of artillery from all angles. The non-human lord knew that the holy masters were very experienced. He immediately gave the order to charge, braving the artillery fire as he headed straight for the Holy Dragon City's walls. After accepting the mission and being teleported to this savage land, the one-horned race army would either destroy the enemy or be destroyed by the enemy. There was no third option. The one-horned warriors, who had left a trail of corpses on the river bank, roared and rushed towards the city wall. However, the pride on their faces had long been replaced by fear. They had paid such a heavy price to attack a level 3 human city. This was something that they had never expected before accepting the mission. However, things had already come to this, and they had no way out. Unless they broke through the enemy's city and took the foundation stone of the city, they would never have the chance to return to their hometown. The one-horned warriors charged forward while enduring the constant explosions. Even though their comrades were being blown away by the explosions, they didn't dare to look back. The powerful destructive power of the cannonballs made them experience what fear was. The riverbank was not far from the Holy Dragon City's city walls. The sturdy one-horned race warriors held their breaths, and it did not take long before they reached their destination. As the Holy Master had said, the cannonballs were no longer able to hit them once they were near the city walls. Unfortunately, they did not know that the reason why they did not suffer the bombardment here was because Tang Zhen still had other means waiting for them. Below the city wall, the one-horned race's warriors looked back with bitter expressions. Starting from the riverbank, the ground was filled with cannon holes of various sizes. Countless one-horned soldiers were lying on the ground. Just by looking at their bloody bodies, one could tell that they were in grave danger. The one-horned warriors who were still alive were wailing in pain, but no one dared to save them. A few one-horned soldiers had tried to save their comrades, but before they could even reach them, the musketeers on the city wall had already broken their legs, and they were now screaming in pain. The non-human lord was covered in dust. He raised his head and looked at the city wall above him. He was in a dilemma. According to the height of the city wall, the humans guarding the city could use stones and flintlocks to attack them. However, up until now, the other party had no intention of attacking. The non-humankind leaders could clearly see the mocking looks on those human warriors' faces. They looked at the one-horned army as if they were looking at a group of rats trapped in a cage. A cat playing with a mouse, this was probably the situation in front of them. Thinking of this, the non-human leader was extremely angry, and he wanted to tear all the humans on the city wall into pieces. It had been a long time since he had been humiliated like this, ever since he had been promoted to lord. This made his killing intent boil. Cultivator battle team, charge up the city wall. I want to wash this city with blood. Archers, cover fire. Following the order of the non-human overlord, the one-horned race cultivators, whose eyes were filled with anger, immediately opened the leather pockets on their waists and put on a special glove. After putting on the gloves, the one-horned race cultivators jumped up the city wall and began to move upward like geckos. When their gloves came into contact with the stone wall, they would be tightly sucked in, ensuring that these cultivators would not fall off the city wall. When the one-horned cultivators climbed the wall, they didn't do it in separate groups. Instead, they formed a line in groups of 5, so that only one of them was exposed. They moved in unison, moving as fast as lightning, quickly climbing up the city wall. From afar, it looked as if dozens of giant caterpillars were crawling rapidly on the city wall. The one-horned soldiers raised their crossbows and fired at the Holy Dragon City soldiers. Unfortunately, the Holy Dragon City's walls were too high. Even if these arrows hit the top of the wall, they would lose their lethality. Most of the crossbow arrows fell limply to the ground as soon as they touched the city wall. After all, the range of a crossbow was limited compared to firearms. Tang Zhen stood by the city wall and clicked his tongue in wonder after seeing this scene. However, he did not allow this group of people to continue climbing. A group of Holy Dragon City soldiers armed with shotguns and automatic rifles popped out of the city wall and began to spray at the one-horned cultivators climbing the wall. Muffled gunshots rang out continuously as the flying bullets blocked the one-horned cultivators' escape route. One by one, the one-horned race cultivators were shot and fell from the high city wall, screaming and turning into a pile of meat paste. The 50-meter-tall Holy Dragon City wall had become the place where the souls of the one-horned race cultivators were severed. Even though the one-horned cultivators advanced in a very special way and could ensure that only the cultivators at the top were attacked, they could not withstand the continuous shooting of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. When a group of cultivators attacking the city was crippled, the surviving cultivators would join the other groups and continue to attack the Holy Dragon City's walls. When they were about to reach the top of the wall, only a dozen of the one-horned race cultivators were left out of the original 100. Tang Zhen had specially ordered them to stay alive because he wanted to obtain the information he wanted from these one-horned race cultivators. When these one-horned race cultivators finally climbed up the city wall and were about to start a massacre, they were greeted by a large patch of special medicinal powder. It was a special powder from Colossal Bone City that had a strong numbing effect. The one-horned race cultivators who inhaled the powder immediately felt their bodies go soft and they collapsed to the ground like mud. Despicable, shameless. The one-horned cultivator couldn't speak, so he could only curse in his heart and glare at the man with anger. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers who were attacking them had antidotes in their mouths, their faces full of mockery. A few one-horned race cultivators who reacted quickly held their breaths in time and luckily dodged the attack of the powder. A dozen Holy Dragon City cultivators quickly surrounded them. They waved their electric batons and easily subdued the one-horned cultivators. Tang Zhen sneered as he looked at the one-horned race's cultivators who were tied up on the ground and had unwilling expressions on their faces. Attack freely. Clean up the battlefield in 10 minutes. With this order, the doomsday of the one-horned army had arrived. Countless bullets and machine gun grenades rained down, knocking down the one-horned army. The eyes of the alien race's leader were spitting fire, but he had no choice but to continuously dodge. Tang Zhen looked down at the one-horned race's leader from above. He casually took a large-caliber sniper rifle from the table beside him and locked onto his vital spot. Bang! The bullet whizzed out and directly hit the alien overlord. The alien overlord dodged in time, and the spear only hit half of his arm. The heavily injured foreign tribe leader looked at Tang Zhen with hatred in his eyes. After which, he turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation. The one-horned army had been completely destroyed by the intense artillery fire. Now that things had come to this, there was no need for him to stay any longer. He could only make plans after escaping. No matter what, he had to take revenge. You want to escape? Dream on. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he saw this. His figure instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 289. Hidden Platform. Kill the Overlord. The alien lord's arm was broken by a large-caliber bullet, and blood kept flowing out. If it wasn't for the cannonball's impact on his reaction and defense, he wouldn't have been hit so easily. Moreover, the power of this large-caliber sniper rifle was truly terrifying. At this moment, the non-human lord's heart was filled with anger, but more than that, he was filled with fear. Although they were at the edge of the continent, they still had a certain understanding of this wild land that was tens of thousands of miles away. Compared to the area he was in, this place was called the Wildlands, and it was indeed worthy of its name. Due to the effects of the Frost Moon calamity, this area was not suitable for long-term development. Any race with influence on the continent would not waste their resources here. It was for this reason that the Wildlands was far inferior to the other regions in terms of resources and development. If the two towers of the same level were to fight normally, the tower in the Wildlands would have almost no power to fight back. In the eyes of the cultivators outside the Wildlands, the cultivators of the Wildlands were no different from beggars. It was also because of this reason that the foreign overlord had accepted this siege mission from the Cornerstone trading platform, leading his mercenary group to teleport to the wilderness continent. The alien overlord receiving this kind of mission from the Cornerstone trading platform was one of the pieces of information that Tang Zhen didn't know about. This was a type of mission option that would only appear on the Cornerstone trading platform after Lu Cheng was upgraded to level 5. It was called a continent mission by cultivators, and it usually had extremely generous points as a reward. Any tower above level 5 could issue missions on the continent, and they could also form mercenary groups to receive missions. The spoils of war, other than the mission items, would all belong to the mercenary group. In many high-class buildings on the continent, there would be registered mercenary groups that specialized in this kind of mission. They were all very powerful. The missions that the One-Horned Tribe's mercenary group accepted were special missions that were automatically issued by the platform. They were called Heavenly Dao missions. From this, it could be seen how strong and confident the controller behind the Cornerstone platform was. He would actually add the word, Heavenly Dao, to the task that was issued by him. This kind of Heavenly Dao mission had always been one of the missions that mercenary groups in advanced dungeons frantically pursued. The reason for this was the high return. When a Heavenly Dao mission was accepted, a spatial vortex would appear and send the mercenary group directly to the mission location. Only the Cornerstone trading platform would have such a heaven-defying ability. There were countless guesses as to who was in control of the Cornerstone trading platform. However, after countless years, there was still no accurate answer. Some said that it was the unbelievably powerful control of the city, some said that it was the control of a powerful alien race, but more people believed that it was the means of the gods. There were different opinions, and it was difficult to distinguish between true and false. When he turned around to look at the Lord, his face was ashen. The leader of the foreign tribes would never have dreamed that the mission that he had thought was not difficult would actually destroy the mercenary group that his family had spent so much effort to build. This was the blood, sweat, and tears of his family. It was because of this mercenary group that his family was able to maintain nearly 100 years of prosperity in the One-Horned Clan's city. However, after this battle, the entire mercenary group was completely destroyed. The foreign lord could imagine the expression of his family elders when they heard this news. If he were to return to the clan now, he would definitely be sent to the dungeon and then executed. No, I can't go back, or I'll be dead. After the non-human overlord thought of this, he couldn't help but speed up and run deeper into the wilderness. After running for a full half an hour, the leader of the non-humans burrowed into a pile of rocks and found a hidden place to sit down, panting heavily. The wound on his arm had been tied up by him, and the bleeding had stopped long ago. However, after losing a lot of blood, his breath had become weak. After looking at his broken arm, a trace of hatred flashed across the face of the non-human lord. Damn it, I didn't think that there would be so many firearms in this human city. Did they find a few extremely rare wild buildings? Otherwise, they can't have so much ammunition. The non-human lord was quite knowledgeable and knew that cannons needed cannonballs to fire. However, while cannons were easy to find, ammunition was extremely rare, which was also one of the characteristics of the building. There was a rule that when clearing out wild buildings, one would not be able to get a large pile of cannonballs after getting the cannon. In the level 9 one-horned clan city, some cannons could be found in the wild buildings. These cannons came in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Some of them were glowing cannons from giant steel warships. They could even kill king-tier monsters with a single strike. Their power was extremely terrifying. However, these cannons all faced the same problem, which was the lack of shells. They couldn't be used in battle normally and could only be used as decorations or directly smelted into weapons. This was also the reason why the lord of the foreign race was so surprised when he saw the Holy Dragon City's continuous bombardment. If they had sufficient ammunition, the soldiers in the world of Lusheng would have long taken down cities with their rifles and cannons. They would not have used cold weapons to fight. The Holy Dragon City had many cannons and flintlocks, and it also had a tall city wall to rely on. It was no wonder that the surrounding monsters had all been killed, resulting in the lack of monsters to attack the city. He had to accept this damn mission and then run into the muzzle of a gun. The non-human overlord wanted to cry but had no tears. He also hated Holy Dragon City to the core. After I recover, I will definitely sneak into Holy Dragon City and kill until blood flows like a river to relieve the hatred in my heart. The non-human lord growled, his face full of killing intent. I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance. A low voice sounded in the ears of the lord of the foreign tribe, causing him to be scared out of his wits. He wanted to get up to check out the situation out of reflex, but he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A purple short sword emerged from his chest and pierced through his weapon armor. Then, it twisted violently. The lord's heart was instantly shattered. He opened and closed his mouth twice in a daze, his face full of unwillingness. When he saw Tang Zhen appear out of thin air in front of him, he wanted to stretch out his hand to grab him. However, he no longer had the slightest strength. With a heart full of loss and regret, the lord fell heavily to the ground, dying in the wilderness that he regarded as a wild land. Tang Zhen raised the purple lightning short sword and carefully cleaned it. The purple lightning short sword could pierce through low-level demonic armors. This was an unexpected discovery that Tang Zhen had made during a test. He now cherished this mysterious weapon that he had obtained by chance even more. After storing the non-human overlord corpse in the storage space, Tang Zhen quickly rushed back to the Holy Dragon City. At this time, the battle at the city walls had ended. 90% of the one-horned race's soldiers had died in battle, while the rest had been captured by the Holy Dragon City soldiers. These captives were tied up with a special metal rope of the Glittergold race. At this time, under the custody of the Holy Dragon City soldiers, they were all squatting on the ground. After seeing Tang Zhen return, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers continuously saluted him. Tang Zhen walked in front of the one-horned race's captives and threw out the one-horned race's overlord corpse. Bang! When the corpse fell to the ground, it stirred up a cloud of dust, making it look even more miserable. The one-horned soldiers looked at the corpses on the ground, and the pained expressions on their faces became more and more intense. A sense of sorrow spread among the captives. In a corner, the holy masters who were covered in blood were dumbfounded. They were different from the one-horned warriors. The holy masters were more concerned about the techniques that Tang Zhen had just displayed. Heavens, this human city lord could actually take things out of thin air. Did he possess some kind of extremely rare holy master skill, or did he possess some kind of spatial magic equipment? No matter which point it was, it showed that this human city lord was not simple. The grade 5 holy master's eyes were shining and his face was filled with excitement. If it wasn't for the fact that a gun was pointed at his head at this moment, he would most likely pounce in front of Tang Zhen and obtain information regarding this matter at all costs. Tang Zhen also noticed the Holy Masters. Expressions and a smile appeared on his face. This group of people was indeed tempted. In the next interrogation, he hoped to get some information that would interest him. Chapter 290. Lu Sheng's new appearance won all of the one-horned captives, including the few Holy Masters, were put under strict custody. Tang Zhen planned to lock up the Holy Masters for a period of time. He would bring them up for interrogation after they were completely honest. The best time for interrogation would be after the Holy Masters' spirit had been worn down. After consuming the tranquilizer from Colossal Bone City, the one-horned tribe captives became as weak as mud, and they no longer had the strength to struggle. In this way, there was no need to worry about them causing trouble. Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about cleaning up the battlefield. After walking around once, he turned around and returned to the Sacred Dragon Valley. What Tang Zhen needed to do now was to check the newly upgraded towers. Along the way, Tang Zhen received the salutations of countless new residents. He slowly arrived at the main city of the Holy Dragon City and climbed the long steps. After being promoted to level 3, the steps in front of the Holy Dragon capital city had become wider. Each step was half a meter wide and more than 20 meters long, looking extremely spectacular. White stone guardrails appeared on both sides of the steps. They were covered with exquisite and noble decorations. 20 Holy Dragon City soldiers in bright armor stood on the steps, responsible for the defense of the main tower. Each of them looked majestic. When Tang Zhen passed by, these soldiers would clench their fists on their chests and bow. Their faces were filled with solemnness and excitement. After walking up the long flight of stairs, they were faced with the main city's first-floor hall. This hall was extremely bright and spacious. The decorations were simple and luxurious, and it exuded a rich aura. The Holy Dragon City's main city, which used to be a bank building, always unconsciously revealed a trace of money-related aura. It was just that there was a new item that was added to the hall that caused Tang Zhen to feel a headache. The Ghost Bank, which used to only exist in the shadows, now appeared in the hall in a grand manner, and in the most conspicuous position. A few Holy Dragon City residents were at the counter, conversing with the female ghost salesgirls. After seeing Tang Zhen's arrival, a few residents bowed and saluted before swiftly leaving. Compared to Tang Zhen, the aboriginals in the world of towers only treated these female ghosts as some kind of alien race. They didn't have any fear. On a large silver plate, written on it were the various trading rules of the Ghost Bank, which was extremely dazzling. This billboard had a magical ability. Even if you were illiterate, you could understand the meaning of the message at first glance. The price was clearly stated, and he was honest with everyone. However, was it appropriate for this thing to appear in the main hall of his main building? Tang Zhen didn't even dare to imagine the scene of a few female ghost salesgirls staring at him every time he returned to Lusheng at night. Tang Zhen felt his blood run cold just thinking about it. The Ghost Bank was no longer a small place with only a few female ghosts. With the upgrade of the building, it had become a large sales department with dozens of beautiful female ghosts. Through the thick bulletproof glass, Tang Zhen could clearly see that in the dark workroom behind, there were pale-faced female ghosts floating around. Even with Tang Zhen's current cultivation, he still felt a little uneasy after seeing this scene. A female ghost who was familiar with Tang Zhen turned her head around and gave him a sweet smile when she saw Tang Zhen's unblinking gaze sizing up this place. When the Holy Dragon City was first built, she had already appeared and was in charge of the various businesses of the Ghost Bank. Now, with the Holy Dragon City's upgrade, this beautiful female ghost status had also risen. The badge on her chest had already clearly stated her current identity. It had to be said that this female ghost was extremely beautiful, and her temperament was cold and shocking. She was beautiful, but she felt a chill down her spine. Tang Zhen awkwardly smiled. He hurriedly turned around and headed upstairs. Since the establishment of the Ghost Bank, it had already provided Tang Zhen with a lot of commission, and its customers were naturally the residents of the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen had no way to stop such a thing, nor did he want to stop it. Other than the rule that residents were not allowed to borrow money beyond their ability to repay, Tang Zhen did not interfere in other aspects. Everyone had their own ambitions. Since the other party had chosen to trade with the Ghost Bank, they must have made sufficient considerations. There was no need for him to stop them. As long as it existed, it was reasonable. Tang Zhen also wanted to see what kind of surprise this ghost bank could bring him. Due to the lack of an elevator, Tang Zhen could only walk up the stairs. This was something that he had no other choice. He had never heard of an elevator in the building. However, in the advanced dungeons, there was a device bought from the cornerstone platform that could teleport within the dungeon over short distances. It was a pity that the Holy Dragon City's level was too low, and they were not qualified to equip that kind of thing. After going from the first floor to the second floor, Tang Zhen began to observe the changes on this floor. During the upgrade, Tang Zhen had transformed this place into an internal shopping mall. All the shops would be moved here. As the lighting system had not been installed, the second floor was a little dark. The space of nearly 4,000 square meters seemed empty. It wouldn't take long for this place to become lively, becoming the best place for Holy Dragon City residents to trade. After leaving the second floor, Tang Zhen headed to the third floor. This floor was the Holy Dragon City's office. The managers' offices were on this floor, and they handled all the Holy Dragon City's affairs. A few levels higher was the city lord's territory, Tang Zhen. He had a space of several thousand square meters. The area above the 10th floor was the Holy Dragon City's residential area, and there were special stairs. The residential houses were built around the windows, forming a ring of houses. In the middle was an open space, which was where the residents usually interacted and entertained themselves. Now that there was sufficient living space, Tang Zhen acted willfully and left a place for such activities every 2 floors. After Tang Zhen walked around the main city, he headed to the newly built auxiliary city. The pure white exterior of the newly built city tower was like a huge villa, and it was even more pleasing to the eye against the beautiful scenery of the sacred Dragon Valley. After Tang Zhen's modification, the original lifeless style had disappeared and it became more spacious and bright. Each floor had a huge hanging balcony, which was intertwined like flower petals. The design was unique and beautiful. The residents could play and enjoy the scenery here. They could also hold various activities. There was definitely enough space. Tang Zhen named this place as the first auxiliary city, while the underground city was the second auxiliary city. In the future, there would be third and fourth auxiliary cities. The 10 floors below the first auxiliary city were still treated as public areas by Tang Zhen. The goblin Luta had already instructed her assistant to occupy a large room facing the mother tree and use it as her laboratory. Hearthhammer, on the other hand, found a place in the underground city to continue his research on his new armor. After Tang Zhen walked around the first auxiliary city, he headed to the underground city. The original refuge of the Glittergold race had disappeared and was replaced by the new underground city. The underground city was brightly lit. The lighting system of the new underground city had been completely preserved by Zhen Tang. Different from the oppressive atmosphere of the sanctuary, this place was brighter and more spacious. Because it had been upgraded to level 3, the underground city's area was several times larger than the Glittergold race's sanctuary. The available space was even larger than the main city and auxiliary city number 1 combined. After the tower city was upgraded, Tang Zhen didn't have to worry about the lack of accommodation because he had enough rooms. Even if new residents joined, they would immediately have their own new home. Of the residents who had joined Holy Dragon City later, 90% had become new residents here. At this moment, the underground city was filled with people. It was like the large underground shopping malls in the original world. Every floor was full of people. These residents were in groups of 3 to 5. They were currently sizing up their new homes. When they saw Tang Zhen's arrival, they all bowed and greeted him. They had already received a resident identity card and were now official residents of the Holy Dragon City. Naturally, they would be extremely respectful to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen walked around the underground city once before he walked out with a face full of smiles. The Holy Dragon City's upgrade had been completed, and the residents had been properly settled. Everything had been arranged in an orderly manner by the managers. The next thing Tang Zhen had to do was to upgrade his mobile application and prepare for the opening of the business district. Chapter 291. Woman's Schemes, Mobile Phone Upgrade. In a spacious and bright study, Tang Zhen sat on a huge chair and looked at the report that Tai Seng had just delivered. After a brutal interrogation, the one-horned tribe captives all gave in and told him everything they knew. One-horned holy masters who knew the human language were pulled over to act as temporary translators. The level 5 holy master had repeatedly requested to see Tang Zhen and said that he had something important to report, but he was mercilessly rejected by Tyson. Tang Zhen had already given the order to ignore the group of holy masters and to let them suffer first. With Tang Zhen's order, Tai Seng naturally did not bother with these holy masters who had looks of anticipation on their faces. These holy masters had dejected looks on their faces. They could only follow the arrangements of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers and obediently squat in the specially made prison, pondering how they could see Tang Zhen again. They were determined to get their hands on the spatial storage ability. After carefully reading through the report, Tang Zhen turned his head to the side and said to Tessin, "Since these one-horned people came from the 9th grade city 10,000 miles away, did they mention Heaven Battling City?" Tai Seng nodded and said with a serious expression, "I've asked them, and Heaven Battling City does indeed exist. It's a grade 9 human race city, and it's an enemy of the one-horned race." At the same time, several other foreign races were also eyeing Heaven Battling City. According to the information given by those captives, that woman from Blossom Valley didn't lie to you. Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He gently shook his head and said to Tai Sen, "That woman doesn't need to lie to me about this. As long as I put in my heart, I can get all the information. But is everything she's doing really out of good intentions?" After Tang Zhen said this, he stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He had a pondering expression. If she was really that sincere, she would definitely remind me about the disaster of the cold moon in her letter so that I could make early preparations. Even if I already knew about such a terrifying disaster, she should still have mentioned it. That would be more in line with her style. However, this woman didn't say a word about this matter, so it was worth pondering. This woman is from Heaven Battling City and is very knowledgeable. She knows a thing or two about the weapons we use. It's precisely because of this that I think she has ulterior motives. Even a one-horned warrior knows about the disaster of the cold moon, how could she not know? Didn't she know that the inheritance of the wildlands had been cut off, and that most of the cultivators knew nothing about the disaster of the cold moon? In my opinion, she might have thought that she couldn't resist the disaster of the cold moon, so she gave me the Tower City of the 100-Flower Valley. With that, not only will the residents be grateful to her, but even I will have to look at her in a higher light. However, ever since I found out about the existence of the cold moon disaster, I became more and more suspicious of this woman. Knowing that the disaster of the cold moon was coming, why did she come to this savage land? She clearly knows that I'm not on the same side as her, but why is she so friendly with me? People of different paths could not work together. A battle of ideas could lead to bloodshed. What's more, she had received the education of Heaven Battling City since she was a child, so she had no doubts about the ideals of Heaven Battling City. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this woman is not simple. Perhaps she is using these methods to hide her true purpose. I really want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. This woman face to face, what she's up to. Tang Zhen started to slowly walk around the room as he spoke up to this point. His brows were slightly furrowed. Tai Seng thought for a moment and said to Tang Zhen, "But the problem is that she has already left. The survivors of 100-Flower Valley have also joined the Holy Dragon City and become our residents." A thought suddenly flashed in Tang Zhen's mind after he heard Tai Seng's words. A moment later, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. If I'm not wrong, this woman didn't return to Heaven Battling City. Instead, she's hiding in Holy Dragon City. Tai Seng was startled when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he revealed a killing intent as he said to Tang Zhen, "City Lord, do we need a woo-woo?" Tang Zhen waved his hand and said to the solemn-looking Tessin, "Don't worry. She won't be able to cause any trouble in Holy Dragon City. But now I'm even more curious about her purpose. She could have left the wildlands before the disaster of the cold moon, but she chose to stay. What was her plan? Let's not act rashly, we just need to observe in secret. I believe that when the disaster of the cold moon comes, this woman will definitely give herself away." After Tai Seng left, Tang Zhen took out the token given to him by the 100-Flower Valley City Lord, and his face was filled with deep thought. "Heaven Battling City, what are you planning? Besides this woman, what other unknown methods do you have?" After thinking for a while, Tang Zhen threw the token on the table and turned his attention to the mobile application he had downloaded. Apart from the consumption of the Lusheng sacrifice, Tang Zhen still had a large number of brain beads in his hands, so his waist bag was quite full. Tang Zhen had obtained 30 level 6 brains from the elves, relics found at the Cyclops place. A level 6 brain bead was equivalent to 100,000 brain beads. If it was converted into gold coins, it would be equivalent to 1 million gold coins in the application store. 30 level 6 brain beads were equivalent to 30 million gold coins. This was definitely a huge sum of money for Tang Zhen. With these gold coins, Tang Zhen should start to consider the problem of upgrading his phone and applications. The first upgrade of the phone was because the balance of gold coins had exceeded 1 million gold coins. If he wanted to upgrade it again, he would need to have a balance of more than 10 million gold coins. Tang Zhen originally didn't want to spend this sum of money, but he had to spend it. Some of his applications had been upgraded to a bottleneck, and his map had been upgraded to the top. When he wanted to upgrade the map again, he was told that the version of his phone was too low, and that he could only continue to upgrade it after upgrading his phone. Apart from the map, the cultivator skills that Tang Zhen guessed would most likely appear after the phone was upgraded. Tang Zhen was actually full of anticipation for the upgraded application store. He would not be leaving the Holy Dragon City for the next few days, so he might as well upgrade his phone directly. After Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he immediately took out all the items in his storage space and exchanged the 10 level 6 brain beads for gold coins. Just as he had expected, when the balance of his phone exceeded 10 million, a notification popped up in front of his eyes. This time, the upgrade would take a day. Tang Zhen only needed to read his books in peace. As his phone was turned off, Tang Zhen's vision returned to normal, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen had already formed a reliance on his phone. Fortunately, although his phone was turned off, his cultivation was still there. Tang Zhen was still the 6th grade overlord who crushed countless low-level cultivators. Inside Tang Zhen's study room, there were countless books that were neatly placed on the bookshelves. Collecting all sorts of books had also become one of Tang Zhen's hobbies. As he sipped the coffee that Murong Xian had brought, Tang Zhen picked up a thick book that he had gotten from Colossal Bone City and began to read it carefully. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When Tang Zhen felt his phone vibrate slightly, he knew that the upgrade had been completed. With an excited and nervous mood, Tang Zhen turned on his phone and entered the application store. Chapter 292. The new version of the App Store. As the phone was officially launched, Tang Zhen's mood became more and more nervous. Tang Zhen couldn't help but be nervous. After all, this phone was too important to him. As the phone was turned on, Tang Zhen immediately noticed the change in the phone. The wallpaper of his phone now was the Holy Dragon Valley, which stood tall in the wilderness. He reached out and clicked on it. Tang Zhen realized that the picture on the desktop wasn't simple. As Tang Zhen continued to operate, he discovered that he could observe the Holy Dragon City from all angles according to his own will. Compared to the map view, this kind of manual operation was very troublesome. Tang Zhen didn't know the meaning of the desktop. He casually tapped on the Holy Dragon City residents passing by in the image, and a magical scene happened. A small notification popped up above the resident's head, and it was full of subtitles. The subtitles included the name of the resident, his cultivation level, intelligence, combat power, and other values. There was even a loyalty indicator. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen's heart was incomparably shocked. Then, a joyous expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect that after the phone upgrade, there would be such a practical and convenient ability. With this, Tang Zhen could easily understand the information of every resident and control the Holy Dragon City even more easily. By relying on this method, Tang Zhen could easily get rid of potential enemies, find useful talents, and arrange work for each person according to their strengths. In fact, among the skills of the Holy Masters, there was also such a detection spell, just like Tang Zhen's monster detector, which could understand all the information about a person. Many high-level buildings would train Holy Masters who cultivated such skills to assist the city lord in management. It was because of the existence of this Holy Master skill that the residents of the high-level buildings were extremely loyal. As long as there were disloyal ones, they would be dealt with as soon as they were discovered. In order to maintain the stability of the tower, he had to use some thunderous means. However, compared to those divine arts that required constant consumption of mental energy, the information displayed on Tang Zhen's phone was more comprehensive, and it also saved him more effort. Originally, Tang Zhen had planned to exchange for a similar skill on the Cornerstone trading platform to manage more and more residents. Now, it seemed that there was no need. After the phone was upgraded, it gave him a big surprise at the beginning. This made Tang Zhen look forward to it even more. Tang Zhen quickly opened the application store and found that the interface of the store had indeed undergone a large change, giving people a completely new feeling. Compared to the previous application store, the newly upgraded application store had a cultivator skill option, but there were only 2 download options. These 2 cultivation skills were the 2 cultivation skills that were recorded in the application store after Tang Zhen exchanged for them on the Cornerstone trading platform. If he wanted to complete it, Tang Zhen still needed to head to the Cornerstone trading platform to continue exchanging. Tang Zhen was very happy to do this. Other than being able to obtain the complete version of a cultivator's skill, there was another reason. Along with the increase in the number of cultivator skills, there was a new download function. Not only could Tang Zhen use his brain to directly download and install the application, but he could also pay a small portion of his brain to choose to download a one-time application card. After tearing this application card, one could directly use a cultivator's skill once, which was simple and practical. Moreover, there were no cultivation restrictions on that kind of card. Ordinary people could use it as usual after getting it. After Tang Zhen saw this scene, he immediately discovered the rich business opportunity within. If he were to sell those cards or use them as rewards, they would definitely be very popular. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators could also be equipped with some cards, which would greatly increase their combat power. After the auction house opened, that kind of card could also be sold as a signature product, and it would definitely be very profitable. The appearance of the one-time application card would definitely be a huge surprise. Tang Zhen's face was filled with joy as he continued to look at the other new functions. Many new applications had been added to the store. Maps and other applications could be upgraded. After seeing this, Tang Zhen felt relieved. As the Holy Dragon City's territory grew larger and larger, a mere 10-kilometer map view could no longer satisfy Tang Zhen's needs. Upgrading the map was a must. As if to match the map that was getting bigger and bigger, the App Store had added some special applications that could not be downloaded but could be purchased according to the number of times they were used. Space-based weapon comprehensive edition. Able to shoot lasers and throw special metals to strike any target within the map. Usage price: 10,000 brain beads per use. Super antimatter bomb, extremely powerful attack, capacity adjustable, lowest version price, 1 million brain beads each time. Meteor attack: a large number of meteorites falling from the sky can form a high-temperature sea of fire. Usage price: 100,000 brain beads per use. Super flying sword: use a flying sword to attack a target within the map, instantly arriving without a trace. Price: 50,000 brain beads per use. Closing square bracket question mark question mark. These special applications that were paid for were extremely powerful, and each of them could launch an attack within 100 miles. Tang Zhen was speechless as he watched. Good goods were sold at good prices. The price of these special uses was also ridiculously high. Tang Zhen would not use them easily. In addition to these special applications, the application store also added some insignificant things. Tang Zhen took a look and didn't care. After the phone upgrade, the most obvious change was that it no longer used gold coins as payment. Instead, it used brains. Secondly, there was a new mandatory spending function in the store. Whether Tang Zhen was willing or not, he had to spend 100 brain beads every day to draw the lottery. If Tang Zhen didn't have time, the application store would draw a prize for him and automatically save the prize. Although Tang Zhen didn't lack brains, he still had some complaints about this kind of forceful method. After looking at the new features, the next step was to upgrade the few existing applications. The first was to increase the visible area of the map. Tang Zhen spent 1 million brain beads to increase the visible area of the map to 100 kilometers. He wanted to level up again, but he found that he needed to pay 10 million brain beads. This caused Tang Zhen to hesitate for a moment before he temporarily gave up on the plan to continue upgrading. At the moment, a map view with a radius of 100 kilometers was enough for him. The remaining brain beads still needed to be upgraded for other uses, and could not be wasted. After upgrading the map, Tang Zhen began to upgrade the storage space. As he brought more and more resources, the storage space was no longer enough for Tang Zhen to use. Therefore, the remaining brain beads were basically prepared to upgrade the storage space. As a large number of brains were thrown in, Tang Zhen's storage space also continued to expand. When the storage space reached nearly 100,000 cubic meters, Tang Zhen stopped upgrading. The brain pearl was almost used up. Tang Zhen could not help but quietly sigh in his heart as he sensed the nearly 50 meters of storage space. From now on, he no longer had to constantly teleport back and forth because of the storage space's capacity. Chapter 293. The preparations before the opening. 1. In the main hall of the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen sat on a large chair and looked at a document in deep thought. The Holy Dragon City's people in charge were all gathered here, discussing the matters before the opening of the business district. A middle-aged man with a calm expression looked at everyone and said under Tang Zhen's signal, "All the preparations in the commercial district have been completed. The goods have also been put on the shelves. After our strict selection, each store has selected a suitable person in charge and the service staff has also completed their training, so they can open for business at any time. There are a total of 20 properties belonging to the Holy Dragon City in the business district right now. They are the Holy Dragon Mall, the Holy Dragon Hotel, the Holy Dragon Hotel, the Holy Dragon Auction House, the Holy Dragon Mercenary Union, the Holy Dragon Restaurant, and so on. In addition, the shops and caves that were rented out had also been renovated and tidied up, and could be rented out at any time. At present, there are close to 10 caravans waiting outside the city. I believe that on the opening day, there will be more caravans coming." After the middle-aged man said this, he glanced at Tang Zhen before sitting back down on his chair. Tang Zhen nodded his head. He was quite satisfied with this middle-aged man who was in charge of managing the business district. "Since that's the case, we'll keep the original opening date. However, we'll still have to spend some effort on the opening ceremony and make these country bumpkins drop their jaws in shock." Everyone laughed in their hearts when Tang Zhen's words were spoken. After the laughter stopped, Tang Zhen looked at a well-built young man and asked with a smile, "Xiao Rui, how is the security of the commercial district?" Little Rui stood up when he heard this. He said to Tang Zhen, "All the security work in the commercial district has been arranged. The drill to deal with emergencies has been carried out several times. It is guaranteed that the first time an accident happens, it will be handled properly." At this moment, Xiao Rui's entire body was bursting with heroic spirit, and his face was filled with confidence. He was wearing a set of armor designed by the dwarven Hearthhammer. The main body was made of metal cloth of the glittergold race, which had been processed into black. The chest and some vital parts were protected by black metal plate armor, which looked majestic. Overall, it was very similar to the combat suit of the celestial deity army. There was also a pair of black monster leather boots, a black combat hat with chain armor inside, and a pair of black half-finger leather gloves. In terms of weapons, the guards of the commercial district were equipped with 9mm pistols, black scabbard steel daggers, and a few grapeshot guns and automatic rifles. With this set of equipment on him, he was so handsome that he blinded the eyes. In the first few days of the equipment, the guards of the commercial district would attract a lot of attention wherever they went. The guards of the commercial district were very proud after feeling that they had become the focus of attention. As one of the FA8 of the commercial district, Tang Zhen had spent a lot of resources on these guards. From the looks of it, the effect was pretty good. After Xiao Rui sat down, Tang Zhen's gaze turned to the person in charge of the auction and the mercenary association. Tang Zhen was very concerned about these two places. The inventory in the Holy Dragon City's warehouse had been cleared once. Any item that had been identified was sent to the store with a clear price tag. Some precious and special items would be sent to the auction house, waiting to be auctioned and sold in order to create the greatest value. There were many items of unknown origin that were temporarily stored, and they would be appraised again after they were recruited by a knowledgeable person. The one-time use cards exchanged by Zhen Tang would also be sent to the auction house for bidding. After the person in charge of the auction house finished speaking, Tang Zhen looked at the person in charge of the mercenary association. This was a brawny man whose height was second only to Da Shang's. He had a scar on his face and his entire body was emitting a baleful aura. However, he appeared extremely respectful when facing Tang Zhen. The mercenary association staff has already completed their training, and the other preparatory work has also been completed. At present, hundreds of missions of different levels had been sorted out. After the business was opened, they could be distributed to the wanderers and residents. The level and reputation system has also been perfected, and with the equipment you've brought, work efficiency will be greatly improved. After the person in charge of the mercenary association finished his report, Tang Zhen nodded his head and indicated for everyone to head to the commercial district together to carry out the final inspection. A group of people followed the wide road slowly to the location of the commercial district. The entrance to the commercial district was located under a giant peak. The archway was more than 10 meters high and nearly 30 meters wide. It had been carefully decorated. In order to make the entrance of the commercial district look even more high-end and magnificent, several hundred construction workers busied themselves for a full 5 days before barely meeting Tang Zhen's request. Their hard work was not in vain. At least, people who saw the commercial district for the first time couldn't help but stare at it for a long time. The crowd exclaimed in admiration as they walked into the clean commercial district. Tidiness and hygiene were Tang Zhen's most basic requirements for the business district. He didn't want this great environment to be destroyed by garbage. Walking on the wide stone street, Tang Zhen began to size up the surrounding environment. The plants that he had transplanted were all growing luxuriantly. There were colorful flowers and plants everywhere. Tall trees were planted on both sides of the road, full of fresh flowers and green leaves, looking magnificent. The newly decorated tall building was now wide open, and the staff in various uniforms were making the final preparations before the opening. Countless colored flags were hanging over the road, and some balloons were floating above the commercial district, becoming one of the embellishments of the green mountains and rivers. The business district was very large. It took Tang Zhen over 20 minutes to walk to the central square. A patrol team of the commercial district came over. After seeing Tang Zhen, they immediately stopped and saluted. Seeing these 10 young security guards who were wearing standard black armor and exuding a heroic aura, Tang Zhen laughed out loud and loudly praised them. When the guards heard this, they were all overjoyed and very excited. They were the survivors of Black Rock City who had just obtained the qualifications to become an official resident. Their average age was less than 18 years old and they were full of vitality and energy. Ever since they had come to Holy Dragon City, they had experienced many things. Unknowingly, they had completely integrated into this place and their loyalty to Holy Dragon City was very high. The environment here was more free, the scenery was more beautiful, the benefits were more generous, and the potential for development was more abundant. Every day that he lived here was a breath of fresh air. The hot blood of the young people was ignited. They actively participated in all kinds of work in the Holy Dragon City, full of energy. This time, the commercial district was selecting guards. When they saw the guards, uniforms and equipment, the young people immediately erupted with enthusiasm and signed up for the selection. These 10 young security guards were the best of the best who had passed all the trials and were finally selected. Now that they had obtained Tang Zhen's praise, their fighting spirit was even greater. It was as if hot blood was burning in their chests. Tang Zhen didn't know that all the young people in the Holy Dragon City regarded him as an idol. A single word of praise from him was enough to excite these young people for a few days. Tang Zhen returned to his room after walking around the commercial district. In another 2 days, the Holy Dragon City's business district would officially open for business. Chapter 294. A caravan from a foreign race. Another morning came. Huo Lu came out of his tent and stretched his body. Not far away, there was already smoke rising from the kitchen. The members of the Fire Tribe's caravan had already started to get busy and at the same time, they had closed their tents. He turned around and saw that the other caravans near the camp were also packing up. The entire Salty River was a busy scene. 5 more caravans arrived here yesterday. There might be more in a while. The existence of the trade caravans was to compete with the cornerstone platform for profits and earn some hard-earned money. The foundation stone platform of Lusheng was in the hands of the powerful people of Lusheng, and ordinary residents of Lusheng couldn't get any benefits at all. Compared to the cornerstone platform, which had a high handling fee, the rich goods of the caravan were undoubtedly more friendly and competitive. Many of the Lusheng's low-value specialties were never sold on the cornerstone platform. The reason was to attract merchant teams, bring popularity, and provide additional service income. For the sake of profit, the merchants were willing to go through mountains of daggers and seas of flames. How could the wilderness stop them? Merchants could be seen everywhere in the trading markets of each city. It was the same for Holy Dragon City. After selling rare specialties on the cornerstone platform for a period of time, they had also set their sights on the trading market. This was a common practice of many high-level buildings, so it was understandable. However, this was even better. The nobles in Lu City could not enjoy the exclusive right to sell the goods, and the caravan could share the profits. Holy Dragon City is rich in goods. I hope this trip is not in vain. After mumbling to himself, Huolu turned to look at the tall city wall behind him and sighed in his heart. Even though he had traveled the wildlands and visited countless cities of various races, the Holy Dragon City wall in front of him was still the grandest city wall he had ever seen. There was probably no monster that could break through such a wall, right? According to the Holy Dragon City's warriors, the dark red area on the city wall was the mark left behind after killing the four-legged flying dragon. Huolu had seen the four-legged flying dragon before and knew how powerful it was. However, it was precisely because of this that he could not stop sighing in his heart. Who knew how many four-legged flying dragons the Holy Dragon City had killed to dye the entire city wall this color? Looking at the Holy Dragon City's soldiers on the huge city wall, Fire Lu recalled what had happened when he had rushed to the Holy Dragon City. Ever since they had entered the 100-mile radius of Holy Dragon City, the number of monsters had sharply decreased. They had even walked for more than 10 miles, but still could not see any monsters. This unusual occurrence made Huolu and the others, who had just arrived, extremely curious. After asking the wanderers, they received a shocking piece of news. It turned out that almost all the monsters within a 100-mile radius had been killed by the Holy Dragon City. When they first heard this news, Huolu and the others were all shocked. If the Holy Dragon City was a high-level building, the fire runes would not be surprised, because the other party had the power to do so. However, the fact that a third-class city could also do this was beyond the expectations of Huolu and the others. There were rumors in the wilderness that the Holy Dragon City was very powerful and had destroyed 5 human cities in a short period of time. One of them was even a city belonging to the Dark Wing tribe. However, before seeing Holy Dragon City, Fire Lu and the others were still skeptical. But now, it seemed that the rumors were likely to be true. If that was the case, the Holy Dragon City could not be underestimated. After the wanderer left, the caravan of hundreds of people continued to move forward. They didn't go far before they saw a steel monster speeding toward them. After the fast steel monster stopped in front of the trade caravan, a few fully armed soldiers jumped down and slowly walked toward the trade caravan. Although there were only a few people on the other side, the guards of the merchant group became nervous and stared at the few soldiers without blinking. Whether it was the steel monsters that could run or the weapons and equipment of the warriors, they all gave them a lot of pressure. Fire Rude sized them up. From the badges on their leather armors, he could tell that they were Holy Dragon City's Lusheng warriors. These Holy Dragon City soldiers were all holding flintlocks in their hands, each of which was worth thousands of brain pearls. In addition to the other equipment they were wearing, their value had long since exceeded 10,000. Huolu calculated in his heart. He was shocked, but his eyes were shining. In addition to being envious, the fire runes had a deeper understanding of the Holy Dragon City's strength. Even an ordinary Lusheng warrior had equipment worth more than 10,000 brain beads. Huolu would never believe that the Holy Dragon City did not have money. The Holy Dragon City soldiers arrived before the caravan. They first bowed to the person in charge of the caravan, then introduced themselves. "We are the Holy Dragon City's patrol squad. Are you a caravan heading to the commercial district?" The 2-meter-tall Holy Dragon City soldier asked them with a dignified expression. Most of the members of the trade caravan that Huolu was in came from the fire race. However, he was proficient in more than 10 different languages, including the human language. Therefore, he immediately walked over. "That's right, we are the caravan heading towards the Holy Dragon City's commercial district. May I know what orders you have for us?" Fire Rude looked at the Holy Dragon City soldier in front of him and replied with a smile. Although the human race was weak, as an experienced non-humankind warrior, Huolu did not show any expression that he should not have. As a merchant, he placed profit above all else. As for racial prejudice, it was nothing in the face of profit. Just looking at the Holy Dragon City behind the other party, they could not underestimate them. The Holy Dragon City soldier first smiled at Huolu's reply. Then, he took out a black object from his waist and shouted a few words. Huolu could clearly hear that the other party was informing another group of people about the arrival of his caravan. The warrior's actions made Huolu curious. Could this small black box be used to transmit information? Just as he was feeling puzzled, another person's voice came from the small box, indicating that he already knew and was rushing over as soon as possible. Huolu was a little dazed. Could this thing really send messages to distant places? If that was the case, it would be the best commodity. If he could buy this kind of long-distance communication device and sell it in the high-level cities, he would definitely be able to sell it at a price that would make him laugh in his sleep. After thinking about this, Fire Lu was even more excited about Holy Dragon City's commercial district. Next, Horo began to get closer to the Holy Dragon City warriors. He inquired about the products sold in the Holy Dragon City, and focused on the black box that allowed communication. Just as the two of them were chatting, another steel monster came at a high speed. A few Holy Dragon City warriors jumped down one after another. After exchanging a few words, they signaled for Huolu's caravan to follow them. A few members of the Holy Dragon City's patrol team jumped into the car, kicking up a cloud of dust as they continued their patrol. After another 2 hours of traveling, the caravan finally arrived at Holy Dragon City. At the same time, they saw the huge city walls that shocked everyone. After seeing the city wall, the members of the caravan all exclaimed in admiration, because everyone knew what such a city wall meant. With this city wall as a barrier, there must be a safe world inside. After the Fire Tribe's caravan arrived, staff from the Holy Dragon City immediately came over and arranged for them to rest by the river. They told them that they had to wait here for a few days. Huolu and the others had no objections to this. In their opinion, this was very normal. When trading in many towers, they didn't have the right to enter, so they all chose to trade outside the city. It was already amazing that Holy Dragon City could build a special business district. In the next few days, Huolu and his caravan waited in peace. More and more caravans arrived at Holy Dragon City. They were of different races, and there were many familiar faces among them. After everyone set up camp by the river, they began to communicate with each other. During this period, there were all sorts of speculations and rumors about Holy Dragon City. The caravans were actually very curious about Holy Dragon City, which had risen to power and was filled with all sorts of secrets. There were countless conjectures regarding the Holy Dragon City master Tang Zhen. After listening for a few days, Fire Rude had a preliminary impression of this mysterious Holy Dragon City master. First of all, he was very strong. It was said that he had the cultivation of a lord. In the wildlands, he could be considered a top master. They had strange abilities and possessed the skills of both cultivators and holy masters. They might even have storage demonic weapons or skills. No matter what kind of storage ability it was enough to make people jealous. The most important thing was that the Holy Dragon City Lord could get his hands on countless good things of all kinds. Among these items, there were many that were extremely expensive and had particularly good sales. It was also because of this that the caravans from all races swarmed over. They hoped to buy enough precious goods here and then sell them to other towers to make a profit. Thinking of this, Huolu turned to look at the Holy Dragon City. He looked forward to the opening ceremony later so that he could make a big purchase. As for what the opening ceremony was, Huolu didn't know. He only knew that it was a celebration. At this moment, a loud noise was heard. It turned out that the Holy Dragon City's business district was about to open for business. Chapter 295, The Bustling Commercial District. By the time Huolu rushed over, the Holy Dragon City's gate was already wide open. A group of fully armed Holy Dragon City soldiers walked out and stood neatly on both sides of the gate. After seeing these Holy Dragon City warriors, the initial noise immediately weakened. After a few days of contact, everyone knew that these Holy Dragon City warriors were very serious. It was best not to provoke them. All of a sudden, loud music started playing. The tune was cheerful and relaxed. The people in the caravan were attracted by the music and were intoxicated by it. Some people were very curious about the source of the music. After looking carefully, they found that the sound came from two big black boxes. Oh my god, could it be that there are bards who play music hidden here? This box is too small to fit a person. Could it be some kind of monster that can make music? This should be some kind of magical machine. I've seen something similar in the elven race. Good stuff, I'll definitely buy two back later. Everyone looked at the speaker for a while, but they still couldn't get a definite answer. Many people clicked their tongues in wonder. There were so many rare items in Holy Dragon City. It didn't take long for Holy Dragon City's staff to come out and read the various rules of the commercial district to the merchants. The voice was amplified by a loudspeaker and entered the ears of all the caravan members. First, no littering is allowed. Violators will be fined. Second, you are not allowed to urinate and defecate anywhere. Violators will be fined. Third rule, no fighting is allowed in the commercial district. Violators will be punished. The fourth Suan Ni, After hearing the various requirements of the commercial district, the members of the caravans began to whisper to each other. They did not understand the strange rules set by the Holy Dragon City. However, since the other party had these requirements, he would just pay attention to them when the time came. There was no need to find trouble for himself. After reading out all the rules, the staff announced that the Holy Dragon City Business District was officially open for business and invited all races, caravans to enter. The merchants from various races, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, quickly rushed to the Holy Dragon City's gate. Then, according to the staff's instructions, they went straight to the Holy Dragon City's commercial area. As there was still a second wall behind the main city of Holy Dragon City, these caravans could not see the true layout of the Holy Dragon Valley. However, the tall main and auxiliary cities of Holy Dragon City, as well as the mother tree that was as tall as a mountain peak, were clearly seen by these merchants. When they discovered that Holy Dragon City had more than one tower, their evaluation rose once again. After walking for a short while, a huge mountain peak came into view. On the mountain peak, the words, Holy Dragon City Commercial District, were shining brightly. There were two huge embossed of divine dragons on the rock wall, looking very lifelike and mighty. No one knew what kind of creature this divine dragon was, but just by looking at its form, they knew that it was definitely not simple. There was a huge passage under the mountain, which was the real entrance of the commercial district. Countless flowers were placed on both sides of the entrance, and the guards of the commercial district in black armor were lined up in 2 rows, looking majestic. When the caravan members arrived, a large number of fireworks began to erupt, leaving everyone dumbfounded. A song and dance performance began, and then the person in charge of the business district said a few words and announced the official opening of the business district. Everyone recovered from the gorgeous song and dance, and quickly passed through the huge door under the guidance of the staff of the commercial district. The caravan members were stunned when they saw the commercial district. They boasted that they had traveled far and wide and had seen countless local customs and practices. However, it was definitely their first time seeing a place like the Holy Dragon City's business district. To describe it in one word, it was beautiful. The building was tall and majestic, and the decorations were gorgeous and beautiful. The streets were long and wide, and the surface was clean. The plants were competing for beauty and seemed to be full of vitality. Such a huge valley was actually within the scope of the commercial district. Its area could be imagined. In addition to the cheerful music and dancing colored flags, all of this combined together shocked the thousands of caravan members, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. However, in the blink of an eye, their eyes burst with a shocking light. They quickly went to the various shops according to the instructions of the staff. The streets of the commercial district were filled with curious and shocked merchants, who were constantly going in and out of various shops. At this time, in the huge shopping mall of the Holy Dragon City, a group of foreign merchants were standing in front of a stall, holding all kinds of condiments and constantly studying them. At another stall not far away, a few merchants were gathered together, watching the salesgirl demonstrate how to use soap. Near the center, a foreign merchant bought 500 kilograms of salt and sugar. Just as he was about to use the brain bead to pay, he was told that he had to first exchange for the Holy Dragon City's special currency before he could come over to settle the bill. The foreign merchants mumbled to toot, thinking that the Holy Dragon City's actions were unnecessary. However, under the staff's insistence, the foreign merchant had no choice but to run to the Holy Dragon City Bank in the commercial district. After exchanging a large pile of thin paper notes, he completed the transaction. Looking at the colorful notes in his hand, the foreign merchant suddenly had a feeling that these notes were much more convenient to carry than his brain. More and more merchants ran to Holy Dragon City's bank. They exchanged notes while discussing Holy Dragon City's strange trading rules. The largest value of the paper notes that the Holy Dragon City exchanged for them was $1,000, which was equivalent to 1,000 brains. The smallest value was $1, which was equivalent to 1 brain. There were also some coins with even smaller values, but most of the merchants did not exchange them. Tang Zhen had prepared these notes a long time ago, and they were finally being used. At this moment, the Holy Dragon City's bank was filled with merchants holding their heads, waiting in line to exchange for money. After they got the money, they looked at it for a while and quickly went to the store, afraid that the goods they wanted would be bought by others. Unknowingly, the large number of brains brought by these caravans had all entered the pockets of the Holy Dragon City. A foreign merchant carried a pile of cash and quickly entered a store with his guards. Then, he shouted to the young salesgirl, "I want this kind of white wine, this kind of red wine, and that kind of wine. I want them all." This merchant had been doing business in the dwarf city area for a long time, and he knew that the dwarves were all drunkards. As long as it was good wine or strong wine, he could exchange it for a huge profit from the dwarves. He had accidentally entered the store just now and was immediately attracted by the variety of drinks. When he saw the wine, he knew that his chance to make a fortune had come. Therefore, after hearing the shop assistant's request, the foreign merchant changed into paper notes without hesitation and then quickly ran back to carry out the transaction. After seeing the boxes of white wine being moved to his car, the foreign merchant heaved a sigh of relief and then entered other shops. This was a rare opportunity, so he had to earn a lot of money. There were many merchants with the same mentality. They were all in high spirits and lingered in these shops. Carrying the money he had just exchanged, Fire Lu followed the staff of the commercial district. They soon arrived at a spacious and bright shop. Looking at the decorations in the shop, Huolu suddenly had a feeling that the trading markets he had been to in the past were no different from the slums. After walking around the shop, Huolu found the item he wanted to buy. It was the black box that allowed long-distance communication. The young salesgirl noticed that Huolu was staring at the walkie-talkie, so she immediately walked over with a smile and began to explain the functions and usage of the walkie-talkie to him. The more Fire Lu listened, the more excited he became. He took the walkie-talkie and fiddled with it a few times. After testing it on the spot, he immediately decided to buy it. After asking the salesgirl for the price, Huolu bought 100 walkie-talkies in one go, as well as solar-powered chargers and other equipment. This pile of items had cost Huolu 150,000 brain beads. However, Huolu did not feel any heartache because he knew that he could get at least double the profit after he took these walkie-talkies to the advanced city in the distance. Immediately after, Fire Lu began to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About the uses and prices of other goods. Every time he saw an item that tempted him, Fire Lu would buy it without hesitation. He was very decisive. Just as Huolu had spent most of his time ordering his men to load the goods onto the truck, a series of exclamations suddenly came from not far away. Chapter 296, The Application Card That Caused Sensation. It was the nature of all races to enjoy the show, so when the exclamation was heard, it immediately attracted a large group of merchants to watch. Unknowingly, there were more and more merchants watching. When Huolu got close, he saw a sweet-looking girl standing on the high platform, showing a dazzling card. The cards were exquisitely made, with all kinds of patterns drawn on them, constantly flickering with light. They could be collected as art. Is the Holy Dragon City going to sell these cards? But these things aren't worth much. Huolu was full of doubts. After all, art didn't have much of a market in the wildlands. Although he was suspicious, he still patiently watched. The human girl picked up a card and said to the crowd, "Next, I need a friend to come up on stage and test the effect of this card. Which friend would like to try it?" The group of foreign race merchants looked at each other, and soon, a young foreign race man walked up to the platform. The girl in the long dress smiled and handed the card to the young man. Then, she told him that he only needed to tear the card. After the young man took the card, he tore it open under everyone's gaze. A transparent protective shield appeared out of thin air, firmly protecting the young man in the middle. Seeing the protective shield, many foreign race merchants immediately cried out in alarm. "Oh my God, what did I just see? This is a Holy Master's protective barrier skill. How is this possible? I know this young man. He's obviously just an ordinary merchant without any cultivation. Could it be that this card is really as they say, that it can let an ordinary person use a cultivator's skill once?" A long-robed foreign Holy Master observed for a while from the crowd and said with certainty, "It can't be wrong. This is a Holy Master's protective shield, and its protective effect is twice as strong as a normal Holy Master's skill." With the Holy Master's affirmation, the surrounding merchants immediately became noisy and started discussing fervently. They could see a rich business opportunity in the application card. Just think about it. During a battle between cultivators, if someone suddenly took out an application card and burst out with a powerful attack, how much impact would that have on the battle? If an ordinary person without the strength to even truss a chicken were to suddenly tear up the application card and display a powerful cultivator skill, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill an unprepared cultivator? If such an application card were to be brought to a high-level city in the distance, the holy masters and cultivators would definitely buy it at a high price. His own cultivation was very low. If he had a bunch of cards to protect himself, wouldn't it be much safer? No matter what the purpose was, the application card had enormous value. After thinking about that, there were already some foreign merchants who couldn't wait to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About the price of that kind of application card. The girl smiled and asked everyone to wait. Then, she took out an application card and showed it to everyone. There was a constantly spinning vortex drawn on the surface of the application card. At a glance, it seemed to be able to absorb souls. Is this also an application card? Why do I feel that the pattern is moving? What's the use of this card? Yeah, hurry up and tell me. I'm so anxious. Under everyone's urging, the girl smiled and introduced to everyone, everyone here is a guest from afar. It must have been very hard on you all along the way. Most importantly, you'll have to carry a large amount of goods along the way, which is the most cumbersome and troublesome thing. And the application card in my hand can help you avoid the trouble of transporting goods. With just one application card, you can easily carry all the goods. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the merchants immediately exploded. They were smart enough to instantly understand the meaning of the girl's words. She didn't need to carry a large number of goods on the road and only needed to carry an application card. Didn't that mean that the application card in her hands had the function of storage? On this continent, storage-type demonic weapons and equipment were legendary existences. Ordinary people would not even have heard of them. Even a holy master's storage skill was something that could only be found by chance. The holy masters who mastered this skill were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. But today, in the Holy Dragon City's business district, they actually said that their application cards could store things. This was simply shocking. Did the Holy Dragon City really have such a thing, or was it just for show? In the crowd's impatient mood, the girl smiled and invited people to go up the stage for the test. But this time, everyone raised their hands. Some people even rushed up to the stage impatiently. The guards of the commercial district immediately took action and drove the merchants away. Huo Lu was lucky enough to be chosen by the girl. He walked up to the platform with excitement. You just need to hold the card in your hand, press this place, and say a secret word. Then you can store the things you want to store in it. When you want to release it, you just need to press this place, say that secret phrase, and tear the card. After listening to the girl's introduction, Huo Lu immediately took the card and said his name. According to the girl's instructions, holding the application card in his hand, Fire Root excitedly muttered, "Keep," to a box on the counter. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the huge wooden box disappeared without a trace. Heavens! This time, all the foreign merchants had gone completely crazy. They were shouting loudly, their eyes were red, and they kept waving the cash in their hands. They were extremely agitated. Hurry up and let it out, hurry up and let the box out. That's right. You just need to tear the card. Huo Lu, you bastard. Do you want me to die of worry? Under the angry roars of the merchants, Huo Lu took a deep breath and tore the card into pieces. There was a flash of light, and the card disappeared without a trace. The big box that had disappeared appeared in front of everyone again. After seeing this, the foreign merchants started shouting again, clamoring to buy storage-type application cards. After the girl saw this scene, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She immediately waved her hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. After the crowd's excited mood had slightly stabilized, the girl told the impatient merchants that these application cards were only sold in the Holy Dragon City's auction. And tonight, the Holy Dragon City's auction house would hold the first auction. When the time came, the application cards would be auctioned off in groups, and the highest bidder would get them. After hearing that the cards couldn't be sold with a price, everyone was disappointed. They were naturally clear about the value of those application cards. After they were put in the auction house, they would certainly sell for an extremely shocking price. However, they quickly made up their minds to participate in the evening's auction. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to get a few application cards and bring them back. As long as he could bring those cards back, he would definitely get a super high return of profit. He definitely couldn't miss such a business. It didn't matter if he didn't have enough brains. As long as he had a few acquaintances working together, he believed that he would definitely be able to get a set of application cards. Thinking of this, these foreign merchants immediately divided into countless small circles. They hid in the corners and whispered, discussing the plan for the night. It didn't take long for all the merchants in the commercial district to know of the existence of the application card. While they were marveling, they also began to plan how to get an application card. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a fierce battle in the Holy Dragon City's auction house tonight. Chapter 297. The Commercial District at Night 1. The merchants of the foreign races moved back and forth non-stop, and it took them a whole day to walk around the commercial district. Although their legs were sore and their mouths were dry, everyone was in high spirits. In just one day, they had seen too many new and interesting goods, and had repeatedly marveled at the abundance of resources in the Holy Dragon City's business district. They had been doing business for many years and could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable, but they had to admit that the Holy Dragon City's commercial district was the best place they had ever seen. A market of this scale could not even be seen in the high-end buildings in the distance. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the foreign merchants prepared to return to the temporarily rented caves and inns to rest as usual. The nights in the world of Lusheng were extremely boring. In other places, the merchants would either go to the taverns for a drink or go back to sleep early. But just as these foreign merchants were about to leave the commercial district, they saw more and more Holy Dragon City residents. They swarmed into the commercial district in groups, and everyone's expression was very excited. Most of these residents were dressed in brand new clothes and were clean. Some girls even had light makeup on, making them look bright and beautiful. Whether it was his appearance or his mental state, he gave these foreign merchants a huge shock. The humans in other places did not have such spirit. The Holy Dragon City's residents had an indescribable feeling. They were neither humble nor arrogant, and at the same time, there was a faint sense of pride in their words and actions. Looking at the confident residents of the Holy Dragon City, these foreign merchants who had originally looked down on the human race slowly put away their contemptuous hearts. They even had a faint sense of inferiority, because the clothes of these residents were even better than those of the wealthy merchants. Lowering their heads and glancing at the long and short robes they were wearing, these merchants reminded themselves that they had to go to the clothing store tomorrow and buy a new set of similar clothes. But what were these Holy Dragon City residents doing in the commercial district at sunset? Were they having a bonfire party? The non-human merchants who had nothing to do didn't rush back to rest. Instead, they stayed and watched. However, it didn't take long for these foreign merchants to open their eyes and mouth wide in shock. When night fell, the commercial district immediately fell into a sea of joy and lights. After the lighting system of the flashing gold race had been improved, it was perfectly arranged in the commercial district. Once it was activated, the place immediately became colorful and gorgeous. Whether it was the tall buildings, the sides of the road, or even the flower beds, they were all cleverly installed with lighting equipment. Under these lights, the business district became a city that never slept, as beautiful as a fairyland. These foreign race merchants were mixed in the crowd, feeling that their eyes were not enough to see. On the white benches by the roadside, in the lively taverns, and on the fence by the canal, the Holy Dragon City residents were everywhere with carefree expressions. After a day of work, they began to enjoy the rare leisure time. As they were walking, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. A colorful stream of light shot into the night sky. It was extremely beautiful against the night sky. After the stream of light rose high into the sky, it paused for a moment before exploding, bursting out with a colorful brilliance. Oh my God, this is too beautiful. This is a firework. It's a good thing the city lord brought back. That's the square. Let's go and take a look. While everyone was talking, more and more fireworks began to bloom in the sky. As they looked at the beautiful scenery in the night sky, there were constant exclamations and praises. The foreign merchants were also amazed and quickly followed the crowd to the square. At this time, the square was full of people watching the fireworks, but because of the square's size, it did not seem crowded. At this time, in the huge square of the commercial district, there was a continuous stream of fireworks in the sky, causing the onlookers to exclaim in surprise. In the main city area separated by a row of mountains, the mother tree was not willing to be left out either. Countless rainbow-colored brilliance slowly rose from its branches and leaves, erupting with an even more dazzling brilliance. The mother tree, who loved to show off, would never allow her beauty to be compared to other things. The brilliance of the mother tree and the fireworks in the commercial district complemented each other. The entire sky of Holy Dragon City was instantly dyed with a brilliant light. The fireworks continued for half an hour and slowly ended in the reluctant eyes of the crowd. The non-human merchants were speechless for a long time. After watching the splendid fireworks, they were all intoxicated. In their excitement, the foreign merchants also decided that they must buy some fireworks to bring back. When they imagined themselves setting off fireworks, the scene of thousands of people watching them satisfied their vanity. After watching the fireworks, the Holy Dragon City's residents began to travel around. The commercial district was huge, and it was the first time for many of them to come here. Naturally, they wanted to take a good look around. In a tavern on a certain street, Huolu and 7 or 8 foreign merchants were gathered together. On their table were the delicacies prepared by the restaurant's chef. They were delicious and exquisite, making people drool. More than half of the bottle of white wine was drunk, and everyone's face had a trace of aftertaste. Compared to the wine he had drunk before, Holy Dragon City's white wine was more mellow, had a stronger aftertaste, and had a longer aftertaste. Although the few of them were intoxicated by the fireworks, the night view, and the delicious food of the business district, they were more concerned about those magical application cards. The reason they had gathered together was to discuss how to get a set of application cards at the auction. There were countless small gatherings like this in the commercial district. These foreign race merchants were all holding back their energy, wanting to win the competition. The foreign merchants that Fire Rude had gathered were all acquaintances. They trusted each other very much, and could cooperate with each other without any worries. After some discussion, everyone decided to take out 200,000 brain beads each. In total, they had 1.6 million brain beads. If it wasn't enough, they could continue to increase the investment, but it couldn't exceed 2 million brain beads. After everyone finished their discussion, they immediately clapped their hands and drank the wine in their glasses. After calling for the waiter to settle the bill, Huolu threw out 2 notes. Then, everyone headed to the area where the Holy Dragon auction house was located. Passing through the bustling crowd, Huolu and the others soon arrived at the brightly lit auction house. They strode into the bright and spacious hall. At this moment, the hall that could accommodate thousands of people was filled with foreign merchants who were full of ambition. They kept glancing at the potential opponents around them with very serious expressions. Huolu and the others were first led to a room. Then, someone pressed a flashing black box in front of them. After walking around the commercial district for a day, Huolu and the others had gained some knowledge. They knew that they were using something called a camera, which could take pictures of the scenery. What shocked them the most was that the photos spat out by the camera were so lifelike that they looked no different from real people. It didn't take long for Huolu and the others to receive a card with their own photos. The staff in the commercial district told them that as long as they spent a certain amount in the auction, they could upgrade their level and get more discounts. Fire Lu thought for a moment. He really admired the marketing methods of this auction house. After finding a place to sit down, Huolu and the others waited for the auction to begin in silence. Time passed by slowly, and more foreign merchants entered the auction. While they were still in a state of anxiety, the auction finally began. Chapter 298. Being fought over to use the card. The auction venue was brightly lit, and melodious music reverberated continuously. On a luxuriously decorated stage, a young man in a tuxedo walked to a table and looked around with a smile. After a period of training, this young man could already calmly deal with the situation in front of him, his movements free and easy. With a smile on his face, he said in a magnetic voice, "Welcome, everyone, to the Holy Dragon Auction House. This is the first time our auction house is open for business. In order to thank everyone for coming, the City Lord has decided to give you a 10% discount on all the items up for auction tonight. For tonight's auction, our Holy Dragon City's auction house has collected a large number of treasures. I guarantee that everyone will return with a full load. I believe that everyone is most concerned about how many application cards will be put up for bidding. Now, I can tell you that there are a total of 20 sets of application cards for sale tonight. Each set of cards includes 2 cultivator skill cards, 2 holy master skill cards, and 1 storage card. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope everyone will participate in the bidding. I hereby announce that the first auction of the Sacred Dragon Auction House has officially begun." As the auctioneer's voice fell, 2 girls immediately carried a glass display case up. Through the clean glass cabinet, these foreign merchants saw an exquisitely made double-barreled hunting gun, which was beautifully decorated. These foreign merchants were all experienced and knowledgeable people, and they immediately recognized that it was a flintlock. In fact, there were cultivators who used goblin flintlocks in these caravans, and they were once proud of it. However, ever since they arrived at Holy Dragon City and saw the flintlocks of the Holy Dragon City soldiers, they never took out these goblin flintlocks again. Compared to the flintlocks of the Holy Dragon City warriors, their goblin flintlocks were almost like fire sticks. After witnessing the power of the automatic rifle, these foreign merchants also offered a high price to sell a few of them for self-defense. The price of a few thousand brain beads might scare away ordinary cultivators, but it was nothing to these foreign merchants. Unfortunately, the automatic rifle was not for sale. No matter how much the foreign merchants wanted it, they couldn't buy a single part. Many foreign merchants had been brooding over this matter. They didn't expect that there would be flintlocks for sale at tonight's auction, which made the foreign merchants who had been eyeing the automatic rifles very excited. Whether it's for personal use or as a gift, you must buy it. While the foreign merchants were making up their minds, the auctioneer had already taken out the flintlock and started a brief introduction. This is a double-barreled grape shotgun arranged up and down. It's loaded in the middle, and it's loaded with 2 bullets at a time and 100 bullets. This weapon was very powerful. When shooting at a level 2 monster, it could kill it in one shot if it hit a vital point. Regardless of its power or appearance, this weapon was extremely outstanding. The starting price of this gun is 2,000 yuan. Please make your bids now. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone impatiently began to bid. 2,100 yuan. 2,150 yuan. 2,300 yuan. Quote. The final auction price of the double-barreled shotgun was 5,900 yuan, which was bought by a foreign merchant with yellow hair. The second item was a unique Mo weapon that was quickly sold. Then, the third and fourth pieces of xianxia were revealed. More and more items were being auctioned off, and the application card that everyone had been waiting for finally appeared. Looking at the application cards in the box, the eyes of the foreign merchants turned red, and they rubbed their fists and palms, waiting to bid. Among those application cards, the most valuable one was the storage card, which had great research value. When these cards were brought to the high-level city in the distance, it would definitely cause a sensation. Although the practitioner's skill application card wasn't as valuable as the storage card, it was still a good thing that was hard to come by. I believe that everyone already has a clear understanding of the application of the card, so I won't waste any more words. The first set of cards has a starting price of 500,000, with each increment of 10,000. Please make your bids. After the auctioneer said this, the foreign race merchants continued to bid. 510,000. 520,000. Quote. 1 million. After the first set of cards was sold for 1 million, the second set was sold for 1.2 million. Then, it was the third and fourth groups. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely lively, with laughter and sighing from time to time. When all 20 sets of application cards were sold, he had obtained a total of more than 20 million brain beads. In the VIP lounge on the second floor, Tang Zhen also felt a little surprised after learning of this number. Tang Zhen spent a total of nearly 500,000 brain beads to buy these application cards, but in the end, he got 40 times the return. This kind of enormous profit, even Tang Zhen was unceasingly moved. However, Tang Zhen was also very clear that this kind of price wouldn't last long. After a few auctions, the price of the application card would gradually decline. The rarer something was, the more valuable it would be. The greatest value of those application cards lay in their research. In the period when they had just appeared, there weren't many rich people who would use them in battle. What Tang Zhen paid attention to was actually the huge market of ordinary cultivators with unlimited potential. At that stage, the price of the application card was too high, and ordinary cultivators couldn't afford it. Only when its price dropped would it be possible for ordinary cultivators to use it. No matter what, the Holy Dragon City now had a new source of income. For at least 1 or 2 years, the application card would provide the Holy Dragon City with an endless stream of brain beads. With the income of these brain beads, Tang Zhen could start some of his plans. The first thing he had to build was a huge rebirth altar that covered an area of 100,000 square meters. This altar required a large number of brain beads to be embedded to build a huge soul transmission array. After it was completed, it could receive the soul that was bound to the altar and receive the soul signal from the original world. The altar would store the soul fluctuation information of the bound person. After the bound person died, the soul could be instantly recalled by the altar. These souls would be protected by the altar, waiting to enter a new body and complete a rebirth process. Tang Zhen estimated that in order to complete this altar, he would need to invest at least 100 million brain pearls. This was definitely a big project. Apart from not having to worry about the site and Tang Zhen being able to use the terrain transformation plugin to complete it, all the other work had to be done manually. Based on the scale of the altar, it would take at least a year to complete the construction even if they started now. Other than building the altar, Tang Zhen also needed to cultivate a large number of bodies, purchase large amounts of ore materials for forging weapons and equipment, as well as medicinal herbs and strange items from other regions. No matter which task it was, it required a large amount of brain matter. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen still felt that he did not have enough money to spend even though he had countless brains. Fortunately, Holy Dragon City's development had already entered the right track. After the business district opened, it would bring Tang Zhen a continuous stream of income. When the Holy Dragon City's commercial district became famous in the wilderness and countless caravans rushed here, Tang Zhen no longer had to worry about his brain. Chapter 299, Business Cooperation, Mercenary Guild. Early the next morning, the members of the foreign trade caravans started to get busy again. They walked out of the cave that the Holy Dragon City had rented and started a new round of purchases. At the same time, many members of the foreign races caravans went to the management office of the commercial district. They wanted to rent a few temporary stalls to sell the goods they had brought. Unlike the goods sold in Holy Dragon City, most of their goods were raw materials, as well as many rare items that could not be found in the wildlands. Even Tang Zhen took the time to go around and bought a lot of strange things. The temporary stalls rented to these foreign merchants were located in a wide field in the commercial district, and all of them were tall white rock buildings. While these foreign merchants were selling their goods, the Holy Dragon City's buyers would also appear in this area to pick out the materials that the Holy Dragon City needed. At the same time, on the board in the commercial district, there was a list of large amounts of materials to purchase. Most of them were ores for forging weapons. Foreign merchants who were interested in dealing with the Holy Dragon City could go directly to the office in the commercial district and discuss the price with the staff in charge. In order to increase the enthusiasm of these foreign tribe merchants, the Holy Dragon City had specially taken out a batch of application cards to be sold to the foreign tribe merchants who cooperated with the Holy Dragon City. This reward had an immediate effect. The foreign merchants who were still waiting and watching immediately swarmed to the office in the commercial district. They all patted their chests and promised that they would deliver the ores and materials needed by Holy Dragon City within the stipulated time. It didn't take long for the staff of the commercial district to have dozens of contracts in their hands. When the ores and materials were delivered, Dwarf Hearthhammer would be able to go all out. Ever since he came to Holy Dragon City, Dwarf Hearthhammer had sighed more than once that his luck was really good. If he had not come to Holy Dragon City by chance, he would not have come into contact with so many forging materials and all kinds of novel items. Tang Zhen had brought all kinds of information from his original world, which greatly widened Hearthhammer's horizons. His forging skills also increased by the day. Moreover, the Holy Dragon City had a beautiful environment, superior welfare, and an adequate supply of fine wine. For the dwarves who loved wine as much as their lives, this place was simply heaven. However, ever since Tang Zhen had entrusted Hearthhammer to design a new type of armor for the Holy Dragon City's soldiers, Hearthhammer's alcohol addiction had weakened a lot. At the same time, he had put more energy into his work. Ever since Hearthhammer's first work, which was the commercial district guard's black armor, was introduced and received a lot of good reviews, it was as if Hearthhammer had found his lifelong goal. His greatest wish now was to design a standard armor that could shake the continent and make his name known to all cultivators. The materials for forging magic weapons were on the list provided by Hammer Dwarf, and the Holy Dragon City's commercial district was in charge of purchasing them. At this time, in the commercial district, other than the office, the Holy Dragon City Mercenary Union Hall at the end of the street was also packed with cultivators in all sorts of clothes. Some of these people were guards of the trade caravan, some were wandering cultivators, and some were even exploration teams from the wilderness. In the flyers that Holy Dragon City had sent out, not only did they mention the wide variety of goods in the business district, but they also mentioned the Holy Dragon City's Mercenary Association. According to the introduction in the flyer, the Holy Dragon City Mercenary Association could provide all kinds of missions for a long time, and every mission had generous rewards. As long as they registered at the Mercenary Association, they could receive missions according to their rank and earn mission points. These mission points could be exchanged for Holy Dragon City's special currency to buy all kinds of weapons and equipment, as well as food and daily necessities. If one's points reached a certain level, they could even use the points in their hands to exchange for the qualifications to become a reserve resident of Holy Dragon City. This was a very attractive condition, and it was also the main reason why most of the wild cultivators came. Within a radius of over 100 li, who didn't know Holy Dragon City's strength and superiority. To be able to become a resident here was something that many people dreamed of. When a mercenary group's rank reached a certain level, they could also buy many special goods, including the old bolt rifles that Tang Zhen had piled up in the warehouse. The Holy Dragon City's firearms were treated as divine weapons to kill monsters and were sought after by countless cultivators. At this time, in the hall of the Mercenary Union, these valiant cultivators were surrounding a notice board, constantly searching for a mission that suited them. This mission to investigate the surrounding looters is not bad, we'll take it. Collecting edible fish. This mission is interesting. Providing information on an unexplored building's location is actually a reward of 10,000 yuan divine dragon dollars. With the staff member's explanation, the cultivators understood all the contents of the mission and at the same time, they chose the mission that was suitable for them. The cultivators immediately went to the counter not far away and began to line up to register as a mercenary group. Intimidated by the fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators, these rebellious cultivators were very well behaved, and no one dared to cause trouble here. Not to mention the fine weapons in their hands, just the fact that these Holy Dragon City cultivators were all at level 3 cultivation was enough to intimidate these wild cultivators who were basically at level 2 cultivation. After the registration was completed, these newly established rookie mercenary groups would quickly leave and head to their respective mission locations. There were also some relatively wealthy mercenary groups that were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they went to the weapon store next to the Mercenary Association to purchase those fine weapons. The armor and weapons that Holy Dragon City had discarded were now displayed here and sold at clear prices. Although these were outdated, their quality was undeniable. They were much better than the equipment that the mercenaries were wearing. It didn't take long for them to sell nearly 100 ordinary weapons and equipment, which were equipped by the mercenaries. Tang Zhen changed his appearance. After walking around the Mercenary Association once, he returned to his room. In the next few days, everything in Holy Dragon City was normal. More and more caravans and wanderers poured into Holy Dragon City's business district, bringing with them a large number of brains. During this period, there were people who caused trouble in the commercial district. Thieves were all quickly subdued by the guards and received quite severe punishment. After witnessing the Holy Dragon City's swift and decisive means, there were very few people in the commercial district who dared to cause trouble. At the same time, they had gradually become used to the various rules of the commercial district. After Tang Zhen saw that everything was on the right track, he teleported back to his original world. This time, Tang Zhen planned to head to the Ice Bear Alliance and send a batch of brain pearls to Ivanov to replace the brain pearls on the rebirth altar that had already lost their effectiveness. In addition, Tang Zhen also planned to purchase a batch of machinery and equipment from the Ice Bear Alliance to develop the processing and manufacturing industry of the Holy Dragon City. He also needed to purchase a batch of supplies to deal with the Cold Moon disaster. The most important thing was that Tang Zhen planned to set up an array in the Ice Bear Alliance to speed up the detection of the world coordinates of Lucheng. After disguising his appearance, Tang Zhen used the electronic kit to hack into the Wei Island's aviation system and left a ticket for himself. After taking a car to the airport, Tang Zhen successfully boarded the plane to the Ice Bear Alliance with the help of the application. The plane flew steadily in the stratosphere. Tang Zhen stared at the clouds outside the window without blinking. He was fantasizing in his heart that one day, he would be able to fly in the sky with his body. Tang Zhen took out a book made of monster skin from his spatial ring and began to read it carefully. After an unknown amount of time, when Tang Zhen regained his senses, the plane had already landed at the Ice Bear Alliance's airport. Tang Zhen walked down from the plane. He inhaled a deep breath of air as he felt the rustling cold wind blowing in his face. Ice Bear Alliance, Tang Zhen, am back. Chapter 300. super soldier of the Ice Bear Alliance Tang Zhen was wearing a black trench coat and a pair of black military boots as he slowly walked out of the airport. Because he had the cultivation of a lord, he would unconsciously reveal a terrifying aura. This also caused the passers-by who passed by him to subconsciously avoid him. After taking out his mobile phone and calling Ivanov, Tang Zhen stood by the roadside and waited patiently. Since he had nothing to do, Tang Zhen looked around with a cigarette in his mouth. Inadvertently, two pretty girls from the Ice Bear Alliance passed by. The two of them were extremely tall and had hot bodies. They both had long platinum hair. Judging from their mannerisms, they seemed to be working as models. Tang Zhen looked at the back of the two and could not help but think of Natasha, that beautiful girl with a devilish figure. Although the two of them had only had one in-depth contact, they had left an extremely deep impression on Tang Zhen. A row of luxury cars sped over and slowly stopped by the side of the road. The passers-by all looked over, including the two girls from the Ice Bear Alliance. The doors quickly opened, and more than 20 strong men in black suits from the Ice Bear Alliance jumped out. One of the young men with an extraordinary bearing quickly walked to Tang Zhen. After he got off the car and respectfully bowed, "Welcome back to the Ice Bear Alliance, dear Oracle." After the handsome and cold-looking Ivanov finished speaking, he invited Tang Zhen to board the car. Tang Zhen looked at Ivanov with a smile that was not a smile. This fellow seemed to have become younger and younger ever since he had changed his body. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Ivanov began to talk to Tang Zhen and told him about his recent achievements. When the car passed by the two Ice Bear Alliance girls, Tang Zhen took a few more glances, but was noticed by Ivanov at the side. This guy had a smile on his face as he continued to chat with Tang Zhen. At the same time, he took out his phone and fiddled with it. Tang Zhen didn't care about Ivanov's actions. He only listened to his report and nodded secretly. Ivanov's development was quite good, and he now controlled a large force. He was extremely glorious. However, recently, the forces under Ivanov's control had encountered some trouble. A force of equal strength had repeatedly provoked them, and the two sides had clashed several times in the open and in the dark. Ivanov was unfortunately at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Ivanov was not fighting alone. There were now 4 gatekeepers in Tang Zhen's hands, and they were all helping each other. Just last evening, there were already helpers from Wei Nation and Kimchi Nation who flew to the Ice Bear Alliance to help Ivanov complete some secret work. Tang Zhen came to the Ice Bear Alliance this time and had many things to deal with. He would definitely stay for a few more days. Since Ivanov was in trouble, he might as well help him deal with it. The two of them chatted with each other, and it didn't take long before they drove into a heavily guarded manor. Tang Zhen got out of the car and saw Pargo and his sister standing together, waiting for him. "Welcome, Lord Oracle." Natasha was wearing a windbreaker. She was tall and proud, but her face was still cold, which fit her identity as a saint. After nodding to the two of them, Tang Zhen entered a luxuriously decorated hall under Ivanov's lead. Tang Zhen took a sip of coffee as he sat on the soft sofa. After which, he took out a pile of information from his storage space. "This is the technical information I got from the Wei Island. It's related to a special alloy. Find an expert to study it as soon as possible and see if it can be mass-produced." After saying this, Tang Zhen thought for a moment, took out a list, and handed it to Ivanov. "Purchase according to this list. Some of the mechanical equipment and industrial materials must be of good quality. If it's possible, this business will be given to Zufeng, and we'll buy it from him." Ivanov nodded. These were all small matters, and he could leave them to his subordinates to complete. "Apart from that, I'm also planning to attend the American Weapons and Equipment Exhibition next month. You'll be in charge of making the arrangements. If you have any problems with funding, just let me know." Other than a huge amount of gold and gemstones, Tang Zhen also had the Universal Electronic Kit. Through the internet, he could get a large amount of money without anyone knowing. Ivanov nodded. This matter was not difficult for him. After arranging the most important matters of this trip, Tang Zhen looked at Ivanov and slowly said, "Now, tell me everything about your opponent. If it's not too troublesome, I can help you solve it." Ivanov was overjoyed and immediately told Tang Zhen the enemy's information without missing a single detail. It turned out that the organization that was going against Ivanov this time had a very strong force in the original world, and the Ice Bear Alliance was only a part of it. Because of Ivanov's strong rise, the organization was suppressed like crazy. Ivanov did not have any advantage over such an old force, which was why he had always been at a disadvantage. After listening to Ivanov's story, Tang Zhen muttered to himself for a moment before ordering Ivanov to find 10 men with excellent physical fitness. Under Tang Zhen's continuous effort, the soul transmission experiment had already made quite a bit of progress. The information on the training of the heavenly god warriors obtained from the Wei Island also gave Tang Zhen a lot of inspiration. He then summed up a set of methods to quickly train super soldiers. Tang Zhen planned to use this opportunity to test the results of the experiment. Not long after, 10 strong men from the Ice Bear Alliance walked into the hall and stood in a line in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen sized up these 10 strong men and nodded his head in satisfaction. There's an important plan that requires your participation. I've mastered a method that can allow you to possess power beyond ordinary people, but the price is that you'll only have 3 to 5 years of life left. I can give each of you $1 million as compensation for the damage you've suffered. At the same time, I'll give you a chance to be reborn. After the transformation, even if you don't have any bones left, you can be instantly reborn in a new body. I've said everything I need to say. Now, tell me your choice. If anyone doesn't want to participate in this plan, you can directly withdraw. I won't force you. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he looked at the 10 men with an expressionless face and waited for their reply. Ivanov stood to the side, also waiting for his men's answer. The 10 people on the other side looked at each other, but no one chose to back out. All of Ivanov's men had more or less heard about the rebirth altar. Now that Tang Zhen had given them a guarantee that they could be reborn in a high compensation, they no longer had any concerns. For the Ice Bear Alliance, which was affected by the financial crisis, $1 million was definitely a huge sum of money. The 10 of them had no reason to refuse with just these bills. He ordered Ivanov to find a quiet room and found a doctor to anesthetize all 10 people before Tang Zhen started to work. When he was studying the training data of the deity warriors, he discovered that through continuous strengthening of the physical body, these deity warriors would have far more physical strength and speed than ordinary people. As for his spiritual strength, it did not increase significantly. Tang Zhen's method was to bury the brain pearl into the body of these soldiers. Then, he would use a special method to stimulate the energy of the brain pearl. This way, it would be rapidly absorbed by the physical body and obtain strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. However, the human body was too fragile and could not withstand such a terrifying power for a long time. Therefore, it would not take more than 5 years for the body to completely collapse. The advantage of this method was that it didn't hurt the soul, and it didn't affect the rebirth at all. Walking to the side of a bald brawny man from the Ice Bear Alliance, Zhen Tang took out a scalpel and slowly cut open the other party's skull. Chapter 301. The birth of the super soldier. Tang Zhen's control of his strength could be described as extremely wonderful. The sharp scalpel in his hand flashed nimbly, and in an instant, the head of the strong man from the Ice Bear Alliance was split open. He took out the purple electric short sword and carefully carved on the pale skull. He appeared to be very serious. It did not take long for a strange formation to appear on the skull of the brawny man, covering the entire surface of the skull. After putting down the purple lightning short sword, Tang Zhen took out a soft purple metal and pulled it into a thin thread. This was a special metal from the world of Lusheng. It was one of the main materials used to forge Mo weapons. It had extremely good conductivity and was many times better than silver. After inlaying this kind of fine thread in accordance with the carved pattern, Tang Zhen carefully made a small hole in the center of the array. Tang Zhen took out a level 3 brain pearl. After a little carving, it was directly embedded in the small hole in the skull. After doing all this, Tang Zhen took out a long needle. He drew a tube of blood from the brawny man's body and carefully smeared it on the entire array. At the same time, Tang Zhen mumbled something and his brain started to glow. The engraved magic circle also began to flash with a faint fluorescent light, which was extremely dazzling. If one's view turned to the inside of the brawny man's skull, one would be able to see countless fine light rays penetrating the hard bone spine and ruthlessly piercing into the brawny man's brain. The moment these light rays pierced into his brain, the strong man of the Ice Bear Alliance, whose hands and feet were firmly fixed in place, began to struggle desperately. At the same time, he let out an unconscious roar from his mouth, like a violent beast. His strong muscles began to swell up rapidly as if they were pumped with air. The blood vessels under his skin were also clearly exposed, as if they would burst at any time. Even his eyes, which had been closed all this time, opened because of the pain. However, his pupils were not focused at all, only like the madness of a beast. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the restraints of his hands and feet. Tang Zhen ignored this fellow who was in an extremely painful state. He first observed the operating state of the array, after which, he took out the IV ointment and evenly applied it on his scalp. After pulling the scalp over and covering the array on the skull, Tang Zhen directly wrapped the brawny man's head with a bandage. According to the healing speed of the IV ointment, the wound on the head would be completely healed before the brawny man woke up and pinched it. After taking care of one person, Tang Zhen began to operate on the second strong man of the Ice Bear Alliance. Tang Zhen's own speed was very fast. In addition, he was becoming more and more skilled as he did it. Very soon, he completed all the operations of the 10 strong men. After throwing the scalpel away, Zhen Tang took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. He then took off his surgical gown and sat down in the hall. Ivanov had been waiting outside. When he saw Tang Zhen come out, he immediately got up and welcomed him. Your Excellency, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. How the results of the experiment are. Ivanov's heart was filled with anticipation for the super soldier that Tang Zhen spoke of. The longer he was in contact with Tang Zhen, the more he understood him, causing Ivanov to feel more and more afraid. It was as if the young man in front of him could destroy the entire world with a single move. As time passed, this feeling became more and more obvious. After this meeting, Ivanov even felt his legs tremble slightly, and he had the desire to turn around and run away. Ivanov himself could not figure out why it was like this. If Ivanov asked Tang Zhen, he would definitely get the real answer, but he didn't have the courage to. Ivanov's body was in such a state because of the brain in his head. Due to the existence of the brain pearl, Ivanov's senses had become extremely sharp. It was also because of this that he could clearly sense how terrifying Tang Zhen was. This feeling was similar to when a low-level monster encountered a Lord-tier monster. It would feel fear from the soul, and then subconsciously submit and escape. In fact, even if Ivanov didn't say anything, Tang Zhen could also see the fear in his eyes. Tang Zhen did not care about this. Instead, he let nature take its course. An appropriate amount of intimidation was also one of the methods to control his subordinates. Tang Zhen sat on the sofa and stretched his body. He then said to Ivanov, the experiment should be a success. It won't be long before they wake up, and then we can carry out the test. You have to make good use of these people. With them around, I don't think anyone can stop your expansion. After he said this, Tang Zhen paused and frowned slightly. He turned to look at Ivanov. Inform the other 3 guards to send 10 of their most loyal men here as soon as possible. I plan to give each of them 10 super soldiers. Ivanov nodded. He was in full agreement with this. As partners of the same organization, the stronger each other was, the more help he would receive. This was a win-win situation. Just like this time, when Ivanov was in trouble, he received the help of the other 3 gatekeepers, which greatly relieved his pressure. After another 2 hours, the bodyguard next to him came to report that all 10 of them had woken up. Tang Zhen nodded and walked over with Ivanov. In a spacious room, 10 bare-chested men from the Ice Bear Alliance stood together with bandages on their heads. Ivanov only took a glance and felt an extremely violent power from the 10 men. It was flamboyant, overbearing, and filled with an aura of destruction. Ivanov had a feeling that as long as one of his men made a move, he would be able to tear a group of enemies into pieces. It seemed that the super soldiers created by the Oracle were indeed extraordinary. Just as Ivanov was sizing up his 10 men, the 10 men were also constantly sizing up Tang Zhen. Ever since they woke up, they could feel the changes in their bodies. It was as if there was a monster hidden in their bodies, filling them with infinite power, as if they could easily destroy everything. Every living being that suddenly obtained superpower would have this kind of unreal feeling in the beginning. Just now, someone couldn't help but want to test his strength. In the end, that 1-inch thick wall iron pipe was easily crushed and broken. This kind of abnormal strength made them ecstatic, but at the same time, it also made them more confident. So what if he only had a few years of life left? To be able to possess such powerful strength and get $1 million as compensation, he felt that he had earned it. The most important point was the promise of the Oracle. It was also because they could be reborn that they had such a feeling of profit. The mysterious Lord Oracle had become even more mysterious and powerful in their hearts. However, when they looked at the Oracle again, they felt like they were looking at a prehistoric monster. It was as though Tang Zhen only needed to gently move his hand to kill all of them. This feeling was so obvious that it made people feel an irrepressible sense of submission from the bottom of their hearts. The 10 people who had just obtained great power and felt that they were above everyone suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and their legs couldn't help but tremble. Tang Zhen expressionlessly sized up these 10 people. He smiled and nodded. The experiment was very successful. It feels good to obtain great power, doesn't it? Tang Zhen's voice sounded once again as he turned around and walked out of the door. Since that's the case, come with me to test it out. It's good to let you know how strong you are. Chapter 302. Strength Test. Abandoned city behind Ivanov's manor. There was a spacious green space that covered a few hectares. After everyone came out of the room, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the 10 super soldiers behind him. I believe you've all felt the new power in your bodies. Do you feel like you can destroy everything? The 10 super soldiers looked at each other and nodded in unison. Tang Zhen smiled slightly when he saw this. He beckoned to everyone. Come, all of you attack me together and use your greatest strength to attack me. The super soldiers hesitated for a moment before they instantly shot out from their original positions and charged straight at Tang Zhen. In their hearts, they also wanted to see how strong Tang Zhen was. However, their explosive speed made Ivanov's pupils contract, because it was far beyond the speed of a normal person. In the blink of an eye, these 10 super soldiers had already surrounded Tang Zhen. Their punches and kicks that carried a violent force whistled over. There was a faint tearing sound in the air, which made the onlookers feel a sense of shock. However, these attacks that carried a destructive force were instantly and forcefully stopped when they landed on Tang Zhen's body. Tang Zhen casually blocked the attacks of the 10 people. At the same time, he swung his fists and feet at lightning speed. With a series of muffled groans, the super warriors were all sent flying as if they had been hit by the explosion. One of them fell into the pool and broke a marble sculpture. After seeing this scene, all the onlookers were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. If such a terrifying power were to land on an ordinary person, there would be no possibility of survival. Fortunately, these super soldiers had extremely strong resistance to attacks. Tang Zhen did not use too much force either. Therefore, they quickly got up from the ground and returned to Tang Zhen with frightened expressions. The 10 of them were well aware of their own destructive power, and they were even more aware of the terrifying strength required to defeat 10 people at the same time. Moreover, Tang Zhen had played it down so easily. This was clearly not his true strength. They were already extremely respectful towards Tang Zhen. Looking at the 10 super soldiers who were covered in dust, Tang Zhen said in a deep voice, "You guys haven't gotten used to the power you've just gained, so you'll have to go through a lot of training in the next few days. When you can easily control your body's strength, you can carry out your missions normally." After ordering the super soldiers to retreat, Tang Zhen modified the rebirth altar in Ivanov's hands so that it had the ability to store souls. If any of these super warriors died in an accident, their souls would be absorbed by the rebirth altar and could enter a new body at any time. After everything was done, Tang Zhen went to the room that Ivanov arranged for him and continued to read. As night fell, Ivanov prepared an extremely sumptuous dinner, and Tang Zhen also had a good meal. He took the time to return to the Holy Dragon City. After patrolling the area, Tang Zhen returned to his original world, took a bath, and prepared to sleep. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Tang Zhen opened the door, only to discover 2 hot women from the Ice Bear Alliance standing outside. With just a glance, Tang Zhen recognized the other party. They were the 2 women he had met when he got off the plane during the day. Compared to the day, the 2 of them were dressed even more sexily. They were wearing short black silk skirts, full breasts, and long legs. They were full of charm. After seeing Tang Zhen open the door, they naturally walked in and surrounded Tang Zhen in the middle. A faint fragrance wafted over, making one's heart throb. These 2 women were not very old, but it was precisely because of this that they looked even more youthful and full of vitality. These 2 women came to his bedroom late at night. It must have been Ivanov's arrangement. Tang Zhen did not expect this guy to be so meticulous. Tang Zhen had already gradually adapted to this kind of act and did not have much resistance in his heart. It would be a problem if he didn't eat a delicious dish that was delivered to his door. Moreover, he really liked it. Reaching out his hand to hold the two slender waists, Tang Zhen used a gentle force and threw them onto the big bed 7 to 8 meters away. In the midst of the exclamations, the two women landed lightly on the bed, only making a slight sound. "Oh my God, what a wonderful feeling. So strong. He actually threw the two of us so far away." The two women's exclamations sounded one after another. At the same time, they seemed to be teasing Tang Zhen with their eyes and body movements. Their eyes were filled with lust. Tang Zhen laughed softly and slowly walked toward the large bed. At this moment, a soft shout was heard. "You two pieces of trash, get out of here immediately." Natasha stood at the door and looked at the two women on the bed coldly. After hesitating for a while, the two women got up and left with a chuckle. When they passed Natasha, they even showed a provocative smile. After fiercely glaring at Tang Zhen, Natasha turned around and left without looking back. Looking at Natasha's actions, Tang Zhen laughed and turned back to his bed. The door behind him slowly closed without any wind. The next morning, Tang Zhen drove the off-road vehicle and left Ivanov's manor. The goal of his trip was to an abandoned city of the Ice Bear Alliance. Many years ago, a terrible disaster had occurred here, causing the city to be completely abandoned. Now, it was deserted. To others, it was a land of disaster, filled with painful memories. However, to Tang Zhen, that place was a very suitable place to hide his secret. He was going to build a super-large soul fusion array there to speed up the detection of the plane coordinates of the Lucheng world. It was unknown how far the Lucheng world was from the original world. Before the specific coordinates were determined, Tang Zhen would never be able to achieve soul transmission across planes. Therefore, Tang Zhen used the virtual game as a cover. He used the spiritual strength he extracted while playing the game to carry out the detection of the plane's coordinates. However, an ordinary person's soul power was very limited. Every trace of soul power was insignificant, and it would be constantly consumed in the process of launching. After crossing an uncountable distance, the soul power would become weaker and weaker, until it completely dissipated. Therefore, even if there were countless players participating in the game, the launch distance between each other was almost the same, and the local area was powerless. The best solution was to gather a part of the soul power and form a more powerful soul beam. This kind of soul beam had a longer range and was more solid, so it would not dissipate easily. The scattered soul power was like iron powder, which was far less solid than a steel ingot after smelting. The formation that Tang Zhen had set up had the effect of smelting. The reason why Tang Zhen chose this abandoned city of the Ice Bear Alliance was because when the array was refining and shooting out soul beams, it would have a huge impact on ordinary people. This was especially so when he was refining his soul power. The effects were the most severe. During this period, if an ordinary person with weak willpower approached the array, they would quickly develop a terrifying illusion. Only when the smelting process was completed or when one had left the range of the array's influence would one be able to escape from the illusion. For ordinary people with strong soul power, as well as those real spirits, this array also had a great temptation. Once they sensed the existence of the array, they could not help but move closer to the array. With these disadvantages, there was no need to consider densely populated places. Tang Zhen considered for a long while before deciding to build the soul fusion array in this abandoned city. One reason was that this place was deserted and very few people visited. The second reason was that because of the disaster, countless ruins were abandoned here, and many things could be transported to Holy Dragon City. Before the arrival of the Cold Moon disaster, Tang Zhen would also build an area to accommodate all kinds of wanderers, forces and use it as a temporary shelter during the Cold Moon disaster. The materials needed to build this sanctuary would have to be collected from this abandoned city. Chapter 303. Soul Altar. Visitors from the barren city. The city that Tang Zhen was heading to was called Ghost City by many people. Although the cities and villages in this area had been completely destroyed because of the spread of the disaster back then, some people still returned to their homes and lived here for a long time after many years. Tang Zhen drove the car all the way forward, continuously passing through the broken roads before finally arriving at the destination of this trip. After sending the car to the Lucheng world, Tang Zhen changed into a clean set of clothes and began to look for a suitable location. Through the map's perspective, Tang Zhen could see an area with a radius of 100 kilometers. Through this method, he could filter the locations and ensure that he would not miss out on anything. As he had guessed, this abandoned city was indeed desolate. In between the large forest and wild grass, there were countless broken buildings. The gaps between the road and the square were also covered by lush grass. Countless public buildings and car wreckages had been damaged by the wind and rain, and had become mottled. In such a large area, other than the dilapidated man-made buildings, he seemed to be the only one there. However, if one looked carefully, they could still find signs of human activity. Not far away from him, there was a human village. In a lake further away, there were people fishing. After Tang Zhen carefully inspected it, he finally chose a location. Then, with the wind under his feet, he began to move quickly through the abandoned city, straight to the location of his target. The destination was at the end of the route. There was a large building that looked dilapidated. As he walked, a group of wild dogs suddenly ran out and blocked Tang Zhen's path. These wild dogs were huge in size and had fierce eyes. They were coldly staring at Tang Zhen, as though they had the intention of treating him as food. Tang Zhen did not hesitate as he continued to advance toward the established route. When this group of wild dogs saw Tang Zhen rushing over, they actually also swarmed forward, their sharp teeth directly biting at Tang Zhen. "You're looking for death," Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He swung his fist out fiercely and directly sent the two wild dogs in the air in front of him flying. The wild dog that flew out suddenly exploded in midair, splattering its flesh and blood all over the ground. Another kick swept out, and several wild dogs were sent flying, directly hitting the roadside buildings. The wild dog was instantly turned into a meat patty, firmly stuck to the wall. The remaining two wild dogs whimpered and immediately ran away with their tails between their legs. They were extremely fast. These two beasts had also realized how terrifying Tang Zhen was. In the face of the threat of death, they made the wisest choice. After getting rid of a few wild dogs that blocked the way, Tang Zhen continued to move forward. It didn't take long for him to reach his destination. Tang Zhen frowned slightly after sweeping his gaze over the dilapidated building. However, he still walked in. After decades of wind and rain, this place had become extremely dilapidated, dust and garbage were everywhere. Because of the hasty evacuation back then, many of the items in the building had been abandoned and scattered on the ground. A group of wild pigeons occupied the space of one floor. After seeing Tang Zhen, they were not afraid at all. After spending half an hour, Tang Zhen carefully looked through the abandoned building and decided to build the soul fusion array here. He first chose a room that was big enough on the top floor, then cleared out all the debris in the room. The next thing to do was to build the altar. Because there were abandoned buildings everywhere, there was no lack of materials to build an altar. Tang Zhen ran to a square and used the purple electric short sword to cut up a number of concrete blocks, storing them in the storage space. After returning to the top floor, Tang Zhen neatly stacked these concrete blocks and then used the purple lightning short sword to cut and trim them. After the main body of the altar was done, Tang Zhen teleported back to Holy Dragon City and took some mixed high-grade cement. He mixed it with a quick solidifying agent and smeared the surface of the altar evenly. After doing all this, Tang Zhen only needed to quietly wait for the cement to set. However, this did not mean that he could be idle, as there were still many things for him to do. After walking out of the abandoned building, Tang Zhen walked around and came to a signal tower. He used the purple electric short sword to cut the steel structure of the signal tower in half and put it into his storage space. After returning to the top of the abandoned building, Tang Zhen directly made a big hole on the top of the altar and inserted half of the signal tower into it. After arranging the signal tower, Tang Zhen moved a pile of debris and blocked all the cracks in the hole. After the soul fusion altar was set up, the signal tower could collect and receive the scattered soul power. The condensed soul beam would also be sent out through this half of the signal tower to the endless void. After finishing the antenna, the hardness of the concrete also met the requirements. Tang Zhen began to calm down and carve the array. This was a tedious task. Even with Tang Zhen's speed, he would need at least half a day to complete it. Just as Tang Zhen was concentrating on building the soul fusion altar, two cars had also entered the abandoned city. After the car stopped, a group of young people jumped out of the car. Looking at the appearance of these young people, they should be here to play and explore. From their equipment, it could be seen that they were planning to occupy this place for a while. However, they didn't rashly run around. After all, a huge disaster had happened here, and there were still many places left with fatal dangers. After using the instrument to measure one round, the group of young people continued to move forward with excited faces. It was just that the end point of their route was coincidentally the building that Tang Zhen had chosen. Not long after the group of young people left, a few more cars whizzed over, driving at an extremely fast speed. After seeing the cars on the side of the road, the few cars suddenly stopped, and a group of burly men jumped out of the cars. These people's faces were gloomy and fierce, and they carried a murderous aura. One look and one could tell that they were not good people. Especially when they took out all kinds of guns and weapons from their cars, they looked even more like bandits. The leader, a bald man with an aquiline nose, threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and waved to the people behind him. He carried an automatic rifle and chased in the direction where the young man disappeared. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen was currently inscribing a formation and did not notice the scene that was happening outside. Otherwise, he would definitely sigh. Did this group of people have nothing better to do? Why did they all come to this godforsaken place? What happened to the dilapidated, remote, and uninhabited place? After passing through the square overgrown with grass, the group of young people had already arrived at the abandoned building and were pointing at it. Two girls were still taking selfies with their phones and quickly uploading them to social media sites. Exploring an abandoned city like this would always give people a very cool feeling, which was also the motivation for them to come here. We'll rest here tonight. Do you have any objections? A tall young man from the Ice Bear Alliance turned around and asked his partner. Sure, I think this place is not bad. Look, there are so many people replying to me. They're all liking the post. Quote. Looking at his busy companions, the young man shrugged his shoulders and led the way into the abandoned building. His companions behind him also carried their own bags and followed him in. However, they had never imagined that there would be endless nightmares waiting for them inside this building. Chapter 304. Escape from the abandoned building. Construction of the altar. The abandoned building that had been abandoned for a long time became lively again. This group of young people did not care much about the dirty environment. With excitement and apprehension, they began to look around the abandoned building that was tens of thousands of square meters. As it had been a long time since humans visited, the abandoned building had become a paradise for animals. Creatures like rats and sparrows appeared from time to time. In the corner of a room, the group of young people unexpectedly found a large pile of bones that looked very fresh. It was dirty, broken, and had a terrifying aura. In such an environment, the group of young people were not frightened. Instead, they continued to explore with great interest and took out their mobile phones to take pictures from time to time. The already abandoned scenery, coupled with the text description, caused a constant stream of exclamations and questions on social media, which greatly satisfied their vanity. This abandoned building was very large and had a lot of rooms. They wandered around for half a day but still hadn't reached the top floor. Just as these young people were about to continue their exploration to the higher floor, a young man inadvertently came to the window and happened to see two burly men holding rifles. When he saw the two of them heading straight for the abandoned building, the young man suddenly felt a sense of danger. Could it be that these guys with guns are here for us? After the young man realized this, he immediately turned around and ran to his companions, shouting out his discovery. What did you say? Someone barged in with a spear. A golden-haired girl in outdoor clothing was stunned when she heard this. At the same time, a hint of worry appeared on her face. Among these people, her identity was the most special. If these armed criminals were really coming for them, then she was most likely their real target. We have to find an exit and leave this place. We can't let them catch us. A strong young man with short hair pulled out a pistol from his waist and said to the crowd, "That's right. We have to leave as soon as possible." Another young man took out a revolver from his waist and quickly checked it. The rest of the people also took out their folding knives or picked up a temporary weapon from the ground, then quickly looked for an exit. Before they came here to explore, they had all prepared their own weapons for self-defense in case of danger. The citizens of the Ice Bear Alliance were tough. Among this group of young people, several of them had gone to military school before, so they were not too flustered. They carefully walked along the corridor while constantly observing their surroundings. The two people in front and behind them even raised their pistols in alert. Just as they turned a corner, a criminal with a submachine gun happened to walk over. As soon as the two sides met, the criminal pointed his gun at the crowd, which was self-evident. Damn it! The young man at the front immediately opened fire, firing several times in a row, forcing the armed criminal to a corner. Run! Hide! We're their target! Following the young man's shout, everyone immediately ran to higher ground. Gunshots were heard. The criminal had rushed up and started shooting from behind. The criminal didn't seem to want to kill the young men, so he flicked his gun a little, and most of the bullets flew elsewhere. The young men, who were in a hurry to escape, did not realize this. They frantically looked for an exit, only to find that all the exits were guarded by bandits. In a panic, these young people began to run upstairs, hoping to find a safe place on the top floor and then call for help. The criminals didn't seem to care about the young people calling for help. They drove them away unhurriedly and even took out their mobile phones to record. It didn't take long for these young people to run to the top floor, which was the floor where Tang Zhen was located. In fact, Tang Zhen had already discovered their tracks when these people entered the abandoned building. At the same time, he noticed the group of armed criminals. However, Tang Zhen ignored these people. He merely used a stone to block the door of the room he was in. After which, he continued to inscribe the array. Even the gunshots and the criminals' laughter didn't disturb his work. By the time these young people rushed to the top floor, Tang Zhen had already finished inscribing the array. He straightened his back and stretched his muscles and bones. Tang Zhen frowned slightly when he heard the occasional gunshots and the panicked screams of men and women outside. I thought this was a peaceful place, but I didn't expect so many people to come and make trouble. If this situation continued, the soul fusion altar would most likely be exposed. It took me half a day to get this soul fusion altar done, and it's very important to my plan, so I can't expose it easily. Since that's the case, I'll have to use some extreme methods. After Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he immediately took out the brain pearl and began to embed it into the array. After he was done embedding, he waved his hand and a few huge plastic buckets appeared on the ground. The scarlet liquid in the plastic buckets was the monster blood that Tang Zhen had specially collected. Without this thing, the soul fusion array could not function normally. Tang Zhen casually lifted the bucket and poured all the monster blood into the soul fusion altar, filling the pool to the brim. The engraved array was also completely submerged by the blood, and no trace could be seen on the surface. With another wave of his hand, a monster's brain that was stored in a glass container was taken out. Tang Zhen carefully placed it in the center of the blood pool in the soul fusion altar. After sealing all the windows in the room, Zhen Tang once again took out some strips of monster skin and used the blood of the monster to write runes on them. After he finished writing the runes, Tang Zhen took out a nail and used his bare hands to push these leather strips against the surrounding walls. After doing all this, the gunshots outside had stopped, and the criminals had forced the group of young men into the corner of the top floor. Tang Zhen slightly shook his head as he looked at the flustered and frightened expressions of the group of young people. He turned around and walked to the front of the soul fusion altar. A series of obscure and strange incantations were emitted from Tang Zhen's mouth and continuously reverberated in the room. When the incantation was heard, the blood pool filled with the monster's blood began to flash with red light. The flickering light was very regular, as if some kind of creature was breathing continuously. At the same time, the runic leather strips that were nailed to the wall also began to flash with a faint red light, which reflected the blood pool. At some point in time, the monster's brain above the blood pool began to tremble slightly. Blood vessels slowly extended from the brain and plunged into the blood pool like plant roots. When the blood vessels came into contact with the fresh blood in the blood pool, they immediately began to absorb it madly. The size of the monster's brain began to grow rapidly. While Tang Zhen was chanting the incantation, he was also staring at the blood pool and continuously replenishing it. When the monster's brain grew to the size of a wheel, it stopped growing. However, even more blood vessels were drilling out of the brain. As they waved in the air, they were also constantly growing thicker and longer. It didn't take long for the blood vessels to touch the half of the signal tower and quickly wrap around it. Countless blood vessels extended out and covered the surface of the signal tower. In just a few minutes, the signal tower in the house had completely turned into a tower of flesh and blood. The gigantic brain emitted a faint red light, which quickly spread to the signal tower along the blood vessels, and spread out from the top of the signal tower at lightning speed. As soon as the red light spread, it attracted a thunderbolt from the clear sky, and a large number of dark clouds quickly gathered. In just a dozen minutes, the sky above the abandoned city had become extremely gloomy, and the sun's rays had been completely blocked. A large amount of gray fog appeared out of thin air and quickly spread across the abandoned building area. The gray fog was getting thicker and thicker. After less than 10 minutes, the surrounding area of the abandoned building could no longer be seen beyond 3 meters. Tang Zhen watched everything that was happening outside through the map view as a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The soul fusion array is complete. Chapter 305. The Criminals Live Broadcast 1. What Tang Zhen didn't know was that when this group of bandits entered this deserted city, they had already logged onto their social media and started a live video. In the beginning, no one had noticed this video. However, it didn't take long for someone to notice that the content of the video was abnormal. After watching for a while, the audience was surprised to find that it was a live video from a group of criminals. The content of the live broadcast was even more shocking. It was the scene of the group of criminals capturing a group of young people. After confirming that this wasn't a joke, the live broadcast immediately caused a huge uproar on the internet. People kept sighing that this group of bandits was too savage to dare to do such a thing. However, on second thought, they had done this kind of thing quite a few times. It wasn't too strange for such a live broadcast to happen. In the blink of an eye, comments started to appear on the live stream, making it seem unusually lively. Some were indignant, some cursed, and some were cheering for the bandits, hoping for the world to be in chaos. One grain of rice can feed 100 different people, this was evident. No matter what, this live broadcast video immediately went viral and became known to countless people. The popularity of the internet on the mobile phone made the live broadcast spread to every corner of the original world. At that moment, as long as one logged into a famous video website, they could see the video being broadcasted and the criminal's explanation on the phone. Through the slightly shaky live broadcast screen, the audience could clearly see that the shooting location was extremely desolate, and there was a dilapidated atmosphere everywhere. Everything he saw along the way was the same. The audience watching the video immediately asked, "What was this place?" There was strength in numbers. Soon, someone confirmed that the location of the video was the abandoned, ghost city of the Ice Bear Alliance. After confirming the location, the audience began to discuss, "You're really courting death. Why did you run to that kind of ghostly place? God, I really admire their courage. There's no way to escape in this place. What are these bandits trying to do? Why did they come to this ghost city to capture a few young people? There's definitely something wrong here." After a while, more detailed information was revealed. It was the identity information of the group of young people who were being chased by the bandits. Other than a girl who had a special identity, the rest were just ordinary people. Therefore, the audience agreed that the girl was probably the real target of the criminals. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the bandits to confirm the audience's guess in the live broadcast. They wanted to kidnap the girl and the other young men to threaten the girl's father, who held an important position in the Ice Bear Alliance, to agree to an unreasonable request of the bandits. If he didn't agree, he would bear the consequences. When the girl's father heard the news, he was so furious that he smashed the table on the spot. He immediately used his power and began to mobilize a large number of military and police to rescue the location given by his daughter. However, it would take at least an hour to get to the scene of the incident. No one could predict what would happen in such a long time. At this moment, the audience finally understood the bandits' intention and started to worry for the young men. They couldn't help but secretly pray that this group of young people could escape the pursuit of the bandits and escape safely. However, it seemed that the hope was slim. From the angle of the video, the criminals could be seen surrounding an abandoned building and blocking all the exits. Some of the more observant viewers noticed the young man standing by the window when the video flashed by. The young man seemed to have noticed the criminals. After seeing this scene, the audience felt a little more at ease, hoping that they could escape. As the audience prayed, the armed criminals began to walk up the stairs, and the scene in the abandoned building appeared in front of countless viewers. Many viewers did not know the history of the abandoned city. After seeing the decorations in the abandoned building, they quickly searched for relevant information on the internet. When they learned about the history of this abandoned city, they couldn't help but sigh. However, more people were staring at the screen, hoping that the group of young people would not appear. They put themselves in the shoes of the group of young people, and their hearts were in their throats. However, the next second, their hopes were dashed. In the video, the criminal walking in front suddenly raised his gun, and then a young man in the corner of the upstairs fired continuously. The criminal who was recording the video quickly dodged, and the image shook violently. Seeing this, the audience cheered and prayed that the young man could kill several criminals. Some people felt that the young man's action was too impulsive. Once the criminals were angered, they would probably shoot and kill. Some people believed that the criminals were determined to die, otherwise they wouldn't have done such a live broadcast. If they didn't satisfy their demands, none of the bandits in this group of young people would be able to leave this abandoned building alive. Everyone had different opinions, and no one could convince the other. At that moment, the cameraman stood up, and it was certain that he and the criminal in front of him were not shot. After seeing this scene, the audience was very regretful. The criminals with submachine guns in front of them started shooting and quickly gave chase. The young man in the video kept running, while the armed criminals kept shooting from behind. Their laughter was full of madness and contempt. Countless people in the audience started to curse, but they could only feel anxious. Some people kept cursing at the military and police. Why were they so late? What the audience didn't know was that the Ice Bear Alliance had already mobilized thousands of military and police, and a few military helicopters were rushing over. The Ice Bear Alliance placed a lot of importance on this matter, and they would not allow it to continue to worsen. As for blocking the live broadcast signal, it was finally dropped after countless people opposed it. Time passed by slowly. During this period, the audience saw the figures of the young people several times, and even saw their panicked and helpless faces. After seeing this scene, countless people felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. The sense of helplessness seemed to penetrate the screen, making many people feel the same and cry. As more and more criminals gathered, the young man climbed higher and higher. It didn't take long for these young people to reach the top floor. The bandits had also sealed off all the exits on the top floor and began to drive the young people to the corners unhurriedly. Perhaps it was because the young men had weapons in their hands, or perhaps it was to create an atmosphere for the live broadcast. The bandits were not in a hurry to arrest them. They only needed to wait until these young people had no way to retreat, and then they could easily catch a turtle in a jar. After seeing this scene, the audience realized that these young people had no way of escaping. Countless people fell silently waiting for the final outcome. However, at this moment, a change occurred. The live broadcast suddenly became chaotic, and countless snowflakes suddenly appeared. The bright top floor of the abandoned building quickly became dark, and at the same time, countless gray fog appeared out of nowhere. After seeing this scene, not only were the audience watching the video shocked, but even the criminals panicked. The bandits did not know what was going on either. They started to look around nervously. The audience was also staring at the screen, without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the video, followed by rapid gunshots. The voices of many bandits came out of the gray fog, their voices full of panic and madness. It was hard to imagine what could make these bandits so afraid that they might even go crazy. However, the observant audience still heard the words that appeared the most frequently in the gray fog. Devil. At this time, the video interface was dark, and the criminal in charge of broadcasting kept whispering in fear, as if he was praying. The terrifying atmosphere in the video had already made the audience break out in cold sweat. No one had expected such a huge reversal at the last moment. The audience was confused. What was going on? The livestream interface shook again, and then a hazy and strange figure suddenly walked out from the thick gray fog. However, when the audience saw the figure clearly, they all sucked in a cold breath and their faces were filled with disbelief. Chapter 306 Soul Fusion Ghostly Banner. Yin souls everywhere. It was a brawny man in broken armor. He was dressed in medieval clothes, covered in blood and stains, and his cloak was broken and burnt. The audience was shocked because the armored man didn't have a head. Oh my God, this is the Headless Horseman. After seeing this, the audience finally understood why the bandits kept shouting, "Demon." At this very moment, the demon had appeared before their eyes. As they watched the Headless Horseman slowly approach the criminal who had recorded the video, all the viewers felt a chill run down their spines. The criminal who had filmed the video was still praying with a trembling voice and didn't seem to notice the Headless Horseman's approach. At this moment, the Headless Horseman suddenly raised his hand and slashed down with his long sword. A scream was heard. It was obviously the voice of the criminal who had taken the video. The Headless Rider bent down, grabbed a round object, and placed it on his neck. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a bloody head. Oh my God, it's the head of the criminal who took the video. As the Headless Horseman placed the thug's head on his neck, he suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a sinister smile. Almost all the spectators screamed in horror. At this moment, the live stream was suddenly cut off. The excited audience started to curse. At the same time, They started to make various guesses and discuss whether the strange headless horseman was real or fake. The outcome of the discussion was not important. What was important was that from now on, this abandoned building would become the most famous ghost land in the original world. Countless adventurers tried to approach the abandoned building to find the secret on the top floor. However, these adventurers were either scared out of their wits or seriously ill, but no one could get close to the top floor. In the end, this abandoned building became the only officially recognized ghost land, and its reputation rose. Tang Zhen was actually unconcerned about the waves that were set off in the outside world. After throwing away the criminal's head and turning off the virtual reality simulator, the terrifying headless horseman's outfit instantly disappeared, revealing Tang Zhen's original appearance. The scene of the prank just now had actually been recorded and broadcasted live. This was something that Tang Zhen had not expected. But it didn't matter, it wasn't his real face anyway. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for this place to become famous. He had originally wanted to find a quiet place to set up the soul fusion array, but he didn't expect that the more he caused trouble, the more attention he would attract. Now, it was known to the whole world. Tang Zhen wasn't afraid of people knowing about the existence of the soul fusion array. He just didn't want the soul fusion array to affect the lives of ordinary people. With the technological level of the original world, it was impossible to destroy the operation of the soul fusion array. And if a large number of humans came close, it would only allow the soul fusion array to absorb more of the dissipated soul power. If the machines and equipment got too close, they would be affected by the strange magnetic field and would not be able to work properly. Since things had already come to this, he would just let nature take its course. After dealing with all the bandits, Tang Zhen turned his attention to the operating soul fusion array. From Tang Zhen's point of view, spiritual strength was a type of yin energy. On the other hand, the normal world was filled with countless yang energy. When a small amount of yin energy appeared in the yang energy, it would not change much. However, once a large amount of yin energy appeared, it would produce a violent reaction. The most direct manifestation of this was the huge change in the surrounding environment. Dark clouds loomed, the temperature plummeted, and ghost fog grew. This was the demon ghost that was formed after a massive amount of yin energy was gathered together. Ever since the soul fusion altar was built, this area had become a ghost domain, blocking outsiders from peeking and collecting soul energy from the surroundings. The bandits and young men in the abandoned building were the first group of outsiders to experience the horror of the demon ghost. In one of the rooms on the top floor, a few young people gathered together and held the door tightly, nervously listening to the sounds outside. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear. As if they were playing a game of cat and mouse, the criminals drove them to the highest point of the abandoned building, making sure that they couldn't escape. The room they were in was their last resort. Other than jumping off the building, there was no way to escape. A sense of despair and pessimism rose in everyone's hearts, and several girls were already sobbing secretly. "Have you made the call? When will the police come? I've already fought, but I don't know when they'll come. I'm afraid we'll be caught by these criminals before the police arrive." The more they spoke, the sadder and more worried they became. Some of them had already started pulling their hair and were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, another commotion was heard. The bandits had already gathered. The young man in the room immediately became more nervous when he heard the bandits' voices. Someone ran to the window to see if there was any hope of escape, but he was surprised to find that the surrounding environment had changed. "Oh my God, look, why is there such a thick fog outside?" Following his exclamation, the panicking crowd finally noticed the change in the environment outside. At the same time, they also noticed that the fog around them was getting thicker. Unknowingly, he could not even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. "What's going on? Look, our room is also filled with gray fog. If the outside is also filled with this fog, can we take the opportunity to escape?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They all thought that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. As for the reason for the fog, no one cared. They peeked out through the gap in the door and found that the corridor outside was indeed filled with the gray fog, and the criminals were gone. It was as if those criminals had quietly disappeared from this world. Although the situation before their eyes was very strange, this group of young people immediately became excited. They quickly opened the door and walked out carefully. The girl who was walking at the back inadvertently glanced at the window when she was about to go out. She was surprised to find that there was a person squatting in the corner beside her, facing the wall. Because of the thick fog, she couldn't see the other person's face clearly. The girl thought that this was her companion, so she quickly leaned over and patted the other party's shoulder. "What are you doing? We should go." However, before the girl's palm could touch her squatting companion, she heard someone calling her softly from behind. The girl turned around and looked, but she didn't see who was calling her. When the girl turned around, she realized that the person who was squatting on the ground had disappeared. The girl was shocked and ran out of the room in a hurry to chase after her companion. However, when she ran out, she was horrified to find that her companions had disappeared. This was no small matter. The girl's face immediately turned pale, and her body trembled. "Where are you? Where are you?" The girl called out her friend's name softly, but there was no response, which made her even more panicked. He was surrounded by thick fog, and he couldn't see his surroundings clearly. Naturally, he couldn't tell which direction he was going. The girl was only relying on her blurry memory to move towards the exit. As she walked, the girl suddenly realized that a few blurry black shadows had appeared in front of her. Could it be my own partner? The girl was overjoyed and immediately ran 2 steps to catch up with the black shadow. However, she could vaguely feel that her companion's walking posture was particularly strange, as if it was very stiff. When she finally caught up, the girl reached out to pull her companion, who was closest to her, but she felt that she had touched a piece of hard frozen meat. At this moment, the companion turned around and looked at the girl. When she saw the face of her companion, the girl's eyes widened and she couldn't help but scream. It was a human face with missing flesh and skin, as if something had gnawed on it. The white bones were exposed, making it look extremely ferocious. On his body, there were a few obvious bullet holes, and his clothes were completely soaked in blood. From the outside, it was a complete corpse. But now, this corpse was standing and walking, and staring at her with a cold and silent gaze. Beside the corpse, there were a few other similar black shadows that turned around at the same time. While the girl was frightened, she recognized the other party's identity. They were the bandits who had tried to kidnap them. But now, the criminal was dead. The girl did not hesitate to turn around and escape. Even though she fell a few times in a row and her head was bleeding, she still ran for her life. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was to leave this place as soon as possible, to escape from this terrifying place. As she ran, another black shadow appeared beside her, but the girl didn't dare to go up and check again. The girl ran forward with her head lowered, but she still couldn't suppress her curiosity. She sneaked a glance at the black shadow. The girl was scared out of her wits. The shadow was a woman. She wore a tattered dress that was covered in blood and dirt. The woman's body was covered in wounds and blood was constantly dripping from her drooping arms. Her long golden hair was soaked in blood and had become a few thick locks, covering her strange face that was full of hatred. Most importantly, the woman was floating in the air. The devil! The girl was on the verge of a mental breakdown as she thought of this. She ran madly in the abandoned building, screaming and venting the fear in her heart. What the girl didn't know was that her companions were also in the same situation. Everyone was so frightened by the constant appearance of ghosts that they were on the verge of collapse. This abandoned building was now filled with eerie ghostly figures. In fact, the ghostly abandoned building would not really kill them. On the other hand, those bandits who had tried to kidnap this group of young people had all died under the interference of the illusions and spirit bodies under Tang Zhen's deliberate guidance. In the evening, Tang Zhen looked at the gray fog at the edge of the abandoned building. The Ice Bear Alliance's military police were continuously losing soldiers and laughed softly. Under the gray fog's interference, no human could get close to the abandoned building. They were all scared witless. After guiding the group of young people who had broken down a little, Tang Zhen let out a bored yawn after releasing them from the abandoned building. After scaring off these guys, I should continue working. Chapter 307 Missing Mercenary Group 1. Just as Tang Zhen was working on the demolition work in the abandoned city and continuously transporting abandoned supplies to the Holy Dragon City, a team of cultivators entered the Holy Dragon City's area of control. Their weapons and equipment were obviously much better than that of an ordinary exploration team. They were riding on a strange mount and had sufficient supplies. They were slowly moving forward in the wilderness. At the very front of the troop was a muscular man with a straight back, looking around vigilantly. He had a huge battle bow in his hand. Beside the brawny man, a young man in leather armor came over and smiled at the brawny man. "Big brother Iron Dragon, you don't have to be so nervous. This is only the Wildlands. There won't be any powerful monsters here. Didn't you see that we've walked for more than 10 miles and not a single low-level monster has appeared? The brawny man turned and glanced at the young man. He snorted coldly and said, "What do you know, kid? Although this wildlands is barren and desolate, the monsters are far more powerful than you think. I heard that a few decades ago, the elven cultivator team was completely annihilated by a group of 5th-tier cyclops. When a one-eyed giant goes berserk, its combat ability is extremely powerful. It is definitely not as simple as you think." After he said that, the burly man glanced at the tall stone pillar in the distance with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He was worried about the mission this time. They had spent nearly half a year traveling thousands of miles to reach this wild land only because they had accepted a mission to find the moonlight pebbles on the cornerstone trading platform. According to the quest's hint, the team of elf cultivators had died at the hands of the Cyclops in the wildlands. The moonlight pebbles they carried should be in the territory of the one-eyed giant. If he wanted to find the moonlight pebble, he had to get past the one-eyed giant first. This was what Iron Dragon was most worried about. Although their mercenary group was quite strong, with the exception of him, who was a rank 5 cultivator, the other members were all rank 4 cultivators and holy masters. However, when facing the one-eyed giant, Iron Dragon still did not have the confidence to win. For this mission, Iron Dragon had invested too much energy and money. This was also related to the mercenary group's promotion qualifications. Therefore, this mission had to be completed. Tai Long couldn't help but sigh as he thought of this. If it wasn't for those guys in Lusheng bullying him too much, he wouldn't have taken the risk and come to this savage land. I hope that this mission can be successfully completed and everyone can return safely. As time passed, the mercenary group finally got close to the area of the stone pillar. Tai Long jumped off his mount and looked at the stone pillar area from a distance. He then waved his hand at the silent girl beside him. The girl was wearing black leather armor, tight black leather pants, and a pair of soft-soled leather boots. Her entire body was wrapped up tightly, and she even wore a pair of specially made glasses around her eyes. "Little Ying, go to the stone pillar area and investigate. Remember to be extremely careful." After Tai Long finished speaking, the black-clothed girl immediately ran towards the stone pillar area. Her movements were extremely gentle yet swift. A layer of mist began to spread around her body. The black-clothed girl's figure gradually faded under the shroud of this mist. After a certain distance, she actually disappeared from everyone's sight. This was a Holy Master's ability, and the girl in black was a grade 4 Holy Master. However, due to her race, the girl in black was more suited for assassination and reconnaissance work. Her Holy Master skills were also more suited for these two jobs. When the black-robed girl went to investigate, Tai Long and his team members didn't let their guard down. They made preparations to receive an escape. Facing a group of enraged Cyclops, the wisest thing to do was to run. "Everyone, keep your spirits up. Once there's any change in the situation with Little Ying, we'll immediately retreat." As soon as Tai Long's voice fell, he discovered a wave of water fluctuations beside him. Immediately after, the black-clothed girl's figure appeared out of thin air. "Why are you back so quickly? Did the one-eyed giant find you?" Tai Long nervously asked. At the same time, he vigilantly glanced in the direction of the stone pillar area, but he didn't see the single-eyed giant. The black-clothed girl looked at Tai Long and said with a cold voice, "The one-eyed giants in the stone pillar area are all dead. Now, it's occupied by a group of wandering cultivators. They're looking for the garbage on the ground." Tai Long was stunned when he heard this. A bad feeling immediately rose in his heart. "Mount, let's go over and take a look." As soon as his voice fell, Tai Long had already rushed out. The other members looked at each other and followed closely behind. And NBSP, after rushing into the stone pillar area, Tai Long's mouth immediately dropped open at the scene before him. At this moment, the stone pillar area was in a mess. The broken body of the Cyclops was thrown everywhere. Many parts of its huge body had been gnawed by the monsters, revealing its bones. There was no muscle left on its trunk-like legs. A few dozen wanderers and wild cultivators were rummaging through the bones that were emitting a rotten smell. It seemed like there was a treasure hidden underneath. And NBSP, after seeing this, Tai Long felt like his head was about to explode. His face turned extremely ugly. "Damn it, what's going on?" Tai Long suddenly rushed out and grabbed the neck of a wild cultivator. He coldly said, "Tell me, what happened here?" The rank 2 wild cultivator's face was ashen. When Tai Long and the others had arrived, he had already felt a trace of uneasiness. Now that Tai Long had roared, he immediately told them everything he knew. However, the wild cultivator had no idea how the Cyclops had died. After all, no one had seen it. Tang Zhen did not publicize this matter. He still planned to use this poison to poison another batch of high-level monsters. Following Yi Shu's explanation, Tai Long also understood the cause and effect of the matter. After this wild cultivator finished speaking, Tai Long casually threw him to the side and turned around to mount his own mount. Let's go to Holy Dragon City and get the Moonlight Pebble back. The young man in leather armor couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you really think that the Holy Dragon City Lord will obediently hand over the Moonstone? Tai Long couldn't help snorting coldly when he heard this. He's just a puny third-level city lord, what capital does he have to fight us? If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll beat him up until he hands it over. Tai Long laughed out loud and headed straight in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. Since the Holy Dragon City had already found the Moonlight Pebble for him, Iron Dragon would save a lot of time. He only needed to go to the Holy Dragon City and get it back. As a level 5 cultivator from an advanced city, how could he put a mere level 3 city lord in his eyes? Chapter 308. Tai Long, who suffered a heavy blow, won an NBSP. With the Moonlight Pebble's information, Iron Dragon immediately felt his mood lighten. And NBSP, Iron Dragon had originally thought that he would have to face the terrifying Cyclops. After a bitter battle, he had never imagined that these Cyclops would be killed. This made Iron Dragon, who had been prepared for casualties, relax. They were all comrades who had gone through life and death together. Tai Long didn't want to see any of them get hurt. What he needed to do now was to rush to Holy Dragon City and ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. That puny city lord Lu for the Moonlight Pebble. If the other party is tactful, Tai Long doesn't mind helping him a little. If he doesn't know how to appreciate a favor, then a trace of killing intent appeared on Tai Long's face. None of the mercenaries who licked blood on their blades were soft-hearted. As for whether the one-eyed giant was killed by the Holy Dragon City, Iron Dragon did not make this assumption at all, because that was not the strength that a level 3 city tower could have. The well-built mount galloped all the way, heading straight for the Holy Dragon City, stirring up a cloud of dust. And NBSP, as he ran, Tai Long discovered that a group of several hundred people had appeared in front of him, and they were all heading in the same direction. By the time his mount had reached him, Tai Long discovered that it was a medium-sized caravan made up of foreign merchants. The guards of the caravan also saw Tai Long and the others chasing after them. They immediately drew their weapons and put on a vigilant posture. Although Tai Long was a level 5 cultivator, there were more than a dozen level 4 cultivators and dozens of level 3 cultivators in the caravan guards. Therefore, they did not feel afraid. Seeing the other party's nervous expression, Tai Long explained, "Don't be nervous, I just want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." For directions, a guard commander of the caravan said to Tai Long, "Tell me, where do you want to go?" "I want to go to Holy Dragon City. Should I keep walking forward?" Hearing this, the guard leader relaxed his guard a little and pointed forward, "Just follow this path and you'll reach it in no time." Tai Long cupped his hands to express his thanks. "By the way, where are you guys going?" Tai Long, who was about to leave, looked at the caravan guards and suddenly asked. "We're going the same way. We're going to Holy Dragon City too." Tai Long was slightly stunned. He did not expect this foreign tribe caravan to also be heading to Holy Dragon City. A city tower that could attract non-humankind trade caravans must be either rich in resources or powerful. Otherwise, how could it attract these profit-seeking non-humankind merchants? The Holy Dragon City was able to attract foreign trade caravans. It was probably stronger than he had imagined. But even so, it was still a small third-grade city. Iron Dragon was confident that he could force the city lord to hand over the Moonlight Pebble. Originally, he wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The guard leader about some information about Holy Dragon City. However, when he saw the guard's vigilant eyes, Tai Long chuckled and continued on his way with his men. It was just a level 3 city tower, he was too cautious. After leaving the caravan, the Iron Dragon mercenary group continued to gallop. It didn't take long for a huge mountain peak that reached the clouds to appear in front of everyone. This monastic robe is the Holy Dragon City. Tai Long looked at the huge city wall in front of him and felt dizzy. The mercenaries behind him also looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Even the tower they were in only had a 20-meter wall. Compared to the Holy Dragon City's 50-meter wall, it was not even worth mentioning. Was a Class 3 building with such walls really that simple? If it was an ordinary Level 3 city with a lack of high-level cultivators, the other party might compromise because of the strength of the Iron Dragon mercenary group. However, the Holy Dragon City was obviously not an ordinary city. At this moment, there were caravans and cultivators going in and out of the Holy Dragon City's gate, making it very lively. This kind of bustling scene could only be seen in high-class buildings. He did not expect Holy Dragon City to be the same. This Holy Dragon City was not simple. Iron Dragon pondered for a while and took the lead in controlling his mount, walking towards the Holy Dragon City's gate. He decided to investigate first before deciding on a method to retrieve the Moonlight Pebble. After arriving at the city gate, Iron Dragon indifferently glanced at the Holy Dragon City's soldiers in charge of the guards, taking the opportunity to judge the Holy Dragon City's martial strength. However, with just a glance, Tai Long's pupils contracted, and his eyes were full of shock and confusion. The Holy Dragon City warrior in charge of guarding the gate in front of Iron Dragon was actually wearing equipment that was not inferior to the Iron Dragon mercenary groups. The weapon in his hand especially made Iron Dragon's heart tremble. As a veteran mercenary, Tai Long recognized the origin of this strange weapon at a glance. The flintlock was an expensive and powerful weapon that had a high price but no supply. A few years ago, Iron Dragon had encountered a mercenary group that used flintlocks and cannons as their main weapons. This mercenary group's combat power was amazing, and their reputation was spread far and wide. Their level also far exceeded the Iron Dragon mercenary group. In that mercenary group, there were 2 flintlocks. At that time, Iron Dragon had experienced the power of flintlocks. Tai Long was very envious. He had also thought about getting a flintlock, but after asking around, he knew that this was a weapon that only the rich could afford. And NBSP, this matter had always made Tai Long feel regretful, but he could only comfort himself that this was not something he could force. But today, he was no longer calm. At a glance, the 10 Holy Dragon City warriors in front of him were actually equipped with flintlocks. This was simply insane. Your Holy Dragon City is very rich, right? So rich that every warrior in the city is equipped with a flintlock. This was too much of a blow. Tai Long felt his heart trembling. He resisted the desire to rob and slowly passed through the city gate. And NBSP, after entering the city, Tai Long immediately began to observe the surrounding environment. He realized that behind this wall, there was another wall that was less than 20 meters tall, protecting the Holy Dragon City's tower. From this angle, 2 huge towers could be seen, proving that there was more than one tower in the Holy Dragon City. Iron Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. The Holy Dragon City's strength had increased by another level. Looking at the tightly guarded inner city walls and the Holy Dragon City soldiers armed with automatic rifles, Tai Long felt a headache. It would probably be more difficult to advance and attack Holy Dragon City than to fight the one-eyed giant. Since that was the case, he could only wait for the opportunity to strike. At this moment, Tai Long's lofty aspirations before coming to Holy Dragon City had already been completely crushed. The members of the Iron Dragon mercenary group exchanged a glance and followed the crowd into the commercial district. However, when they reached the commercial district, Tai Long and his group members were once again shocked. The commercial district in front of them was the most spectacular market they had ever seen. Even the tower they were in didn't have such a spectacular and beautiful area. The only advantage was that there were more people. The members of the Iron Dragon mercenary group were dumbfounded. After storing their mounts in the cave, they began to wander around. As for the mission of snatching the Moonstone, they had already put it to the back of their minds. After witnessing the Holy Dragon City's power, they clearly realized that it would not be an easy task to get the Moonlight Pebble back. In that case, let's go shopping first. Chapter 309, I'm afraid this mission is going to be ruined. Tai Long walked on the street of the commercial district, looking at the foreign merchants coming and going. He couldn't help but sigh. After so many years of traveling, Tai Long was quite familiar with the nature of these foreign merchants. They were like a group of bloodthirsty flies. Wherever there was money to make, they would rush to it. The Holy Dragon City must have had its own unique ways to attract so many foreign merchants. The members of the mercenary group had already scattered. They took the opportunity to go shopping to find out about the Holy Dragon City's situation. The more powerful the Holy Dragon City was, the more they did not dare to act rashly. When they had accidentally heard that the Holy Dragon City's city lord was a lord-tier cultivator, Tai Long and the others had become even more cautious. He had thought that he could use his cultivation base to force the other party, but now that he thought about it, it was simply a huge joke. And NBSP, Iron Dragon couldn't help but blush. He actually wanted to threaten a lord. He really didn't know what death was. If he had followed his original plan, his body would have been cold by now. Under normal circumstances, the city lord of a level 3 building was basically at level 4, and level 5 was very rare. As for a lord level 3 city lord, Tai Long had never even heard of one. The difference between level 5 and lord was a huge chasm. Throughout the ages, only a few cultivators had passed this stage. This Holy Dragon City was strange everywhere. Thinking of this, Tai Long let out a sigh. Since he couldn't fight them head-on, he could only use his wits. Wandering along the wide streets, Tai Long inadvertently saw a group of cultivators with happy faces walking out of the tall buildings. And NBSP, looking into the building, Tai Long found that there were even more cultivators inside. They were all pointing at a huge gang. And NBSP, after seeing this scene, Tai Long felt that it was somewhat familiar. Could it be that this level 3 city also had a cornerstone platform for issuing missions? Tai Long was a little puzzled as he walked in. Tai Long's rank 5 cultivation was too eye-catching compared to the low-ranked cultivators in the hall who were only rank 2 or 3. The aura he exuded made many cultivators quickly make way. Tai Long felt a bit proud. It was still a small city after all. With his level 5 cultivation, he was already considered a top existence here. Although he was proud, Tai Long still carefully sized up the building. And NBSP, after observing for a while, Tai Long finally understood what this place was. Just as he had thought, this was indeed a place to issue mercenary missions. It was just that in this place, the mission was not issued by the Cornerstone Trading Platform, but by the Holy Dragon City. Iron Dragon did not expect the Holy Dragon City to be so bold. They had actually created their own mission system to compete with the Cornerstone Trading Platform for business. However, after understanding the contents of the mission, Iron Dragon realized that most of these missions were trivial matters that required him to run errands for Holy Dragon City. There wasn't much of a similarity between the missions on the Cornerstone Trading Platform. Iron Dragon then asked about the mission rewards. After hearing that points could be exchanged for special weapons and equipment, he excitedly rushed to the equipment display cabinet at the side, wanting to see what equipment could be exchanged in Holy Dragon City. And NBSP, arriving in front of the glass display case, Tai Long only took a glance before his breathing became heavy. In this long row of showcases, not only were there exquisite swords and armors, but there were also many things that Tai Long did not recognize. What moved Tai Long the most were the dazzling demonic weapons and a dozen black and shiny firearms. This Holy Dragon City is really willing to invest. They actually used such a precious weapon as a reward. And NBSP, Iron Dragon looked at the shining demon weapons with greed, but most of the time, his eyes were on the rifles. He was extremely envious of these rifles that shone with a metallic luster. After taking a look at the exchange criteria for these weapons, Iron Dragon suddenly had the idea of completing missions here and then using his points to exchange for firearms. This thought immediately filled Tai Long's mind, constantly stimulating and reminding him. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. A struggle appeared on Tai Long's face. After thinking for a long time, he began to stroll around with a relaxed expression. However, he was very clear on how to register a mercenary group, how to get points, how to advance, and so on. After leaving the mercenary union, Tai Long strolled around for a while before returning to the cave they temporarily rented. These caves were located at the bottom of the surrounding cliffs. They were densely arranged in a circle, and there were thousands of them. The cave that Tai Long and the others had rented was located at the foot of a mountain. It was about 400 to 500 square meters and was very spacious. This was a cave for humans to live in. The caves for mounts were elsewhere. At this moment, in the cave, only Xiaoying was sitting quietly on the dry grass. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. Tai Long sat on the side. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Xiaoying and asked, "You've seen the Holy Dragon City's defenses today. Do you have the confidence to sneak in?" Xiaoying was silent for a moment, then nodded. Tai Long frowned and sighed. He knew that the moment Xiaoying hesitated, it meant that the mission was extremely difficult. The last time she hesitated, She almost died in the lair of a level 5 monster. The last time, she was almost killed by a group of cultivators. If it's difficult, then don't go. Tai Long looked at the sky outside the cave and let out a sigh. I also took note of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, weapons and equipment today. They're much better than us. If we were to fight them head-on, our chances of winning are extremely low. I'm afraid we'll have to return empty-handed from this mission. Although he was unwilling to accept this, Tai Long had already confirmed this point after a rational analysis of the strength of both sides. The chances of completing the mission were slim. After a long silence, Xiaoying spoke again. No matter what, I have to enter Lu City, because I feel that there is something in the valley that is attracting me. Her voice was still cold, but there was a rare determination in it. Tai Long was stunned when he heard this. He silently glanced at Xiaoying. Ever since this girl joined the Iron Dragon mercenary group, she had never revealed her face. Even Tai Long had never seen her true appearance. Only through Xiaoying's tall and graceful figure, as well as her clear and cold voice, could one deduce that her appearance was definitely extraordinary. As for Xiaoying's race, Iron Dragon didn't know either. He only knew that she didn't like to move in the day, and preferred night and dark environments. If that's the case, then be careful. If the situation doesn't look right, retreat immediately. As long as we think of a way, we'll definitely be able to find an opportunity to enter the main city. When Xiaoying heard this, he gently nodded his head. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the Holy Dragon City's main city. There was a surprise and uneasiness in her eyes that Iron Dragon could not see. Chapter 310. Breaking into Holy Dragon City at night. 1. It was late at night, and the sacred Dragon Valley gradually quieted down. Other than the Holy Dragon City's soldiers in charge of night security, everyone else had already fallen asleep. A faintly discernible black shadow silently slipped out of the commercial district. She was using the shadows as cover, constantly moving towards the Holy Dragon City's inner city wall. Holy Dragon City still had lighting equipment working at night, illuminating the area in front of the city wall. Anyone who tried to get close to the city wall would be exposed to the eyes of the city guards. When the black figure approached the area illuminated by the light, she hesitated for a moment. Then, she saw a mist moving around her. It didn't take long before her figure disappeared without a trace. This was a special invisibility technique that could help her avoid the scanning of the city guards. It didn't take long for her to reach the city wall. At this moment, her entire body was like a feather. She only needed to exert a little force and she would be able to climb up lightly. One of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers glanced at the bottom of the city wall. He seemed to have heard some strange noise. He took out a strong flashlight and shone it at the place where the sound had come from. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, the Holy Dragon City soldier was relieved. "Is there a problem?" A Holy Dragon City cultivator in black armor walked over. His eyes were like lightning as he kept looking around. From the fluctuations of his aura, he was clearly a level 4 cultivator. "I heard some noise. It should be fine." After the Holy Dragon City soldier finished speaking, he pointed to the area behind him. The Holy Dragon City cultivator nodded, but he still took out an item and placed it in front of him, looking in the direction the warrior pointed. The item he was using was actually a thermal imaging night vision device used by the United States military. It was this glance that caused the Holy Dragon City cultivator's expression to change. A hand reached for his waist at lightning speed, and a pistol with a silencer appeared in his hand. Pa pa pa. After a few muffled sounds, the cultivator quickly rushed to the place where he had just shot. After hearing the gunshot, more than 20 Holy Dragon City soldiers on the city wall immediately pounced over. There were 5 cultivators among them, each of them unsheathed their swords. "What's going on?" A brawny man with a strong aura walked over and asked the cultivator who fired. The cultivator squatted down and pressed a finger on the ground. When he retracted it, his finger was already stained with blood. "Someone has sneaked into the inner city, but I've already injured him." The fact that he could avoid so many defensive equipment proves that this person's stealth technique is very advanced. The brawny man nodded and looked in the direction of the inner city. "Since the other party has entered the inner city, we don't need to do anything. After all, those guys in the inner city aren't just for show." After saying this, the brawny man's face darkened and he roared at the crowd, "What are you guys doing? You can't even guard a section of the city wall. How many fish have escaped the net?" Everyone lowered their heads and no one said a word. The brawny man sighed helplessly. He took out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he sighed and said, "That bunch of bastards will definitely laugh at us again tomorrow. I can't help but hold my breath. All of you, keep your spirits up. If there are any more fish that slip through the net, watch how I'll deal with you." After saying this, the burly man turned around and left, as if he did not care at all that someone had infiltrated the inner city. The only thing he cared about was his reputation. The other Holy Dragon City warriors were also dejected. They had encountered yet another embarrassing incident, and it made them feel a fire burning in their hearts. In the following time, every soldier's eyes were wide open, afraid that someone else would slip past under their eyes. Behind a large tree by the road in the inner city, the black shadow from before slowly revealed itself. It was Xiaoying of the Iron Dragon mercenary group. She wasn't in a good state at the moment. Although the cultivator had shot hastily, he had still hit her shoulder. The bullet was stuck in her muscle, and she frowned in pain. After treating its wounds, Xiaoying looked in the direction of the Holy Dragon City's main city, gritting its teeth as it continued to move forward. Using the shadows and trees as cover, Xiaoying quickly approached Holy Dragon City's main city and carefully stepped onto the huge steps. Xiaoying was extremely careful with every step he took, for fear of attracting the attention of the hidden guards. In this kind of building, there would definitely be cultivators in charge of night watch. Once he was discovered by them, he was doomed to return empty-handed. In order to figure out what was attracting her, she had to successfully sneak into the main city today. The Holy Dragon City's stairs were very long. Xiaoying carefully walked for a long time before reaching the top. The main city gate was not closed, and there was no one guarding it. Xiaoying took a deep breath and walked towards the main hall. That feeling became even clearer, as if it was in the hall of the building. Xiaoying's heart was filled with apprehension and desire as he strode into the hall. A huge bulletproof glass was in front of her, and the aura that attracted her seemed to be hidden behind the glass. However, the glass was blocking her way and she could not take another step forward. Xiaoying stretched out his hand and pressed it against the transparent barrier, looking longingly at the pitch-black area, trying to find the source that had attracted him here. It was unknown when, but 10 silent figures had silently appeared beside Xiaoying. The aura on their bodies seemed to be firmly suppressed, but the little bit of it that leaked out was enough to make people tremble in fear. Xiaoying recovered from her dazed state and immediately noticed the abnormality around her. Quickly entering a state of alert, Xiaoying drew out its own weapon, holding 2 pitch-black sharp daggers in front of its body. Xiaoying had a feeling that the enemies in front of her were very powerful, and each one of them was much stronger than her. She had no chance of winning if they fought. But she must not be caught, or else the Iron Dragon mercenary group would be in danger. If he really couldn't escape, then he would fight to the death. In short, he couldn't drag Big Brother Iron Dragon and the others down. However, Xiaoying's heart was still filled with deep regret, because she still could not figure out what exactly was attracting her. After Xiaoying attacked, the black-clothed cultivators surrounding her also slowly drew their weapons. It was a long and thin battle blade, its color even darker than Xiaoying's black dagger. At first glance, it gave off a sharp feeling, as if it could cut through anything. The battle would start at the first touch. Just then, behind the dark bulletproof glass, a heartbreakingly beautiful woman in white appeared. She stood behind the glass and sized up Xiaoying for more than 10 seconds. Then, she smiled sweetly. "City Lord, can you let this girl go? I'll owe you a favor." Tang Zhen carried a smile that was not a smile as he walked over from a corner. He spoke to the white-clothed woman, "It's not good to owe me a favor. Are you sure you want to do this?" The white-clothed woman behind the counter nodded. The smile on Tang Zhen's face became even wider. With a wave of his hand, the 10 cultivators who had surrounded Xiaoying put away their weapons and disappeared without a trace. Tang Zhen sized up Xiaoying, who was still in a guarded state. After smiling, he slowly walked out of the city. Xiaoying heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Tang Zhen's figure disappear. Earlier, she had felt that even her soul was trembling. This Holy Dragon City's city lord was truly terrifying to the extreme. Xiaoying turned around and looked at the woman behind the counter, then asked in a cold voice, "Why did you save me?" "Because we're family, my cute little sister." The woman smiled and waved at Xiaoying. "Come, big sister will take you to see the other sisters. Also, don't cover your face anymore. Since the heavens have given you such an appearance, you should show it." Xiaoying hesitated for a moment, then slowly removed the mask on his face. A pale but beautiful face was revealed. The woman behind the counter smiled even more brightly when she saw her. Following her call, Xiaoying walked towards the bulletproof glass. The bulletproof glass that could block a large-caliber rifle was unable to stop Xiaoying's figure. She directly passed through it. The woman in white held Xiaoying's hands, and the two of them walked into the darkness. In the hall of the main building, a faint bell-like laughter reverberated from time to time. However, when this laughter entered one's ears, it gave one a chilling feeling. Chapter 311. I've decided to hire you. After Tang Zhen walked out of the main city, he beckoned to the shadow beside him. A holy dragon city cultivator in black leather armor appeared in front of him and bowed slightly. Call a few guards and we'll go to the commercial district to catch him. In fact, ever since the Iron Dragon mercenary group entered Holy Dragon City, they had already been monitored. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen knew that Xiaoying was from the Iron Dragon mercenary group after seeing her. Every team and cultivator who entered the Holy Dragon City would be screened by the Holy Dragon City's spies. The Holy Dragon City would pay special attention to those individuals and teams who were more dangerous. On the mountains around the Holy Dragon City, dozens of people used military binoculars and walkie-talkies to report the movements of dangerous targets every day. The Holy Dragon City's secret agents disguised as wanderers and merchants would also monitor these dangerous people at close range. It was not an easy task to maintain the stability of such a large commercial district in the world of Lusheng. Not long after, 6 black-robed cultivators appeared behind Tang Zhen. Each of them was unusually silent. How did Mo Yun and Qian Long train you guys? It's only been a few days, and you've all become like ghosts. Tang Zhen looked at the cultivators behind him and sighed. He took the lead and walked toward the commercial district. When they arrived at the inner city wall, there were already city guards who had opened the city gate and were waiting for Tang Zhen to go over. The strong man in charge of the City Defense Legion walked to Tang Zhen with an embarrassed expression. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the other party and coldly said, "The next time something like this happens, you'll be in charge of those one-horned race captives, understand?" The brawny man's face twitched when he heard this. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Tang Zhen before roaring, "Please rest assured, City Lord. Next time, no one will slip in." Tang Zhen suddenly laughed out loud when he saw the strong man's nervous expression. He hammered the strong man's shoulder. "Don't be so nervous. I don't care if someone sneaks in. Otherwise, I would have raised the wall a long time ago and let them see the wall and be at their wits' end." Tang Zhen smiled as he walked out from the city gate. He was also considering whether he should raise the inner city wall by another level. To Tang Zhen, this was something that could be done in minutes and could be done at any time. When they arrived at the entrance of the commercial district, the guard on duty immediately used the walkie-talkie to inform Xiao Rui after seeing Tang Zhen. Not long after, Xiao Rui led more than 20 people and ran over. "City Lord, what's going on?" Little Rui bowed to Tang Zhen and carefully asked. "There's a problem with a group of people here, and one of them is an expert. I'm afraid you can't handle him, so I'm going there myself." After the other guards left, Tang Zhen brought Xiao Rui and the others to the cave where the Iron Dragon mercenary group was located. At this moment, not a single member of the Iron Dragon mercenary group was resting. After Tang Zhen entered the cave, they immediately jumped up from the ground and looked at Tang Zhen and the others with a face of caution. However, when they noticed the cultivation of Tang Zhen and the others, they were all shocked. Other than Tang Zhen's unfathomable cultivation, none of the black-robed cultivators behind him were simple characters. Once they fought, it would definitely be a tragic battle. Tai Long took a deep breath and walked in front of Tang Zhen, bowing. Iron Dragon mercenary group's leader Iron Dragon pays his respects to the City Lord. From the first time he saw Tang Zhen, Tai Long knew that something had happened to Xiaoying. And NBSP, Tang Zhen's Lord class aura also allowed Tai Long to confirm his identity. Lightly nodding his head, Tang Zhen expressionlessly asked Tai Long, "Tell me, what are you doing in Holy Dragon City?" Tai Long hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Instead of being suspicious, it was better to tell the truth. Tang Zhen's brows furrowed when he learned that Tai Long had accepted a mercenary mission to search for the Moonlight Pebble in the Holy Dragon City. The elves hadn't thought of searching for the Moonlight Pebbles for decades, so why were they looking for them now? What were they planning? No matter what the elves were up to, there was no way he could hand over the Moonlight Pebble now that it was in his hands. Tang Zhen had never given up on collecting the Moon Spring water from the elf clan. Tang Zhen was even planning to steal a portion of moon spring water from the elf capital city when his cultivation level was higher. After understanding the intentions of the Iron Dragon mercenary group, Tang Zhen didn't have the intention to capture them. Instead, he asked Iron Dragon about the other buildings. It turned out that Tai Long came from a grade 7 city called White Tiger City, one of the human cities near Heaven Battling City. Perhaps this Heaven Battling City really had some connection with the original world, because in addition to the White Tiger City, there were 3 more level 7 towers near the Heaven Battling City, namely the Azure Dragon City, the Vermilion Bird City, and the Black Tortoise City. The 4 towers were all led by Heaven Battling City, and were collectively called 4 Symbols City. There was also a master who had once mentioned that there was a strange connection between 4 Symbols City and Heaven Battling City, and it was definitely not as simple as relying on each other. The Iron Dragon mercenary group was just an ordinary mercenary group in the White Tiger City. Other than accepting the missions on the Cornerstone trading platform, they would also accept other tower missions or hunt monsters in the wilderness. In the vicinity of Heaven Battling City, the human race was the most respected. Although there were also foreign races, they all lived with their tails between their legs. However, there was still oppression and strife between humans. Iron Dragon couldn't stand the harassment from another mercenary group and was forced to accept the mainland mission that the elves had hung on the Cornerstone platform for a long time. It took them half a year to come to the Wildlands. The two of them chatted for about an hour before Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction. Now that the Moonlight Pebble is in my hands, don't think about it anymore. You've come all the way here. If you return empty-handed, it'll be a big loss. I can't bear to see you like this. After Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, he displayed an expression that said, I'm thinking for you. He then turned to Tai Long and said, in order to not let you guys suffer too great of a loss, I've decided to hire you guys as the Holy Dragon City Mercenary Association's professional guidance, to train those rookie mercenaries. As long as you do your best, I will not mistreat you. Tang Zhen patted Tai Long's shoulder and happily said, it's decided then. The corner of Tai Long's mouth twitched and he nodded helplessly. This move of Tang Zhen's was equivalent to putting them under house arrest here. It was impossible for them to leave. People had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under the roof. If they were to force Tang Zhen to fall out with them, they would definitely not be able to reap any good fruits. And NBSP, Tai Long was actually already very satisfied with this result. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Long asked Tang Zhen, City Lord, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. How Xiao Ying is doing? She's fine. She just met a bunch of people from her clan and is now chatting with them. Tang Zhen revealed a strange expression as he spoke to Tai Long. When they heard that Xiao Ying was fine and had even met someone from his own clan, Tai Long and his clan members all felt their hearts relax. After arranging things for Tai Long and the others, Tang Zhen also prepared to go back and rest. These 2 days, he had been moving the buildings and he felt a little tired. Seeing that Tang Zhen was about to leave, Tai Long recalled something and asked, Lord Wufu, can we get points to exchange for those special equipment? When Tang Zhen heard this, he turned around and smiled at Tai Long, as long as you work hard, in less than a year, each of you will be able to exchange for one. Are you satisfied? I'm satisfied, very satisfied. Tai Long was overjoyed and said, it's good that you're satisfied. Go and rest. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he left the cave with a face full of smiles. Chapter 312. The new business of the Ghost Bank. Standing in the middle of a pile of messy materials, Tang Zhen was thinking about how to build this shelter. When the disaster of the cold moon arrived, the entire wildlands would fall into a desperate situation. All the wanderers in the wilderness would definitely look for shelter everywhere. As the Holy Dragon City's reputation spread far and wide, there would definitely be more wanderers coming to the Holy Dragon City. Only by relying on the protection of a strong person could one survive in a disaster. Taking this opportunity, Tang Zhen could justifiably take in a large number of people. Why not? However, before that, they had to stay in the refuge area prepared by Tang Zhen for a period of time. It was impossible for them to become Holy Dragon City residents directly. The area of the shelter that Tang Zhen had prepared was very large. After the cold moon disaster was over, he would transform this place into another residential area in the Holy Dragon City. Holy Dragon City's industrial area would also be built here, and the workers would be the recruited wanderers. The huge soul reincarnation altar that was about to be built would also be started in this area. Sitting on the top of the military jeep, Tang Zhen calmed his mind and started the map application plugin. Under his control, a row of huge mountains rose from the ground, surrounding nearly 100 square kilometers of land. This area was located behind Holy Dragon City's commercial district, and the passage was located in the back valley. The residents of the Holy Dragon City could enter this area from the back valley and participate in the construction work. After the enclosure work was completed, the next step was the basic construction work. Because it was only a temporary shelter, Tang Zhen didn't carry out a large-scale construction. He only collected a large number of construction materials and casually piled them here. After a few decades, the harm of these building materials was minimal. After that, the residents of Holy Dragon City only needed to tidy up a little and they could build countless simple houses. After driving around in a circle, Tang Zhen returned to the main city of the Holy Dragon City. After returning to his own city hall, Tang Zhen was preparing to arrange people to build the shelter area when an unexpected visitor suddenly arrived. A white-clothed lady floated in and bowed to Tang Zhen. This woman's appearance was peerless, but her face was pale. When she walked, her feet didn't touch the ground, and she looked like an immortal. She was the female manager of the Ghost Bank, a real female ghost. "Greetings to the city lord. I hope you don't mind my sudden visit." Tang Zhen used a strange expression to look at the white-clothed lady. He really did not understand why she had come to look for him. Could it be related to that little Ying from last night? If you have something to say, just say it. Talking to a great beauty was indeed a pleasing thing to the eye. However, if this beauty was not a living person, but a real ghost, then it would not be too good. The white-clothed lady smiled and said to Tang Zhen, "I've come this time because I have a matter that I need to trouble you with. The little shadow that entered the main city last night is actually a branch of our soul race. However, she is different from us. She has a real body and can move freely in the day. This is an ability that we souls dream of. Even I can only move around during the day for a short period of time. I'll be injured if I move around for too long." The woman in white smiled and said, "However, Xiao Ying is different. She can move freely under the sun. As long as she is well protected, she will not be affected." For Xiao Ying to be able to do this, he was definitely an exception. Furthermore, Xiao Ying's ability is extremely important to our spirit bank. After the woman in white said this, a hint of excitement appeared on her face, and her originally pale face seemed to have a hint of red. After Xiao Ying joins us, she can become a salesman of our ghost bank and carry out our business in the commercial district. Originally, because we were afraid of the sun, we could only stay in the bank's area, which led to the failure to increase our sales. But as long as Xiao Ying joins the bank, our business will definitely improve significantly. The woman in white became more and more excited as she spoke, and in the end, she couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while, the white-clothed woman felt that she had lost her composure a little, so she returned to her dignified appearance. Tang Zhen's expression became even more strange. He did not expect that this white-clothed woman would actually plan to let Xiao Ying start her business in the business district. This matter was a little outrageous, but when he thought about it carefully, it was a wonderful idea. The people who were active in the business district were either merchants or wanderers, and they were the best customers of the Ghost Bank. Whether it was a merchant doing business or a wanderer buying goods, they might encounter a shortage of funds. At this time, the Ghost Bank, which could use souls as collateral and even give out unlimited loans, became their best choice. Moreover, to develop customers in the business district, there was also the sinister intention of the Ghost Bank. The Ghost Bank's trading rules were too strange. It used souls that couldn't be seen or touched. It was inevitable that some people would try to get lucky and use all their souls to exchange for the brain. After that, he would take the brain pearl and leave the world. What could the Ghost Bank do to him? However, if there were any fools who did that, they would definitely regret it to the extreme. How could the Ghost Bank, which even Tang Zhen felt was not to be trifled with, be such a simple place? After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhen rubbed his nose and said to the white-clothed lady, "I'm afraid it's not a good idea to do such a thing in my commercial district." "You're wrong. Even if we don't do it, there will be others. As long as there were businesses and transactions, this kind of thing was inevitable. If we do it, the market will be more regulated and fair. As a token of our appreciation, we can give you a 2% commission. What do you think?" This 1% didn't seem like much, but when added up, it was a very objective number. If one said that Tang Zhen was not moved, that would definitely be nonsense. If Tang Zhen wanted to develop and grow in the world of Lusheng, a huge number of brain beads were indispensable. It was just that he had never been able to figure out the ghost bank's arrival. He was more or less wary of the soul race that the white-dressed woman had mentioned. However, the other party claimed to possess information regarding the secret soul cultivation technique. This was the thing that moved Tang Zhen the most. After thinking about it, the advantages of the cooperation between the two sides still outweighed the disadvantages. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. I agree to your request and allow you to do business in the commercial district. However, your customers must be mainly those foreign race merchants, and at the same time, you must clearly state the rules of the transaction, and not be allowed to cheat. If there were residents of Holy Dragon City who wanted to borrow money, there must be a limit. They were not allowed to exceed their ability to repay. Also, can you reveal some information about the secret soul technique? Tang Zhen looked at the white-clothed lady and probed. The woman in white shook her head and looked apologetic. I'm very sorry, the information you want is too high level, I can't make the decision to give it to you. However, as your level continues to increase and Holy Dragon City continues to grow, I believe that one day, you will be able to easily reach the customer level standard that we have set. Tang Zhen was a little disappointed when he heard this. However, this was also within his expectations. After sending the white-clothed lady off, Tang Zhen walked to the window and looked into the distance in silence. Tang Zhen felt that he was becoming more and more unable to see through this strange ghost bank in the mysterious soul race. That afternoon, in the Holy Dragon City's business district, a beautiful young girl in a black cloak appeared. This girl was Xiao Ying, and she had now become the new salesperson at the ghost bank. She was constantly handing out flyers in the commercial district, and at the same time, she promoted to the surrounding foreign merchants, explaining the loan methods of the ghost bank. This kind of soul collateral in exchange for brains had moved many people in the commercial district. After they confirmed it over and over again, they excitedly pressed their thumbprints on the contract made of monster skin and received a large number of brain beads. In just one day, the Spirit Bank had issued a soul loan of 10 million brain beads. According to the 2% commission rate, Tang Zhen easily obtained 200,000 brain beads. While Tang Zhen was speechless, he also felt deep sympathy for those foreign merchants who thought they were lucky. One had to be honest when dealing with the ghost bank. If one intended to renege on the debt, one would definitely regret it. Chapter 313. Strange movements from the raiders. 1. In the vast wilderness, a few paths leading to Holy Dragon City had already been forcibly trampled out. Especially recently, there were more and more caravans and wanderers going back and forth on these roads. As time passed, they naturally attracted the attention of the pillaging teams. The caravans filled with goods were so fast that the raider groups of all sizes drooled. However, the Holy Dragon City had issued an order that if any group of bandits dared to lay their hands on these caravans, they would definitely be hunted down by the Holy Dragon City. The nearby looters could not afford to provoke the Holy Dragon City, which had risen to power. Powerful equipment and City Lord Lu, who had the cultivation of a lord, were a powerful deterrent to these bandits. Moreover, these passing caravans weren't easy to deal with. Almost every caravan had a level 4 cultivator as a guard. As for the raiders group, most of them were at level 2, and level 3 was already very rare. Those with high cultivation and ability would not waste their lives in an organization like the Raider Gang, which was hated by everyone. They would have long found another way out. However, there were also some guys with high cultivation bases who had committed countless crimes and had been in the business of killing people for goods. However, most of these people were lone rangers who came and went without a trace. Very few people knew where they were going. There were also small groups of 3 to 5, all of whom were elites. They would disappear after one job, and the harvest each time was enough to feed them for a long time. This kind of high-level existence would not pay attention to the low-level raider groups. Looking at the fragrant fat meat swaying in front of them, the members of the low-level raider team felt like their hearts were being scratched by hundreds of claws, and they were in great pain. They were all watching, hesitating, struggling, and accumulating their explosive power. The problem was whether they should do it or not. Some time ago, a group of mysterious black-robed men had suddenly appeared and contacted dozens of large and small bandit groups in a short time. These black-robed men were of very high levels, with the lowest cultivation at level 3. Their first move had intimidated the leaders of these bandit groups. According to the black-robed men's request, the leader of the raiding group had to lead his men to the pasture of the Cyclops. At the same time, the black-robed men said that if the members of the raider group didn't go, then they would be killed together. Under the threat of death, the leaders of the raiders had to suppress their anger and suspicion and rushed to their destination with their men. When the raiders arrived at the one-eyed giant's pasture, they were surprised to find that the number of people who came was far beyond their imagination. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 1,000 members of the raider group in the entire stone pillar area. Some of the leaders of the pillaging groups were secretly puzzled. Since when were there so many wild cultivators around the Holy Dragon City? Not to mention that among these wild cultivators, from time to time, the figures of high-level cultivators could be seen, and they exuded a terrifying aura. Some of the rogue cultivators recognized the identity of some high-level cultivators. They were all lone thieves. I don't get to see them all year round, so why have they all gathered here this time? A bad feeling hit their hearts, causing the leaders of the raider group to whisper to each other. Don't tell me that we've boarded a pirate ship. The leaders of the pillaging group, who were already thieves, actually felt like they were on a pirate's boat. From this, it could be seen how terrible and notorious these lone bandits were. By noon, all the looters had arrived. The number of wild cultivators in the stone pillar area had reached nearly 2,000. There would never be so many wild cultivators near Holy Dragon City, so these guys must have come from other areas. A group of black-robed men, who had covered their bodies completely, walked out, and the wild cultivators made way for them. After coming to the center of the crowd, a black-robed man who exuded an oppressive aura stepped out of the crowd and jumped onto a broken stone pillar. He was wearing a bone mask, and his cold voice slowly floated out from under the mask. I've gathered all of you here today to give you a chance to make a fortune. The black-robed man glanced at the wild cultivators and continued, the Holy Dragon City is occupying everyone's territory and threatening everyone. They won't allow you to get rich. They're really going too far. Some of the members nodded in agreement. Ever since the Holy Dragon City was established, their days had indeed been a lot harder. Who are we? We lick the blood on our blades, we settle grudges, and we kill people whenever we don't agree with each other. This Holy Dragon City thinks that just because they have some strength, they don't treat us brothers as humans. Do you think we, the great men, can endure this? The masked and black-robed man's voice was extremely loud when he said this, almost as if he was roaring. It was unknown if it was a pre-arranged uproar, but a group of people immediately began to shout and curse the Holy Dragon City, their faces filled with madness and arrogance. Some of the wild cultivators were infected by the atmosphere and also started shouting. It didn't take long for the stone pillar area to be filled with the roars of people seeking revenge on Holy Dragon City, causing a series of echoes. Some of the more rational wild cultivators didn't want to get involved, but when they noticed the threatening cold eyes of the black-robed men, they could only wave their arms and put on an act. The shouting lasted for a minute before it subsided under the pressure of the masked and black-robed man. I said I would give everyone a chance to make a fortune because of this. The masked black-robed man took out a small card from his pocket and showed it to the wild cultivators around him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the card, not understanding what that card had to do with making a fortune. You guys might not know, but this kind of card is called an application card. It's something Holy Dragon City got from who knows where. The caravans traveling to and from the Holy Dragon City have more or less these cards in their hands. As long as you intercept them, these cards will belong to you. When the time comes, you just have to give me those cards, and I'll buy them at the price of 100,000 brain beads per card. Everyone was shocked by his words. To these wild cultivators, 100,000 brain beads was a huge sum. As long as he made a deal and got a few useful cards, he could wash his hands and quit, changing places to live a simple life. For a moment, the eyes of countless wild cultivators began to light up. Their eyeballs kept rolling around as they thought about how to get those application cards. Most of the rogue cultivators in the raid group were blinded by greed. As long as the temptation was big enough, someone would take the risk. Not to mention, not many of these bandits were good people. However, when they thought of the Holy Dragon City's powerful forces and all kinds of legends, these wild cultivators felt a little short of breath. They were afraid that they would lose their lives if they failed to plunder, but Holy Dragon City is very powerful. We can't beat them, can we? A wild cultivator's voice rang out, causing the fanatical members of the raider team to immediately wake up. Thinking of the Holy Dragon City's power, They felt cold sweat on their backs. Looking at the group's dispirited cultivators, the masked black-robed man snorted and continued, "Everyone, don't be intimidated by the Holy Dragon City's propaganda. As far as I know, the Holy Dragon City isn't as powerful as the rumors outside. The information they released was just to scare you. Why didn't they think about it? If Holy Dragon City was really that powerful, why was it still a third-class city? This didn't make sense at all. Moreover, we have a total of 2,000 people at this time, and each of us is a highly skilled hero. Together, we are a powerful force. As long as we work together and attack together, would the Holy Dragon City dare to touch us?" Seeing that the wild cultivator was already tempted, the masked and black-robed man continued to guide him. "Moreover, after we take action, we will quickly hide in the wilderness. No matter how capable the Holy Dragon City is, can they really dig 3 feet deep into this area?" As the masked and black-robed man continued to tempt them, more and more wild cultivators began to be tempted. Many of them were so excited by the wealth that their eyes turned red. Now, as long as those caravans appeared in front of them, they would kill them regardless of the consequences and snatch the application card back. After seeing this, the masked and black-robed man sneered, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Holy Dragon City, I'll see what you can do this time." Chapter 314. The caravan is under attack and needs immediate rescue. Another morning arrived. A foreign tribe caravan walked out of the city gate and slowly left the Holy Dragon City. Huolu sat on a mount and looked at the Holy Dragon City residents fishing in the salty river. He felt that the scene was beautiful. This time, their caravan stayed for half a month before reluctantly leaving the Holy Dragon City's commercial district. The past half a month had been the most comfortable life Fire Rude had ever had. The Holy Dragon City's business district had all kinds of delicacies, novel goods, and all kinds of brilliant business methods, all of which had left a deep impression on Huolu. He had already made up his mind. After this batch of goods was sold, he would return to Holy Dragon City again and live here with his family for a year and a half. After so many years of running around, it was time for him to recuperate for a while. Thinking up to this point, Huolu couldn't help but feel the application card in his pocket, his heart burning. As a qualified merchant, Fiery Lu had long realized the enormous value of those cards. That was why he had used everything he had, even borrowing a large sum of brain matter from the Holy Dragon City's Ghost Bank, and bought 10 application cards. When he returned to those high-level buildings, the application cards in his hands would definitely bring him an unimaginably high return. People were in high spirits when happy things happened. Fire Lu felt relaxed all over. From time to time, he would take out a flat metal wine pot he had bought from Holy Dragon City and take a sip. The team slowly moved forward along the newly opened road, getting further and further away from Holy Dragon City. When they passed by an area full of withered vines, the guard leader's expression suddenly became tense, and he loudly ordered the caravan to stop. They were all old merchants, and when they saw this scene, they immediately realized that danger was approaching. Even without the guard leader's command, all the members of the merchant group immediately drew their weapons and shields. They quickly gathered their mounts together and formed a defensive circle. The guards of the caravan all unsheathed their weapons and looked around nervously. Fire Lu shuddered and immediately jumped down from his mount. At the same time, he took out an exquisite goblin crossbow from his waist. It was also at this moment that the rapid sound of clothes rubbing against each other was heard from the withered vines. At the same time, a large number of sharp arrows fell from the sky. "Enemy attack! Raise your shields and defend!" The leader of the guards shouted as he raised a shield to block the incoming arrow. A few screams rang out. A few of the caravan members had been shot by arrows, and they were groaning in pain. The bow-wielding cultivators among the guards also quickly drew their bows and returned fire at the enemies in the vines, occasionally hitting their targets. However, compared to the number of enemy archers, the archers in the caravan had no advantage. Judging from the density of the arrows, there were probably more than 100 archers. According to the normal ratio of archers to melee fighters, there were at least 600 or 700 robbers this time. As long as they fired a few more waves of arrows, the casualties of the caravan would definitely increase rapidly. When the caravan's defensive circle was broken, these ambushing enemies only needed one fierce attack to break the caravan into pieces. At that time, the caravan members would be at the mercy of others. "This won't do, quickly think of a way," a merchant shouted, his face filled with anxiety. There were too many enemies this time, and they had no confidence in defeating them. If they continued to fight, they would be surrounded by the bandits sooner or later. The best solution at the moment was to retreat in the direction of Holy Dragon City. At this thought, Huolu suddenly slapped his thigh and quickly took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket. During this time, Fire Rude had figured out how to use the walkie-talkie, so he turned it on and shouted with great familiarity. Holy Dragon City Patrol Team, we've been attacked by bandits. We're requesting backup. In order to ensure the safety of these caravans in the Holy Dragon City area, the commercial district gave each caravan a walkie-talkie for free and gave them special training. At that time, many foreign merchants thought that the Holy Dragon City was being superfluous. Some of them even boasted that the guards of the trade caravan could kill the bandits on the spot, and the Holy Dragon City would not have to worry about it. After all, the Holy Dragon City had to pay a certain fee to send troops to rescue them. Those foreign merchants were not willing to spend this money in vain. The merchant beside him had said something similar, but he did not expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Following Huolu's call, a response immediately came from the walkie-talkie, which made Huolu feel much more at ease. Please report your caravan number, the location of the attack, and the information of the bandits. A man's voice came from the walkie-talkie, his tone calm and decisive. The merchant team's code is Y109, and they were attacked in Area No. 4. The number of bandits should be no less than 500. The trained Fire Rude didn't hesitate and reported the information the other party had asked for. The warning has been received. We will arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Please resist. After the voice from the walkie-talkie came out, Fire Lu saw a large group of enemies rushing out of the withered vines and surrounding the caravan. Everyone, hold on. The Holy Dragon City's patrol team will be here soon. We'll be saved then. Fire Rude's words immediately boosted the morale of the fearful caravan members. The Holy Dragon City's powerful military image had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of these foreign tribe caravan members. Since the Holy Dragon City could help them, the possibility of everyone surviving would greatly increase. Everyone, hold on. Once the Holy Dragon City's warriors arrive, these bandits will be in trouble. The leader of the guards of the caravan roared and sent the bandits flying. He laughed as he faced another enemy. Just as the foreign trade caravan was struggling to resist the bandits, in a military jeep in the distance, a fully armed Holy Dragon City soldier spoke to the driver beside him, "Head to area number 4 immediately, we have work to do." The driver immediately stepped on the gas and drove the car out. "We've been shopping for half a month, and we're finally opening for business today. I wonder which group of looters is this?" The 3 Holy Dragon City soldiers in the back seat laughed and said a few words. At the same time, they quickly checked their weapons to ensure that they would not malfunction during the battle. At the same time, the leader of the patrol team began to contact the other teams and inform them of the attack on the merchant team. After receiving the notice, the 3 patrol teams closest to area number 4 also began to rush toward the battle site. After the captain of the patrol team thought about it, he felt a little uncertain, so he contacted the Holy Dragon City headquarters. "Holy Dragon City headquarters, I'm from the patrol team of Area No. 4. Currently, a caravan is under attack in the area I am in. The merchant group's number Y109 was attacked. When they called the police, they claimed that there were more than 500 bandits. There are too many enemies, and we don't have enough combatants. Requesting air support, over." In less than a minute, there was a reply from the walkie-talkie. "The caravan number has been confirmed. The request for air support has been approved. The armed helicopters are starting and will be heading to area number 4 soon." At the same time, on the Holy Dragon City's city walls, a Holy Dragon City cultivator was piloting a military helicopter. He slowly rose into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. The merchants and wanderers who had seen the armed helicopter for the first time had their mouths wide open in shock. They looked at the disappearing armed helicopter with disbelief. The Holy Dragon City residents at the side straightened their backs, their faces full of pride. Inadvertently, the Holy Dragon City had once again displayed its formidable strength. Chapter 315. The collapsed raider team won. In area number 4, a bloody battle was going on. The bandits who had come to rob them were not hundreds as Fire Rude had estimated, but thousands. The bandits surrounded the caravan from all 4 directions and attacked the caravan's defensive circle without stopping. The sound of swords clashing was like a storm, filling the entire battlefield. Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. In the battle of swords and sabers, people kept screaming and falling to the ground, and the blood that gushed out quickly soaked the mud and stones. The eyes of the bandits, who had 3 times the number of the caravan members, were bloodshot at that moment. They only wanted to quickly get rid of the caravan and snatch the goods and application cards. In the already collapsed defensive circle, Fire Rude shot out an arrow and killed the bandits who had pounced on him. Then, he quickly looked for cover and quickly loaded his arrows. Huolu's body was covered in blood, and there was a knife wound on his shoulder. Blood had already soaked through his clothes. If he didn't have the cultivation of a rank 3, and if he didn't travel through the wilderness all year round to train a good body, he would probably be lying dead on the ground now. Looking at the members of the trade caravan falling to the ground, Fire Lu's heart was like boiling soup. He kept praying for the Holy Dragon City's reinforcements to arrive soon. Another member of the caravan was cut down by the bandit. Then, the one-eyed bandit raised his saber and charged at Fire Rude with a sinister smile. Looking at the bandit's ugly face, Fire Rude's heart trembled. He was afraid that he would not be able to escape death today. "I don't care anymore, I'll drag one more down with me before I die." Huolu's eyes flashed. He quickly pulled out a demon dagger, ready to fight to the death. The bandit seemed to have seen through Huolu's identity, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. With a loud shout, he swung his blade at Huolu's head. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. The bandit who had attacked the fire runes trembled, and a pained expression appeared on his face. A hint of red had soaked through his clothes. It was the color of blood. Plop! The thug's body fell forward and landed heavily in the dust. Huolu, who had been prepared to fight to the death, was overjoyed when he saw this. He quickly looked in the direction of the gunshot. The sound of the gunshot seemed to have some kind of magic, causing the intense battlefield to instantly fall silent. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the same direction. In the boundless wilderness, a steel monster was speeding toward the battlefield, leaving a trail of dust behind it. On top of this steel monster, a man holding a sniper rifle was adjusting the muzzle and pulling the trigger again. Bang! After another gunshot, the sniper, who was still hundreds of meters away, accurately shot the head of a knife-wielding criminal. This bloody killing scene immediately awakened everyone on the battlefield. Not good, the Holy Dragon City's patrol team. Hurry up and run, or it'll be too late. Damn it, just a little bit more. They don't have many people, just kill them. That's right, let's kill these Holy Dragon City bastards. Nearly 100 brave bandits immediately rushed out of the camp and pounced on the car with a hint of madness on their faces. The Holy Dragon City was the giant dragon that hovered above their heads, making them anxious all day long. Now that they had the advantage in numbers, the bandits actually had the courage to slaughter the dragon. Many archers also began to shoot at the car. Sharp arrows streaked across the air and landed on the road in front of the car. It was as if doing so could increase their confidence. But at that moment, the machine gunner on the car suddenly opened fire. The distance that was out of reach for an archer was the best range for a machine gun. Pa pa pa, the rapid firing sounds began to echo in the wilderness. The hundreds of bandits who were rushing toward the cars immediately fell to the ground like wheat bundles swept by a strong wind. The crazy expression froze on his face. Hot blood spurted out of his broken body, and the blood mist fell on the faces of the other criminals. The arrogant battle cries had been completely replaced by painful screams. The criminals who weren't hit by the bullets turned around and fled without any hesitation. They no longer had any fighting spirit. This Suan Ni, one of the leaders pointed at the bodies on the ground and shouted in fear. However, his words were stuck in his throat and he could not shout them out. Why aren't you fucking running? Are you waiting for death? The other leader of the raid group shouted and immediately fled. As soon as he said that, the bandits, who were originally full of ferocious killing intent, instantly changed to panic. They hurriedly turned around and fled in the opposite direction. Nearly 1,000 people's movements were shockingly consistent as they all fled in a sorry state, like stray dogs. Every bandit exerted all their strength, afraid that they would be killed by the Holy Dragon City's patrol team if they were one step slower than the others. The shocking change on the battlefield left the remaining caravan members dumbfounded. They looked at the fleeing bandits and finally experienced the Holy Dragon City's deterrent force to these bandits. Even the cultivator battle teams in the high-level buildings didn't have the power to make a 1,000-man raid team flee at the sight of them. Although they acknowledged that Holy Dragon City was powerful, they had no idea how powerful it was. At this moment, They finally understood the meaning of the word, powerful. The Holy Dragon City had destroyed 6 towers in a row. It truly lived up to its reputation. Just as the caravan members were sighing in their hearts, the members of the raiding group were full of regret, cursing themselves for being blinded by lard. The masked black-robed man had just bewitched him, and he had foolishly rushed over to rob him. He was simply seeking his own death. The Holy Dragon City's warning and massacre were not that simple. Half a month ago, the largest looters in the area had been killed by them. Their bodies were still hanging on the rocks to dry, a warning to the looters nearby. Half a month later, he had ignored the Holy Dragon City's warning and come to rob these caravans. Damn it, was he seeking death like this? Did he not want to die fast enough? Even though they had planned to end the battle as soon as possible before the battle, and then quickly hide, Holy Dragon City would be helpless. However, who would have thought that the Holy Dragon City would be so fast? They had arrived within 10 minutes of the battle. This time, he was finished. Just as the bandits had this thought, rapid gunshots were heard again. The criminals at the back were hit by machine gun bullets one after another. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and screams rang out. Dozens of corpses were scattered among the wild grass, their eyes wide open as if they were resenting themselves for rushing so forward and running so slowly. Hearing the screams and seeing their companions falling to the ground, the remaining bandits were terrified and ran even faster. The bandits who had mounted beasts kept stabbing their mounts with the tip of their knives, urging them to run faster through the pain. Forced by their desire to live, they burst out with a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they had run 1,000 meters away. The sound of a car braking resounded, and dust filled the air. The jeep had already stopped in front of the caravan. A few Holy Dragon City soldiers jumped out of the car with automatic rifles in their hands. Their faces were cold and bloodthirsty. Huolu finally relaxed. He strode over and then bowed. "Thank you for coming. If you were any later, I'm afraid we would all be dead." Huolu's expression was that of someone who had just survived a disaster. The Holy Dragon City soldier nodded to Fire Rude and quickly scanned the casualties of the caravan. He took out his walkie-talkie and began to report. Huolu hesitated for a moment, then asked the Holy Dragon City soldiers, "Brother, aren't you going to continue chasing? If they let these bandits escape, they might attack other caravans again." This was what Huolu was most worried about. The profits gained from his trip to Holy Dragon City were extremely high. The Fire Runes did not want to lose this golden trade route for these damn looters. The soldier smiled at Fire Rude. "Don't worry, they can't escape. When they broke the Holy Dragon City's prohibition, they were destined to die." After saying this, the soldier was full of killing intent, but he had a proud smile on his face. Chapter 316 No way to escape from the sky. The fleeing bandits were like headless flies, scurrying around the barren land. Even if they could no longer run, the bandits still moved their feet with difficulty, trying to keep their distance from the Holy Dragon City soldiers behind them. The bloody scene that had just happened in front of their eyes frightened these brutal men who licked blood on their blades. No matter how fierce these desperate bandits were, they understood that there was only one life. In the face of such a one-sided slaughter, it would be strange if they didn't run. It was not a lie that the older one was, the smaller one's courage would be. It wasn't that these bandits didn't have the courage, but that they were better at judging the situation and were unwilling to take risks, let alone make unnecessary sacrifices. Didn't you see that the 100 bandits who had charged at the Holy Dragon City's patrol team were all young and inexperienced? As long as it was those old thieves, they wouldn't rush up to die in a moment of impulse. The facts proved that their choice was correct. After the fleeing bandits ran for some distance, someone finally stopped and began to call for his companions. "Don't fucking run. Those guys from Holy Dragon City haven't caught up. Rest for a while. I almost died from running. Who has water? Can I have a sip?" As if it was contagious, as soon as they lost their momentum, many of the bandits who could not hold on immediately knelt on the ground and gasped for breath. All kinds of vulgarities spewed out of their mouths, cursing Holy Dragon City in all kinds of ways. However, some of them didn't stop and kept running. These bandits were very familiar with the damn cars in the Holy Dragon City, so they did not dare to stop. They knew very well that if they were targeted by such a car, even the best mount would be exhausted to death. It was really difficult to deal with. The bandits were envious as they looked at the mounts that had gone far away. Compared to the bandits who rode on mounts, these bandits who ran on foot were undoubtedly extremely miserable. Some of them were resting while others were running for their lives. Under such circumstances, the bandits who were resting began to panic. "Aren't you tired? Why don't you all take a break? Take a break," some people shouted unwillingly, but no one paid attention to them, and no one stopped. "They're not stupid. Let's run, let's see who can outrun who." Looking at their companions who were panting heavily but still kept their heads down, the bandits who were resting wailed and cursed a few times, but they could only get up and continue running. No one was willing to be the last, because that would have the highest chance of death. However, they didn't know that the Grim Reaper had his eyes on them. Even the bandits on their mounts couldn't escape. Boom! A muffled explosion suddenly rang out. The fleeing bandits looked up and saw smoke rising from a place far ahead. There were also faint beast howls and screams. The bandits who were running for their lives stopped at the same time. Hundreds of people looked at each other, a sense of uneasiness surging in their hearts. "That's the sound of the Suan Ni Mount," one of the leaders asked. At the same time, he set up a human ladder and ordered one of his men with good eyesight to climb up and see what was going on. The thin criminal quickly climbed up the human ladder and began to observe carefully. With just a glance, this guy was so scared that his whole body trembled, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. When the anxious bandit leader saw this, he was shocked and scolded in exasperation. "What the hell did you see? Hurry up and tell me." The criminal who was checking the situation immediately turned around and said with a sad face, "There's a flying thing in the sky chasing after those riders. Many people have been killed." "Fuck." The leader of the pillaging group heard this and cursed gloomily. He turned around and ran in another direction. Originally, they had hoped that the group of mount-riding grandsons would strike the mine for them. They did not expect to encounter the Holy Dragon City's attack helicopters. This time, they were really unlucky. The leader of the raider group had seen those flying metal things once, and he knew how terrifying they were. It was flying at a high speed and firing machine guns continuously. Even if the mount had 10 legs, it would not be able to outrun that damn thing. Now, that things had come to this, they could only escape in different directions and see who would survive. "Get out of the way, don't gather together, run as far as you can." Similar orders kept coming out of the surviving leaders of the raider groups. Then, the bandits who were on the verge of collapse scattered and fled in all directions. Whether they lived or died, it was up to fate. Just as the bandits scattered like birds and beasts, the mounted beasts that had already fled far away once again returned to their original path. However, this time, they were on the verge of collapse. In the blue sky, a military helicopter was chasing them unhurriedly, shooting bullets continuously, blowing up the criminals on the ground one after another. Roars, blood, and dismembered corpses were everywhere. Of the nearly 300 bandits riding on mounts, only 100 or so were left. As for the remaining bandits, none of them managed to escape. They were all killed by the Holy Dragon City cultivators on the military helicopters. The riders who had planned to flee in all directions now did not dare to run recklessly, because they would die without a doubt. The professionally trained sniper cultivators were simply death gods. They played with sniper rifles to perfection, and each shot took a life. Perhaps the pilot of the assault helicopter intended to capture some of them alive, so he did not use the artillery to fire continuously. Otherwise, these riders would have long become a pile of rotten meat. The bandits who were running away felt bitter when they saw the riders chasing after them. As they ran, they cursed at the bandits who were riding on their mounts. They had dug out all their ancestors. "Of all the places you could have run to, why did you have to run in my direction?" These bandits who ran away on their own legs even wanted to die now. Some of the criminals collapsed after seeing the destructive power of the assault helicopters. They lay on the ground, closed their eyes, and waited for death. There were also some quick-witted ones who immediately dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, making a gesture of surrender. And NBSP, they didn't expect their actions to be so effective. The snipers on the assault helicopters glanced at them and didn't continue to fire. The weight in their hearts was lifted, and the surrendered bandits almost cried tears of joy. "If we knew that we would not die if we surrendered, why would we run?" It was said that the Holy Dragon City would not easily slaughter prisoners, but would instead lock them up to do menial labor, doing some dirty and tiring work. But even so, it was still better than losing his life. "Brother, you died in vain. If only you had surrendered." A bandit who knelt on the ground and surrendered looked at the broken body on the ground in a daze and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This fellow had not knelt down and surrendered just now, and his head had been shot by the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Now, blood was still spurting out of his bare neck. As for his head, it had long flown to God knows where. With the appearance of the Holy Dragon City's assault helicopters, more and more bandits began to kneel and surrender. Looking down from the military helicopter, they could see the ashen-faced bandits with their heads in their hands everywhere. Even though there was only one plane, it completely obliterated the courage of these bandits to escape. Even if the Holy Dragon City cultivators on the plane could not take care of them all, none of the bandits dared to get up and escape. Who knew if the Holy Dragon City still had other pursuers? If they were ambushed again, they would be waiting to be shot. It was pretty good now. He did not have to run for his life, nor did he have to worry about being shot by a sniper. He only had to kneel on the ground and wait for the Holy Dragon City to come and escort him. However, some of the criminals didn't give up. When they saw the assault helicopter leave after the beast, they quickly stood up and continued to run into the wilderness. When they passed by the bandits who knelt and surrendered, they even looked at them with contempt. The bandits who knelt down and surrendered sneered, but in their hearts, they prayed that the Holy Dragon City's soldiers would quickly appear and kill these guys to prove their choice. Very quickly, the bandits' prayers were answered. A series of rapid gunshots rang out, and the criminals who were running for their lives were shot one after another, falling to the ground with faces full of unwillingness. The long line of vehicles stopped, and countless fully armed Holy Dragon City soldiers quickly jumped out of the vehicles. There were nearly 3,000 people. They were orderly, mighty, and murderous. They spread out in a straight line in the wilderness, quickly tying up the surrendered bandits and taking them away. At the same time, they were carefully searching for any survivors. If anyone dared to resist, they would be killed on the spot. With the arrival of the 3,000 Holy Dragon City soldiers, the bandits had no chance of escaping. In the continuous gunfire, the remaining bandits who tried to resist finally collapsed completely. They knelt in the blood and corpses, loudly begging for surrender. The 1,000-man raid group that robbed the caravan was completely annihilated. After hesitating for a long time, I decided to shamelessly ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a subscription, friends who have read this book, please go to Kedian to support it and give Old White, this little failure, some motivation. Otherwise, I, your brother, will really be a failure. It's not easy to stay up late to write. Your support is the greatest encouragement to the author. Lao Bai would like to thank you. Closing square bracket question mark. Chapter 317. Interrogation of captives. Conspiracy emerging. The cruelty of the battlefield was something that those who had never seen it could never imagine. The bandits kneeling on the ground were being held together by the Holy Dragon City soldiers. Their faces were ashen, and their eyes were listless as they looked forward. The broken bodies of the bandits were collected and thrown into a large pit to be buried. The Holy Dragon City did not leave its corpse in the wilderness. It was unhygienic and would easily attract bloodthirsty monsters. For those bandits who were not completely dead but were destined to be unable to be saved, the soldiers of the Holy Dragon City's Second Army with old Wei Nation rifles would use the standard bayonet to send them on their way. These old antiques that Tang Zhen got from the Wei Nation's underground armory were still well preserved even after decades. Even if they were trash, they might still have some value, let alone guns and weapons. The standard weapon of the Second Legion was this old rifle. Although the shooting speed of this old rifle was not as fast as an automatic rifle, it was still very effective in actual combat against criminals. After an inventory check, it was confirmed that they had captured more than 400 bandits and killed more than 700. There were no casualties in the Holy Dragon City's army. From now on, these bandits would spend the rest of their lives in the Holy Dragon City's farm and were not allowed to take a single step into the valley. It was time to harvest the food that Tang Zhen had brought. These bandits had come at the right time. Although they had lost their freedom and had to work every day, they no longer had to worry about starving to death. After shoving the bandits into the loaded vehicles and filling them to the brim, the Holy Dragon City soldiers escorted them directly to the Holy Dragon City. Beside a military vehicle, Tai Seng had a cigarette in his mouth as he coldly looked at the 5 leaders of the raider group. Towards these bandit leaders, Tai Seng didn't have the slightest bit of pity. These guys had their hands cuffed and were kneeling on the ground in a row. They were covered in blood and dust. Under the gazes of the surrounding Holy Dragon City soldiers, the bandit leaders shivered. Cold sweat kept dripping from their foreheads, forming deep ravines on their faces. Speak, Who gave you the courage to rob these caravans? Tai Seng's voice was cold and emotionless. When he looked at the bandit leader, it was like he was looking at a pile of corpses. One of the bandit leaders couldn't bear the atmosphere and said first, "It's a group of black-robed men. They came out and united us. Then, they asked us to rob the caravans and take the application cards," he explained. "Snatch the application card." Tai Seng's eyes narrowed as he stared at the bandit leader and asked, "Your main goal is to use the card?" "That's right, those black-robed men are offering a very high price, 100,000 brain beads for an application card." Tai Seng snorted coldly, his face showing disdain. 100,000 brains for one piece. This black-robed man sure has a good plan, but aren't you afraid that you won't be able to spend the money you earn? The bandit leader pulled a long face and said in an unwilling tone, "We didn't want to, but the black-robed men's cultivation was very high. We were no match for them." There was a group of people who did not want to participate in the operation, but they were killed on the spot by the black-robed men. Their bodies were still hanging on the stone pillars in the Cyclops pasture. "We were forced to do so. In addition, we really didn't have any income recently, and our brothers were starving to death. That's why we decided to target the caravan." At this point, the leader of the pillaging group kowtowed to Tai Seng, "Leader Tyson, please let me live. I beg you." The leader of the bandits was in tears, which annoyed Tai Seng. The other 4 bandit leaders had complicated expressions, with disdain and hesitation in their eyes. In fact, they were also considering whether they should beg for mercy from Tai Seng. "All right, take this guy away and send him to the farm to work." After saying this, Tai Seng stood up, not even looking at the other 4 bandit leaders. "As for the other 4, I'll just kill them." As soon as Tai Seng said this, the bandit leader who was begging for mercy was overjoyed and kept kowtowing in gratitude. The other 4 people's faces were ashen as they started to struggle madly and begged for mercy from Tai Seng. When they saw that someone could live, but they had to die, these guys immediately felt that it was unfair. There was no problem in dying together. They could be companions on the road to hell. But suddenly, someone could avoid death. This immediately broke their psychological defense. The fear of death made them forget their previous hesitation. They writhed their bodies with all their might, praying for the last chance to live. However, no one paid any attention to their pleas for mercy. The cold muzzles of the guns were already pointed at the back of their heads. A leader of the pillaging group with a sallow face saw that his struggle was in vain and his heart suddenly turned to ashes. Just as he was about to give up his futile struggle, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. "Chief Tai Seng, I have something important to report. Please don't kill me." And NBSP, hearing this, Tyson, who was already in the car, waved his hand at the soldiers, and the criminal leader was immediately brought to the front of the car. "Speak, what information do you have? If it's useless nonsense, I'll make you wish you were dead." Sensing the coldness in Tai Seng's tone, the bandit leader didn't dare to hesitate anymore and quickly reported. "Although those black-robed men were completely covered, I happened to hear their conversation." One of the black-robed men's voice was very familiar. "I remember the last time I heard this sound, it was near Bloodsand City. Before this operation, many lone bandits had been present, but none of them had appeared when they robbed the caravan. I suspect that they have other plans. According to the style of these guys, I suspect that they will directly rob the commercial district." After the bandit leader said this, he looked at Tyson, hoping that the information he had just reported could save his life. The bandit leader, who was not very good with words and not very smart, actually blurted out a bunch of analysis conclusions that he could not express before under the threat of death. As expected, only under the threat of death would one be able to unleash their true potential. Tai Seng muttered to himself for a moment before letting this bandit leader go and allowing him to join the Holy Dragon City's farm's labor force. The yellow-faced bandit was overjoyed and bowed in thanks. The other 3 bandit leaders were dragged to the side by the Holy Dragon City soldiers and shot dead on the spot. They were thrown into the pit like dead dogs. Sitting in the car, Tyson took out his walkie-talkie and reported to Qian Long about the criminal leader's report. After a moment of silence, Qian Long said slowly, "The black-robed men's goal is likely to be the application cards in the commercial district. It looks like we have to make early preparations." When Tai Seng heard this, he turned to Qian Long and said, "Does the city lord know about this?" "I know, but he only has one request. That is, when he takes action, try not to destroy the environment of the commercial district." "That's a bit difficult. If they really start a fight in the commercial district, they will definitely cause damage to the commercial district during the battle. Tai Seng smacked his lips and was in a difficult position. Actually, there's no need to wait for them. That would be too passive. We can take the initiative to attack. Tai Seng's interest was piqued and asked, "Tell me, how did you take the initiative to attack?" Qianlong gave a mysterious smile and spoke to Tessin through the walkie-talkie. "I'm afraid we'll have to seek the city lord's help for this matter." When Tai Seng heard this, he suddenly recalled Tang Zhen's mystical ability. Since the Castellan could easily know any movement within 100 kilometers, it shouldn't be a problem to find a group of living people, right? Chapter 318. Locking onto the bandits. Laren, taking the initiative to attack Tang Zhen, looked at the food crops that were about to be harvested as a faint smile appeared on his face. With these crops, the Holy Dragon City would not have to worry about food. Mirong Ziyan sat in the front passenger seat of the car. She naughtily grabbed Tang Zhen's big hand. After trimming her nails, she tightly clenched it and didn't let go. After a while, Mirong Ziyan's small hand was placed on Tang Zhen's thigh, and she began to rub it. "All right, stop fooling around." Seeing that Mirong Ziyan's little hand was not being honest, Tang Zhen took a deep breath and quickly stopped her. He didn't want to have a car sex show in front of the residents in the fields in broad daylight. Such a happy thing should wait until tonight. Mirong Ziyan pouted her little mouth, but her eyes were filled with deep love. She looked like a willful little girl. Only in front of Tang Zhen would Mirong Ziyan reveal such a little girl's expression. In the eyes of the other residents of the Holy Dragon City, Mirong Ziyan, who controlled all the resources of the Holy Dragon City, was an extremely shrewd and decisive woman. Her dignity could not be offended, and she did things in an orderly manner. Many young men in Holy Dragon City had secretly regarded her as a crush. Just as the two of them were chatting, Qianlong's walkie-talkie connected to Tang Zhen's all-rounded digital battle interface, and a slightly low voice entered Tang Zhen's ears. Ever since this guy had advanced to the 4th rank, he had been hanging out with Mo Ran all day long, tinkering with some special training program for cultivators. He was nowhere to be seen. "Lord City Master, the bandits who robbed the caravan have been completely defeated, and the captives have been sent to Holy Dragon City. However, when we interrogated the bandits, we discovered that the black-robed man seemed to have some connection with Bloodsand City. And these guys seem to be brewing a big plan, as if they're going to rob Holy Dragon City's commercial district." A trace of coldness appeared on Tang Zhen's face when he heard this. After remembering the name Bloodsand City, he slowly said, "The business district has just opened for business. It's best not to damage the environment there." Qianlong was silent for a while before continuing, "We plan to take the initiative to attack, but we can't find out where these guys are hiding in a short time, so we want to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You for help." Tang Zhen smiled as he spoke to Qianlong, "Be prepared. I'll inform you as soon as I have news." Qianlong nodded in agreement and cut off the communication. At the same time, Tang Zhen also switched to the map view and began to search all the areas within 100 kilometers. Since those guys were coveting the Holy Dragon City's application card and were preparing to make a move on the commercial district, their hiding place would not be too far from the Holy Dragon City. As the map view was expanded, all the scenery within 100 kilometers was displayed in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. With his control, any object could be displayed in fine detail in front of his eyes. This was a job that required patience. Therefore, Tang Zhen simply came to the treehouse and calmed down to carefully observe. Time slowly flowed by. Just when Tang Zhen was feeling a little bored, a human figure suddenly flashed and appeared in a certain valley at the corner of the map. Tang Zhen's spirit shook. He immediately enlarged the area and began to carefully observe it. This valley was very unremarkable. If it wasn't for the appearance of a figure, it was very likely that Tang Zhen would not have noticed this place. In the map view, two cultivators in black robes were walking around the valley, seemingly collecting some kind of plant. Among cultivators, there was a type of secret alchemist that could produce secret medicines with various effects. Most of the secret apothecaries had been changed to holy masters because the production of secret medicine required the assistance of very strong mental power. Judging from the actions of the two black-robed cultivators, they were probably going to concoct some kind of secret medicine. Tang Zhen had a rough understanding of the special medicinal ingredients in the wilderness in case he needed them. Therefore, when he saw the herbs collected by the black-robed cultivator, he was sure that they were poisonous plants. They could be made into poisonous powder that could produce strong poisonous smoke after burning. Although this kind of poisonous smoke wouldn't cause immediate death, it could stimulate one's eyes. In serious cases, one's eyes would be blinded. If this kind of poison smoke bomb was thrown into the crowd of Holy Dragon City people, it would be very lively. A cold glint flickered in Tang Zhen's eyes when he thought of the possible consequences that the poisonous smoke might cause. He was pondering whether he should personally kill his way over and let them have a taste of the poisonous smoke. However, Tang Zhen immediately rejected this idea. This was because he only needed to provide assistance in this matter. In the future, Tai Seng and the others would be in charge of Holy Dragon City's management and defense. Letting them participate in actual combat would also help them gain some experience. Tang Zhen observed for a long while. It was only when the two cultivators entered a hidden cave that he sent a set of coordinates to Qianlong. In the following time, he only needed to watch the show. Bloodsand City, if this matter is really related to you, then don't blame me for being impolite. So what if it's a 5th grade city? If you piss me off, I'll still destroy you. In a cave somewhere in the Holy Dragon City, there were many training equipment. Many cultivators were cultivating in the cave branches. In a certain spacious cave, Qianlong looked at the map on the table and pointed at a certain area. Raising his head, he looked at Tessin who was beside him and said, "This is the target location that the city lord has given us. It's about 90 kilometers away from Holy Dragon City." Tai Seng looked around the map and rubbed his chin. There's no cover around this valley. If a large group of carriages approach, they'll be discovered from a long distance, so for this operation, it's best to mobilize our elites to launch a surprise attack and catch them off guard. Qianlong nodded and added, "For safety's sake, I suggest we mobilize the 1st Legion to ambush them on their retreat path. At the same time, the assault helicopters should also participate in the battle and land 10 kilometers away from the target location." The cultivation of these black-robed men and the lone robber were very high. If they were not crippled in the first place, these guys would very likely break out of the encirclement. At that time, it would not be so easy to catch them again. Therefore, once we make our move, we can't hesitate at all. We must do our best to attack. After the two finished their discussion, they began to give orders to the fully armed officers around them. In this battle, the Holy Dragon City's cultivator troop would dispatch 50 elite cultivators to attack the black-robed cultivator in the cave. The Holy Dragon City's 1st Legion would dispatch 500 people to intercept the black-robed cultivators group who might break out of the encirclement. The assault helicopters would also follow the operation and provide air support at any time. After the order was given, everyone immediately began to move. 50 elite cultivators were quickly selected. Most of them were at the peak of level 3, and a few were level 4. For the sake of their mission, these cultivators all wore black Hydra leather armor, which was mainly made of Lord-grade Hydra leather. This kind of leather armor was very strong and light at the same time. It was very suitable for this kind of surprise attack. The cultivators wearing black leather armors and masks were all silent. They gathered around a long table and began to organize their equipment before the battle. The batch of Japanese swords that Tang Zhen had obtained from the Celestial Deity Army had all been sent to the headquarters of the Cultivator Battle Squad. Currently, many cultivators in the Holy Dragon City were equipped with these Japanese swords that were as hard as demon weapons. In addition to these sabers, the cultivators were also equipped with sniper rifles, silenced pistols, military throat microphones, grenades, and so on. Almost every Holy Dragon City cultivator had a bunch of random things on them. In addition, in the pockets of these cultivators, almost all of them had 2 or 3 application cards. These application cards were life-saving items that cultivators used points and paper money to buy. Compared to the auction price outside, they were almost 10 times cheaper. The reason why Tang Zhen didn't distribute these application cards as welfare was that he needed to use his brain pearl to purchase them. He had to recover his cost first. Moreover, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators all had wages and benefits. It was not a difficult thing to buy a few application cards that were sold at internal prices. When the other cultivators of the building city had first joined the Holy Dragon City Cultivator Squad, they had been dazzled by the weapons and equipment distributed by the Holy Dragon City. Everyone felt that it was unreal. This was because the value of all these pieces of equipment together was simply beyond imagination. The weapons and equipment distributed by the Holy Dragon City had almost armed the cultivators to the teeth. After adapting for a while, the newly joined cultivators became used to it. A high investment meant a high output. With these weapons and equipment, the combat power of the cultivators would be multiplied, and their morale would be higher. When the 50 cultivators were done packing, they immediately boarded the Holy Dragon City's transport troop and sped towards their target. At the same time, the Holy Dragon City's 1st Legion and attack helicopters also launched their operation. The sky was getting dark, and a great hunting show slowly began. Chapter 319. Fierce battle in the valley. As the sun set and the moon rose, the wilderness gradually fell into a deathly silence. Compared to the other areas where monsters ran rampant, the area controlled by the Holy Dragon City was too quiet. Only the occasional howl of a monster could confirm that this was not a dead land. In an unremarkable valley, a black-robed cultivator stood in the shadows and looked around vigilantly. With his level 4 cultivation, the black-robed cultivator could easily detect any signs of danger in this quiet area. However, the black-robed cultivator was still a little indignant about being a sentry. According to his status and cultivation, he would not even bother to do such a thing. It was really too degrading. However, this operation was of great importance. Among the members of the operation, his cultivation wasn't too high, so it was reasonable for him to be assigned to stand guard. Although the black-robed cultivator was a little reluctant, he could only run out obediently and enjoy the cold wind in a corner. Under normal circumstances, no one would have noticed such a secluded valley. In fact, in the past few days, other than the occasional low-level monsters passing by, there was almost no sign of a ghost. Under such circumstances, the black-robed cultivator had unconsciously let down his guard. At this moment, the night wind gently caressed the wild grass, making a rustling sound. The black-robed cultivator was used to this sound and didn't care at all. However, in a corner that he didn't notice, a faint shadow suddenly appeared and quietly approached him. The shadow's stealth technique was extremely high. Every time it moved forward, it would use the sound of the wind to cover up the strange sounds it made, making it impossible for the black-robed cultivator to notice anything strange. The shadow was like a ghost walking in the dark, fully utilizing some things in the night to completely conceal its existence. Before he knew it, the shadow had already approached the black-robed cultivator. A pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. It was a demon weapon. Another gust of night wind blew, and the shadow shot out like lightning the moment the wind blew. The demonic dagger was aimed at the back of the black-robed cultivator. PFF'd. The sharp demonic dagger pierced through the black-robed cultivator's back. The moment he groaned in pain, the shadow reached out and covered his mouth. The demonic dagger drew an arc in the night sky and slashed the black-robed cultivator's neck again, bringing up a thin mist of blood. The black-robed cultivator's eyes bulged and his throat made a gurgling sound. However, because his windpipe was cut off, he couldn't make a sound. After struggling for a while, the black-robed cultivator fell limply to the ground and died silently. After doing all this, the shadow pressed the microphone and sent out a signal. Then, it turned its eyes to a secret cave in the valley. The clouds that blocked the moon moved aside, and a ray of moonlight shone on the shadow. His face was calm and dull, and his hair was white. He was the Holy Dragon City's head instructor, Mr. Mo Ran. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the cultivator battle team had specially invited Mo Ran to take action. In addition to his rich teaching experience, Mo Ran was actually an excellent assassin. He had just hidden this ability. The last time the Holy Dragon City was being spied on at night, when the cultivators were helpless, Mr. Mo Ran took the initiative to stand up. His attack had shocked everyone. No one had expected that the upright Mr. Mo Ran was such a terrifying nightwalker. It was for this reason that Mo Yun and Qian Long had specially trained a group of cultivators to be in charge of the Holy Dragon City's inner city defense. The last time Xiao Ying had infiltrated the Holy Dragon City's main city, the people who had silently surrounded her were cultivators who had received Mo Ran's special training. Just as Mo Ran sent out the signal, dozens of black-clothed men jumped out of the wild grass and quickly moved toward the valley. Not long after, the Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor entered the valley and approached the cave entrance without a sound. As the orders were passed down, the cultivators immediately spread out and blocked the entrance with their weapons. A few cultivators took out something from their pockets and carefully placed it near the entrance of the cave. These were the broadsword land mines that Tang Zhen had obtained. They were extremely lethal and had been brought along by Qian Long. Move out. Following Qian Long's order, a dozen specially made poison gas grenades were thrown into the cave, immediately drawing a burst of exclamations from the cave. The 1,000 dragons didn't use explosives to blow up the entrance of the cave. First, a small-scale collapse wouldn't be able to stop these cultivators, and the Holy Dragon City cultivators lying in ambush outside might be injured by the rubble. The second reason was that they were afraid that these cultivators would hide in the cave and not come out. If they attacked, it would definitely cause unnecessary casualties. This kind of suffocating poison gas bomb that had been modified by the Holy Dragon City cultivators could force all the cultivators inside out. Even if there were cultivators who did not want to risk coming out, they would die from suffocation from inhaling the poisonous smoke. At the same time as the poison gas bomb was thrown in, a few strong lights were cast at the entrance of the cave, making it as bright as day. Looking out from the hole, he could only see a blinding light. He could not see anything else clearly. A fierce roar came from the entrance of the cave, and several black shadows shot out like lightning, trying to escape from this place. The sound of gunfire rang out like popping beans. The cultivators' bodies immediately burst out with blood and they fell to the ground. As a few cultivators fell to the ground, more and more cultivators rushed out of the cave. They waved their swords and sabers, their faces filled with madness. The 2 machine guns continued to fire, suppressing the cultivators at the entrance of the cave. They only managed to run a few steps before they were piled up on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless pieces of broken rock shot out from the hole, carrying a large amount of debris in all directions. If an ordinary person were to be hit by these stones, they would definitely be shot through. A powerful blow from an advanced cultivator couldn't be ignored. The 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators operating the machine guns were unfortunately hit in the chest. They spat out blood and fell to the ground. If they weren't wearing the Lord Tier Hydra leather armor, the attack would have killed them both. Just as the sound of the machine gun stopped, nearly 20 black shadows burst out of the cave and rushed in all directions. At this moment, the claymore exploded, and the violent air current carried countless steel balls and collided with the cultivators' bodies. A series of screams rang out at the same time as 7 or 8 cultivators were killed by the dense steel balls. The remaining cultivators were attacked by bullets and hidden weapons at the same time. They were all seriously injured, but they were still struggling. The Holy Dragon City cultivators, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately surrounded them. With flying blades, they cut down the enemies one by one. Just as most of the enemies in this wave were killed and only 4 or 5 people were still resisting, another wave of enemies rushed out of the cave. Compared to the first few waves of enemies, these black-robed cultivators who rushed out last were obviously much stronger. They only paid the price of 5 casualties to rush out of the blockade at the entrance of the cave. However, the dense barrage of bullets from the Holy Dragon City cultivators still caused them to suffer varying degrees of damage. Their black robes were instantly soaked in blood. After rushing out, these injured black-robed cultivators didn't linger in the battle and immediately fled under the cover of the night. 1,000 Dragon shot down a black-robed cultivator and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he contacted the military helicopter 10 kilometers away. When he was intercepting the black-robed cultivators, one of the level 5 cultivators took advantage of the chaos and attacked Xianxia, almost killing him. Seeing the black-robed cultivator disappear into the night, 1,000 Dragons gritted his teeth and snorted. "You want to escape from me? Dream on." Chapter 320 Relentless Pursuit. The nameless valley was silent at this moment. The originally plain night wind was now mixed with the smell of blood, giving it a hint of killing intent. After the black-robed cultivators fled, Xianxia immediately left 10 people behind to clean up the battlefield. He then took out an application card and tore it open. The card turned into a stream of light and disappeared, but dozens of mountain motorcycles appeared out of thin air, filling the empty space in front of him. "Get in the car and give chase. We can't let these bastards go today." Xianxia snorted coldly. After swallowing an IV pill, he grabbed a motorcycle and sped off like a bolt of lightning. Although high-level cultivators moved very fast, running at high speed for a long time consumed a lot of physical strength. If he wanted to chase after the black-robed cultivators, it would be more appropriate to ride the motorcycle. After seeing Xianxia leave, the cultivators all grabbed their mountain motorcycles and started up at the same time. Dozens of motorcycles roared loudly and formed a long line, speeding out of the valley. In the dark night, the mountain motorcycles created a bright light, clearly illuminating the road 100 meters away. Countless wheels rolled through the grass, carrying an indomitable momentum, and firmly caught up with the cultivators in black robes who were running away at high speed. At this moment, The Holy Dragon City cultivator on the motorcycle was filled with a murderous aura, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Those who dared to provoke the Holy Dragon City had to be prepared to lose their lives. This was the common belief of all the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Damn it, what the hell is this? A black-robed cultivator who was running for his life was alarmed by the roar behind him. He turned his head and saw a large area of strong light. The thing that had made the loud noise was hidden in the bright light and was slowly approaching them. The endless stream of strange things in the Holy Dragon City had already pushed the black-robed cultivators to the brink of collapse. They gritted their teeth, wishing they could tear the Holy Dragon City cultivators into pieces. However, they were also afraid of the weapons in their hands, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were not careful. The only thing he could do now was to run. However, who could understand the depression in their hearts? It was supposed to be a simple operation, and the target was only a small level 3 city, so the black-robed cultivators didn't think much of it. Even though there was information that proved that Holy Dragon City had a large number of flintlocks and their combat power could not be underestimated, no one was too concerned. To ordinary cultivators, the flintlock was absolutely lethal, but to advanced cultivators, they could dodge it as long as they were careful. Moreover, there was no need to directly confront the Holy Dragon City this time. They only needed to plan in secret and then launch a surprise attack. Before the operation, they had already formulated a strict plan to ensure that nothing would go wrong. After the black-robed cultivators arrived at the Holy Dragon City area, they immediately started their operation. At first, the progress was very smooth. Under the coercion and temptation, the greedy bandit groups easily united. According to the original plan, as long as the looters successfully robbed the caravans and took the application cards, they could be abandoned. But who would have thought that this bunch of trash would be so useless, completely annihilated by the Sacred Dragon Legion? However, the black-robed cultivator who was observing in the dark had to admit that the main reason for the failure of this operation was that the Holy Dragon City's weapons were too powerful. The scene of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers killing in all directions made even the black-robed cultivator who was observing in secret shudder in fear. The assault helicopter that arrived later was even more invincible. The black-robed cultivator had no way of dealing with it. With a slight fear, the black-robed cultivator who was in charge of observing the battle retreated back to the cave and told them his findings and thoughts. The feedback from the real battlefield made the black-robed cultivators fall into deep thought. The combat power displayed by the Holy Dragon City had far exceeded their expectations. The black-robed cultivators discussed for a while and decided to change the original plan of attacking the commercial district to a night attack. At the same time, they had also prepared a large amount of poisonous smoke to create chaos and cover their retreat. Once everything was ready, the black-robed cultivator and the many bandits would pretend to be a caravan and sneak into the Holy Dragon City's commercial district without a sound. When the auction house opened at night, they would take action and then leave. The plan was perfect, and dozens of high-level cultivators were involved. It would definitely succeed. However, who would have thought that before the plan could be carried out, the lair that they thought was hidden was discovered and blocked, completely cutting off everyone's way out. If it weren't for the few waves of lone bandits who risked their lives to explore the way, the black-robed cultivators would have no chance of escaping. The black-robed cultivator broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of those messy yet lethal weapons. At this moment, the Holy Dragon City was no longer a small city that they did not fear. Instead, it was a monster that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If he was not careful, he would be devoured by it. The black-robed cultivators rejoiced in their hearts after escaping the ambush at the entrance, thinking that they could finally escape. However, who would have thought that this group of Holy Dragon City cultivators would linger around and actually pursue them again? When they thought of the terrifying weapons in Holy Dragon City, the black-robed cultivators' hearts, which had already relaxed, were once again in their throats. "We can't let them catch up. We have to stop them," he thought. The leader of the black-robed cultivators gave the order without hesitation. The two black-robed cultivators with the most severe injuries stayed behind to block the enemy and delay as much time as possible. The two black-robed cultivators who had been selected slowly stopped, their faces filled with grief and indignation. They were very clear that staying here would only lead to death. However, they had no choice but to obey the orders of the black-robed leader. So what if he dies? At least when leader returns, his family can be taken care of. This kind of death still has some value. At the thought of this, the two black-robed cultivators made up their minds and unsheathed their hidden weapons and swords in unison. They stood proudly in the face of the speeding motorcycle fleet. Even if he died in battle, he would drag a few more Holy Dragon City cultivators down with him. However, just as the thought rose in their minds, a series of rapid submachine gun and pistol shots were heard. The Holy Dragon City cultivator, who was controlling the motorcycle with one hand and holding a gun in the other, had already poured all his bullets onto the two black-robed cultivators. As he was hit by countless bullets, the black-robed cultivators' clothes rippled like water, and blood stained the ground around them. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, 10,000 bullets piercing the body, the effects were shockingly similar. The two black-robed cultivators trembled. Although they were not dead, there was no possibility of survival. Swish! Xianxia kept his gun and pulled out his sword. Borrowing the momentum of the motorcycle, he swung it horizontally. The blade passed and the neck was broken, but the corpse still did not fall. All right, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who followed closely behind gasped in admiration. They also dragged their sabers and slashed at the two black-robed cultivators. Each slash would bring out a mist of blood, but no corpse fell. It was only when the last Holy Dragon City cultivator's blade swept past and he had already run far away that the two black-robed cultivators' bodies trembled slightly. A gust of night wind blew over, and the originally intact black-robed cultivator instantly crumbled into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. Every cut on the body was extremely precise and smooth. It cut the body but ensured that the body would not be scattered. This required an extremely high level of control over strength, as well as a relatively sharp divine weapon to be able to achieve this perfectly. The Holy Dragon City cultivators who participated in the operation tonight all met these two requirements. The black-robed cultivator leaders' blocking methods were completely useless, and Xianxia and the others were getting closer and closer. "You four, stop them!" The leader of the black-robed cultivators roared. His face under the mask was filled with madness and fear. The four black-robed cultivators looked at each other and immediately stopped in their tracks. With endless madness on their faces, they turned around and pounced on the Holy Dragon City cultivators. They were like moths walking through fire, trying to put out the fire, but the final result was that they would be burned to ashes. The leader of the black-robed cultivators knew this as well, but he had no choice. Even if he had to sacrifice all his subordinates today, he had to stop the Holy Dragon City's pursuers. As long as he could return safely, all the sacrifices were nothing. After thinking up to this point, a black ball appeared in the hands of the leader of the black-robed cultivators. He threw it into the sky with all his might. When the ball was about 50 meters in the air, it suddenly exploded. A strange dark fire the size of a millstone appeared and danced in the sky. This is the signal for support. It won't take long for our Lu Cheng soldiers to arrive. Everyone, run! The black-robed cultivator leader glared coldly at Xianxia before turning around and continuing to flee. As for the four black-robed cultivators he had ordered to stop, he didn't even look at them. The battle seemed to have just begun. Chapter 321, The Blood Slaughter Cavalry Regiment. As the four black-robed cultivators risked their lives to block the path, Xianxia and the others slowed down once more. The rest of the black-robed cultivators wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. They used all their strength and quickly disappeared into the night. As long as they put some distance between them and the Lu Cheng soldiers, they would be able to escape safely. The four black-robed cultivators who had tried their best to stop him had successfully delayed him for a while. By the time Xianxia and the others had killed the four black-robed cultivators, the remaining black-robed cultivators were long gone. Xianxia coldly glanced at the corpse on the ground and waved his hand, ordering the others to pursue. At this time, 100 miles away from the Holy Dragon City, a group of Lusheng warriors riding on mounts were rushing forward. These people were dressed in crimson armor and held an extremely long crimson saber in their hands. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. The leader was a man in red armor. His face was filled with anxiety as he kept urging the mount under him. The underworld fireball that had suddenly appeared in the night sky earlier was the signal for help that he had agreed with the chief elder in advance. It would not be released unless it was absolutely necessary. But it was also because of this that it meant that First Elder and the others were in great danger. The Holy Dragon City is so powerful that it forced the Great Elder to release the dark fireball. The red-armored leader was very confused. It was just a small third-class city, but it could actually force the Great Elder of Blood Sand City to such an extent. This matter was really unimaginable. After the news of the application card being auctioned in the Holy Dragon City spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the dignitaries in Lusheng. They wanted to get that kind of application card, but they didn't want to give up their brains, which was why they had the plan to attack the caravans in the commercial district. The plan to rob Holy Dragon City was originally a small matter, and did not need to trouble high-level figures like the Great Elder to take action. It was just that the Great Elder seemed to have some grudges with the Holy Dragon City, which was why he had volunteered to lead the team personally and execute this plan. It was originally a simple mission, and now that the First Elder was personally leading the team, it could definitely be completed easily. But who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? No matter what happened, get the First Elder here first. After thinking up to this point, the Crimson Armored leader let out a loud roar, and the speed of the mounted beasts increased once again. However, at this moment, several blinding lights suddenly appeared and blocked everyone's path. The galloping mounts were so frightened that they roared and stopped moving forward. The team was also forced to stop. The Red Armored leader's riding skills were superb. With a little force, he controlled the panicking mount under him. It was only then that he had the time to examine the source of the strong light. Although the light was blinding, the Red Armored leader could still see a few strange-looking behemoths behind the light. There was also a large row of black shadows. The Red Armored leader was shocked. These people had appeared at the wrong time. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? As the Red Armored leader shouted, the Lusheng warriors behind him all raised their sabers. Once they found something wrong, they would attack. A man's voice suddenly came from behind the bright light. It was rough and cold. This is the Holy Dragon City's area of control. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Go back to where you came from. If you cross the line, kill without mercy. At the same time, the sound of swords being unsheathed could be heard, and killing intent filled the air. The Red Armored leader sneered and said disdainfully, "Who would dare to stop my Blood Sand City's blood-killing cavalry from going to places they want to go? A small level 3 city dares to be arrogant in front of me. You really don't know what's good for you. Make way immediately, or I'll exterminate you immediately." As the Red Armored leader shouted, the hundreds of riders raised their bloody massacre sabers at the same time and got into a charging formation. With the huge impact of their mounts and the sharp bloody massacre battle blade, no one could stop their charge. The Blood Sand City's blood killer cavalry had relied on countless battles, trampling on the corpses of their enemies to gain their fame. This was a real battle record, and it was definitely not something to brag about. At this moment, as long as the leader gave the order, they would attack without hesitation. Looking at the murderous bloody massacre cavalry, the people blocking the way behind the bright light were silent for a few seconds before they suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, so you're the Blood Sand City's blood slaughter cavalry, and that's all you've got? It seems that the mastermind behind the robbery of the caravan is really you bastards. I was just worried that I couldn't find the culprit, but I didn't expect you to come to my door so obediently. Since that's the case, don't you guys leave." Speaking up to this point was equivalent to shedding all pretenses of cordiality. Hearing this, the Red Armored leader swung the saber in his hand. The hundreds of mounted beasts stomped on the ground with all their might, causing the ground to shake. "Charge!" After the Red Armored leader shouted, he took the lead and led his men to charge forward. The momentum of this charge was unstoppable. Even if there was a mountain in the way, it would be smashed to pieces. The short distance of a few hundred meters was covered in an instant by the charging mount. The Red Armored leader clenched his sword tightly, ready to cut the enemy in half. The Crimson Armored leader was infatuated with the smooth feeling of the saber cutting through his body. However, at this moment, a rain-like sound came. The Red Armored leader felt several hot things coming at him and drilling into one of his arms. He didn't need to look to know that his arm was crippled. The demonic soldier armor on his chest also seemed to have been hit by a heavy punch, making a few crisp sounds. The powerful impact caused the leader's vision to turn black, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, how could the Red Armored leader not know that he had been seriously injured? The Red Armored leader was shocked. The Holy Dragon City's flintlock had such power. However, what pained him the most was the tragic scene behind him. Ever since the gunshots were heard, the charging cavalrymen were in a mess. The screams of their men and the roars of their mounts could be heard. The charging cavalrymen burst out with a blinding blood mist and rolled down from their mounts like dumplings. How could a weak body withstand the trampling of a mount? In the blink of an eye, Those injured riders were trampled into meat paste, dying a miserable death. The charge had just begun, but the losses they suffered were far beyond the imagination of the bloody massacre cavalry. Looking back at the path of the charge, there were corpses everywhere, their heads and tails almost joined together. Since the establishment of the Blood Slaughter Cavalry Regiment, when had they ever suffered such a tragic loss? After this battle, the blood-killing cavalry regiment would have to be rebuilt. The red-armored leader's heart was bleeding, but the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He endured the pain from his wound and frantically drove the wounded mount under him. Blood kept dripping down the saber in his hand. As long as he charged into the enemy's camp, he would be able to wave his saber freely and reap the lives of these bastards. Brothers, kill! The enemy was right in front of him. The red-armored leader shouted in a hoarse voice, but only a few people responded. In the past, as long as he shouted these words, a deafening roar would definitely be heard from behind him. It was bold, and it would shock the enemy. But today, Yingluo the red-armored leader knew the reason for this, but it was precisely because of this that his heart ached even more. They were all brothers who had followed him for many years, but now they had all died on the battlefield because of an ordinary rescue operation. Damn Holy Dragon City, one day, I'll definitely slaughter all your residents to vent the hatred in my heart. With endless hatred, the red-armored leader finally broke through the rain of bullets and killed his way into the Holy Dragon City Army's line of defense. Chapter 322 Can't escape even if you have wings. Hundreds of cavalrymen charged forward, but in the end, less than 50 blood-kill cavalrymen entered the Holy Dragon City's formation. It was just a short distance of a few 100 meters, a distance that the mounts could cover in one charge, but they had lost 80% of the cavalry. This kind of terrifying casualty rate was far beyond what the red-armored leader could bear. Fortunately, they had already charged into the enemy formation and could now kill without restraint. Today, he must let these Holy Dragon City bastards have a taste of the power of the bloody slaughter warblade. The red-armored leader, who had lost an arm, dragged his long saber and began to search for the enemy. However, when he saw his surroundings clearly, he couldn't help but feel like he had been fooled. Other than a dozen strange-looking vehicles, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers were all gone. However, at the top of these vehicles, the red-armored leader still saw a dozen Holy Dragon City soldiers operating the mounted machine guns and grinning at them. Ah, Yingluo, go to hell! The red-armored leader roared and rode his mount toward a wasteland war chariot. At this moment, countless black muzzles extended out of the carriage and pointed at the bloody massacre cavalry that were running around the wasteland war chariots. Bang! The eye-piercing flames were mixed with a loud noise as they locked onto the red-armored leader and the others. Countless small pellets flew in all directions, riddled the bodies of the bloody massacre cavalry with thousands of holes, and their mounts fell to the ground one after another. In just one wave of attacks, nearly half of the blood slaughter cavalry had been killed. The red-armored leader's face was covered in blood, and his body was in extreme pain. His mount had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries, and its fur was dyed red by blood. By the time he got up from the ground with great difficulty, all of the bloody massacre cavalry had already fallen to the ground. The mournful cries of the mounts and the screams of the heavily injured filled his ears, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he could die. Looking at the bloodied corpses of his subordinates, the leader's eyes were bloodshot. After a series of sounds, fully armed Holy Dragon City warriors jumped down from the rear of the wasteland war chariot and looked at the red-armored leader coldly. A well-built man stepped out of the crowd and stopped a dozen steps away from the leader. The bloody massacre cavalry is so famous. They can kill whoever they want. But now, it seems that they are just so. The burly man shook his head slightly as he spoke, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Hearing this, the leader gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead popped. He dragged the bloody massacre saber in his hand and walked towards the brawny man with great difficulty, leaving bloody footprints behind him. Holy Dragon City, fuck your ancestors. Die! The red-armored leader let out an angry roar and slashed his saber toward Tai Seng. It seemed that the roar had exhausted the last bit of strength in his body, so the saber fell to the ground with a clang. The crimson-armored leader's knees went weak, and he knelt on the stone-filled ground. He lowered his head and blood dripped from his chin, dyeing the grass in front of him red. Brothers, let's go. I'm coming, let's go. The red-armored leader mumbled these words and then became silent. Tai Seng expressionlessly looked at the red-armored leader, and after a few seconds of silence, he waved his hand, clean up the battlefield. Send those who are not completely dead to their brothers. After issuing the order, Tyson lit a cigarette and looked up at the night sky. A faint rumbling sound could be heard, and a beam of light flashed in the sky. With one look, Tyson knew that it was the assault helicopter. With this thing in the battle, the group of black-robed cultivators would not be able to escape. Just as Tyson had predicted, ever since the assault helicopters arrived at the battlefield, the black-robed cultivators were in a desperate situation. The cannons boomed, and the Holy Dragon City cultivators continued to fire from above, causing the long-exhausted black-robed cultivators to lose their numbers. There were only 5 black-robed cultivators who were still running for their lives, and they were all injured. In a few minutes, the 5 black-robed cultivators would probably die as well. Blood Sand City's Grand Elder's heart was like dead ash. He was filled with regret for participating in this operation. Originally, an operation of this level did not require the participation of the powerful and influential people of Lucheng. However, because his illegitimate son had been killed, the Great Elder, who couldn't calm his anger, took the initiative to stand up and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. To be responsible for this operation, the first Elder's illegitimate son was the young master of Colossal Bone City. He had been caught by Tai Seng when he was trying to escape and then executed in public. If it wasn't for the young master of Giant Bone City begging for mercy before he died, claiming that he was the son of the Great Elder of Bloodsand City, the residents of Giant Bone City would probably still be in the dark. The overbearing city lord of Colossal Bone City had been cuckolded by his own brother. Both his son and brother had died at the hands of the Holy Dragon City. He had to take revenge. The Great Elder, who was bent on avenging his son, even planned to send troops to destroy Holy Dragon City and use the blood of Holy Dragon City's residents as a sacrifice to his son. It was just that his personal ability was limited, and he couldn't influence the city lord's decision on such a big matter as sending troops to attack the city, so he couldn't get his wish. This time, when he led the team to snatch the Holy Dragon City's application card, the Great Elder actually had his own selfish motives. He had been thinking about how to deal a fatal blow to the Holy Dragon City. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing before the plan was even executed? The cultivators under him were killed one after another, and he was being chased by the Holy Dragon City cultivators like a stray dog. This made the Great Elder extremely angry. However, he didn't dare to stop, because it was no different from sending himself to death. The anger in his heart had already accumulated to the limit, but it made the Great Elder continuously swear that after returning to Bloodsand City, even if he had to give up everything, he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The city lord to send troops and kill all of the Holy Dragon City. Another wave of bullets came, and the Great Elder quickly dodged, avoiding this fatal attack. However, the black-robed cultivators beside him were not so lucky. The large-caliber cannon bullets easily tore through their bodies, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions. The screams behind him didn't affect the Grand Elder's speed at all. In the past 10 minutes, he had maintained his high speed, which showed the endurance of a rank 5 cultivator. Soon, the blood-killing cavalry will be here soon. The Great Elder had been keeping track of the time in his heart the entire time, constantly looking into the distance. However, as time passed, the bloody killing cavalrymen that he had been waiting for did not appear. This made him feel a little uneasy. Based on the speed of the blood-kill cavalry, they should have arrived long ago. They haven't appeared for such a long time. Could it be that something has happened to the bloody massacre cavalry? As soon as this thought appeared, it quickly filled the head elder's mind, causing his movements to slow down. The Holy Dragon City cultivators piloting the military helicopters seized this opportunity and launched a series of attacks. A bullet hit the Great Elder's shoulder, cracking the demonic soldier armor under his black robe. The huge impact made the Great Elder spit out blood. The arm that was wearing the chain armor of the demon soldiers was hit by the bullet. Although it was not broken, it was also turned into a strange shape. Fresh blood flowed down from the gaps in the armor. Die! The Great Elder roared. He used his intact arm to pull out a demon weapon dagger from his waist and threw it at the assault helicopter in the air. This was the Grand Elder's attack filled with hatred. Both its power and speed were extremely shocking. The Holy Dragon City cultivator piloting the helicopter dodged in a hurry, but the dagger still hit the armed helicopter and pierced through the metal shell of the helicopter. The pilot, who had dodged the attack, was about to counterattack when he realized that the Great Elder had stopped running and was standing in place in a daze. Piercing lights lit up from the front, and more than a dozen wasteland war chariots lined up in an impassable line of defense, blocking the escape route of the Great Elder. In the area illuminated by the lights, countless corpses were lying on the ground. They were the blood-killing cavalry that the First Elder had been waiting for. Another roar sounded, and Qianlong finally caught up on his motorcycle. He scoffed coldly and jumped off. At this point, there was no way to escape. The First Elder, who was being surrounded, did not move at all, but his eyes under the mask were filled with madness. Since we can't escape, we'll all die together. The Great Elder roared madly and took out a cantaloupe-sized metal ball from his pocket. Then, he smashed it on the ground. Chapter 323. The mysterious iron ball and the super flying sword. No one present knew what the Great Elder of Bloodsand City had taken out. However, just from his mad roar, one could guess that this thing was not simple. Tai Seng and Qianlong's expressions changed at the same time as a huge sense of danger struck them, causing the two of them to yell out in unison, "Get down!" The distance between the two sides was more than 20 meters. It was impossible to stop the Great Elder's action. A disaster was already unavoidable. However, at this critical moment, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared from the distant horizon, approaching at an incredible speed. Just as the metal ball was about to hit the ground, the Grand Elder suddenly felt a trace of fear in the depths of his soul. It was as if something he couldn't resist was heading straight for him. Just as he thought of this, he saw a golden stream of light pass through the First Elder's body, then turn back in midair and pass through again. Pass through, turn back, pass through again, turn back again. That stream of light was freakishly fast, and actually formed a light barrier, enveloping the head elder within. What the crowd did not know was that the speed of this stream of light was extremely fast. What they saw was actually just an afterimage. The Great Elder, who was about to hit the ground with the metal ball, was now in a fixed position, but the metal ball in his hand could no longer be smashed down. Ka-ba! The mask on the Great Elder's face shattered, revealing a twisted face of madness and despair, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Hualala! As the mask fell, the Grand Elder's body immediately shattered into countless small pieces and piled on the ground with a crash. Tai Seng and Qianlong climbed up from the ground and walked to the pile of meat, exchanging a confused look. What's going on? How did this guy suddenly die? Tai Seng looked at the ground and frowned. It's a good thing he's dead. Otherwise, we'd be in deep trouble if that metal ball hit us. Qianlong, on the other hand, had a look of lingering fear on his face. It was clear that he had also been quite frightened just now. That's right. Hearing this, Tai Seng nodded his head. When he saw the metal ball earlier, all the hair on his body stood up. This was a cultivator's intuition when their life was in danger, and it was extremely accurate. Moreover, after absorbing the soul crystals, their perception had become more sensitive. Therefore, the two of them firmly believed that this metal ball, which the Great Elder had taken out in a moment of desperation, was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. However, what was that stream of light? How could it be so terrifying? The rank 5 Grand Elder of Blood Sand City was cut into countless pieces by the light in an extremely short moment. The two of them looked at each other, and the figure of a person appeared in their minds at the same time. Don't tell me it's Qianxia. Right at this moment, Tang Zhen's voice suddenly sounded out from Qianlong's walkie-talkie. Bring that metal ball back. Remember to be extremely careful, because I suspect that it's some kind of super bomb that we don't know about. Qianlong agreed and carefully wrapped the metal ball in his clothes before placing it in a leather bag. Let's pack up and retreat. After the two of them exchanged a few words, they instructed their men to clean up the battlefield and then returned home. In the silent night, the moonlight scattered across the wilderness. A long line of carriages sped past, heading straight for Holy Dragon City. By the time they returned to Holy Dragon City, it was already close to midnight. Tang Zhen was currently sitting in the City Lord's Hall, quietly reading an ancient book. After Qianlong and Tai Seng walked in, Tang Zhen kept the book and smiled at the two of them. Well done, you've all worked hard. The two of them did not dare to claim credit and quickly shook their heads to decline. After Tang Junhee and the other two sat down on the sofa, the female attendant outside the door served them a drink. It was a fruit juice squeezed from a strange wild fruit. Bloodsand City has suffered heavy losses this time, and they definitely won't let this matter rest, so we must be prepared for battle. However, after this battle, they'll definitely be wary of our weapons. If they don't have the confidence to win, they won't send out their troops easily. This will give us enough time to deal with the situation and also allow us to gather enough information. After Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, he glanced at Qianlong. You'll be in charge of the intelligence gathering and movement monitoring work in Bloodsand City. Qianlong nodded, but didn't say anything. After taking a sip of the fruit juice, Tang Zhen looked at Tyson. I estimate that before sending troops, Bloodsand City will definitely harass the merchant group, so the number of patrols can be appropriately increased. Once they found any looters, there was no need to leave any survivors, they would be wiped out completely. We also need to increase the defense of Holy Dragon City and the commercial district. We can't let the cultivators of Blood Sand City come in and cause trouble. Yes, Tai Seng replied with a confident expression. Leave that metal sphere behind. You two can go rest. After the two of them left, Tang Zhen put the leather bag with the metal ball into the storage space and quickly drove away from the Holy Dragon City. After running for a distance in the wilderness, Tang Zhen finally stopped the car and took out the leather bag. After removing the wrapped clothes, the exquisitely made metal ball that was still stained with blood and minced meat was revealed before Tang Zhen's eyes. With just a glance, Tang Zhen confirmed that this thing was not a product of the Lu City world, but from a random building. This metal ball was made of an unknown metal. The craftsmanship was exquisite and exquisite. At the same time, there was a line of strange text carved on the surface. Tang Zhen activated the application and easily deciphered the content expressed by the words. It turned out to be a special production number, but before he understood the meaning of the characters, this set of numbers was not of much use. The only thing that could be proven was that this metal ball was very likely to be mass-produced. Judging from how the Great Elder of Bloodsand City had acted when he had taken it out, this metal ball definitely had terrifying destructive power, and it had already been used and proven. It was precisely because First Elder understood the destructive power of this metal ball that he was prepared to drag Tai Seng and the others down with him when he self-destructed. Tang Zhen, who was monitoring the battlefield, saw this point. That was why he did not hesitate to use the one-time payment application. Super Flying Sword, use a flying sword to attack a target within the map, instantly arriving without a trace, price, 50,000 brain beads per use. Although this kind of flying sword was expensive, it was indeed extremely powerful. The Great Elder of Blood Sand City, who was about to detonate the metal ball, was instantly cut into a pile of minced meat by the flying sword. However, he clearly remembered that in the introduction to its use, it was said that this super flying sword was invisible and hard to see with the naked eye. So why was there a stream of light that kept flashing? After carefully reading the introduction, Tang Zhen fainted. It turned out that this stream of light was actually a decorative special effect of the flying sword. Other than the monochrome stream of light, there were also the seven-colored stream of light, the galaxy stream of light, the gradient stream of light, and so on. With these streams of light, it could be guaranteed that when using the super flying sword, the visual effect would be extremely gorgeous. If he didn't want this light, he could also choose to turn it off. That way, he wouldn't be able to see the flying sword with the naked eye. Tang Zhen ridiculed in his heart before turning his attention back to the metal ball. If he had an identification card in his hand, he could definitely determine the origin of the metal ball. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen immediately opened the application store and refreshed the prizes on the wheel. He continuously drew lots. Chapter 324. Super Bomb, Ruins Map. Tang Zhen stared at the lucky wheel and studied the prizes that had been refreshed. Ever since his phone had been upgraded, he had received more than 30 prizes every day from the forced lucky draw. These prizes were all cards with various functions, which weren't of much use to Tang Zhen. And among these prizes, there were still some wondrous cards similar to sex change cards. For example, the two cards in Tang Zhen's hands. Long tail card. You can grow a tail after using it. The appearance can be set freely. Exclusive card for the Wheel of Fortune. Wings card. A pair of wings will appear after use. The appearance can be set freely. After use, it will cause changes to the user's body shape. Exclusive card for the Wheel of Fortune. Just like the sex change card, both cards were permanently effective. But, even if he beat Zhen Tang to death, he wouldn't use those two strange cards. He didn't want to grow a strange tail and have huge pectoral muscles. Could that kind of body still be considered human? He put the two cards back into his storage space and thought that if someone really planned to become a birdman with a long tail in the future, Tang Zhen would not mind giving them two cards for free. He really wanted to see what would happen after using the card. Turning his gaze to the lucky wheel, Tang Zhen tore the lucky card and continued to draw. Different from the previous draws, the upgraded Wheel of Fortune allowed him to refresh the prizes if he was not satisfied with them. However, after throwing in tens of thousands of brain beads, he did not draw any identification cards. Instead, he drew more and more random cards. Tang Zhen was so angry that he wanted to curse. This damn thing, it just didn't give you anything you wanted. This fucking lucky wheel. After patiently throwing in another 20,000 brain beads, the roulette finally refreshed with the item that Tang Zhen had been dreaming of. Appraisal Eye Beginner card. Able to determine the basic information of most items. Lucky Wheel exclusive card. Tang Zhen couldn't help but burst into laughter after reading the card's introduction. He had only wanted an appraisal card, but who would have thought that he would encounter such a big surprise? Even if he had to invest 1,000,000 brain beads, Tang Zhen still had to get this card. Tang Zhen didn't hesitate to throw his brain into it and block the other empty spaces, leaving only 10 prizes. Feeling a little uncertain, Tang Zhen took out the last 2 lucky cards and tore them both to use. Activate. Draw. Hard work paid off. Tang Zhen only drew once and successfully drew the Eye of Appraisal basic card. After taking the card in his hand and examining it a few times, Tang Zhen gently tore it open. The card turned into a stream of light and flew up. It slowly merged into Tang Zhen's eyes and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen did not make any other movements during the entire process. Tang Zhen rubbed his somewhat itchy eyes. He took out the metal ball and focused his attention on it. Just then, a set of subtitles popped up in front of him. The Tarobo People's Standard Star-Destroying Cluster Bomb bullet has extremely powerful explosive power and can cover an area of 1,000 square kilometers. When the bullet is used alone, it can destroy ground targets within a square kilometer. Tang Zhen was dumbstruck when he saw the introduction on the subtitles. Even without looking at the identification information, Tang Zhen could already determine that this metal ball was definitely not a product of the Lusheng world. However, Tang Zhen had never imagined that a single bullet from the parent seed bullet would actually possess such a terrifying might. If these star-destroying cluster bombs were dropped on a country in the original world, it would definitely be easy to wipe out the country. This kind of terrifying might had truly exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. He had never heard of such a weapon in his original world, so the Taroboros people who made the bombs were most likely creatures from other planes. And this bomb was likely to have first appeared in the wild building, only falling into the hands of the Great Elder of Blood Sand City later. After being in the world of Lusheng for so long, a terrifying weapon that surpassed the technology of his original world had finally appeared. A strong sense of danger assaulted him. Tang Zhen did not know how many more of these bombs were in Blood Sand City. Even if there was only one, it would pose a great threat to Holy Dragon City. A cold glint flickered within Tang Zhen's eyes. If Blood Sand City really had such a terrifying bomb, he could only strike first and gain the upper hand, completely wiping out Blood Sand City. Tang Zhen took out a small box and kept the terrifying bomb. He then turned around and returned to the Holy Dragon City. He also had to check the body of the Great Elder of Blood Sand City to see if he had any information about the bomb. He hoped that the number of such bombs was limited, or things would be really bad. After returning to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen immediately ordered his assistant to bring over the relics of the Great Elder of Blood Sand City. It didn't take long for the assistant to come in with a pile of bloody rags. Tang Zhen was so vexed that he continuously smacked his head after seeing these worn-out items. When he controlled the flying sword to kill Blood Sand City's Great Elder, Tang Zhen still felt extremely satisfied. He hoped that the enemy wouldn't have a chance to turn the tables. As a result, the Great Elder of Blood Sand City was cut into pieces, and his clothes were not spared either. If it wasn't for Qian Long's meticulous nature to clean up all the pieces of cloth, the others probably wouldn't even care. He had no choice but to solve the puzzle. After picking out the useless pieces of clothes, there was only a pile of tattered clothes left in front of Tang Zhen. Among them, there were over a dozen pieces of monster skin that were stained with blood that attracted Tang Zhen's attention. After taking out all the monster skins, Tang Zhen carefully unfolded and pieced them together. He confirmed that this was a map. The map was drawn very intricately. Tang Zhen looked at it carefully for a while and suddenly realized that the terrain was somewhat familiar. That's strange, where have I seen this terrain before? Tang Zhen frowned and thought for a moment as he looked at the streets and buildings depicted on the map. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He had already thought of a place, but he still needed to make a comparison. Tang Zhen switched to the map view and quickly shifted his gaze. Finally, he locked onto the ruins of Black Rock City. He then slowly moved along the ruins. The place that entered Tang Zhen's field of vision was the super ruins that he had entered many times before. The area of the super ruins was very large. Many places were covered by clouds and fog. Even if he used the map view, Tang Zhen was unable to see the entire area clearly. What Tang Zhen needed to do was to determine if the terrain of the ruins matched the map. After carefully searching for a while, Tang Zhen finally discovered a building that matched the map. After comparing the two, he was sure that the super ruins were on the map. However, this dilapidated building was only the outer area drawn on the map. The place marked with a red dot on the map was located in the central area of the super ruins. Due to the clouds and fog, Tang Zhen was unable to see the situation there clearly. Tang Zhen looked at it for a moment before frowning slightly. There were many rumors about this ruin among the wanderers, most of which were related to wealth and danger. Tang Zhen had once analyzed the architectural style of the ruins. Although most of them were severely damaged, he could still confirm that they came from the same place. In other words, they were super wild buildings that appeared together in the world of Lusheng. Such a large building was truly shocking. The refuge of the Glittergold race was nothing compared to it. It was also because of this that Tang Zhen had always believed that there was a huge secret hidden within the ruins. The appearance of this map strengthened Tang Zhen's determination to explore the ruins. Bring some people over tomorrow morning. I want to see what good things are in the place marked by the Great Elder of Blood Sand City. Tang Zhen lit a cigarette and quietly thought in his heart. Chapter 325. Exploring the Super Junkyard. 1. After Tang Zhen woke up in the morning, he walked around the valley and felt that the temperature had dropped quite a bit. In the area where the Holy Dragon City was located, the change in temperature was not very big, so this situation was very unusual. Perhaps it was because the cold moon disaster was about to arrive that the temperature suddenly dropped. After having a simple breakfast, Tang Zhen summoned the 1,000 Dragons technique that he was currently cultivating. Get ready and bring 20 cultivators with you. We're going to the center of the Super Junkyard to take a look. Now that you have the storage card, you can prepare more ammunition. Qian Long nodded and didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Any more questions? He returned to the cave and began preparing. After about half an hour, Tang Zhen led 20 Holy Dragon City cultivators across the salty river and drove the Wasteland War Chariot straight to the super ruins. The car sped all the way, and under the gazes of groups of wanderers, they finally arrived at the area where the super ruins were. At the entrance of the super junkyard, several exploration teams were resting. When the Holy Dragon City's car arrived, the wanderers immediately stood up nervously. They looked at the Holy Dragon City's cultivators who had jumped out of the car with fear in their eyes. All the wanderers who made a living in this area had some understanding of the Holy Dragon City. They knew that the newcomers were cultivators from the Holy Dragon City just by looking at the ferocious-looking Wasteland War Chariots. The wanderers were not only envious of the city's residents, but they were also repulsed and afraid of them. At that moment, they looked at the Holy Dragon City cultivators with a hint of vigilance. Tang Zhen did not care about the wanderers. He raised his hand and kept the Wasteland War Chariot behind him into his storage space. Then, he walked toward the ruins with large strides. 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators immediately walked out to explore the way. Their eyes under their masks flickered, constantly sizing up the surrounding environment in case of any accidents. These cultivators were all holding carefully maintained automatic rifles and carrying sharp sabers on their backs. Whether it was in close or long-range combat, the Holy Dragon City cultivators had extremely strong combat power. The group walked on the broken street, gradually approaching the center of the ruins. Behind Tang Zhen's group, there were 2 exploration teams following from a distance. They had been sizing them up. The combat strength of the cultivators in Lusheng far exceeded that of an ordinary exploration team. With Tang Zhen and the others clearing the way, they could take the opportunity to get closer to the deeper areas. If they were lucky enough to discover a building rich in resources, these exploration teams could become rich overnight. Tang Zhen ignored those greedy fellows. Instead, he continued to observe the surrounding buildings. He would occasionally switch to the map view in order to prevent any hidden monsters from ambushing him. After walking for some distance, a gray mist began to appear in front of them, blocking their vision. Tang Zhen stopped his footsteps. He looked at the fog in front of him and was deep in thought. In the past, Tang Zhen's cultivation level was low and he had little experience. He had returned to the ruins several times but was still unable to figure out the true origin of the gray fog. However, Tang Zhen saw a trace of abnormality when he came into contact with the gray fog again. This wasn't any ordinary mist at all. It was a strange mist that would only be produced after a large number of yin-type spiritual bodies gathered. He didn't expect that there would be such a secret hidden in the ruins. Tang Zhen didn't care about the spirits and ghosts that ordinary people feared. In fact, he was used to it. After all, there was a large group of beautiful female ghosts right under his nose, tricking people into using their souls to get a loan. He activated the spirit body seeker, and Tang Zhen's vision, which was blocked by the gray fog, suddenly became much clearer. Dozens of blurry spirit bodies appeared in Tang Zhen's eyes. These spirit bodies were already on the verge of collapse. Perhaps in a few years, they would completely dissipate. Tang Zhen did not know why these spirit bodies would appear here. However, he clearly knew that the ruins were not as simple as he had imagined. It was also because of the yin energy's existence that the wanderers who entered the gray fog kept getting lost, and very few people could reach the central region. If it wasn't for the fact that the mental power of an independent cultivator far exceeded that of an ordinary person, it wouldn't take long for them to go completely crazy. Tang Zhen could not help but frown when he thought of this. He wasn't afraid of these spirits and yin energy, but how could the cultivators behind him resist them? After thinking for a while, Tang Zhen took out dozens of soul crystals and handed them to the Holy Dragon City cultivators behind him. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately absorb this soul crystal. If it doesn't work, you'll have to return the way you came. The reason why ordinary people would be affected by yin energy was that their souls were not strong enough. After absorbing the soul crystal, it could strengthen the power of the soul. The effect was especially obvious on the first day of absorption. However, whether or not this would be effective still needed to be verified. After Tang Zhen warned him, he took a step into the gray fog region. The exploration team that had been following them were immediately dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Are these Holy Dragon City cultivators crazy? They actually dared to enter the gray fog region. Yeah, aren't they afraid that they won't be able to come out? I guess they have some special means to not be afraid of the gray fog. That's why they dared to go in. The wild cultivators discussed animatedly. They wanted to go in and take advantage of the situation, but they were also afraid of getting lost in the gray fog. After discussing for a while, these wild cultivators finally made up their minds and prepared to try to follow them for a distance. If there were any abnormalities, they would immediately retreat. Under the temptation of wealth, these wild cultivators also went all out. Tang Zhen did not know the thoughts of these wild cultivators. Otherwise, he would definitely scoff. The strangeness of this yin energy was far beyond the imagination of these wild cultivators. If he knew when to stop, he might not be affected too much, but if he continued to be greedy, he might lose his life here. However, at the edge of the gray fog, where yin energy was slightly weaker, any valuable resources had already been taken away by the fearless wanderers. If he wanted to gain something, he had to continue going deeper. If one intended to obtain wealth in this strange place, they would likely have to exchange their lives for it. After Tang Zhen's group entered the gray fog, the wandering spirit bodies were continuously attracted over due to the yang energy on everyone's bodies. Thousand Dragon and the others did not have any magical mobile phone applications, nor did they have any holy master skills like the Eye of Truth, so they naturally could not see the spirits pouncing at them. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a situation, they would probably be immediately affected and fall into a state of mental confusion. Because Qianlong and the others had stronger spirit energy, they weren't affected by these weak spirits, but the cold and gloomy feeling made them uncomfortable. Tang Zhen completely ignored these weak spirit bodies. This was because they would quickly spring away as though they had been electrocuted the moment they got close to Tang Zhen's body. Those spirit bodies that couldn't dodge in time would even directly dissipate into nothing. The Lord Cultivator's soul power was extremely strong. To these weak spirits, it was like a ball of fire that could easily burn them to ashes. However, as everyone went deeper, more and more skeletons appeared under their feet. There were human skeletons, alien skeletons, and countless monsters. Most of them had already weathered and were scattered messily on the ground. A light step on them would turn them into powder. Qianlong and the rest could only see a small area under their feet. However, in Tang Zhen's eyes, it was a terrifying sea of white bones. However, there was still a question in Tang Zhen's heart. What was it that had gnawed at the flesh and blood of these corpses? Could it be that there were some terrifying monsters in the gray fog? Everyone, be careful, there might be monsters here. Tang Zhen took out a demonic bow and a sharp arrow from his storage space to kill any monsters that might appear. Compared to the loud rifle, the noiseless bow was more practical because it would not easily attract the attention of the monsters. Just as Thousand Dragon and the others loaded the bullets, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. Tang Zhen's eyes focused. The sharp arrow placed on the bowstring was suddenly shot out. At the same time, a scream was heard. A strange monster that was floating in the air fell to the ground in front of him with a plop. Chapter 326. The monster in the gray fog. 1. It was a strange-looking creature. It was grayish-white in color and looked like a big balloon that had been shot. It was lying on the ground. There was no blood in its body, only the gray mist that was constantly dissipating. Tang Zhen used his foot to kick the monster's corpse and discovered that its outer skin was extremely tough. If it wasn't for the demon soldier battle bow's high destructive power, he might not have been able to shoot this monster. Tang Zhen carefully sized up the monster's corpse before he stood up in doubt and frowned. This monster is not the main culprit of the gnawing. It's just an ordinary monster in the gray fog. After once again sizing up his surroundings, Tang Zhen continued to move forward according to the marks on the map. There were very few people who set foot in this gray fog area, and the corpses on the ground had also become fewer. However, the cultivation level of the previous owners of these skeletons was obviously much higher than that of the skeletons at the edge. If one were to search the remains carefully, one would find a surprise from time to time. For example, a brain, a few weapons, and a mess of miscellaneous items and ores in the rotten backpack. They had been left here for many years, and no one had ever cleaned them up. The brain remains at the edge of the area had long been cleaned up by the exploration team who were not afraid of death. As for the area under their feet, because of the strength of the spirit bodies, few people came close to rummage through it. Anyone who could enter this area was basically a high-level cultivator. They all had different purposes, so why would they waste time picking up trash? Tang Zhen similarly did not have the time to rummage through the corpses. He had to race against time. The gray fog would unconsciously affect cultivators. By the time you realized that something was wrong, you would have already fallen into the fog. When they passed by a pitch-black building, Tang Zhen discovered a group of monsters with hunched bodies that were aimlessly wandering around. This should be a wild building that had not been cleaned up, but Tang Zhen was not interested in exploring it for the time being. Tang Zhen became more and more curious as to what exactly was hidden in the central region. Compared to the weak spirit bodies at the border, the spirit bodies around Tang Zhen had already gradually become clearer. The yin energy they carried was also becoming stronger. Although Tang Zhen didn't care about it, Qianlong and the others were clearly feeling uncomfortable. This type of spirit body was already able to affect Qianlong and the others, causing them to fall into a daze and occasionally experience a brief hallucination. You guys can absorb the soul crystals now. See how it goes. Qianlong and the others immediately took out the soul crystals and absorbed them. His originally chaotic mind immediately cleared up, and the illusions that appeared from time to time quickly disappeared. Seeing Qianlong and the others jolted in spirit, Tang Zhen also confirmed that this soul crystal was indeed effective. However, at this stage, Qianlong and the others were no longer suitable to follow Tang Zhen. You guys wait here, I'll go in and take a look myself. Tang Zhen was about to leave after he finished speaking when he was stopped by Qianlong. City Lord, it's too dangerous inside. You'd better not go further in. The entire Holy Dragon City was sustained by Tang Zhen alone. If he were to encounter any danger, even 1,000 deaths would not be enough to forgive his crime. So when he heard this, he immediately stood up to stop it. Tang Zhen knew what Qianlong was thinking. However, he merely smiled and shook his head. Although this area is dangerous, it's not a threat to me, so you can rest assured. If I encounter any danger, I will immediately retreat. After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen's body flashed and disappeared. Qianlong sighed helplessly. Everyone, pay attention. Be careful of monster attacks. Hearing this, the cultivators immediately raised their weapons and looked around vigilantly. After Tang Zhen and Qianlong's group separated, they walked for a distance before suddenly stopping. A few dozen meters in front of him, there was a giant spirit body that was 4 to 5 meters tall. It had a human head and a beast's body, looking very ferocious and strange. Compared to the other spirit bodies, This giant spirit body was extremely solid. When its feet landed on the ground, it even brought up a trace of dust. Those spirit bodies without a physical body could not be compared to it at all. Tang Zhen suddenly had a feeling that this gigantic spirit body was different from the spirit bodies he had seen before. The aura that it emitted was more like a monster. After he thought of this, Tang Zhen immediately activated the monster detector and aimed it at the giant spirit body. A set of words popped up, confirming Tang Zhen's guess. Soul-eating monster, level 5 monster, feeds on yin energy, fears energy attacks, normal physical attacks are ineffective. As expected, the giant spirit body was a monster. Ordinary weapons couldn't hurt this soul-eating monster, so he could only rely on his phone. When Tang Zhen killed the Spirit Brain Corpse King, he had downloaded an application that specialized in killing spirit bodies, Demon Annihilating Rune Carving. Demon Annihilating Runes can be carved on weapons, which are perfect for dealing with soul-eating monsters. Tang Zhen took out a demonic war blade from his storage space. His finger brushed across the blade, and a demon-killing rune that was flashing with fluorescent light instantly appeared. With the war blade in his hand, Tang Zhen's feet suddenly exerted force and he rushed to the front of the soul-eating monster. Without waiting for the Spirit Devourer to react, Tang Zhen had already jumped up and slashed the Spirit Devourer's neck. It was not worth it to rely on Tang Zhen's sneak attack to win against a level 5 monster. The attack power of a Lord-tier cultivator was extremely shocking. This saber, which was infused with a huge amount of energy, carried a destructive force and ruthlessly cut into the body of the soul-eating monster. As the blade entered its body, the soul-eating monster let out a roar that shook one's soul, then fell to the ground. With the death of the soul-eating monster, its body immediately turned into a stream of light and was absorbed by a dark blue bead of brain that appeared on its head. The huge body of the soul-eating monster disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen walked to the front of the head and picked it up with the tip of his knife. He held it in his hand and carefully examined it. The brain of this soul-eating monster was different from ordinary monsters. Through the blue shell of the brain, Tang Zhen could clearly see a miniature soul-eating monster floating and swimming in the brain. This kind of strange brain immediately aroused Tang Zhen's interest. However, now was not the time to study it in detail. Therefore, Tang Zhen kept the brain pearl and once again pounced forward. After walking for less than 1,000 meters, another soul-devouring monster appeared. Tang Zhen raised his hand and directly killed it with a slash of his blade. Tang Zhen inhaled a breath of cold air when he looked forward again. Dozens of soul-gnawing monsters were constantly wandering in the gray fog, swallowing the gray fog from time to time, causing their bodies to constantly solidify. The central area that Tang Zhen planned to head to was the rear area of these soul-eating monsters. If he were to rush over rashly, he would definitely be surrounded by these soul-eating monsters. Tang Zhen did not wish to waste time here. Tang Zhen already felt a trace of discomfort when he arrived at this place. Illusions would occasionally flash before his eyes. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's shocking mental strength, he might have already fallen into an illusion and would not be able to extricate himself. The Grand Elder of Blood Sand City was only at rank 5. How could he enter the central area? There must be something he didn't know about. Tang Zhen took out a handful of soul crystals from his storage space and quickly absorbed them. His spirit was shaken. After locking onto the central area from the map's perspective, Tang Zhen resolutely activated the map teleportation plugin and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he had already passed through the area sealed off by the soul-eating monsters and was standing in front of a huge metal wreckage. Tang Zhen was dumbstruck with just a glance at the wreckage. Chapter 327. The metallic remains in the Overlord Notes 1. Tang Zhen raised his head and looked at the huge wreckage in front of him. He felt as though he was standing in front of a huge mountain. In the gray fog, the huge wreckage with a metallic texture sank into the ground, leaving only a small part exposed. But this small section on the ground was still bigger than the size of 2 holy dragon cities. Only the heavens knew how big the metal remains were, including the part that had sunk into the ground. Tang Zhen was like an ant facing a prehistoric dinosaur as he stood in front of the metallic remains. The difference in size between the two was too great. Tang Zhen's heart beat wildly as he looked at the outer shell of the metallic remains that was filled with a sci-fi texture. His eyes were filled with shock and wild joy. This thing was definitely not a product of the building world, but from a high-tech plane. If he could master the weapon technology in this wreckage, Holy Dragon City's strength would rise to a terrifying level. Just thinking about it made him excited. Although his heart was unusually excited, Tang Zhen still did not rashly charge in. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings. After watching for a while, Tang Zhen indeed discovered an abnormality. Compared to the other parts of the ruins, the gray fog here was much thicker. However, the place where the fog was most concentrated was actually a super large pit near the wreckage. The gray fog inside was almost solid. Tang Zhen tried to take a few steps towards the large pit. However, he could faintly sense a trace of danger. The closer he was to the large pit, the more obvious the dangerous aura became. There was no doubt that there was a terrifying monster hidden in the huge pit. Its strength was far above Tang Zhen's. Tang Zhen did not dare to continue to approach. Instead, he carefully retreated, afraid that he would anger this hidden monster. Ka-ba, a soft sound came from under his feet. It didn't seem like a big movement, but in this silent area, it was no less than a clap of thunder. A trace of cold sweat immediately flowed down Tang Zhen's forehead. This was because he had sensed a strange mental energy lock onto his position the moment the voice sounded. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already confirmed that the monster in the large pit was definitely much more powerful than him. Just the aura that was leaking out was sufficient to cause Tang Zhen's hair to stand on end. He had already made preparations. If the situation turned bad, he would immediately activate the teleportation and return to his original world. Just as Tang Zhen was extremely nervous and was prepared to escape at any moment, that terrifying aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. However, Tang Zhen was certain that the terrifying monster was at the bottom of the huge pit. It was hidden in the area where the gray fog was the thickest. However, looking at its actions, it seemed to be unwilling to acknowledge him. Tang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. He slowly looked at the object that had produced the sound under his feet, only to discover that it was the remains of a foreign race being. His foot had just broken the leg bone of the corpse, which was why it had made a crisp sound. Tang Zhen fell into deep thought as he looked at the remains on the ground. None of the cultivators who could enter this central area were simple. Perhaps he could find something useful on the remains. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he immediately squatted down and began to search the vicinity of the wreckage. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to find a backpack made of monster skin in the soil. The inside was full. With the bag in his hand, Tang Zhen returned to the metal wreckage and opened the bag to check. The leather bag was most likely made from the leather of a Lord-tier monster, which was why it had not corroded after being buried in the soil for so many years. After opening the bag, a messy pile of items appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. Most of them were unable to see their specific use. However, judging from their material, they seemed to come from the inside of the metal wreckage. Tang Zhen poured the contents of the bag onto the ground and rummaged through it. A thick leather notebook appeared in front of him. After keeping the other items, Tang Zhen opened his laptop. The pages of the notebook were filled with fly-sized characters of other races, and some places even had illustrations. After starting the application, the translated text appeared in front of Tang Zhen, covering the original text for his convenience. Tang Zhen looked at it for a while and figured out the origin of the notebook's owner. It turned out that the foreign race cultivator who had died here was named Bu Li. Just like Tang Zhen, he had also reached the Lord grade. However, compared to Tang Zhen, who had just entered the Lord tier, Bu Li's cultivation was even higher. He had already reached the second stage of the Lord tier. He called him a 2-star Lord. In terms of rank, a 2-star Horde leader was equivalent to a rank 7 cultivator, and their strength was extremely powerful. As a 2-star Horde leader, Bu Li loved to explore wild buildings. He had left footprints all over the continent, and he and his companions had searched for those strange and mysterious wild buildings everywhere. In his notebook, he had recorded many locations of wild buildings, as well as Bu Li's and his companions' adventures. Bu Li had mentioned in his notebook that there were actually many special wild buildings on the continent, but most of them were located in dangerous places, and ordinary people had no chance of seeing them. However, the more wild buildings there were, the more abundant and valuable the resources were. Some of the items were even worth cities. Bu Li and the others had once obtained a few items from a large tower in the wild, and sold them at a high price of 20 million brain beads in a high-class city. However, the monsters in this kind of special wild building were all abnormally strong. Even as a 2-star Horde leader, Bu Li would often encounter a crisis of death. When they encountered a wild building of this danger, they would only take some items inside and never dared to have any ideas about the building's foundation. The metallic remains in front of Tang Zhen was the last special wild building that Brui had explored. They had explored the place for 3 days and encountered many powerful monsters. At the same time, each of them had been given a very powerful weapon. However, just as they were about to leave, they suddenly encountered a terrifying monster. It was guarding outside the metal wreckage, blocking them from leaving. This monster was incomparably powerful. Even though Bruli and his companions attacked it together, they were still unable to break through the monster's defense. The strangest thing was that the monster didn't seem to intend to kill Bruli and the others. It only wanted to imprison them here. Bruli and the others were extremely anxious because they had already run out of supplies. If they were unable to escape from the metallic wreckage, they were destined to die here. After being trapped for a few days, Bruli and the others ran out of ammunition and supplies, and finally decided to fight to the death. Each of them was given a bomb that they had gotten from the metal wreckage, and then they split up to break out. If anyone was unlucky enough to be targeted by the monster, they would detonate the bomb and die together with the monster, creating a chance for the others to escape. The text stopped abruptly here. It seemed that Bruli was the one who had died with the monster. While he was reading the notebook, Tang Zhen discovered that there was a human cultivator among Brui's companions. His strength was similar to Brui's. It was likely that after Bruli detonated the bomb, his human companion had successfully escaped from this place. In that case, was there a connection between this human cultivator and the Great Elder of Blood Sand City? Was the bomb Bruli used to take the monster down with him the bullet of the destructive star cluster bomb that the Great Elder of Blood Sand City had taken out before he died? Was the crater in front of him the work of that bullet? But why was there such a terrifying gray fog? Could the terrifying monster in the pit be the one that had stopped Bruli back then? Tang Zhen's heart was filled with questions. However, he could only slowly search for an answer. Tang Zhen turned his head and glanced at the enormous metal remains. He inhaled a deep breath of air and walked in. Chapter 328 Fierce Battle with the Snake Monster. Leveling up the flames. The interior of the metal fragment was extremely vast, and he felt extremely small within it. Tang Zhen sized up his surroundings and discovered that the area around the entrance had been severely damaged. There were many signs of violent demolition. Picking up a thin piece of metal from the metal floor, Tang Zhen discovered that it was very light and extremely tough. Even though it had been buried in the soil for many years, it still looked as good as new. He wondered what kind of effect it would have if it was used to make weapons. Tang Zhen picked up some more metal from the ground and kept it in his storage space. He was prepared to hand it over to Furnace Hammer for him to study it in detail. Tang Zhen was hesitating if he should continue to go deeper as he looked at the tunnel that was slanted downwards. Tang Zhen had basically confirmed that the metal bomb's origin came from this metal wreckage. Based on the assumption that each person had one bomb, Bruli's team had brought no more than 5 bombs out, one of which had fallen into his own hands. After so many years, who knew where the bombs had gone? Therefore, Tang Zhen did not need to worry at all that this bomb would pose a threat to Holy Dragon City. The purpose of this trip had been achieved. If he wanted to go deeper, he was bound to bear a certain risk. Even with the strength of a 2-star horde leader like Bruli and the others, they still ran into walls everywhere in this metallic wreckage. Tang Zhen was all alone and did not think that he could be much stronger than them. Should he wait until his cultivation level was a little higher before continuing to explore? However, this thought was immediately rejected by Tang Zhen the moment it appeared. Ever since he entered the world of Lusheng, when had he ever backed down in the face of difficulties? When faced with a cultivator who was stronger than him, had he ever been afraid? If he wanted to make himself strong and let Holy Dragon City laugh at everyone, he was destined to step on a road full of bumps and hardships. The opportunity was right in front of him, so how could he give up just like that? When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he immediately took out his demonic war blade and pounced towards the pitch-black tunnel. With the assistance of the application, Tang Zhen could easily see the scenery in the dark. Therefore, the debris on the ground did not pose any obstruction to him. It was just that the length of this tunnel was really too shocking. Tang Zhen had walked for a kilometer, yet he still had not reached the end. Just as Tang Zhen was sizing up a tightly shut metal door, a change suddenly occurred. A strange snake that was flickering with fluorescent light suddenly shot out from the trash and headed straight for Tang Zhen's throat. This monster's movements were as fast as lightning. Tang Zhen only saw a flash of light before the monster had already pounced in front of him. Tang Zhen's heart jolted. He fiercely swung the demonic blade in his hand and dodged the sneak attack of the strange snake. Ding! Ding! The incomparably sharp demon blade struck the snake-like monster's body, producing a metallic sound and sparks. Tang Zhen frowned. It seemed that this monster did not have a body of flesh and blood. After being sent flying by Zhen Tang's attack, the monster did not immediately attack. Instead, it stood up on the ground and stared at Zhen Tang. Tang Zhen took this opportunity to finally see the appearance of the monster. It was a strange snake covered in black metal. There was a fluorescent ring on its body at a certain distance, arranged evenly from head to tail. At this moment, the triangular head of the strange metal snake, which was covered in metal plates, was facing Tang Zhen's direction. Its pair of eyes that were flashing with a red glow shot out a cold light that wanted to devour people. As long as Tang Zhen revealed a slight opening, this strange metal snake would launch an attack. After the previous exchange, Tang Zhen could already confirm that this was a Lord-tier monster that was not inferior to him in strength. He did not expect that he would encounter such a terrifying monster the moment he entered the metallic remains. Tang Zhen had no doubt about Brulee's encounter. Perhaps there were even more terrifying monsters hidden within the metal ruins. The most important thing right now was to get rid of this metallic snake as soon as possible and use it to help him level up. Carefully adjusting his breathing, Tang Zhen's mind moved as he took out the purple lightning short sword from his storage space. He believed that with the sharpness of the purple lightning short sword, he should be able to break through the strange snake's metal armor. The moment Tang Zhen changed his weapon, the strange metal snake shot out with all its might and attacked Tang Zhen once again. Good! Tang Zhen shouted loudly. The purple electric short sword in his hand was violently hacked toward the strange metal snake. At the same time, an almost transparent purple flame appeared in his hand. It was the upgraded Raging Flames. In order to level up Flame Frenzy and Ice Edge battle armor, the number of heads that Tang Zhen had smashed out had made his heart ache for a few days. It was precisely this kind of upgrade that did not care about the cost that caused the two attack skills to be upgraded to an abnormal level, becoming one of Tang Zhen's hidden trump cards. After the upgrade, this was the first time Tang Zhen had used it in actual combat. The temperature of the flame had reached a terrifying 9,000 degrees. The moment it appeared, it roasted the dry objects in the surroundings, causing them to emit strange sounds. The strange metal snake clearly sensed the terror of the flame. It was about to pounce in front of Tang Zhen when it forcefully turned its body to the side. However, Tang Zhen had long been waiting for the strange metal snake. How could he let it escape so easily? The purple electric short sword cut through the snake's body and cut off a small piece of its armor. The burning left palm quickly grabbed at the snake's body. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already unleashed his speed to the limit. Swish! A sound similar to a red-hot soldering iron being dipped in water rang out. At the same time Tang Zhen's palm grabbed the strange metal snake's body, a stream of metal vapor overflowed from his hand. The body of the strange metal snake that was hidden under the armor was unable to resist the terrifying heat and was instantly burned to ashes. From where Tang Zhen's palm was holding onto, the strange metal snake was split into two. The cut had already been completely carbonized. The front half of the strange metal snake was now less than a meter long, and it was rolling on the ground in pain. The moment Raging Flames, which had been continuously upgraded, was used, the strange metal snake was completely destroyed. The semi-transparent purple flame was quickly withdrawn. Although this flame was terrifying, it consumed a great amount of physical strength. With Tang Zhen's current cultivation, he would not be able to endure for long. If he didn't kill the snake, he would be harmed instead. Tang Zhen would definitely not let this fellow off. With a flick of his hand, the purple lightning short sword turned into a stream of light and shot out, directly nailing the strange metal snake 7 inches away. The strange metal snake was already seriously injured. Now that the purple lightning dagger had injured its vital parts, it struggled madly for a few times before dying. Letting out a long breath, Tang Zhen walked to the front of the strange metal snake's corpse and pulled out the purple lightning short sword. After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhen kept the corpse of the strange metal snake into his storage space. Looking at the sealed metal door beside him, Tang Zhen walked forward and the purple flame appeared in his hand once again. He slashed at the metal door, and the sturdy door immediately turned into steam, revealing a large hole. After keeping the flame, Tang Zhen walked in. This was a very empty room, and on the surface, it seemed to be empty. However, after Tang Zhen walked around twice, he felt that there was definitely something hidden inside. Tang Zhen clenched his fist and knocked on the wall that was wrapped with a soft material. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Tang Zhen extended his finger that was covered in purple flames and gently slid a few times on the wall. Clang, clang. The metal pieces that were cut off fell to the ground and were directly stored by Tang Zhen into his storage space. A large black hole was revealed at the spot where his finger had cut. Tang Zhen was a little speechless after he clearly saw the items within the cave. What the hell is this? Chapter 329. The metal armored rat. The item that appeared in front of Tang Zhen was a large pile of rotten junk that emitted a faint stench. These items might not have been like this in the first place, but they had rotted to this extent because they had been stored for too long. He thought that he had found something good, but in the end, he discovered a pile of junk after opening it. One could imagine the depression in Tang Zhen's heart. Tang Zhen, who was unwilling to give up, cut open another piece of the metal wall. In the end, what entered his eyes was actually the skeleton of a monster that still had some fur. Compared to the pile of unknown garbage just now, the smell of the skeleton cabinet was so bad that it could kill people. Tang Zhen spat. At the same time, he gave up on the idea of continuing to open the wall cabinet. He guessed that this place should be a cold storage room with a storage function, which was why there were all kinds of things stuffed here. When the refrigeration equipment of the metal wreckage stopped working, the frozen items inside would definitely rot completely. It was just that in this way, Tang Zhen, who wanted to have some gains, must continue to venture deeper. His original plan was that if he could find useful materials here, Tang Zhen would be able to evacuate. Unfortunately, the heavens did not grant him his wish, and he did not find anything here. Now, it seemed that going deep into the ruins was inevitable. However, if he were to encounter a Lord-tier monster that was even more terrifying than the metal snake, what should he do? After pondering for a moment, Tang Zhen took a large step forward and continued to head deeper into the tunnel. The more he thought about it, the more he had to worry. He might as well not think about it and just take it one step at a time. As the saying goes, what you fear will come true. Tang Zhen saw a metal door blocking his way. When he was about to reach the end of the passage, two monsters appeared in front of him. This time, the monster was very similar to a rat. Its body was also covered with black metal armor, protecting all its vital points. What was even more freakish was that the two metal rats were the size of hounds, and their large flat teeth had turned into sharp knife-like teeth. The hard metal floor was bitten by the rat, and a huge hole was dug out. He really had an iron mouth and steel teeth, and was abnormally fierce. Facing two Lord-tier monsters, Tang Zhen didn't dare to let his guard down. The purple lightning short sword was placed horizontally in front of his chest in a defensive posture. Squeak, squeak. The two Lord-tier rats looked at each other. Their blood-red eyes widened as they pounced at Zhen Tang. As the metal rat pounced with too much force, it left clear claw marks on the metal floor. When he saw the two metal rats coming at him, Tang Zhen violently waved the purple lightning short sword in his hand and directly charged toward one of the rats. The other hand used the same trick again, and an invisible purple flame surged up from the fingertips. Mouse, whose body was covered in metal armor, instantly pounced in front of Tang Zhen. He used both his mouth and legs to attack Tang Zhen's vital parts. The metal rat did not pay any attention to the purple lightning short sword in Tang Zhen's hand. In the metal rat's mind, cold weapons could not break through its armor at all, so it ignored them. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen's purple lightning short sword was not an ordinary cold weapon. Go to hell! Tang Zhen gave a loud roar. The speed of his purple lightning short sword swing actually increased by one-fold as it ruthlessly cut into the metal rat's large mouth. Ga-ba! The metal rat's teeth, which could easily tear the floor apart, were cut off by the purple lightning dagger. The purple electric short sword did not stop, and it cut a terrifying wound in the metal rat's mouth. After the broken teeth rat felt the pain, its body trembled violently, and it actually twisted its body in midair to escape. The other metal rat had an even more miserable fate. Just as it was about to bite Tang Zhen's left palm, which was emitting a translucent purple flame, had already ruthlessly grabbed at the metal rat's head. The metal rat was so frightened that its soul flew out of its body when it sensed the terrifying temperature on Tang Zhen's fingertip. It hurriedly tried to dodge. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen was destined not to give it the chance to escape. Just as the metal rat started to turn around, His 5 fingers had already ruthlessly inserted into the metal rat's head. The incomparably hard metal plate was as fragile as a piece of paper when it came into contact with the purple flames. It was easily pierced through by Tang Zhen. The metal rat let out a blood-curdling screech as the purple flames burned its head to ashes. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. The metal rat's brain had fallen to the ground. Seeing that its companion had been killed by Tang Zhen in a single strike, the metal rat whose mouth had been cut open by the purple lightning short sword turned around and ran. Monsters that had reached the Lord tier already had high intelligence and were very good at judging the situation. Seeing that it was not a match for Tang Zhen, this metal rat naturally would not stay behind and court death. You want to run? Dream on! Tang Zhen coldly snorted. The purple lightning short sword flew out, once again and directly stabbed toward the back of the metal rat. As a Lord tier monster, the metal rat's perception was extremely sensitive. Just as the purple electric dagger was about to hit it, it jumped up from its original spot and dodged the fatal blow. After landing on the ground, this fellow actually issued a provocative cry towards Tang Zhen. He seemed to be extremely pleased with himself. However, its jagged front teeth, which had been cut off by the purple lightning dagger, and its bloody mouth made it look extremely pathetic and ridiculous. When Tang Zhen saw this, he casually took out the demonic bow from his storage space and shot an arrow at the metal rat. The metal rat was shocked. It quickly squeaked and crawled into a metal hole in the wall. In reality, Tang Zhen had only shot out an ordinary wolf fang arrow. It was simply unable to penetrate the metal rat's abnormal armor. However, the metal rat had mistakenly thought that it was a terrifying weapon like the purple electric short sword, which was why it had fled in such a sorry state. Although the metal rat had entered the rat hole, Tang Zhen did not intend to let this fellow off. He used the purple flame to draw a line on the metal wall, revealing a passage that was wide enough for an adult to pass through. Tang Zhen sized him up for a moment before walking in. Behind the mouse hole was a large space, but it was empty at the moment. He wondered where the metal mouse had gone. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had some assistance. He swept his gaze across the ground and a row of rat footprints with heat residue appeared in his field of vision. Tang Zhen hurriedly gave chase when he saw the rat's footprints extending into the depths of the space. This space was also slanted downwards. Tang Zhen chased for about 2 kilometers before he suddenly saw a strange object that was about 12 meters long appear in front of him. Tang Zhen curiously walked in front of this object and carefully observed it. It was just that the more Tang Zhen looked at this thing, the more he felt that it was a flying device. Forget it, I'll put it in my storage space first and study it in detail when I return to Holy Dragon City. The most important thing at the moment was to see where the dead rat had sneaked to. The reason why Tang Zhen was so persistent in chasing after this metal rat was because he had actually carefully considered it. His first choice was that the metal rat could help him level up after he killed it. After killing the metal rat and the Lord tier water monster that he had killed before, his level up progress had reached more than half. After this, he only needed to kill 4 more Lord tier monsters to become a 2-star Lord tier monster. With the strength of a 2-star horde leader, he should be able to go even further in this metallic ruins. Furthermore, the metal rat was cunning and cherished its life. Once it saw that something was wrong, it would quickly escape. Therefore, the place where it usually moved was far away from the dangerous areas inside the ruins. Tang Zhen only needed to follow the metal rat's movement route and it would definitely be safer than barging in. After storing the aircraft-like object into his storage space, Tang Zhen glanced at the rat hole in front of him and rushed over once again. Chapter 330. The Wreckage of the Battleship. The scheme of the rats. After using the purple flame to cut the metal wall open, Tang Zhen walked in. Compared to the huge space just now, the area here was much smaller. At most, it was only 5,000 square meters. However, in this space, there were metal boxes of different sizes scattered around. Many of them had been opened, and there was nothing inside. Looking at the gnawing marks on the box, he knew that it was definitely the work of the dead rat. Tang Zhen sized up his surroundings. He discovered an unopened metal box and walked over. After using purple flames to cut open the electronic lock on the box, a strange black combat suit was revealed, making Tang Zhen's eyes light up. He didn't know what material this combat suit was made of, but it had a strange touch to it. It felt very high-tech, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. After using Appraisal Eye to lock onto the combat suit, a set of data was quickly displayed. Terobo Special Femtometer Combat Suit, specially designed for ground special forces. It can be used in all terrain and all weather battles, with long power and endurance. After seeing this set of simple identification data, Tang Zhen had already confirmed that this was a good thing that was hard to come by. To be able to possess the star-destroying cluster bombs and all sorts of high-tech items, the combat suit made by the Tarobo people would definitely not be too bad. Although he really wanted to test the effects of this combat suit right now, the environment he was in was too dangerous. Tang Zhen still dispelled the thought of immediately testing it. After putting the combat suit into his storage space, Tang Zhen continued to look for the traces of the metal rat. Tang Zhen had a faint feeling as he looked at the dirty and messy environment around him. This place might very well be the lair of the metal rat. Sure enough, Tang Zhen did not walk far before he saw a big bed, made of broken battle suits in the middle of the messy box. The metal rat that was being chased by Tang Zhen was currently stretching its neck and looking at Tang Zhen with a dumbstruck expression. Tang Zhen saw an emotion called shock in the eyes of this metal rat. It clearly did not expect that Tang Zhen would actually chase him to its lair. Squeak! The metal rat suddenly jumped up from the big bed. After it furiously barked a few times at Tang Zhen, it turned its head and ran towards the corner of the wall. Where are you running to? Tang Zhen growled and used the purple lightning short sword as a flying knife again, shooting it toward the metal rat. The rat was about to enter the hole, but the speed of the purple lightning sword was far beyond its expectations. As a result, the purple lightning sword fell as soon as its butt entered the hole. Crack, creak 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 creak, the metal rat's shining tail had been cut off by the purple electric dagger, and only a small section less than 5 centimeters was left. If the purple electric short sword had moved a little bit further, the metal rat would have been killed. The metal rat flew into a rage after its beloved tail was cut off. It turned its head and stuck its head out of the hole, roaring continuously at Tang Zhen. However, after its teeth were cut off and its mouth was cut open, the metal rat looked extremely pathetic. Its threatening action at this moment caused Tang Zhen to feel that it was rather comical. He jumped to the entrance of the cave and slashed at it with his palm, which was covered in purple flames. The metal rat shrieked and immediately retreated, continuing to flee in a sorry state. Tang Zhen didn't hesitate either. After cutting the metal wall, he raised the purple lightning short sword and gave chase. According to the traces displayed on the application, Tang Zhen chased for another kilometer or so before the mouse's traces disappeared. He discovered that he was in a hall. The hall was very spacious, as if it was a giant conference room. There were many strangely shaped chairs placed in many places. Looking up, a huge and strange pattern came into view, and there was a line of familiar words below it. These words are the Trobo Expeditionary Fleet. After Tang Zhen saw these words, he roughly understood the origin of this metal ruins. The metal ruins used to be a super warship that belonged to the Tarobo people's expedition fleet. The reason it appeared in the world of Lusheng might have been because it had encountered an accident in the battle. As a result, it had plunged into the soil and was completely destroyed. Affected by the warship, the buildings near its crash site were instantly destroyed. Then, the destroyed battleship and the surrounding buildings were pulled into the world of towers by an unknown force, turning into this mysterious super ruin. This might be the origin of the super ruins. Tang Zhen felt that it should not be too different from the truth. A super warship would definitely have powerful weapons and high-tech items. The Fem combat suit that he had picked up was the most powerful proof. Since he had taken the risk to enter this place, he had to bring back some good things. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen was no longer in a hurry to catch the dead rat. Instead, he continuously used the appraisal eye to scan the items that were useful to him. Special combat wrist guard for the Tarobo Expeditionary Fleet, built-in mini-optical computer, needs to be cracked to use. This thing is not bad, keep it. Tarobo Expeditionary Fleet anti-gravity mini-detector, should be useful, put it away. The Tarobo Expeditionary Fleet plasma grenade was actually a weapon, he had to take it away. Tang Zhen continued to walk around the hall and picked up more and more items. Just as he was happily picking them up, a wave of messy footsteps sounded, causing Tang Zhen's heart to be startled. He turned around and saw a rat with a broken front tooth running out of the dark tunnel. It was the metal rat that had been chased by Tang Zhen and had returned. When this fellow passed by Tang Zhen, he actually turned his head and revealed a pleased expression. He wagged his tail that only had a section left and had an expression that said, "You're dead." Tang Zhen's heart suddenly trembled when he saw the expression of this dead rat. He did not hesitate to wildly run back the way he came from. This damn rat. I can't believe it would do this. I've really underestimated it. The metal rat looked at Tang Zhen's back in a daze with a dumbstruck expression. When it discovered that Tang Zhen had actually fled without the slightest hesitation and had even headed straight for its lair, it was so angry that it jumped up from the ground and continuously let out a wild cry. Squeak. After letting out a few angry roars, the rat turned its head and looked at the pitch-black tunnel. Its entire body trembled as it desperately chased after Tang Zhen. Just as the man and hamster disappeared, a tall figure slowly walked out of the passage. He was about 2.5 meters tall, wearing a smooth-looking armor and holding a huge sword in his hand. Under the helmet that had been taken off was a gray-white face covered in scars, the color of a corpse. A pair of gloomy and cold eyes that flickered with a green light was staring intently at the direction where Tang Zhen had disappeared. His eyes were filled with the desire to kill. A terrifying aura that far surpassed Tang Zhen's cultivation continued to spread from its body, causing one to shiver. "Two damn rats, go and clean them up." Following his command, the two metal balls that were continuously swimming behind him immediately chased in the direction that Tang Zhen had disappeared in. Chapter 331. The terrifying floating metal ball. Tang Zhen's running speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the hole that he had cut open. Tang Zhen leapt into the hole and turned his head to look at the dead rat that was wildly running over. His face revealed a cruel smile. "You damn rat, you actually dared to play the trick of killing with a borrowed knife. Then don't blame me for blocking your way out." This dead rat's intelligence wasn't low. After seeing Tang Zhen's actions, he was definitely able to guess Tang Zhen's plan. As expected, after seeing Tang Zhen's smile, that dead rat was slightly startled. Immediately after, it revealed a dumbstruck expression. If this rat could speak, it would have definitely jumped up and cursed. At the moment of life and death, his only escape route was blocked. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? However, in the blink of an eye, this rat's eyes glowed red as it fiercely charged towards Tang Zhen. They would definitely die if they stayed, but if they rushed over, they might have a chance of survival. At the thought of this, the metal rat charged forward without hesitation, its eyes filled with ferocity and madness. The floating metal ball behind him was already rapidly approaching. If he hesitated any longer, he would definitely be killed by this guy. The metal rat had experienced the power of the floating metal ball before and had almost lost its life, so it was still in fear. This was also the reason why it still desperately pounced over despite knowing that Tang Zhen's place was not safe. Tang Zhen also saw the floating metal ball that was flying over. A faint sense of danger assaulted his heart. This seemingly unremarkable floating metal ball definitely had terrifying destructive power. At this moment, the dead rat had already arrived in front of him and ruthlessly crashed into Tang Zhen. This was the only escape route, so it had to take a risk. Even a cornered rat would bite when it was in a hurry. At this moment, the metal rat bared its uneven broken teeth and bit at Tang Zhen fiercely. How could Tang Zhen allow it to do as it wished? He had taken the risk to wait here in order to give this dead rat a fatal blow. Seeing that the rat was about to enter the hole, Tang Zhen's thoughts moved. A huge metal box suddenly appeared and blocked the hole. Creak, 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 the rat cried out in grief and indignation. It slammed its head into the metal box, directly smashing a big hole in it. Clang, clang. After the dead rat entered the box, there was no movement at all. It was unknown if it had fainted. Tang Zhen laughed as he turned around and started to run for his life. At the same time, Tang Zhen gave an order to Qianlong, telling them to quickly leave the super junkyard and wait for him at the edge. If he was alone, it would be easier for him to escape. Moreover, with this dead rat attracting the floating metal ball's attention, Tang Zhen would be able to retreat with ease. But who would have thought that Tang Zhen would hear a strange sound coming from behind him after running a few steps? Looking at the map, there was a floating metal ball that cut through the wall and headed straight for him. Tang Zhen's running speed increased once again when he saw this. He headed straight for the next hole. Whoosh! The metal ball emitted a red ray of light that shot straight toward Tang Zhen's back. Tang Zhen, who was running, had been staring at the metal ball the entire time. When he saw it launch an attack, he immediately dodged to the side. The red light brushed past Tang Zhen's body and shot onto the metal floor. It actually burned out a smooth round hole the size of a human head. If this red light were to hit a person, they would probably be burned to ashes immediately. After luckily dodging this attack, who would have thought that the second wave of attacks would follow closely behind, frightening Tang Zhen so much that he hurriedly dodged. After miserably dodging dozens of attacks, Tang Zhen was also filled with anger. He took out his automatic rifle and started shooting. Unfortunately, when the bullets hit the floating metal ball, other than the clanking sound, there was not even a spark. The defensive strength of this floating metal ball had far exceeded Tang Zhen's imagination. Seeing that the automatic rifle's attack had no effect, Tang Zhen did not continue to do useless things. He could only continue to flee in a miserable manner. After dodging another shot of red light, the remains of a corpse in the corner entered Tang Zhen's eyes. Something seemed to have fallen beside it. Tang Zhen took a few steps and rushed over. With a wave of his hand, he kept the remains and the items beside it into his storage space. After entering the storage space, as long as Tang Zhen thought about it, he would be able to clearly see the item's appearance. The item that dropped from the wreckage seemed to be a strange-looking gun. The appearance of the gun was filled with a high-tech flavor. It was definitely a product made by the Tarobo people, and its power was definitely not weak. He hoped that this gun could be used. Otherwise, Tang Zhen could only rely on the death light application that he could only use once a month to deal with this troublesome metal ball. With a thought, the gun immediately appeared in Tang Zhen's hand. While he dodged, Tang Zhen activated his appraisal eye and figured out the origin of the gun. Special use for the Tarobo Expeditionary Fleet, standard Gauss sniper rifle. Currently locked on. To use, it needs to be unlocked. As expected, it was indeed a high-tech weapon, but it could not be used before it was unlocked. With an attitude of giving it a try, Tang Zhen activated the all-purpose electronic kit and selected the unlock mode. At the same time, Tang Zhen had already crossed the empty field and entered the second hole. Just as he was about to continue running, the words popped up in front of him. The gun has been unlocked and can be used normally. Tang Zhen was overjoyed when he saw this. He fiddled with it a few times before a blue flame suddenly shot out from the muzzle. The metallic floor beneath his feet had a huge hole blasted out by the metal beam. After making sure that the gun could be used normally, Tang Zhen deftly turned around and pulled the trigger at the floating metal ball that had just flown out. The blue flames pounced toward the floating metal ball, causing it to explode with sparks and pushing it far away. Tang Zhen did not feel any joy after seeing this scene. Instead, he turned around and ran without the slightest hesitation. If the Gauss sniper rifle could cause fatal damage to the floating metal ball, it would not have tried to stabilize its flying posture while retreating. As expected, the floating metal ball stabilized again after retreating more than 20 meters. Red light began to flicker unceasingly on the surface of the floating metal ball. At the same time, it firmly locked onto the currently running Tang Zhen. The target's threat level has increased, automatically increasing the strength of the attack. As the command was issued from the inside of the floating metal ball, it immediately turned into a red stream of light and charged straight at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, who was constantly paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, immediately discovered this point. He looked at the floating metal ball that had turned red and felt a strong sense of danger. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw the floating metal ball light up, and then a red light as thick as a fist shot over. Fuck, my god, the beam of light that was originally as thick as a pencil had already left Tang Zhen in a sorry state. He kept complaining in his heart. Wouldn't this fist-sized beam of light take his old life? Why were the monsters in the wreckage of the Tarobo battleship more and more abnormal than the last? The red light had already struck. Tang Zhen no longer had the time to think and chose to teleport without any hesitation. If he didn't run now, was he going to wait for death here? As for whether that damned floating metal ball would wait for him, that would have to wait until tomorrow. When the instant teleportation map plugin cooled down tomorrow, he could just teleport out. The floating metal ball was the guardian monster of this battleship, so it would definitely not leave this area. The power of the heavenly path was so strong that no matter how strong the monster was, it had to follow the laws of the Wild Tower. With a flash of light, Tang Zhen disappeared without a trace. All that was left was the floating metal ball that flickered with red light, which was flying around in a daze. Chapter 332. Raid the nightclub. At the same time that Tang Zhen was teleported back to his original world, Ivanov's 10 super soldiers had already begun their first operation. In a hidden basement somewhere, there was a long table filled with guns and ammunition. 10 brawny men from the Ice Bear Alliance were standing around the table, putting on weapons and equipment. After witnessing the terrifying combat power of the 10 super soldiers, Ivanov did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy them a large number of weapons and equipment, completely armed them to the teeth. As all 10 of them had military experience, they were no strangers to these weapons. When a complete gun was in their hands, it was completely broken down in the blink of an eye. Their hand speed was amazing. It was as if these guns and weapons were just toys in their hands. A golden-haired brawny man scanned the crowd and threw out a document. This person is our mission target this time. Everyone, take a look. The blonde brawny man was the captain of these super soldiers. He used to be an elite of a special force of the Ice Bear Alliance. After retiring, he had to rely on Ivanov because of his financial difficulties. The information was passed around to everyone. After confirming that they had memorized the contents, the captain burned it. From now on, there's a 15-minute break. Everyone, remember your code names so as not to affect the operation. After the golden-haired captain finished speaking, a short-haired man in a black battle suit responded, "I know, Boss Gabriel." The rest of the people also nodded. 15 minutes later, a black business car quietly drove onto the road, heading straight for a bustling location in the city. Gabriel and the others in the carriage wore black masks and were as silent as stone statues. However, the murderous aura emanating from their bodies made Pargo, who was acting as a temporary driver, feel extremely frightened. As Ivanov's confidant, he also knew that these 10 people had been transformed by Tang Zhen. However, he did not expect the result to be so terrifying. Before these guys were modified, Pargo would definitely be able to take on 3 of them. However, after the modification, even 10 Pargos together might not be a match for one of them. Pargo, who advocated martial strength, was now hesitating whether to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to reform him. However, if Pargo wanted to modify it, he would have to go through his sister first. Once he thought of his sister, Pargo felt a headache coming on. Not only did his brother always lose to her, but even Ivanov himself did not dare to provoke Natasha. Everyone knew that his sister had an ambiguous relationship with the Oracle. With this protective talisman, who would dare to provoke her? After getting rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, Ivanov began to concentrate on driving. This was the first operation of the super soldiers, and they had to take it seriously. The black business car was like a ghost, shuttling through the traffic and finally stopping in front of a brightly lit nightclub. This was one of the properties of Ivanov's opponent, and the leader of this organization would stay in this nightclub for a while every night. Gabriel and the others' mission was to charge in and kill him. The moment the car stopped, Gabriel and the others jumped out of the car and ran to the back door of the nightclub. 2 tall and strong men from the Ice Bear Alliance were guarding the back door. When they saw Gabriel and the others rushing over, they immediately pulled out their pistols from their waists in a panic. However, as soon as their fingers touched the hilt of the gun, they saw 2 streams of light coming over and nailing their foreheads. The steel awls thrown out by the super soldiers easily penetrated the skulls of the 2 men. The lethality was even more terrifying than that of a rifle. The obstacle has been resolved. Michael, stay here. The rest of you, follow me up. After Captain Gabriel gave the order, everyone quickly entered in a single file and rushed up the back door. As soon as they entered the nightclub, the noisy and rhythmic music immediately hit them, making them have the urge to sway with the music. However, the hearts of the super soldiers were as hard as stone, and they were not affected by the noisy environment at all. They had already memorized the terrain before they took action, so they rushed to a staircase without hesitation. And NBSP, there were 2 more strong men guarding the path, but when they saw Gabriel and the others, a super soldier charged forward and grabbed their throats before they could react. Crack, 2 crisp sounds rang out at the same time. The 2 men's fingers had not even touched their weapons when their necks were directly broken. After gaining superhuman strength, these super soldiers preferred to use close combat to deal with their enemies. Leaving 1 more person to guard the passage, the rest of the super warriors rushed to the top. Just as he stepped onto the 2nd floor, 2 guards came up to him. Gabriel's silenced gun pointed at them twice, and the 2 guards fell to the ground. However, the exchange of fire between the 2 sides happened to be noticed by the guards in the monitoring room, and they immediately informed all the armed guards in the nightclub. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. It was obvious that the enemy was rushing over. Gabriel frowned and quickly gave the order, "Leave 2 people behind to block the enemy. The rest of you, Follow me and continue upwards. We must finish the battle within 3 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, these super soldiers rushed upstairs. Their superhuman physique was perfectly displayed at this moment. As soon as the nightclub guards rushed over, they saw a few figures rushing over at high speed, faster than leopards. As he charged, the bullets seemed to have eyes, and they all landed on the guards' vital parts. Before the guards could even react, they had all lost their lives. After the transformation, his body had already far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. If the security guards of the nightclub could capture the movements of the super soldiers, then it would be a real disaster. After dealing with the group of guards, the group rushed upstairs again. This time, just as Gabriel showed his head, a hail of bullets swept over his head. The dense bullets left countless holes in the wall, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this moment, there were more than 10 armed guards in the corridor of the top floor, and they were pointing their guns at Gabriel and the others. And NBSP, after communicating with the team members behind him, Gabriel and the 2 members behind him attacked at the same time. One of the team members stomped on the ground and flew into the air, appearing at the top of the tunnel. He exerted force on his hands and feet and supported his body with the connection between the wall and the roof. He then fired with the submachine gun in his hand. At the same time, another team member poked his body out of the ground, and his gun was spewing fire. Gabriel directly stuck out his gun. With his speed that far exceeded that of a normal person, 6 people were killed in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, all the enemies were killed. After clearing the corridor, Gabriel went straight to a door in the middle of the corridor and started firing. Bang! The door was kicked open, and he saw 3 people lying in a pool of blood. One of them had a gun aimed at him. He easily dodged the enemy's shot and killed him in 1 shot. And NBSP, after checking and confirming that the target was dead, Gabriel announced their retreat. What Gabriel and the others didn't expect was that when they were attacking the nightclub, an alcohol lamp was knocked to the ground by a flustered guard in the room where the guard was resting. After the alcohol lamp broke, it ignited the sofa next to it, and the flames quickly spread. Half an hour after they left, the place turned into a sea of fire, swallowing the entire nightclub. What no one noticed was that in the sky above the burning fire field, there was suddenly a strange fluctuation that was so tiny that it could not be detected. It suddenly flashed a few times. Chapter 333 Fumi Battle Suit. Movie concept. In the original world, Tang Zhen activated the quantum invisibility light screen, and strolled on the streets of the abandoned city, pondering about his encounter. If he wanted to teleport back to the world of Lusheng, he would have to wait for a day. Only then would his safety be guaranteed. Tang Zhen had no choice but to deal with that terrifying floating metal ball cautiously. After all, the destructive power of this ghastly thing was really too strong. If it wasn't for the teleportation ability, with Tang Zhen's overlord cultivation, his injuries would be considered light. If he wasn't careful, he might even lose his life. Bruley and the others had been 2-star horde leaders back then, and their cultivation levels had intimidated many people. However, hadn't they also ended up in a sorry state in this warship wreckage? However, risk and opportunity coexisted. The more powerful the monsters in the wild building were, the more valuable the items inside would be. The rewards in the storage dimension were enough to prove this point. To the natives of the world of Lusheng, before they figured out how to use it, those high-tech products were not even as valuable as a brain. However, after it fell into Tang Zhen's hands, he could easily break it and use it. After finding a dilapidated building, Tang Zhen strode in and stopped in a spacious room. The door and windows of the room were all broken, the floor was full of debris, and the window sill was full of bird droppings. Tang Zhen took out the box that contained the foamy combat suit from the storage space and took it out. At first glance, the black femme combat suit looked like the intact skin of a strong man who had his bones and flesh extracted. Apart from the head, it could completely protect the user's body. Tang Zhen couldn't confirm the functions of the foamy combat suit from its appearance alone. He had to try it on. He opened the all-purpose electronic kit and tried to unlock the combat suit. Almost every item of the Teroboros people had been unlocked and encrypted, and could not be used normally before it was unlocked. Just like the Gauss sniper rifle that Tang Zhen had picked up by chance. If it was not unlocked, its only use was to use it as a stick to smash people. A red light flashed from the surface of Tang Zhen's body, enveloping the combat suit. After a few seconds, it indicated that Tang Zhen had unlocked it. The specific method of using it also appeared before his eyes. Tang Zhen casually lifted the combat suit and pressed it against a bump on the waist of the combat suit. Following Tang Zhen's touch, the originally soft combat suit immediately changed. It was like an air-inflated model that stood upright in front of Tang Zhen. Then, the back of the combat suit separated from the back of its limbs, allowing the user to enter the combat suit directly. Tang Zhen put away the extra clothes on his body. He took a deep breath and walked in barefooted. Stepping out of the combat boots connected to the combat suit, he extended his arms. The unfolded combat suit immediately wrapped around Tang Zhen's torso and limbs. The originally fat combat suit rapidly shrunk. Tang Zhen only felt his body slightly tighten. The combat suit had already completely fitted his body. On the back and limbs, the openings for the user to enter were now tightly connected by countless metallic threads invisible to the naked eye. The bulge on his waist suddenly disappeared, and a stream of light began to flash continuously on his combat suit for 30 seconds. After the stream of light appeared, Tang Zhen had a feeling that this combat suit was continuously merging into his body, becoming a part of him. There was nothing wrong with this feeling. In fact, there were already shocking changes inside the combat suit. If Tang Zhen could download an application called Nanovision, he would be able to see the huge changes in his body. Countless metal wires that were invisible to the naked eye had pierced through his skin and connected to his organs and neurons. After the metal wire pierced through the skin, the user would not feel any difference because they were too small. The feeling of becoming one with the combat suit and even treating the combat suit as his own skin was the effect of these metal wires. Tang Zhen extended his hand and touched his combat suit. He did not feel any abnormality. On the contrary, it was extremely comfortable, as if he was touching his own skin. He had a faint feeling that after wearing this combat suit, his combat power had at least doubled. To a Lord-tier cultivator, doubling their combat power would have a terrifying killing effect. Tang Zhen extended his finger and gently inserted it into the concrete wall beside him. His finger immediately sank in as though it had touched mud. Tang Zhen withdrew his arm and nodded his head in satisfaction. The truth was just as he had guessed. His combat strength had indeed increased by several times. Next, Tang Zhen tested his movement speed, defensive strength, reaction speed, and so on. The results made him extremely satisfied. With this Fem combat suit, the Lord-tier monster no longer had any advantage in front of Tang Zhen. The only result was that it would be directly killed by Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen moved his neck and took out a black windbreaker and put it on. When the combat suit was worn on the body, it was as if all the skin had been peeled off. It looked very terrifying and ferocious, and he had to cover it up. Due to the additional combat suit on his body, Tang Zhen's body became even more muscular. His original clothes could no longer be put on. After closing the quantum stealth light curtain, Tang Zhen took out a car and drove out of the city. Along the way, there were cars passing by from time to time. They were all tourists who had heard of Ghost City's reputation and specially came to visit the hidden world. Curiosity was something that was particularly obvious in human beings. He hoped that they would not be scared out of their wits by the ghosts. The car drove on, and when they passed by a small city, Tang Zhen turned into it. When they passed by an open-air market, Tang Zhen stopped the car and walked in. He was going to buy a new set of clothes to cover up the foamy combat suit. After walking around the open-air market for a while, Tang Zhen found that there were many people from the Asian Alliance doing business in the market. The stall he was at was run by the people from the Asian Alliance. Tang Zhen chatted with the boss for a while and picked out a few sets of clothes. He walked inside and put them on. Walking out of the changing room, the owner glanced at Tang Zhen and couldn't help but praise, "Brother, you're really strong. I'm afraid those men from the Ice Bear Alliance can't compare to you." Since he had nothing to do, Tang Zhen paid the money and started to chat with the boss. It turned out that there were nearly 200 people from the Asian Alliance doing business in the market. They came from all regions of the Asian Alliance. Due to the poor economic situation, their business wasn't doing well. Tang Zhen was their third customer today. What's more, Tang Zhen bought several sets of clothes at once and didn't bargain when paying. This made the stall owner have an extremely good impression of Tang Zhen. After chatting for a while, Tang Zhen took out a box of cigarettes that Ivanov had prepared for him from his pocket and handed one to the stall owner. "Good cigarette, it seems like you're not short of money." The stall owner took the cigarette and sighed in admiration. He handed the lighter to light the cigarette. Tang Zhen faintly smiled. He held the cigarette in his mouth and looked ahead as if he was in deep thought. On the street not far from him, a man was live streaming on his mobile phone, interacting with the audience from time to time. If he also shot some videos of the world of Lusheng and made them into movies, what kind of effect would it have? An exciting movie world would definitely attract the attention of countless people. At this time, if someone claimed that this was likely to be the real world and produced the corresponding evidence, what would people think? Under appropriate guidance, this would inevitably lead to a wave of exploration and discussion. Taking advantage of this trend, Tang Zhen's men added fuel to the fire and set up various training institutions and interest associations to attract fans to join. These people's research on the world of Lusheng could provide Tang Zhen with some business ideas. After that, he could selectively release some news to these organizations, convincing them that the scenes in the movie were from the real world. When they could go to the world of Lusheng, their supporters would have the priority to teleport. After the cross-plane soul transmission experiment was successful, Tang Zhen hoped that he would welcome a group of well-trained transmigrators and not a group of scattered sand. Therefore, before that, they would receive targeted training to adapt to the various situations in the world of Lusheng. It was a professional and efficient training. Some work had to be prepared in advance. Chapter 334. Video Application. The terrifying green eyes. Tang Zhen sat in a restaurant in the market and was deep in thought. If he wanted to shoot a video for the production of a movie, he would need professional equipment. However, for Zhen Tang, this wasn't a difficult thing, because there was a dedicated camera application in the application store. This application was very cheap, and could be downloaded and installed with only 500 brain beads. It had 1.5 billion pixels and a series of functions such as automatically adding special effects, editing, beautifying, dubbing, and adding lines. With only one application, a super movie could be produced. Such a convenient method had also saved Tang Zhen a large amount of time. After downloading and installing the Super Videographer application, Tang Zhen tried to play with it. Tang Zhen's point of view could be accurately recorded. Even the map point of view could be clearly recorded. After shooting a 5-minute video, Tang Zhen selected the style option and entered some requirements for the video in the blank space. Then, he clicked on the auto edit option. About a minute later, the video was edited. Tang Zhen was filming the restaurant in front of him. He chose a magical style and wanted it to be comfortable and leisurely, so that people could completely relax. He clicked on the video to play, and a melodious and soothing background music sounded, making people feel relieved. The image in the video was just an ordinary restaurant in the original world, but now it gave people the feeling that they were in a magical world. Perhaps it was the light, or the background music, or some unknown hint. In short, the moment he saw this scene, Tang Zhen subconsciously thought that this was a magical world and was deeply immersed in it. The 5-minute video finished playing very quickly. Tang Zhen felt that his mind had been greatly relaxed. It was as if he had arrived in a restaurant in a magical world and was enjoying a cup of fragrant milk tea. Tang Zhen could not help but exclaim in admiration after slightly reminiscing. Not bad at all. Why don't we upload it to the internet and see what the effect is? After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen launched the all-purpose electronic kit and uploaded it to the largest social networking platform in his original world. Because of the application, no one could detect Tang Zhen's identity and address. It was extremely secretive. Next, Tang Zhen started to wait and see what the audience's comments were. The first comment appeared less than 5 minutes after the video was uploaded. "Oh my god, which expert made this video? It's simply too awesome." After this person commented, he chose to repost it at the same time, as if he couldn't wait to share it with his friends. Tang Zhen nodded his head after watching it. As expected, he wasn't the only one who felt that the video was good. From the looks of it, using Super Videographer to record a movie should be completely feasible. After the waiter served a bowl of fresh soup filled with large pieces of mutton, as well as flatbread and chopped onions, Tang Zhen began to gobble down the food. He inadvertently glanced at the comments below the video and was shocked to find that there were more than 1,000 replies. The comments were full of praise and exclamation, as well as gratitude for the video's publisher. "What a beautiful restaurant. I really want to go there and sit for a while. After watching this video, I feel like all the pressure on my body has disappeared. I'm filled with endless power again. Thank you, I'm really grateful. The magical effects in this video are beyond my reach. I wonder if the producer is interested in joining our team. As the one above the boss of Shadow Fiend. You made the boss of the world's most powerful special effects company feel inferior, and you even sent an invitation. Brother, you're so awesome. Looking at the increasing number of comments, Tang Zhen smiled and closed it. This video was just a test. Since the audience's response was very good, he was relieved. As for how many people would admire and worship this video, Tang Zhen didn't care at all. After the meal, Tang Zhen started the car and continued to drive towards the city where Ivanov was. What Tang Zhen didn't know was that the video he had uploaded had already spread on the internet and was being watched by more and more viewers. Gasps of admiration filled the internet, and some people even called it the best stress-relieving video. They changed it to their computer screensaver or mobile desktop and played it constantly. Many restaurants and shops, even the big screens in the airport and schools, showed the video. The response was surprisingly enthusiastic. Some people were curious about the identity of the video's creator, so they used various methods to investigate, but they found nothing. The viral video and the silent producer became another hot topic on the internet. The car drove all the way, and by the time they arrived at the city where Ivanov was, it was already late at night. Tang Zhen quietly entered the manor, lay on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after Tang Zhen had breakfast, he returned to his bedroom and activated the teleportation. At this time, he was ready to immediately activate the map teleportation plugin if there was an abnormal situation. However, the situation he had expected did not happen. The floating metal ball had long since disappeared, and the entire passage was silent. Tang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. He carefully moved forward along the passageway and soon arrived near the entrance. Tang Zhen sized up his surroundings. He was just about to get up and leave when he suddenly felt a mental energy lock onto his body. This familiar feeling caused Tang Zhen's body to stiffen. That terrifying monster that was hidden within the large pit had actually targeted him. Tang Zhen tried to take a step outside and felt that the mental energy had strengthened once again. Could it be that this monster doesn't want me to leave, so it's doing this? Tang Zhen clenched his teeth when he thought of this. He once again moved his body. In the end, that surge of mental energy seemed to have turned corporeal in an instant as it pressed down on Tang Zhen's body, causing him to feel some difficulty in breathing. Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the large pit that was filled with gray fog. He seemed to see two green lights coldly staring at him. Damn it, what the hell is this? Tang Zhen immediately felt a wave of cold air freeze his blood after seeing this ice-cold and emotionless green light. It caused his soul to tremble. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the clearer Tang Zhen's mind became. He suddenly remembered what Broly and the others had encountered. It seemed that they had also been intercepted by a terrifying monster when they were evacuating the warship wreckage, not allowing them to leave. Could it be that they were the same monster, and they didn't plan to let him leave? After Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he quickly returned to the warship wreckage and observed the huge pit through the map view. As he retreated, the green light in the gray fog also disappeared, and the spiritual power enveloping his body was completely withdrawn. It was simply impossible to rush out of the warship. Therefore, Tang Zhen's only choice was to activate the teleportation technique and leave. He hoped that the monster would not go crazy and hunt him down after realizing that he had gone missing. With this monster's terrifying spiritual power, it could definitely lock onto him who was dozens of kilometers away. There was no doubt about it. Tang Zhen's action was also a gamble. If this monster had its eyes on him and only allowed Tang Zhen to move around in the warship wreckage, Tang Zhen would be in tears. Along with the activation of the application, a faint light flickered and Tang Zhen had already disappeared without a trace. The instant Tang Zhen disappeared, a spiritual force swept past the place where he had disappeared. It hovered for a moment before it was withdrawn. In the air above the large pit, a gray fog slowly condensed. A moment later, two terrifying green lights suddenly appeared in the gray fog. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a pair of eyes. The terrifying pair of eyes were cold and emotionless. They seemed to have penetrated the thick gray fog and were staring at the edge of the ruins. After a long time, the eyes disappeared, and the gray fog slowly dissipated. Chapter 335. Want to make movie. At the edge of the super ruins, Qianlong was staring unblinkingly in the direction of the gray mist. There was an undetectable trace of anxiety between his brows. Tang Zhen had already left for a day, and there was still no news from him. Yesterday, in the gray fog, he had even informed Qianlong and the others to retreat quickly. They had clearly encountered a critical situation. To be able to make a Lord Cultivator feel danger, especially an expert like Tang Zhen, Qianlong didn't dare to imagine what Tang Zhen had encountered. He decided to wait for a while longer. If Tang Zhen still did not come out, he would have to enter the central region to investigate. Even if he had to risk his life and might die in there at any moment, Qianlong didn't care. At this moment, Qianlong suddenly felt the air beside him tremble. Soon after, Tang Zhen's figure appeared before his eyes. Who? Qianlong heaved a sigh of relief, and his originally tense nerves slowly relaxed. City Lord, are you all right? Qianlong asked in a concerned manner as he walked over to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen shook off the dust on his body and smiled at Qianlong and the others. Don't worry, I'm fine. Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the gray fog area. After thinking for a moment, he walked to a nearby broken wall. Tang Zhen extended his finger and repeatedly waved it on the hard wall. Words appeared while gravel and dust continuously fell to the ground. Qianlong walked behind Tang Zhen and saw the contents of Tang Zhen's letter. No cultivators are allowed to enter the gray fog area. Anyone who violates this rule will be severely punished. Tang Zhen, the city lord of Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen had written in a common language that cultivators from all races could understand. The reason why he did this was to prevent the monsters in the pit from being disturbed and causing unpredictable and terrifying consequences. Although ordinary cultivators couldn't get close to the central area, they could still enter the peripheral areas. In order to completely cut off the hidden danger, Tang Zhen simply forbade any cultivators from entering to prevent any accidents from happening. With the Holy Dragon City's prohibition, these cultivators would definitely be wary when entering the Grey Fog region and give up on their plans to enter. If there were really people who did not care about their lives, Tang Zhen would not care about them. They were seeking their own deaths, and Tang Zhen was helpless. Qianlong ordered his men to kill a monster and used its blood to draw the words so that they would look clearer. When I come back next time, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Tang Zhen glanced in the direction of the warship wreckage and immediately released the wasteland combat vehicle. Under the gazes of the wild cultivators and wanderers, the group headed towards Holy Dragon City at high speed. Sitting in the bumpy car, Tang Zhen kept thinking about how to shoot a movie. His mind was full of plot settings. After thinking for a long while, Tang Zhen suddenly turned his head around and said to Qianlong, "Qianlong, I'm going to make you the main character of a movie. What do you think?" Qianlong was stunned when he heard this. He revealed an embarrassed expression and said to Tang Zhen, "City Lord, I don't think that's a good idea." Tang Zhen felt a little strange. He was merely the main character of a movie. What was wrong with this? Tang Zhen felt even more curious when he saw Qianlong's troubled expression. He continued to ask, "Your expression isn't right. Tell me, why don't you want to be the main character?" Qianlong coughed lightly, his face filled with conflict. If it was someone else who wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, Qianlong would have already thrown a punch over. However, he really didn't dare to do so when it was Tang Zhen who asked. Looking at the gossiping subordinates around him, Qianlong took a deep breath and said, "Because the main character has to take off all his clothes and let everyone see it. It's too embarrassing." Tang Zhen could not help but be stunned for a moment when he heard Qianlong's reply. After which, a strange expression appeared on his face. "The movie you're talking about, are you referring to the thing in Tyson's computer?" Qianlong looked at Tang Zhen and gently nodded his head. A few black lines immediately appeared on Tang Zhen's face when he heard this. "Fuck, we're talking about completely different things, alright." The last time when they were checking the supplies in the main city, someone accidentally found a laptop full of movies, which was discovered by Tai Seng who was passing by. After that bastard looked at it a few times, he immediately ran to Zhen Tang with the computer and asked to be assigned to him. It was just a laptop, so Tang Zhen didn't think much of it and directly gave it to Tyson. In the end, when Tang Zhen went to look for Tai Seng the next day, he discovered that this fellow was sitting together with Qianlong. Both of his eyes were staring at the laptop screen intently, and he didn't even notice Tang Zhen's arrival. For two peak rank 4 cultivators to be so focused on it, it must be something very attractive. However, when Tang Zhen heard the voice from the notebook, he immediately understood what was being played. Tang Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that time. He could only cough lightly and wake up the two people who were watching an artistic film. Looking at the strange expression on Tang Zhen's face, Qianlong and Tai Seng's faces turned red, and they wished for nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. How could the word embarrassment be used to describe such a scene when he was caught by his boss watching such things during work hours? Tang Zhen finally understood the reason behind Xianlong's hesitation after this memory surfaced in his mind. Tang Zhen rapped Xianlong's head in anger before chiding, "What are you thinking about? I'm not going to shoot a proper movie, not the naked and physical kind." "Oh, is that so? Yingluo, okay." Xianlong nodded his head in a half-understanding manner, indicating that he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of art. When he saw Xianlong's depressed expression, Tang Zhen was certain that this fellow's heart was definitely filled with struggle. "All right, I've decided to pick a new lead. You have no chance." Xianlong parted his mouth and laughed after Tang Zhen's words sounded. He had an expression as though he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Tang Zhen rolled his eyes and decided to ignore this good-for-nothing fellow. After the movie was completed, Tang Zhen would be screened in the Holy Dragon City in the commercial district. At that time, as the protagonist actor, he would definitely be remembered by all the residents of the Holy Dragon City. It was such a good opportunity to be famous. At that time, there would definitely be countless girls who would fall in love with him and cry and shout to marry him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the Holy Dragon City's city lord and his identity was too sensitive, Tang Zhen would have wanted to be the main character. "You brat, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Just wait to regret it." Tang Zhen snorted. Being rejected by the actor he had chosen made him, the director, feel very depressed. Tang Zhen closed his eyes and began to plan the plot. At the same time, he was also choosing the candidates for the various roles. The thoughts of the Lord-level cultivator were as fast as lightning. By the time the Wasteland War chariots entered the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen had already finished constructing the specific plot. The next thing to do was to choose the actors, prepare the props, and then start shooting. As soon as Tang Zhen returned to the Holy Dragon City, he issued a series of orders, taking more than 100 people from each department to participate in the filming of the movie. At the same time, Tang Zhen had also mobilized many extras, including the residents of the Holy Dragon City, prisoners, and foreign merchants. After everything was ready, the super movie directed by Tang Zhen officially began shooting. Chapter 336. Shooting and screening. On a patch of grass not far from the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen was carrying a big megaphone and wearing a vest as he gave commands on the spot. In order to ensure that these actors had a photogenic feel, Tang Zhen ordered Pargo to get him a professional digital camera, which was filmed by a cultivator from the Holy Dragon City. Although the content of the shooting was not usable, it looked much more professional. In the wild grass, a handsome and determined young man was holding a short knife and wearing a tattered leather armor. He was having a life and death battle with a level 1 monster. The monster looked extremely ferocious, and the young man was covered in blood. The battle scene was quite intense. Tang Zhen stared at the young man's movements and at the same time, he activated his application to film the entire scene. Since the camera was from a map, it was a comprehensive shot. During post-production, the camera could be directly extracted from any angle. Under the gazes of nearly 100 people, the young man finally killed the monster with extreme difficulty. Then, he dragged his exhausted body and slowly walked into the depths of the wilderness. "We've passed," Tang Zhen shouted, after which, he received the tea that the guard beside him handed over and slowly took a sip. When the heavily injured young man heard this, he immediately straightened his back and ran over. "City Lord, what do you think of my acting?" This young man no longer had the tired look from before, his face was full of excitement and flattery. When Xianlong saw this, he curled his lips in disdain. "You're the captain of the guards in the commercial district, but you're here to shoot a movie and you're so excited. I don't know what you're thinking. It's just a movie, do you have to be so serious?" It's not bad, but your expression is still a little off. You have to put in more effort. When you were fighting the monster just now, you were obviously a little perfunctory. I'll be more careful next time." Tang Zhen put the cup aside and pointed out the young man's problems during the shooting process. He was full of style. After Xiao Rui listened carefully, he nodded his head sincerely, his face full of admiration. He turned around and looked at the level 1 monster that he had killed. He decided to use less force next time so that he could kill it for a longer time. If the monster that was killed knew what Xiao Rui was thinking, it would definitely cry out in sorrow. "You're a level 4 cultivator, yet you're here to bully a level 1 monster like me. Do you have any shame? The most outrageous thing was that this guy didn't kill me with one strike, but kept stabbing me with broken metal pieces, cutting me all over. Isn't this torture? No one knew what the monster was thinking, but Tang Zhen was very satisfied with the shooting process. Props team, get ready. The next scene will be in the Wanderer's Market. All extras, get into the scene immediately. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when the people behind him started to get busy. Not long after, a simple trading market was completed. Nearly 100 human and non-humankind merchants were standing in front of the stalls, shouting and yelling. Wanderers were moving back and forth around the stalls, making the place quite lively. As the main character, Xiao Rui walked through the crowd. After looking around for a while, he walked to a stall. He took out a bag of medicinal herbs and ores and sold them to the fat foreign merchant. Then, he carefully put the money into his pocket. After Tang Zhen saw this, he gently made a hand gesture. A young man wearing a tattered robe rushed out. This young man was the second male lead, played by a holy dragon city cultivator. The second male lead walked in front of Xiao Rui and knocked him lightly. Then, he took out Xiao Rui's money bag. Very quickly, Xiao Rui realized that his money bag had been stolen and gave chase with all his might. Then, the two of them began to chase and fight in the trading market, causing a huge commotion. The two of them got to know each other after a fight. In the end, the second male lead returned the money bag to Xiao Rui and claimed that he had a treasure map. He invited Xiao Rui to go and look for the treasure together. After confirming the authenticity of the treasure, the two of them bought all the equipment and supplies they had and entered the wilderness together. After shooting up to this point, Tang Zhen announced that they would move to the next location to continue shooting. In the process of choosing the location, Tang Zhen tried his best to choose places with wondrous mountains and beautiful waters, displaying the unique terrain of the world of Lusheng. During this period, in order to shoot some scenes, Tang Zhen directly piloted the armed helicopter and pulled all the actors over. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and they finally entered the shooting of the last scene. Xiao Rui, the second male lead, and the female lead, played by Yulang, had a life-and-death battle with a group of raider groups in the ruins of the Blackfeather Birdman's building. After a life-and-death struggle, the three of them killed a group of Holy Dragon City cultivators who were acting as wild cultivators and finally obtained the hidden treasure. Carrying the treasure, the three of them trudged all the way and finally arrived in front of an incomparably tall city wall. The three of them looked at the city wall and the fully armed soldiers on it, and they couldn't help but cheer. The setting sun's afterglow shone on the three young faces, appearing incomparably beautiful, making people unable to help but be intoxicated in the picture. Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction, indicating that the shooting was over. Everyone immediately cheered. In the past 5 days, they had been running around to film, and it felt more tiring than training. Fortunately, the city lord had already promised to give them a certain reward and to broadcast the movie in Holy Dragon City. Recalling the characters and plots that they had acted in, all the actors were looking forward to it. They wanted to see what they looked like in the movie. Tang Zhen returned to his room and immediately started editing the movie. The shooting process was rushed and rough, but in the face of application, these were not problems. He entered his requirements and chose a style that combined fantasy and science fiction. Then, Tang Zhen chose automatic editing. Due to Tang Zhen's high requirements, the editing process this time took a full 5 hours. After the editing was completed, Tang Zhen resisted the urge to immediately watch it. Instead, he ordered someone to send out a notice the next morning. Directed by the city lord himself, the movie with the residents of the Holy Dragon City as the main characters would be broadcasted tonight. The Holy Dragon City's residents, who had long heard that the city lord was filming a movie, immediately spread the news. At the same time, they couldn't wait to find out what that movie was. Some of the foreign merchants who had participated in the shooting were also bragging to their companions about how good they were during the shooting. Xiao Rui and the other actors were all excited, and they couldn't help but smile. Yu Lang even ran to Lisa's place and dressed up carefully. Everyone in the Holy Dragon City was discussing animatedly, looking forward to the movie's broadcast. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with a sense of achievement after he saw this scene. Time passed slowly. When the sun set in the west and the moon hung high in the sky, the Holy Dragon City's square was already filled with anticipating residents. There were also countless merchants and wanderers gathered in the plaza of the commercial district. At this moment, Tang Zhen was standing on the peak of a mountain. When he felt that it was about time, he activated the super videographer. 2 rays of light shot out from Tang Zhen's body, hitting the sky above the Holy Dragon City Square and the Commercial District Square. With the help of the virtual reality simulator, the super videographer formed 2 huge light screens above the square. Because of the magical effect of the application, the scenery displayed on the light screen was 3-dimensional, completely like a live performance. This kind of special broadcast effect was something that no cinema in the original world could achieve. With the appearance of the light screen, the 2 public squares immediately quieted down. Everyone was staring at the sky. The first movie of the world of Lusheng had officially started screening. Chapter 337. The lively screening scene. 1. In the vast universe, a huge planet surrounded by a super array suddenly appeared. Compared to other planets, it was so unique and mysterious. The universe and the planet looked extremely real, as if he was watching it from space. Then, his view fell rapidly from the sky, passing through layers of clouds, and there were flames flying around him. A loud background sound echoed in the valley, constantly entering the ears of the audience, as if they were in the valley. The audience's mood immediately rose to their throats. When they saw a huge mountain blocking their way and the 2 sides were about to collide, some people couldn't help but exclaim. However, at this critical moment, the view was suddenly pulled up, and it began to slowly glide in the sky. The boundless wilderness and the spectacular and beautiful scenery were instantly displayed in front of the audience, and the desolate and majestic atmosphere hit them in the face. There were countless monsters wandering in the wilderness. There were cyclops that were more than 10 meters tall, water monsters that were shaped like flood dragons, ugly kobolds, and miserable wanderers. Further away, there seemed to be a huge building that was faintly visible. The audience looked at the wild scenery captured from the sky and were intoxicated by the magnificent scene. They had never thought that the wilderness they lived in actually had a beautiful side to it. The camera slowly moved backward, and the audience saw a silver light flash across the sky. Then, the camera quickly slid backward, and finally stopped on the face of a young man. The young man had a determined face and was full of heroic spirit. Through the broken leather armor, his lean but extremely tough muscles could be clearly seen. He was like a cheetah hidden in the wild grass, giving off a feeling of power. At this moment, the young man was crouching in the wild grass, staring at the silver object flying further and further away in the sky. His eyes were full of doubt. The audience who were watching the movie immediately started whispering to each other. Is that person Xiao Rui? Yes, it's him. There's no mistake. Captain, you're so cool. Who is Xiao Rui? I really want to see him immediately. Qian Long, who was in charge of the security, twitched his mouth. He glanced at the 2 girls who were full of admiration, then turned back to the big screen. It's just a lead actor, what's there to be proud of? Is there a need for you guys to be infatuated? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to play the main character, Xiao Rui wouldn't even have a chance. Thinking up to this point, Qian Long shot a glance at Xiao Rui, who was the main lead, and scoffed. As for Xiao Rui, who was not too far away, he was currently all smiles. He was staring at himself on the big screen with an intoxicated look on his face. After a while, Xiao Rui stood up from the grass and began to walk through a valley with a strange landscape. Finally, he came to a barren land. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Rui was on full alert. He constantly looked around for any signs of movement, making the audience nervous. The audience's gazes followed Xiao Rui closely. When he finally stopped, a ferocious monster appeared in the eyes of the audience. However, after seeing the monster's appearance, the audience was stunned at first, and then they all showed strange expressions. This Suan Ni seems to be a horned scale monster, right? That's right, it's a level 1 scaled horned monster. But why does Xiao Rui have to be so careful when he's hunting level 1 monsters? I remember that he's already a level 4 cultivator. Does a level 4 cultivator need to be so careful when killing a level 1 monster? It's so strange. Listening to the discussions of the audience, Xiao Rui's face was full of embarrassment. He kept explaining that this was a need for acting, and that he was currently playing the role of a rank 1 cultivator. Qian Long stood to the side, and when he saw the awkward expression on Xiao Rui's face, he felt a sense of satisfaction. You deserve it, I've long found you an eyesore, this is karma. Thinking back to that pitiful scaled horned monster, it took you more than 70 strikes before it died, how wicked. Qian Long, who didn't get the role of the main character, regretted it a little when he realized that the main character of the movie was in the limelight. Now, when he looked at Xiao Rui, he was in a bad mood. After a short discussion, the audience was attracted by the plot, and the discussion became softer and softer. When the movie showed the scene of Xiao Rui in the Wanderer Market, the foreign merchants in the commercial district began to make a lot of noise. Did you see that? That's me, I'm so handsome. A fat non-human merchant pointed at the big screen and said to the people around him with a smug expression. They often walked in the commercial district, so they had learned the common language of the Holy Dragon City residents. All the merchants looked at him in disdain. You fat guy, how are you handsome at all? You're really shameless. But then, more and more foreign merchants began to shout, pulling their companions and pointing out their roles. Look, that's me. Haha, I'm here too. I look very heroic. Look, I've appeared too. Where are you? Why didn't I see you? I was the one who fell into the bucket after being hit by someone. Quote. The foreign merchants watched the movie and discussed animatedly. Their faces were full of shock and admiration. They didn't expect that there would be such a magical method to record things in the past. It was even so interesting. It was like a real story that had happened in front of their eyes, making them intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves for a long time. There were even people who put themselves in the shoes of the protagonist, sometimes surprised, sometimes disappointed, with rich expressions on their faces. As the plot continued to develop, the audience was amazed again and again. When Yumeng appeared as the female lead, it caused countless people to be amazed. To be honest, after turning into a woman, Yulang was indeed stunningly beautiful. Young men with weak self-control would be deeply attracted to him with just one glance. Only those who understood Yulang's background would have a strange expression on their faces when they praised her beauty. On the big screen hanging in the air, Yulang was wearing a black skin-tight leather armor and was fighting with the main character and supporting characters for a precious medicinal herb. Yulang, who had failed to snatch it, had an angry expression on his face. His rosy little mouth slightly curled up, and he put his hands on his small waist, constantly arguing with the main character. Her hair was tied up high, and she was tall and slender. Her facial features were exquisite, and she exuded an irresistible charm. After seeing this, many of the Holy Dragon City's young men could not help drooling. From time to time, they would turn their heads and secretly size up Yulang, who was standing on a high platform. Yulang, who had dressed up carefully, stood under the moonlight with a smile on his face. His face was like a painting, and his beauty was soul-stirring. Yulang pretended not to see the peeking eyes around him, but in fact, he was very proud of himself. At this moment, being the focus of everyone, Yulang felt extremely happy, and the person she wanted to thank the most was the dear city lord. He was the one who helped her realize her dream of becoming a woman. He was also the one who chose her to be the female lead and let everyone know of her beauty and talent. If the city lord is willing, I don't mind devoting my life to you. Thinking of this, Yulang looked up at the peak of the mountain, his eyes full of soft spring. Tang Zhen, who was currently watching a movie at the peak of the mountain, suddenly shivered all over. He seemed to have a kind of cold feeling. That's weird, I'm a lord-level cultivator, how can I catch a cold? Tang Zhen continued to stare at the screen after secretly muttering to himself. After Xiao Rui and the female lead met, they gradually developed feelings for each other. The three of them set off on a treasure-hunting journey together. At this moment, the group of robbers appeared and blocked the three's way. The eyes of Qianlong, who had been listless all this time, lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Haha, I'm finally here. In a moment, you'll see the scene of Xiao Rui being beaten to a pulp by me. Bullshit protagonist, it's just so. I don't want to be one at all. Kakaka. Qianlong's laughter was like an owl's, causing the Holy Dragon City cultivators beside him to subconsciously hide to the side, their faces filled with a strange expression. Chapter 338, Thousand Dragons regrets it. When the audience saw the ferocious raider group appear, the scene suddenly fell silent. Qianlong looked at his one-eyed self on the screen with a smug expression. Haha, you're all shocked by my majestic look. Don't worry, you'll see the scene of the main character being beaten to the point of peeing his pants. Qianlong's eyes were glued to the big screen, his face filled with pride. However, at this moment, he heard a loud shout. Those damn looters. Xiao Rui, you must kill them. Yes, I get angry whenever I see these bastards. It's best to cut them into pieces. That one-eyed man is really detestable. I wish I could drown him with a mouthful of saliva. That one seems to be our boss. Ah, Ran, I'll take a look at Ran again. Damn, it's really Ran. Pretend I didn't say anything just now. Qianlong's face darkened as he pointed at the two cultivators under him with an expression that said, "Just you wait." The two cultivators laughed bitterly and quickly came forward, praising the one-eyed dragon played by Qianlong without restraint, while the protagonist was belittled. Qianlong laughed and said that he wasn't as powerful as the two of them had described. However, everyone could see the approval in his eyes. The two cultivators heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Since their boss was happy, the two of them didn't have to worry about being bullied and increased the intensity of their training. However, even though Qianlong could control his subordinates, he couldn't control the mouths of the other residents. Therefore, he was scolded from the beginning to the end of this scene, and it made him so angry that he gritted his teeth. What do they know? I'm so hated, which means I acted well. Even the city lord praised me, saying that I grasped my role very well. Qianlong said to his subordinates with an indignant expression. After escaping from the one-eyed dragon's raid group, which was played by Thousand Dragons and the others, Xiao Rui and the others recuperated in a cave. In the end, the male and female protagonists had sparks of love between them. The female protagonist fell in love with the male protagonist, who was injured to save her. After seeing this scene, many of the female audience members' eyes were filled with stars, filled with tenderness and love. The monotonous life in the world of Lusheng had never made them come into contact with such things, so the impact was particularly huge. At this moment, everyone treated themselves as the male and female leads in a movie, looking forward to a love story that was as beautiful as a poem or a painting. Qianlong continued to pour cold water on his heart, thinking to himself, if you guys knew that Yulang was a man, you wouldn't be so touched. The movie continued to play, and gradually came to the wonderful part of the ending. The three protagonists finally arrived at the place where the treasure was buried and found a pile of treasure. Just as the audience thought that the three of them were going to make a fortune and became excited, the damn looters appeared again. Bastards, why are these guys here again? Haunting them like ghosts, that's exactly what I'm talking about, this damned looters. Protagonist, hurry up and kill them. We can't let these guys get a single brain. Qianlong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he listened to the audience's comments. The cold air around him was overbearing, and no one dared to get close to him. After an intense battle, the protagonist finally killed the one-eyed dragon, and the audience immediately cheered. Qianlong looked at his own body on the screen. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. He, Yingluo. When the Holy Dragon City cultivators at the side saw this abnormal scene, they were all secretly worried. Had their boss gone mad from anger? Qianlong's assistant walked over and asked with concern, "Boss, are you okay?" I'm fine, I can't be better, ha ha ha." The more Qianlong acted like this, the more worried everyone became. They all looked at him with concerned expressions. What are you looking at? Do you think I won't give you a good beating? Looking at everyone's gazes, Qianlong felt that something was amiss. Immediately, his face darkened as he looked at everyone coldly. "Oh, I'm fine." Seeing Qianlong's gloomy face, all the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the big screen. Qianlong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "You bunch of bastards, you'll only feel better after I yell at you." The movie had already reached its ending. The audience looked at the huge city wall in front of the three main characters and cheered in unison. "Look, it's our Holy Dragon City. Our city walls are too magnificent. So beautiful. They came to Holy Dragon City. Are they going to join our city? Ah, Yingluo, what's wrong? Why is it gone? Alright, go back and rest. The movie is over." In the two plazas, the audience, who were deeply attracted by the plot of the movie, felt that it was not enough and asked to continue broadcasting the next story. However, the second movie hadn't started yet. What was Tang Zhen supposed to show? With a stomach full of resentment, and the plot fragments that kept echoing in their minds, everyone returned to their respective homes. That night, many people went to bed very late because the plot of the movie made them extremely excited. There were also many men and women who were in love, pulling the male and female protagonists into their dreams and doing some embarrassing things. After seeing that the residents and foreign merchants who were watching the movie had all retreated, Tang Zhen jumped down from the mountain peak and stretched his muscles. The effect of today's broadcast was quite good. It seemed that he should also plan to build places like cinemas and nightclubs in the business district. Just as he was about to return to the main tower to rest, Qianlong appeared out of nowhere and approached Tang Zhen's side with a smile. "City Lord, you still haven't gone back to rest." Tang Zhen saw this fellow's expression and knew that he had something to request of him. "Don't give me that. Just say what you want to say." Qianlong chuckled and asked, "Are you going to continue filming after this movie?" Tang Zhen looked at Qianlong with a smile that was not a smile. "What does it have to do with you whether I make a movie or not? Didn't you say you didn't want to make a movie?" "Who says I don't want to make a movie? I just don't want to make those naked movies. I'll teach that bastard a good lesson for spreading such rumors." Qianlong put on an angry expression, as if he had been greatly wronged. "All right, just tell me what you want to do. I don't have time to chat with you." Tang Zhen impatiently waved his hand, turned around, and prepared to leave. When Qianlong saw this, he hurriedly stopped Tang Zhen and loudly said, "I would like to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The City Lord to let me be the lead in the next movie." Tang Zhen scoffed and had a disdainful look on his face. "Back then, I let you play the lead role, but you pretended to be an idiot. Now that Xiao Rui is famous and girls are throwing flirtatious looks at him wherever he goes, you're tempted again. Hee, I don't need you even if you want to act." Tang Zhen finally regained his face. He coldly laughed, pushed Qianlong away, and walked towards the main city. Qianlong stood there hesitating for a moment before chasing after him again. In the night, the voices of the two people's conversation could be heard clearly. "City Lord, can you give me another chance? In your dreams, I'm actually more suited to be the main character than Xiao Rui. You don't deny this, right?" "That's right, but I don't like to be rejected, so you have no chance anymore. Give me another chance, Brother Tang. You, since you're so sincere, I'll let you play the second male lead next time." Chapter 339. The Request of a Foreign Merchant. One early the next morning, there were foreign merchants who asked to see Tang Zhen. Since the business district opened, this was the first time a foreign merchant had come to visit. Tang Zhen naturally had to meet him. In the spacious city lord's hall, Tang Zhen was sitting on a large chair as a long-robed foreign tribe merchant representative slowly walked in. There were dozens of foreign merchants who requested to meet this time. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to meet all of them. Therefore, the other party only needed to send a representative. The alien merchant was tall and thin, looking like a dried human corpse. However, he had many sharp bone horns on his head and two sharp teeth protruding out of his lips. "Dear City Lord, Ruogan, a wood spirit merchant, greets you." Tang Zhen nodded, indicating that the other party could dispense with the formalities. "Mr. Ruogan, may I know what business you have here?" Tang Zhen looked at the other party and asked in a soothing tone. "My friends and I hope to get permission from you to show the movie and then take it to other places to broadcast it. At the same time, I would like to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to shoot the same movie for the Wood Spirits, and the actors will also be from the Wood Spirits." Ruo General looked at Tang Zhen with anticipation in his eyes. His expression was also very sincere. He was a very smart and brave businessman. After watching the movie last night, he realized the business opportunity. He was not the only one who noticed this. In their opinion, if the movie charged a fee according to the number of people watching it, and then played in a loop in various places, it would definitely bring in a lot of profits. Furthermore, in Rugen's heart, he had always had a dream, which was to record his decades of business experience and use it as a memory of his old age. In the past few decades, Logan had been using parchment and words to record his findings. A huge wooden box was filled up. When he arrived at the business district of the Holy Dragon City, he immediately bought one after seeing those fast imaging cameras, treating it as a treasure. The wood spirits were filled with a thirst for art and beauty, and they hated war. This was also the reason why they had a large number of buildings, but rarely had any wars. Even Rugen himself liked it when others called him a poet. After watching the movie that was being played in the Holy Dragon City last night, Logan fell into a daze. There was a voice in his heart that was screaming madly. He had to get his hands on this method of shooting a movie, and then record his legendary life in a movie. This thought churned in his mind for the entire night. At dawn, Ruogan finally made up his mind. In order to film the movie and obtain the method to show the movie, Ruogan was willing to pay any price. Tang Zhen sat on a chair and quietly listened to Ruo Zhen's story. At the same time, he was thinking about the possibility of spreading the movie. Without a doubt, this was the best media to expand the Holy Dragon City's influence. Through these movies, the outside world could have a deeper understanding of the Holy Dragon City, and at the same time, attract more people to the Holy Dragon City. Moreover, the film industry itself was a money-making industry, and the booming development in the original world had already proven this point. Using the movie to promote the Holy Dragon City and expand the Holy Dragon City's influence while also earning a large number of brain pearls was a pretty good idea. Originally, Tang Zhen had only thought of using force to conquer the enemy. However, from the looks of it now, there were other methods that could achieve this. He made a movie on a whim, but he didn't expect to have a new idea, which was a pleasant surprise. After Tang Zhen pondered for a moment, he agreed to Ruo Zhen's request. This caused him to be abnormally excited. However, Tang Zhen also told Ruogan that if he wanted to shoot a movie, it could only be completed in Holy Dragon City. The Holy Dragon City would provide all the services. Ruogan only needed to take out the script and brain. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Ruogan returned to his caravan in high spirits and began to plan his script. He had never had such a passionate moment in his life. It made him feel like he was decades younger and full of energy. After Ruo General left, Tang Zhen began to make preparations. The existing resources in the world of Lusheng were simply unable to meet Tang Zhen's needs, so he had to go to his original world. If he wanted to operate the film industry as a profitable project, he needed to involve many aspects. Tang Zhen couldn't do everything himself, so these things must be handed over to the residents of the Holy Dragon City. After he was teleported back to his original world, Tang Zhen made a list and began to produce and purchase. The projector, filming equipment, and all kinds of supporting equipment suitable for the Lu Cheng world were all on Tang Zhen's production and purchase list. He handed the list to Pargo, who would be in charge of purchasing and production. After that, Tang Zhen drove to a warehouse and began to move the supplies. The amount of goods this time was very large. Even though Tang Zhen had upgraded the space, it still took nearly an hour to move them. After returning to Ivanov's manor, Tang Zhen started a video conference. Tang Zhen leaned on the comfortable sofa and Ivanov's image appeared in front of him. As long as they had video equipment like mobile phones and laptops around them, that universal electronic kit could connect directly. Within a few seconds, Xu Feng from the Asian Alliance, Kumiko from the Japanese, and Lin Weishun from the Pickle Nation also appeared in front of Tang Zhen at the same time. After chatting with them for a while, Tang Zhen told the four of them about how he used the movie to promote his movie, let the original world gradually understand the Lusheng world, and take the opportunity to cultivate and reserve talents. Moreover, Tang Zhen had also revealed information regarding the interplane soul transmission. He had also selectively revealed some of his plans. Tang Zhen's action was to hear the opinions of the other four. After all, they were the true executors. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he let the four of them watch a movie. The beautiful scenery of the building world, the terrifying monsters, and the applied editing made the movie extremely exciting. Any audience who saw the movie would be deeply attracted. After the movie ended, the four of them were still in a daze for a long time, their faces filled with shock and fanaticism. Oh my God, is this the world of Lusheng? It's indescribable. The four of them took a long time to digest the information before they came back to their senses. They knew very well that what they were seeing was not just a movie, but a real world. Through soul transmission, the souls of humans from the original world would be sent to another world, and then a new world would be built. This was a huge plan that would have a huge impact on the future of mankind. It could definitely be written into the history books. After a moment of silence, Xu Feng took a deep breath and spoke his plan. I fully agree with Your Excellency's idea of storing up talents. After spending a huge amount of resources, we must get a corresponding return. An elite and an ordinary person will consume the same amount of resources when they are teleported, but the value they create is very different. Therefore, it is imperative to cultivate talents. After saying this, Xu Feng paused and rubbed his temples. Tang Zhen noticed that Xu Feng's sideburns had already turned white, and his face looked a little haggard. The development of the Asian Alliance had obviously consumed a lot of his energy. The movie brought by the Oracle can let more people understand the world of Lusheng. The biggest advantage is that it can eliminate everyone's sense of strangeness about the world of Lusheng, but at most, it will only attract some hobbyists. Thus, I'm more inclined to cultivate talents within our organization. After Xu Feng finished, Ivanov said, if we were to train them within the organization, it would definitely consume a large amount of funds. Furthermore, before the teleportation begins, how are we going to arrange for these people? If it's possible, I'd like to have an independent territory that belongs to us. That way, we can do a lot of things without any worries. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. This was not a bad idea. With the wealth he had now, he could totally buy a piece of land or an island in his original world and use it as his base. However, if that was the case, everything that happened in the base would be exposed to the eyes of those with ulterior motives, and it would be monitored by countless forces. Perhaps in a few years' time, the entire world would know what kind of place this was. However, Tang Zhen's experiment should have been completed by then. There was no need to hide it anymore. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen let Ivanov handle this matter and let Tang Zhen solve the funding problem. In the following time, Lin Weishun and Kumiko also shared their thoughts. Lin Weishun suggested that the movie should be packaged and used as a promotional movie for a virtual game that was about to be released. Kumiko hoped to get the various copyrights of the movie, which would bring a lot of benefits. The video conference lasted for several hours. After the discussion, everyone began to act on their own. Chapter 340, Million Brain Beads. The Wilderness Mutation. Ivanov and the others would handle the production of the film, and Tang Zhen would not have to worry about the rest. This kind of thing was handed over to the professionals to obtain the greatest value. Tang Zhen's responsibility was to shoot the movie in the Lusheng world and then carry out the post-production. After returning to the world of Lusheng, Tang Zhen personally selected hundreds of Lusheng residents and began to give them simple training. Holding the teaching materials from his original world, Tang Zhen began to fill in the gaps in his teaching work. Right now, there was an order from the Wood Spirit race. It was related to the Holy Dragon City's new income channel, so Tang Zhen had to pay attention. Fortunately, the comprehension ability of these residents was good. They had remembered what Tang Zhen said. In their hearts, as the filming continued, they should be able to integrate it. In the next 2 days, Tang Zhen accompanied this group of residents and constantly fiddled with the camera, trying to shoot. It didn't matter if they didn't shoot well. With the super videographer for post-production, many flaws could be made up for. By the time everyone had familiarized themselves with their own work, Ruogan had also completed his script. He had written his life experiences in it, from his youth to decades later. It was full of legends and ups and downs. After Tang Zhen finished reading the script, he turned his head and looked at Ruo Zhen. He didn't expect this ordinary-looking foreign merchant to have such rich life experience. The script is not bad. When do you plan to start shooting? Ruogan first expressed his thanks and hoped to start filming immediately. Then how much of your brain are you prepared to invest in this movie? You must know that shooting a movie requires a large number of brains. Even millions of brains might not be enough. How much can you afford? Also, I'd like to remind you that a high investment means a high return. The more brains you invest, the better the effect of the film, and the higher the return may be. In order to make the other party willing to pay, Tang Zhen started to bluff. After hearing this, Ruo General lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He then extended a finger towards Tang Zhen. I can invest 1,000,000 brain beads, but the film must be to my satisfaction. 1,000,000 brain beads for a movie. These foreign merchants were really rich. Only people like Ruo Zhen, who pursued their dreams, would spend money so readily. If it were other foreign merchants, they would hesitate for a long time. Tang Zhen was extremely happy when he thought of the large sum of money that he would be able to earn. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied." Next, Ruogan signed an agreement with the Holy Dragon City and paid 500,000 brain beads. The remaining 500,000 brain beads would be paid to the Holy Dragon City after the filming of the movie was over. Ruo Zhen and the newbie director started discussing how to shoot the movie, while Tang Zhen provided technical guidance and was responsible for the post-production of the video. Tang Zhen felt that it was a little unreal to have earned 1,000,000 brain beads in such a muddled manner. However, this also proved that there were many other ways to earn brain beads, it was just that he had not noticed it before. The shooting of the second movie in the Holy Dragon City had attracted countless foreign merchants. Many of them were very interested in movies. Now that Ruo General was leading the way, they could have a deeper understanding and decide whether to invest in it. One could imagine that once Ruogan's movie was a success, countless foreign merchants would throw their brains into it to film the movie they wanted. The lively filming scene outside Holy Dragon City had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. At this time, he was squatting in a cave, studying the aircraft he had obtained from the wreckage of the battleship. This fellow was currently placed in the open space of the cave, and its body was shining with a mysterious luster. After carefully sizing up the flying device, Tang Zhen activated the Eye of Appraisal, and the pop-up subtitles confirmed his guess. Tarobo Expeditionary Fleet's small transport plane, locked status, power system damaged. Tang Zhen was a little disappointed. A flying device that had lost its power system was destined to be unable to fly in the sky. He hoped that the next time he went to the wreckage, he would be able to get the right parts, which might be able to bring the aircraft back to life. Tang Zhen also took out the other items he had obtained from the battleship. After studying them one by one, he had a preliminary understanding of their uses. Tang Zhen planned to set up a research institute in his original world and bring these items back to his original world to excavate the alien technology contained within. If these technologies could be used reasonably, it would be very beneficial to Tang Zhen and even his original world. The world of Lusheng was just a new world that needed to be explored, and the original world was an indispensable base camp. Tang Zhen would never ignore this point no matter when and where. After covering the flying device, Tang Zhen walked out of the hidden cave. These days, he had been busy with the shooting of the movie. There were many things that needed to be dealt with in Holy Dragon City, and they had all been piled up. After returning to the City Lord's Hall, Tang Zhen buried his head and began to get busy. In a valley 100 kilometers away from the Holy Dragon City, a group of cultivators was slowly advancing. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was the captain, a rank 3 cultivator. The rest of the team were all rank 2 cultivators. Compared to the exploration teams formed by other wild cultivators, the armor of these cultivators was very unified, and their weapons were also considered superior. The only difference between them and ordinary exploration teams was that they all wore a golden armband on their right arms. A giant dragon rose from the armband, and below the giant dragon were the words, Holy Dragon. Once the Holy Dragon City's patrol team saw the armband, they knew that this was a mercenary group registered in the Holy Dragon City. When they encountered these mercenary groups, the Holy Dragon City's patrol team would not make things too difficult for them. Sometimes, they would even provide some help. When they encountered monsters that they could not deal with, these mercenary groups could even use the walkie-talkie to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, the first rescuers that arrived were these Holy Dragon City patrol members. Because the mercenary group could ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help from these patrols at any time, the relationship between the two sides was still considered harmonious. This mercenary group had just been inspected by the patrol team and was now on their way to the target location. The leader of the mercenary group was walking in the middle of the group with a small notebook in his hand, constantly calculating something. When the team member next to him saw this, he smiled and asked, "Leader, you're starting to calculate again. Are you still worried about the brain pearls you owe?" "Of course," the captain snapped. "We spent 5,000 yuan to change our equipment this time. That's money. Other than our original savings, I also borrowed 3,000 brain beads from Miss Xiaoying, and I'm counting on completing this mission to pay off the debt." Hearing the captain mention Xiaoying, the eyes of the younger team member lit up, and he asked, "Leader, do you think Miss Xiaoying has a boyfriend?" When the regiment commander heard this, he immediately looked at his team members as if they were looking at dog shish tea. He snorted coldly and said, "Brat, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Miss Xiaoying is so beautiful, and her cultivation is so high, how could she possibly take a fancy to a rotten garlic like you?" The team member immediately jumped up. "I know that there is a huge gap between my status and Miss Little Ying's, but leader, you don't have to be so demoralizing, do you? I'm not trying to discourage you, but I hope that you can give up as soon as possible. With Miss Xiaoying's status, she's not someone you can think about at all." The mercenary group leader advised the young man with a heavy heart and patted his shoulder. The young man nodded gloomily and continued on his way without a word. Seeing the young man's appearance, the mercenary group leader sighed, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Ever since he had brought the young men of the tribe to Holy Dragon City and registered them as a mercenary group, everyone's days had clearly improved. The prosperity of the Holy Dragon City's business district made these young people restless. They began to desire to make big money, get beautiful women, and enjoy the life that only the rich could enjoy. However, it was not easy to obtain these things. The most basic thing was to have cultivation, brains, and good luck. If you don't have either, then just live your life honestly and don't overestimate yourself and provoke people you can't afford to offend. This subordinate of his was very ordinary, but Xiaoying's background was extremely shocking. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who liked Xiaoying, so it was impossible for the two of them to have a relationship. Out of his love for his men, the mercenary group leader said such cold words that made the young man angry. Just as the mercenary group leader was thinking about how to find an opportunity to enlighten the young man, he inadvertently looked up and was immediately stunned by the strange situation in front of him. Chapter 341. The strange wild tower. The originally clear sky seemed to have been stained with ink, and countless tiny electric snakes were swimming in the air. Where the mercenary group was standing, even the air seemed to become heavy. Everyone felt their hearts beat faster, as if their chests were beating non-stop. It was as if something bad was about to happen. This extremely oppressive atmosphere lasted for a full minute before it suddenly disappeared. However, a huge abandoned building suddenly appeared on the originally empty land. This magnificent building seemed to have been burned by a fire, and some of the charred areas were still smoking. This is the Teoti Knoll. The mercenary group leader took a deep breath and rushed to the front with big steps, his eyes full of excitement. To run into a new building while on the road, this luck was really incurable. Whether it was clearing the wild buildings or reporting it to the Holy Dragon City Mercenary Union, they could exchange it for a large number of brains. After the mercenary group leader carefully sized up Yi Lu, he immediately gathered his dumbfounded group members together. Guild leader, we're rich. The eyes of the young man who had just been reprimanded lit up, and his face was full of excitement. The other people's expressions were the same. They couldn't wait to immediately enter the wild building to explore. If they could find a few valuable items, they could immediately escape poverty and become rich, and bring their families to Holy Dragon City. The mercenary group leader gestured for everyone to calm down, then slowly said, "The area of this building is not small, and I believe that the monsters inside will not be easy to deal with. Getting rich is important, but staying alive is more important. I'm asking you now, do you want to go in and explore, or do you want to report directly to Holy Dragon City?" When everyone heard this, they replied without hesitation, "Of course we're going to explore it first. If we find something good, we'll be rich. Compared to that, the reward we get after reporting is only a small one. There's nothing wrong with not reporting." Seeing that everyone agreed, the mercenary leader nodded. He was also inclined to this choice. However, out of caution, he continued, "When we explore the wild building, we can't all go in. We must leave someone outside to meet them. If we encounter danger, we must immediately ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The patrol for help. When we explore, we only need to enter the border area. We don't need to go too deep. Not only is it dangerous to go deep inside, but it will also affect the rewards we get. After all, the higher the completion of the wild building, the higher the rewards. Perhaps one more step would cost him hundreds of brain matter. Do you all understand what I'm saying?" The mercenary leader looked at his men with a serious expression, afraid that someone would disobey and put everyone in danger. "Don't worry, leader. We know what's important." When everyone heard this, they all expressed that they would obey the order. The mercenary leader nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand gently, and everyone immediately rushed toward the building. When they arrived at the door of the building, the mercenary leader listened for a while, then left one member to guard the door, and the others pushed the door open and went in. The inside of the building was dark and eerily quiet. Everyone took a few light steps, and then a glaring light beam shot out from the mercenary group leader's hand. This was a strong flashlight sold by the mercenary guild in Holy Dragon City. It was much better than a torch. After the flashlight was turned on, everyone looked in the direction of the light and saw a stage appear in their field of vision. Kada, kada 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 kada. At the same time, a strange knocking sound was heard, followed by a pair of long, snow-white legs appearing in the light of the flashlight. A flirtatious woman with only a few strips of cloth on her body appeared in everyone's field of vision. Her snow-white skin and exaggerated curves made everyone involuntarily swallow their saliva. A series of music slowly sounded and filled everyone's ears. The long-legged woman began to sway to the rhythm of the music. The rhythm of the music was getting faster and faster, and the woman swaying was getting bigger and bigger. The intention of teasing was extremely obvious. Everyone in the mercenary group looked like they were in a daze. They couldn't help but lean toward the woman. Their eyes were full of greed and desire, but they didn't have a trace of rationality. They stretched out their hands and scratched the air, as if they could touch the woman's body. Unknowingly, they were getting closer and closer to the stage, and the woman's movements were getting bolder and bolder. She had also torn off all the cloth covering her body. Just as one of the mercenary members' hands was about to touch the woman, she suddenly stopped dancing and looked down at the crowd with a high and mighty posture, allowing the mercenary member to reach her body. When the member who was walking in front saw this, he couldn't wait to reach out and touch the woman's long legs. At this moment, a change occurred. That member suddenly let out a miserable cry. The hand that was touching the woman's thigh suddenly burst into flames and was burned into black charcoal in the blink of an eye. His scream immediately woke up the other members of the mercenary group. "Damn it, what's going on?" The leader of the mercenary group roared and drew his weapon. When the other members saw this, they also drew their weapons and quickly gathered together. At this moment, the desire in their eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only confusion and fear. The member whose palm was on fire was still wailing in pain. His voice was extremely mournful. After he rolled on the ground a few times, wisps of dark green flames surged out of his body. Sixth brother. The mercenary leader couldn't help but cry out in pain. "It's too dangerous here. Let's retreat." Seeing his brother turn into a ball of fire, the mercenary leader roared in grief and anger, turned around and ran out. When the woman on the stage saw this, she let out a shrill scream, and at the same time, countless flames burst out from her body, enveloping her in flames. The woman, who had turned into a burning person, began to dance wildly on the stage, occasionally letting out a burst of strange laughter. Loud and rhythmic music rang out, reverberating in the wild building. It was as if the entire building was shaking along with it. A multicolored light pillar appeared out of thin air, and then it continued to sway, illuminating the entire space where the mercenary group was, but everything seemed to be in a daze. With the help of the flickering lights, the group found themselves in a large hall. In the corners around them, there were countless young men and women in strange clothes. These young men and women swayed their bodies to the rhythm, but no matter where they stood, their pale faces were still facing the mercenary group. This strange scene made everyone's blood run cold. Even the mercenary group leader was secretly scolding himself for being blinded by money. For the sake of a small benefit, he had caused his brothers to encounter such a crisis. But now that things had come to this, it was useless to regret. The most important thing now was to leave this place with his brothers. After thinking about this, the mercenary leader immediately shouted, "You guys run, I'll cover you." When everyone heard this, they didn't care much and immediately began to search for the location of the entrance. However, just as everyone moved, the young men and women who were swaying their bodies let out a shrill cry, and at the same time, large balls of flames erupted from their bodies. They pounced on the mercenary group in unison, their eyes filled with coldness and madness under the flames. In the blink of an eye, they rushed in front of everyone and let out a wail that made people's souls tremble. Chapter 342 The Army is Here, Foreign Cultivators. These firemen were covered in flames, but when they got close, they gave off an extremely cold feeling. However, this kind of cold flame could instantly burn people into charcoal. This was obviously the result of an extremely high temperature. No matter what this flame was, he couldn't let it touch his body, or he would die. The leader of the mercenary group roared, raised his sword, and swung it with all his might. He cut down the first man on fire that charged at him. The head of the man on fire was cut off by the mercenary leader. After running for a few steps, he fell to the ground with a thud. The flames that had been wrapped around its body quickly disappeared, leaving only a charred and twisted corpse on the ground. It was unusually ferocious and terrifying. Although he had killed the enemy with one strike, the mercenary leader did not dare to be careless, because the burning men of fire were constantly pouncing at him. "You guys run, quickly." The mercenary leader cut down two more burning men and turned around to shout, but then he was hugged by a burning man from the side. The mercenary group leader who had a burning man on his body screamed and kept twisting his body, trying to get rid of the fire. However, as time passed, his movements became weaker and weaker. A burnt smell began to spread from his body. "Hurry up and run." The mercenary leader finally stopped struggling and knelt on the ground powerlessly. The man on fire who was holding him laughed hideously and quickly left his body. After he roared in a weak and painful voice, countless tiny flames emerged from the veins on his skin, and then large balls of fire spewed out of his 7 orifices. Run, 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 run. A ball of green flame enveloped the mercenary leader, and he instantly turned into a human torch. Second uncle, guild leader. The mercenaries who had already rushed to the door saw this scene and shouted with all their might. Their voices were filled with grief and indignation. It was a pity that their regiment commander was already dead, so it was useless to shout. They turned around and ran with all their might, slamming the door open. In one breath, they rushed to a distance of 100 meters from the door. After surviving the disaster, everyone knelt on the ground one after another, with a painful expression on their faces. They didn't expect that their regiment commander and one of their brothers would die here just because of a moment of greed and wanted to get some benefits before reporting. If he had known earlier, he would have reported the location of the building directly and received the considerable prize money. Then, the regiment commander and the others would not have to die. However, no matter how much regret he could not change the fact that it had already happened. After a moment of silence, one of the mercenaries took out a walkie-talkie from his bag with trembling hands. This was one of the standard pieces of equipment for registering mercenary groups in Holy Dragon City. Every mercenary group would bring at least 2. Holy Dragon City Patrol Team, I'm Mercenary Group R134. We've found a wild building in Area 13, over. I repeat, this is Mercenary Group R134. We have found a building in Area 13, over. 10 seconds later, there was a response from the walkie-talkie. Mercenary Group R134, please guard the place and prevent any unrelated people from approaching the building. Your mercenary number has been reported. Please wait here quietly. The Holy Dragon City Cultivator Squad will arrive in half an hour. Please light the smoke stick immediately when you see the armed helicopter. Hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, everyone looked at each other and sat on the ground in relief. The next thing to do was to wait for the Holy Dragon City cultivators to come and confirm the information. In less than 20 minutes, everyone saw a black dot flying from the direction of Holy Dragon City. The cultivator who had just taken out his walkie-talkie to report immediately ignited the smoking stick in his hand and threw it on the open space in front of him. A cloud of red smoke rose into the air, forming a huge pillar of smoke. It was extremely obvious in the open wilderness. The flying assault helicopters had clearly noticed the smoke pillar and quickly flew in this direction. After a short while, the military helicopter landed beside them, and a few Holy Dragon City cultivators quickly jumped off the plane. The man walking in front was well built and had a cold face. A terrifying aura was constantly spreading from him. With just a glance, everyone could confirm that this man's cultivation was extremely high, so high that they could look up to him. The members of the mercenary group were all trembling with fear. No one dared to speak rashly, for fear of angering the other party. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over those cowering mercenary group members. He directly walked to the front of the wild building and carefully observed them. The clerk of the Holy Dragon City Mercenary Union who followed behind Tang Zhen began to question the members of these mercenary groups. At the same time, he recorded them on a piece of paper. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the clerk of the Mercenary Union issued a receipt and handed it to the members of the mercenary group. With this receipt, they could return to the Holy Dragon City's Mercenary Union and receive the basic reward of 5,000 brain beads. After the value of the buildings was confirmed, they could still get a part of the commission based on the completion of the wild buildings and the total value of the harvest. Such a high reward was also to encourage the mercenary groups that discovered the wild building. They hoped that they would report the information of the wild building to the Holy Dragon City as soon as possible. The members of the mercenary group who had received their rewards glanced at the wild building with complicated expressions before they returned to Holy Dragon City with heavy steps. The clerk of the Mercenary Association walked in front of Tang Zhen and handed the record to him. After Tang Zhen finished reading the records, the clerk couldn't help but say, "These guys are just too greedy, otherwise they wouldn't have lost 2 members. If they had reported it honestly, they would have at least gotten 10,000 brain beads as a reward. Isn't that good?" Tang Zhen looked at the clerk with a smile that was not a smile and shook his head. The greed of humans could never be filled. In the face of huge benefits, taking risks out of desperation was a common thing. If he were to encounter such a situation, he would probably choose to take a gamble. What happened to the mercenary group was not uncommon in the world of Lusheng, so it was not surprising. Tang Zhen's attention was actually already attracted by the signboard outside the building. Tang Zhen saw extremely familiar words on these signs. They were the same as the words used by the Ice Bear Alliance. After recording these words, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked behind him. There was a convoy driving over from that direction. 2 wasteland war chariots were speeding in front, followed by 3 transport trucks, which were filled with the warriors of the Holy Dragon City's 2nd Legion. After the vehicles stopped, the Holy Dragon City soldiers quickly jumped out of the vehicles and lined up in an orderly manner. Under the command of the officer, the soldiers immediately spread out and surrounded the building. From now on, this building was the Holy Dragon City's private property. No unrelated person was allowed to approach this building. Tang Zhen studied it for a while. Just as he was about to enter the wild building to take a look, the roar of a mount was suddenly heard from the opposite direction of the Holy Dragon City. Dozens of foreign cultivators riding on mounts quickly rushed to the front of the building. When they saw the Holy Dragon City's soldiers around the building, the foreign cultivators' expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with anger and disdain. Damned human, this isn't a place you should stay. Get out of here immediately. A non-human cultivator stopped his mount and began to curse at the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. Tang Zhen sneered when he heard this. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he slowly walked towards the foreign tribe cultivators. It would be best if these guys were Lu Cheng cultivators, so that they could give him a reason to start a war. The Holy Dragon City's war blade had not drunk blood for a long time. Chapter 343. Collapse at the first touch. This is the Holy Dragon City's territory. Stop, or we'll kill you on the spot. A fully armed soldier of the 2nd Legion stood in front of these foreign cultivators, raised his spear, and shouted at the enemies. Even if there were dozens of foreign cultivators on the other side, even if their cultivation base was higher than his, he would not allow any unrelated people to get close to his defense area. Because this was his duty, the soldier did not hesitate at all. Just this courage alone was worthy of praise. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers saw this and quickly gathered around, raising their weapons. What did he say? He actually wants us to leave quickly. When the foreign cultivators heard this, they were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are these humans crazy? You actually dare to shout at us, you're really tired of living. What are you talking about? Just kill our way over. The foreign cultivators discussed animatedly, completely ignoring the Holy Dragon City soldiers blocking the wild building. Even though more and more Holy Dragon City soldiers had heard the commotion and rushed over, they did not take it to heart and only commented and ridiculed without restraint. They were just some weak humans. They only needed to ride their mounts to attack once and they could kill as they wished. In the eyes of these non-humankind beings, they had never even treated human beings as equal beings. The reason why they hadn't made a move yet was that they hadn't figured out the origin of these warriors, and they were afraid that they might be human servants of some non-human race. Some non-humankind beings had a habit of using human beings as cannon fodder. If they attacked without thinking, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. A man dressed as the leader of the group of foreign cultivators turned around and muttered a few words with a cold glint in his eyes. Then, a foreign cultivator took a step forward and shouted in the human language, "We're cultivators from the Tower of the Thus race. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Which tower you're from?" He looked at the Holy Dragon City warrior provocatively, his expression full of contempt. "I repeat, we are the Holy Dragon City's 2nd Army. The building in front of you now belongs to the Holy Dragon City. Please leave immediately." A well-built Holy Dragon City officer walked out and shouted at the foreign cultivators. "Holy Dragon City, what kind of place is that?" The leader of the foreign cultivators turned around and asked his subordinates. "Holy Dragon City, never heard of it. I do know of a Black Rock City nearby. It's a level 4 human city. Who cares if it's Holy Dragon City or Black Rock City? As long as it's a human city, we don't have to bother with them." The leader of the foreign cultivators thought for a moment and asked his subordinate, "Which race is the Holy Dragon City's city lord from?" "Nonsense, of course it's the human cultivators." The Holy Dragon City officer snorted coldly and waved his hand to signal the soldiers to raise their guns. The Holy Dragon City's 2nd Army used old-fashioned rifles from the Wei Island. Including the bayonet, they were 1.6 meters long. In the eyes of these foreign cultivators, they were a type of strange short spear. They didn't even care about these short spears. The Holy Dragon City officer looked at the foreign cultivators expressionlessly. He had already made preparations for battle. He had already seen through the little scheme of these foreign cultivators. They wanted to figure out where he came from and then decide whether to make a move. According to the nature of these foreign cultivators, they would immediately fall out with him after confirming that he was from the human race's city. As expected, the foreign cultivator sneered when he heard that the soldiers were from the human race's tower. He made a gesture behind him. From the beginning to the end, they did not discover Tang Zhen, who was standing behind the wild building. Otherwise, they would definitely not dare to act in such an unbridled manner. Seeing their companion's hand gesture, these foreign cultivators grinned ferociously and quietly drew out the sabers on their waists. In their eyes, they only needed one charge to kill half of these human cultivators with strange spears. The rest were like lambs to be slaughtered at will. The strong mounted beasts charging at the weak human infantry was a one-sided crushing in and of itself. Victory was certain. The Holy Dragon City soldiers on the other side also had cold expressions. They understood the power of firearms and were waiting to shoot these foreign cultivators to death. Both sides had their own means of victory, and only a battle would tell who was stronger and who was weaker. The two camps quieted down in an instant, but the killing intent in the air that was constantly expanding rapidly collided with each other, creating invisible sparks. A gust of wind blew, blowing up the fine dust on the ground, floating in the open space in front of both sides. This seemed to be a signal, causing the battle intent accumulated by both sides to burst out instantly. Kill! The non-human cultivators roared in unison, and the mounts they were riding exerted force in their hooves and suddenly charged forward. The foreign cultivators riding on their mounts waved their sharp sabers, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, and their faces filled with a ferocious expression. When it charged into the human camp, the accumulated killing intent would be released through the saber, cutting the enemy in half. Fire! At the order of the officer, nearly 100 rifles spewed out flames at the same time. The bullets whizzed out, carrying the anger of the soldiers, and hit the alien cultivators hard. As soon as the gunshots were heard, the alien cultivators who were charging forward immediately fell to the ground like ripe fruits that had been hit by a powerful force. The non-human cultivator who had been the most boisterous earlier clutched his chest in horror and pain as he fell from his mount with an unwilling expression. Before the foreign cultivators could even struggle, they were stepped on the chest by a frenzied mount. After struggling in pain for a while, they were completely dead. Beside his body, there were many other foreign cultivators who had been trampled beyond recognition. A foreign cultivator who was waving his sword had half of his neck torn off by the bullet. His crazy expression had long turned into pain and unwillingness. He fell on the back of his mount, spurting blood. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers only needed one round of shooting to kill 2/3 of the foreign monks, completely disrupting the charging formation. The rest of the non-humankind cultivators were either wounded or were in a sorry state because of the frenzied and injured mounts, and were running around in front of the formation. The leader's eyes turned bloodshot as he looked at his men, who had lost more than half of their men. He couldn't help but roar in anger. It was only at this moment that he realized that his opponent was not using a short spear, but a flintlock that he had never seen before. He was less than 20 meters away from the human soldiers, but he felt like he couldn't cross that distance. Another round of gunshots rang out. The leader of the foreign cultivators felt a sharp pain in his brow bone, and then his vision turned black and he fell to the ground. The last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was a Holy Dragon City soldier raising a bayonet and stabbing it into the heart of a heavily injured foreign race cultivator. The two men in the dust met each other's eyes, full of pain and unwillingness. Chapter 344 The Strange Monster in the Wild Tower. Tell me, where did you come from, and why did you arrive here so quickly? The Holy Dragon City officer who had commanded the battle earlier looked down at the non-human monks who were tied up and asked in a cold voice. Although these foreign cultivators didn't die in the battle, they were covered in wounds and blood. Bah! One of the foreign cultivators spat on the ground and grinned at the Holy Dragon City officer. Lowly humans, you dare to attack us, the Thus, and kill so many of our warriors. Just wait for the Thus cavalry to slaughter your city. He looked at the officer with pride and unyieldingness, as if he was looking at a monkey. The Holy Dragon City officer lowered his head and glanced at the spittle on his pants. He slowly squatted down in front of the foreign cultivator. I'll give you one chance to lick it clean. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever being born. The officer's voice was as cold as ice, without the slightest emotion. He had no pity for the Holy Dragon City's enemies. He could not wait to kill these bastards. Lick you clean, you lowly bastard, dream on, ha ha ha. As if he had heard the funniest joke, the foreign cultivator couldn't help but burst into laughter even though he was kneeling on the ground. His laughter was filled with contempt and disdain. You dog-like thing, are you still sleeping? Ha 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 Yingluo. He seemed to have already made up his mind to die, so his words and actions seemed to have no scruples. The young officer looked at the foreign cultivator who was laughing wildly. After a moment of silence, he actually smiled slightly and patted his blood-stained face. I hate to see my enemy smile in front of me, and in such a happy way at that. So I'm very angry and I've decided to let you cry for a while. Standing up, the officer waved to the soldiers beside him. Peel off his skin. Remember to do it slowly and tidily. I still have to write something on it. The officer had a smile on his face when he spoke, but the content of his words made people shudder. The foreign cultivator who was laughing wildly was taken aback, and his expression changed drastically. He tried to jump up and struggle, but was firmly pressed to the ground by the Holy Dragon City soldiers. A few soldiers quickly stepped forward, stripped him of his clothes, and dragged him to a stone at the side. As the foreign cultivators wailed and begged for mercy, a fierce-looking Holy Dragon City soldier stabbed a sharp knife into the fellow's body. The officer was expressionless as he looked at the struggling non-human cultivator, but tears were rolling down his face. Back then, their entire family had fallen into the hands of foreign cultivators. Those bastards had skinned and deboned their parents and siblings in front of him, and the screams of their loved ones still lingered in his ears. The hatred he had for these foreign cultivators had reached an indescribable level. Ever since he had joined the Holy Dragon City, the officer had been training hard in the hope that one day, he would be able to lead an army to slaughter those damned foreign races. He was going to use the blood of these foreign races to pay tribute to the souls of his loved ones in heaven. Moreover, this was a battlefield, and he could not show any mercy to these wolf-like enemies. In front of these enemies, don't even think about saying that if you show them respect, they will show you respect. If you back off even a little, these non-humankind beings would think that you are showing weakness. He would swallow you whole, skin and bones, and then belittle you until you were worthless. Only by using the most bloodied means could they be intimidated and submit, and then he would get what he wanted. The officer turned around and looked at the foreign cultivator who was no longer struggling and howling. He then walked to the second captive. After seeing what had happened to the foreign cultivator, the remaining cultivators were much more obedient. At the very least, they didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. After further questioning, the foreign cultivators confessed their origins without any hesitation. The officer was a little disappointed. However, he still took the notebook that recorded the confession and walked in front of Tang Zhen. City Lord, after the interrogation, we've learned that these foreign cultivators came from a rank 5 foreign city called the City. It's about 1,000 li away from the Holy Dragon City. The reason why they appeared near Holy Dragon City was because they were chasing after a group of thieves who had stolen the treasure of the city. They accidentally saw the sudden appearance of the Wild Tower. Tang Zhen nodded after he heard this. He stared at the officer and patted his shoulder. This action was both encouraging and warning. Tang Zhen needed a battle blade that he could slash at these foreign races without the slightest hesitation. However, he did not wish for this battle blade to be controlled by hatred and lose its rationality when facing hatred. If the officer was polished well, he might become the sharpest saber in his hand when he fought against the alien races. You guys wait outside, I'll go in and take a look. After giving an order to the military officer beside him, Tang Zhen arrived at the entrance of the building and directly pushed the door open and entered. The building was still silent, as if the battle had never happened. However, Tang Zhen could clearly sense that there were countless ice-cold eyes peeking at him. It was just that these monsters were weak and could not withstand a single blow. Pa! A bright beam of light appeared and shone on the stage in front of Tang Zhen. The woman with long legs and a thin waist appeared again. Under the illumination of the lights, she swayed her body charmingly to the slowly playing music. Tang Zhen watched the other parties dance with interest. At the same time, he was also pondering. Just what was the origin of this monster that looked no different from a real person? He had been pulling girls and dancing for a long time, but he still didn't see Tang Zhen coming over. He simply removed the restraints on his body and slowly walked towards Tang Zhen. The pulling light pillar followed the lady's movements and continuously moved toward Tang Zhen. When the woman was less than a meter away from Tang Zhen, she began to continuously twist her body. Her teasing intent became increasingly obvious. This woman seemed to have a kind of charm that continuously stirred up the desire in Tang Zhen's heart, causing him to reach out and touch the woman's body. However, Tang Zhen's willpower was extremely strong. This kind of small charming method was simply unable to shake Tang Zhen's mind. The lady made all sorts of exaggerated and seductive movements, but Tang Zhen remained indifferent. After a long time, the woman's face began to reveal a trace of ferocity. She tried so hard to seduce him, but the guy in front of her was still like a piece of wood. The woman was completely enraged. She suddenly rushed in front of Tang Zhen and opened her mouth to roar. Countless flames spurted out from her 7 orifices, and there seemed to be flames dancing under her translucent skin. The flame was only an inch away from Tang Zhen. However, it did not touch his body. Interesting, it's better not to kill this monster for the time being. A strange thought surfaced in Tang Zhen's mind. After which, he turned around and walked out of the door. That lady immediately jumped up and blocked Tang Zhen's path when she saw this. However, she did not touch Tang Zhen's body from the beginning to the end. It seemed that there was some kind of special restriction on this monster. One had to touch it with their own hands in order to hurt Tang Zhen. At this moment, the soothing and ambiguous music suddenly became high-pitched, and countless colorful light pillars lit up at the same time. A seductive woman in revealing clothes was standing on another high platform. She was constantly choosing and swaying, and the light pillars dancing in the air were also constantly swaying with her body. Countless men and women in strange clothes appeared on the dance floor. They kept twisting and turning in strange positions, like a group of demons dancing. However, their heads were all looking at Tang Zhen in unison. Their faces were cold and emotionless, forming a sharp contrast with their violently swaying bodies. The strange expression on Tang Zhen's face became more and more obvious as he stood in the middle of these monsters. After which, he impatiently rushed to the door. His speed was incomparably swift. Those monsters did not have the time to intercept him before Tang Zhen had already rushed out of the door, leaving behind a wave of angry howls. After he came out, Tang Zhen immediately connected to Tyson's walkie-talkie. "Bring over all the cages we found in the Glittergold Tribe Sanctuary and a few trucks. I have an urgent need for them." After giving the order, Tang Zhen took out a pen and paper from his storage space and started to write and draw. From time to time, Tang Zhen would let out a strange laugh, causing the cultivators around him to be puzzled. Chapter 345. I'm going to open a nightclub. When the sound of a car's roar was heard, waking Tang Zhen from his deep thoughts. And NBSP, Tai Seng jumped out of the car and strode over. When the young officer beside him saw this, he immediately stood up and saluted, his expression serious and proper. "Well done." "Yes, Your Highness." Tai Seng returned the bow and punched the young officer's chest with an expression of appreciation. Tai Seng had always appreciated this kind of merciless attack against foreign races. Almost every human in the world of Lusheng had a deep or shallow enmity with the foreign races, and Tai Seng was no exception. Turning around, Tai Seng walked in front of Tang Zhen. After seeing what Tang Zhen had drawn on the paper, he asked curiously, "City Lord, why did you bring those iron cages here?" Tang Zhen stood up and gave Tai Seng a mysterious smile. "I'm going to open a very interesting shop. You just have to take your time and look around." After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen did not explain any further. He turned around and pushed open the door of the wild building. A series of monster roars suddenly sounded. Just as Tai Seng was about to rush in to check, he saw Tang Zhen walking out with a leisurely expression. However, in his hand was a long and thin chain. On the other end of the chain were a dozen monsters covered in green flames. "What?" Tai Seng was shocked, but after seeing the level of these monsters, he was relieved. "My lord, why are you capturing these level 1 and 2 monsters?" Tai Seng's curiosity was piqued and he couldn't help but ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Again, I'm going to open a nightclub, and these monsters are a must. Watch them closely, and don't touch their bodies. After Tang Zhen explained, he pulled these monsters to the front of the car and threw them into the cage. Tang Zhen returned the tree spirit chain to his hand and once again entered the wild building to capture it. Tyson looked around the cage and couldn't help but wonder, what was this nightclub that the city lord was talking about? Tang Zhen kept going in and out, and the number of monsters in the cage also increased. When Tang Zhen dragged the 2 women whose bodies were on fire and walked out again, he had already finished capturing the monsters on this floor. However, Tang Zhen had only chosen monsters that were in the form of a woman. The monsters that were in the form of a man were basically cut down by him with a single sword strike. Tai Seng, who was watching from the side, felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He did not know what Tang Zhen was up to, but it was not appropriate for him to ask. When Tang Zhen was preparing to clean up the second floor, he wanted to follow him in no matter what. Tang Zhen couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he brought along the curious Tai Seng and entered the second floor together. With their cultivation, they could almost sweep through the wild monsters of this level. However, the monsters that appeared this time were very strange. They all had some innate abilities, which were different from most ordinary monsters. If the abilities of these monsters were used well, they could be like the ogres and become Tang Zhen's help. While they were thinking, the second floor was already in front of them. Tang Zhen immediately realized where he was when he saw the scenery on the second floor. The casino. Ever since the two of them stepped onto the second floor, some of the cell phones here had been running continuously, making all sorts of strange electronic sounds. Dozens of fat, zombie-like gambling monsters pounced at the two of them. There were still over a dozen women dressed as bunny girls in the hall. They were carrying trays as they slowly walked around, completely ignoring Tang Zhen and the other man. Only when they were touched by other monsters would these bunny girls roar loudly as if they had gone crazy. The sound was extremely harsh. Their pretty faces would also be instantly replaced by a terrifying ghostly face. What a weird monster. Tang Zhen pointed at those gambling monsters and said to Tessin, "You get rid of these guys, I'll deal with those long-eared girls." "Yes, master," Tai Seng responded and charged forward with his bare hands, knocking down these gambling monsters one by one. To the current Tai Seng, dealing with this kind of low-level human-shaped monster was as easy as playing a game. Tang Zhen drove the tree spirit chain and tied up the screaming bunny girls. They shook the bunny girls and dragged them downstairs before throwing them into the cage. After cleaning up the second floor, the three of them went to the third floor. There were fewer monsters on this floor, but they encountered a few zombie monsters with pistols, which were cut down by Zhen Tang. On the fourth floor, which was the top floor, Tang Zhen found a large amount of cash, but he didn't find a single monster. After coming down from the top floor, the two of them went to the basement where the foundation stone was placed and found the monster that was guarding the foundation stone. The two humanoid monsters were like little giants, with bulging muscles all over their bodies and huge fire axes in their hands. The two of them rushed forward and easily killed him. It took less than an hour for Tang Zhen and the other person to complete the cleaning of the wild building. This sort of clearing speed was already considered extremely fast. With Tang Zhen's Lord-tier cultivation, it was indeed a waste for him to come and clean up a building that only had low-level monsters. However, these special monsters were indeed worthy of Tang Zhen's capture. If it was anyone else, they would have killed all of them in one fell swoop. After all, living monsters were of no use to them. They only wanted their brains. After sending people to clean up the supplies in the building, Tang Zhen took away the foundation stone and completely abandoned the building. With a wave of Tai Seng's hand, the Holy Dragon City's fleet began to slowly withdraw, leaving behind an abandoned building and the buried bodies of the foreign cultivators. After returning to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen began to plan to build a nightclub in the business district. Ever since the movie became very popular, Tang Zhen had already planned to develop the entertainment industry. If the Holy Dragon City wanted to grow, it needed the support of a massive number of brains. But what method could be used to obtain brains faster? There were many answers, and one of them was to take it from someone else's pocket, or give it to you willingly. It sounded incredible, but when the Holy Dragon City's entertainment industry developed, those rich foreign merchants would gather, and wealth would definitely roll in. The Holy Dragon City would also use this wealth to continuously develop and grow. This kind of plundering that did not see blood was similarly in line with Tang Zhen's appetite. After choosing an open space in the commercial district, Tang Zhen informed Tai Seng to close the city gate and he prepared to build a tower. It was just a level 1 city tower. To the current military strength of the Holy Dragon City, it was nothing. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers issued an emergency notice and quickly closed the city gate. Then, they loaded their guns and waited in formation. Tang Zhen brought the foundation stone that he had just obtained to the commercial district. Under the protection of a group of guards, he began the sacrificial ceremony. Tang Zhen was already extremely familiar with the process of building and upgrading the city. Along with the completion of the sacrifice, the life experiences of this wild building were displayed before Tang Zhen's eyes. Living a drunken life, entangled with desires, Yi Lu's memories were full of things related to desire. However, a strange expression appeared on Tang Zhen's face after he looked at it for a while. Before the building was destroyed, he saw a group of familiar figures. They were the super soldiers he had personally modified. It was because of the surprise attack of these super soldiers that the nightclub's guards accidentally knocked over the alcohol lamp and burned the entire nightclub down. He didn't expect that there was such a relationship between him and this wild building. However, the appearance of this wild building caused Tang Zhen's heart to be filled with doubt. He did not believe that things would be so coincidental. There must be some secret that he didn't know about. Chapter 346. The beginning of entertainment venues. With the completion of the modification, a beautiful building full of the original world style appeared in front of the onlookers. The building was 4 stories tall, and the exterior was filled with huge glass curtains, divided into irregular areas. Upon closer inspection, one could see a large number of hidden lights, which were clearly part of the lighting project of the nightclub. When night fell, all the lights outside would be turned on, and it would become one of the most conspicuous buildings in the commercial district. As they walked in, all they could see were luxurious decorations, but they were overshadowed by the lack of light. The interior of this building was exactly the same as the one he had seen before, but it was tidier and cleaner. Tang Zhen walked around and felt that he was quite satisfied. Although the building had been completed, some modifications were still needed if it wanted to be officially put into use. The first problem to be solved was the power supply problem. There were 2 diesel generators in the basement of the nightclub, which could provide sufficient power for the nightclub. However, Tang Zhen didn't like this kind of seriously polluted power generation equipment, so he was prepared to study it with the Goblin Lu to see if they could connect the lighting system of the Glittergold race to use as a power source for the nightclub. The safe and stable lighting system of the Glittergold race was cleaner and more efficient than the electricity in the original world. At the same time, the inner area of the nightclub also needed to be modified to accommodate the monsters that Tang Zhen had caught. After walking around the newly built city tower, Tang Zhen called his assistant and arranged the work that needed to be done. After the assistant left, Tang Zhen switched to the map view and discovered that there were already sporadic monsters approaching the Holy Dragon City. Compared to when the Holy Dragon City had just been built, the monsters were like a tide. These monsters were pitifully few. Moreover, the weapons that Holy Dragon City possessed now were far from what they had when they were still a city. With the Holy Dragon City's soldiers armed with all kinds of firearms on guard, any monster that came within 1,000 meters of the Holy Dragon City would be shot dead by the soldiers on the city walls. As time passed, the number of monsters that appeared decreased. In the beginning, there would be dozens of monsters pouncing on them in groups, including level 3 monsters. However, in the end, only 2 or 3 monsters appeared each time, and they were all level 1 monsters. After another half an hour, there were no more monsters. This situation also meant that the monster attack on the city had ended. A monster attack that was a must when a city was built was left unsettled. The process was surprisingly simple. However, after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Currently, the number of monsters within a 100-kilometer radius of Holy Dragon City was pitifully small. Where could they gather enough monsters to attack the city in a short time? These monsters that were killed by the Holy Dragon City's soldiers were probably the only monsters left in this area. The monsters' attack on the city had ended, and the Holy Dragon City's gates opened once again. Some warriors began to clean up the monsters' corpses, while groups of merchants walked out of the city gates, bringing their carefully purchased goods to the distance. After Tang Zhen looked at it for a while, he returned to his original world and ordered the materials he needed. The item he needed this time was a super thick bulletproof glass cabinet with a metal frame to store the monsters that Tang Zhen had captured. This time, Tang Zhen didn't inform anyone. Instead, he personally went to the factory to design and order a suitable glass cabinet. After returning to the manor, Ivanov had just returned and reported to Tang Zhen about the progress of the land purchase. After 2 days of screening, Ivanov picked out 3 potential pieces of land. Ivanov handed the information in his hand to Tang Zhen and asked him to make the final decision. After Tang Zhen looked through all 3 locations, he finally chose an island in the ocean of his original world. The island was very large and had plenty of fresh water. At the same time, there was a small airport and a dock, which was very suitable for transformation. After this piece of land fell into Tang Zhen's hands, he would carry out a complete transformation to make it even safer and more secretive. After choosing the island, Ivanov would arrange for professionals to start the preparations before the purchase. Tang Zhen returned to the world of Lusheng and transported another batch of gold for Ivanov to deal with. After this batch of gold was sold, not only would it be more than enough to buy the island, but it would also leave enough funds for the island's transformation work. In the next few days, Tang Zhen would travel between the two worlds from time to carry out transportation and installation work. When the purchase of the island entered a critical stage, Tang Zhen's nightclub in the business district had also completed the transformation and could open for business at any time. When Tai Seng heard that the nightclub's renovation was completed, he immediately ran over, wanting to be the first to visit. In truth, Tai Seng wasn't the only one who was curious about this building. The non-human merchants were also extremely curious. They had only heard from others that this was a place for people to relax and entertain themselves, but no one had clearly explained how it was done. They wanted to go in and take a look, but they were strictly prohibited. After Tai Seng followed Tang Zhen into the interior of the building, he was immediately stunned by the gorgeous and colorful lighting effects around him, and he continuously gasped in admiration. After a few more steps, a light appeared and illuminated a huge glass cabinet opposite them. And NBSP, a seductive woman appeared in front of Tai Seng, constantly twisting her body and exuding an alluring aura. The music started playing slowly, and countless seven-colored beams of light appeared, dazzling everyone's eyes. On another high platform, there was a woman with a hot figure who was constantly giving pointers to an item in front of her. The flashing lights and the exciting music accompanied her swaying body, sometimes soothing, sometimes impassioned, making people unconsciously intoxicated. With the help of the lights, Tyson found more than 20 huge glass cabinets at the edge of the dance floor. Inside each cabinet, there was a beautiful woman with a hot body, who was constantly twisting her body to the music. Tai Seng looked at it for a while and pointed at the cabinet. "Are these the crickets you caught from the building?" Tang Zhen nodded his head. His face carried a trace of pride. Tai Seng was convinced and gave a thumbs up. As expected of the city lord, he really knows how to play. After walking around the first floor, the two of them finally reached the second floor. Just like the last time they entered the wild building, the second floor was still a casino. However, compared to the previous dilapidated state, it now looked rich and magnificent. The tiger phones that were originally in the wild building, as well as the new machines that Tang Zhen had gotten, were all placed here with lights constantly flashing on the surface. In addition to these machines, there were also gambling tables placed evenly, and more than a dozen bunny girls were placed in long glass cabinets, walking around leisurely with cat steps. After walking around the casino, the two of them went to the third and fourth floor. The third floor had been converted into separate rooms for the rich who liked peace and quiet. They were equipped with tools like a mahjong machine. As this floor was a separate private room, it provided many cigarettes, wine, and drinks from the original world, as well as an audio and visual system, so the fee was not cheap. The fourth floor was for the management staff, and the warehouse was also built there. After walking around inside and out, the two of them came out. "What do you think of this place? Can you get some money from that guy's pocket?" Tang Zhen pointed at a group of foreign race merchants in the distance and asked Tai Seng with a smile. "I think it's about the same. I'm also willing to pay for a bit of enjoyment just because of the environment." Tai Seng rubbed his chin and said in a certain tone, "Since that's the case, let's make some preparations before we start our business." Chapter 347. The trio of unknown origins. When the wind blew through the grass, revealing the bones on the ground. The knife marks on the remains seemed to be silently telling the past. Three wanderers in ragged clothes stretched their bodies out of the wild grass and looked around vigilantly. Their dirty faces were full of vigilance. After confirming that there was no danger around them, they continued to move forward with their bodies bent. This was an extremely common scene in the wilderness, but when it was happening to the three wanderers, it made them feel rather awkward. Compared to the skinny wanderer, the three of them looked much better. Even though their faces showed signs of fatigue, their white and tender skin, which was full of grease, showed that they had not experienced much famine. However, the three of them were obviously aware of this, so they used the black mud grass juice to smear their bare skin. After it dried, it was full of dark wrinkles. He was obviously trying to hide something. Compared to the dazed and listless gazes of the other wanderers, the gazes of these three people were too sharp. Walking barefoot on the hard gravel, he felt a tingling pain from time to time. The pain would continue until his feet became numb or a thick cocoon grew. Every wanderer in the wilderness had a pair of good feet that couldn't be cut by a blade. A slender wanderer among the three frowned slightly because a hard bone spur had stepped into his foot. The young wanderer couldn't help but mutter after bending over to pull out the bone spur and squeezing out a trace of blood, "We're really asking for trouble. Is there a need for us to do this?" When the older wanderer among the three heard this, he said firmly, "Of course it's necessary. Otherwise, we'll be dead for sure if we're caught." Apart from the old man and the slender young man, there was also a rough man. However, he always had a wooden look on his face. If one observed him carefully, they would notice a glint in his eyes from time to time. Among the three of them, he was the least talkative. Sometimes, he couldn't even speak a single word for a day. But at this moment, he pointed to the front and said to the two, "There's a building up ahead." When the old man and the slender young man heard this, they immediately looked in the direction that the wooden man was pointing. As expected, they saw many people walking toward a huge valley. If one looked closely, one would be able to see the tall city walls and the people passing through the city gates. The old man looked at it for a while and frowned. "That's strange. When I passed by this place 3 years ago, it was just a desolate valley and the area wasn't this large. One of my brothers lives in the valley. How did it become a city? I wonder if my younger brother is still alive." The old man sighed, shook his head, and said nothing more. In the wilderness, people's lives were as cheap as grass. Often, one separation would become an eternal farewell. After experiencing so much, his heart became tired and he didn't take it seriously. The slender young man had been running around in the wilderness for a long time and was tired. He immediately suggested, "Why don't we go to the tower and take a look? We can also replenish some supplies." The old man and the slow-witted man knew that this slender young man had an active personality and had been running around in the wilderness for a long time. He had long been lonely and unbearable. Now that they saw such a lively place, they couldn't help but want to go and join in the fun. However, along the way, the three of them had already used up all their supplies, and they really needed to replenish themselves. Thinking of this, the two of them nodded and the three of them quickly ran towards the valley. Not long after, the three of them saw a cloud of dust rising into the air, heading straight for their location. Under the smoke and dust, an unknown thing was speeding. Judging from the speed of this thing, it was not inferior to those high-level monsters. After seeing this, the three of them couldn't help but reach under their robes and grab the hilt of their swords. The wooden man had sharp eyes. When the object was less than 1,000 meters away from the three of them, he suddenly said in a deep voice, "There's someone inside this thing, don't act rashly." As soon as these words came out, the killing intent on the three people immediately dissipated, and they returned to their previous dejected and miserable appearance. In the blink of an eye, the speeding metal box stopped in front of the three of them. A well-built Holy Dragon City soldier holding an automatic rifle jumped out of the car. He walked up to the three of them, sized them up, and asked, "Where did you three come from, and where are you planning to go?" "We came here from the direction where the sun rose, but we don't have a specific destination," the old man quickly replied. The Holy Dragon City soldier nodded. After sizing up the three of them once more, he jumped into the car and left. The old man let out a sigh of relief as he watched the car disappear into the wilderness. The wooden man stared at the car for a long time before he said something. "These people are very dangerous." The slender young man heard this and said in a disapproving tone, "Danger? What danger? They're just a few rank 2 fish, I can deal with them with a wave of my hand." The old man looked at the slender young man, shook his head, and sighed. "Your experience is still too shallow. Didn't you notice the weapon in the hands of that warrior? It was a flintlock, a terrifying weapon that even a rank 5 cultivator wouldn't dare to underestimate. When he walked towards us, there were several similar weapons in the metal box that locked onto us. Once we show any signs of suspicion, these soldiers will immediately attack us. Once they launch an attack, I'm afraid the three of us will be in deep trouble." After the old man said this, he no longer paid any attention to the shocked young man. Instead, he looked towards Holy Dragon City with the dull man. The soldiers of the city were obviously from this new city, and they were on their daily patrol. To be able to equip the patrol warriors with flintlocks, the strength of this building could not be underestimated. Originally, they had only wanted to go to Holy Dragon City to replenish their supplies, but now, the two of them had other thoughts. The fact that ordinary soldiers were equipped with flintlocks meant that there must be a lot of flintlocks in Lusheng. If they could get a few flintlocks from this city, then the safety of their business in the future would be greatly improved. After all, the three of them were in the business of losing their heads, and they had long wanted a powerful weapon for self-defense. Thinking of this, the two of them ignored the slender young man's summons and immediately rushed towards the Holy Dragon City. The slender young man was helpless. He could only endure the pain of the gravel in his feet and quickly gave chase. After walking for about half an hour, the three of them finally arrived at the Holy Dragon City's gate. Looking at the tall city wall, the three of them were stunned for a moment. After exchanging a glance, they prepared to enter the tower. There were soldiers carrying guns at the gate to search the people in the city, in case any wanderers entered the city with hidden weapons. There was another method to check the caravans and mercenaries. The three of them looked at each other again. They felt lucky and happy. Fortunately, before entering the city, they had already properly hidden their weapons. The pleasant surprise was that the Holy Dragon City really had a large number of flintlocks, and almost every soldier in the city had one. In this way, the chances of getting a flintlock would be greatly increased. Soon, the three of them finished their inspection and entered the Holy Dragon City's business district with the surging stream of people. Chapter 348 Top-grade building foundation. On the side of the wide street, there was a lively tavern. The tavern had 3 floors. The first floor was the main hall, the second floor was private rooms, and the third floor was specially prepared for distinguished guests. No matter how much money you had, as long as you entered the tavern, there would be suitable wine and dishes. Foreign merchants often came to the commercial district for a drink and then chatted for a while. There were many types of wine in the Holy Dragon City that could suit the taste of different people. In addition to the foreign merchants, some mercenaries and wanderers would also come to the hall to drink a cup of cheap wine. At this moment, in the corner of the hall on the first floor, the 3 people who had just arrived in Holy Dragon City were gathered around a table, whispering to each other. After walking around the Holy Dragon City's business district, the 3 of them were already stunned by the prosperity in front of them. They didn't expect that a newly built human city would be so prosperous and powerful. It was far beyond their expectations. The 3 people who seemed to be in dire straits actually had a great background. The world of Lusheng was extremely vast, and there were countless people with special abilities. Some of them were highly skilled and cultivated skills that had been passed down from generation to generation. The 3 of them were in a line of work that was very similar to that of bandits. They were different from thieves and pickpockets. What they stole was not ordinary, but the building foundation. They called themselves stonemasons, and their actions were extremely secretive. The foundation stone of a building was a very special item. The price difference was huge, and the key was its attributes. Any foundation stone of the building that was appraised, as long as its attributes were slightly better, could be sold for a good price. A good foundation stone of a building could only be encountered by luck and not sought. Some foundation stones with excellent attributes could be sold for sky-high prices. In this regard, Holy Dragon City was an excellent example. Of the few buildings that the Holy Dragon City had built, other than the Mother Tree's building, which could be considered top grade, and the main building having the strange ghost bank, the rest could only be considered ordinary. The attribute bonus of these buildings was dispensable for Holy Dragon City. This was something that couldn't be helped. First of all, it was not easy to get the foundation stone of a building. After getting it, there was no way to determine its specific attributes. Most of the time, one could only rely on luck. Even Tang Zhen, who had the appraisal eye, was unable to judge the specific attributes of the foundation stone of the tower. However, these cultivators who stole the foundation stones had an ancient method to judge the attribute of the foundation stones, which had extremely high accuracy. This secret appraisal technique was regarded as their life by the stonemasons, and they passed it down strictly. These stonemasons were constantly wandering around the continent, looking for the building foundations with the best attributes. Once they had determined their target, they would make a plan and then wait for the opportunity to act. This time, they had planned for a year and then stolen a top-grade building foundation stone from a level 5 alien race building. After they got the foundation stone, they escaped. Relying on the arrangements they had made in advance, they escaped the pursuit of countless cultivators in Lu City. However, the original 5-man team was now left with only 3. However, it was all worth it. As long as they sold this building foundation stone with the best attributes, they could get a large number of brains. After walking around the Holy Dragon City's business district, they had other plans. There were many foreign merchants here, and many of them were extremely wealthy. If they knew that there was a supreme-grade foundation stone for sale, they would definitely bid a high price for it. I heard that there's an auction house in the commercial district that can accept any item for auction, and then take a certain commission from it. After asking around, he found out that this auction house had a very high reputation. For the 3 of them, this was an excellent shipping channel. From what they had seen and heard today, they could confirm that the Holy Dragon City was very powerful. Although it was only a level 3 city, it might not be afraid of a level 5 city whose foundation had been stolen. Moreover, after the auction was over, they could take the brains and leave. The Holy Dragon City would be the only one to bear the wrath of the owner. No matter how they thought about it, this matter was very beneficial to them. The 3 of them pondered as they drank. In the end, they made up their mind and decided to explore the Holy Dragon City's auction house. After making up their minds, the 3 of them decided to let the old man take the lead and head to the Holy Dragon City's auction house. As for the other 2, they were waiting to see what would happen. If the situation turned bad, they would immediately retreat. After leaving the tavern, the old man packed up and went to the Holy Dragon City auction house alone. After entering the auction house, the old man sized up the magnificent hall. At first, he secretly praised it, and then he found the staff inside. The person who received him was a young girl. After the old man explained his purpose of visit, she brought him to a room upstairs. She asked the old man to wait outside, then knocked on the door and entered. The old man took a glance and saw the interior of the room clearly. The room was very large, and there were many items placed inside. A few old men in white robes and white gloves were gathered together, studying a piece of ore that was shining with a 7-colored light. The old man recognized the origin of the ore after a glance. This was a rare ore used to forge middle-grade magic weapons. It was rare in production and very expensive. According to the size of this ore, it could at least be forged into a long sword after refining. The price of Mo weapons and equipment was extremely high. If a cultivator could own a low-level Mo weapon, they would treasure it. In order to forge intermediate-level magic weapons and equipment, one had to first collect expensive rare ores, then refine them carefully, and then hire a master blacksmith to forge them. However, there was a high chance of failure during the forging process, and no one could guarantee success. As a result, the prices of middle-grade and above Mo weapons were even more shocking. Even with the old man's knowledge, he had only seen one. The fact that the Holy Dragon City's auction house could obtain such a rare ore proved that their strength was extraordinary. The old man was filled with even more anticipation for this trip. The girl walked up to an old man with white hair and whispered a few words. The old man in white robe walked out. "Sir, I heard that you have a building foundation stone with clear attributes and want to auction it here." The white-robed old man looked at the old man with a smile. The foundation stone of a building was a good thing, especially one with confirmed attributes. It would usually be sold at a very high price. Since the Holy Dragon City auction house was established, it had never auctioned off a building foundation stone, so the white-robed old man was very interested in it. The 2 of them sat at a table. After the girl poured a cup of tea for them, she left. The old man sized up the Holy Dragon City cultivators in charge of the guards not far away and similarly took a sip of his tea. "Can you tell us the attributes of this foundation stone so that we can evaluate it?" The white-robed old man asked the old man after taking a sip of tea. The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "The attributes of this tower cornerstone are a little special. The towers it creates can activate a protective shield. The higher the level, the larger the area it can protect." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed old man's hand shook violently. After suppressing his excitement, the old man in the white robe asked, "Are you sure that this foundation stone can activate the protective shield like you said? And how strong is the protective shield?" The old man shook his head. This was all they knew after they had passed the test with the secret technique. Even so, this tower cornerstone was enough to be called a top-quality one. Chapter 349. The Deal and the Request. 1. Tang Zhen was directing the construction of the rebirth altar in an empty valley. When he heard that someone was going to auction the foundation stone of the tower in the auction house, and it was a top-grade foundation stone that could produce a protective shield, he immediately put down the work at hand and drove to the commercial area. Although the Holy Dragon City had the weapons from the original world to defend the city and had astonishing destructive power, it still had a lot of disadvantages. If the flying monsters were fast enough, they could definitely charge into the Holy Dragon Valley with ease. The last time the four-legged flying dragons attacked the city, they had successfully charged into the Holy Dragon Valley. Back then, if they had a defensive barrier with no blind spots, those four-legged flying dragons would not have been able to charge in even if they died of exhaustion. Therefore, this kind of building foundation was extremely important to the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen absolutely could not miss it. Tang Zhen rushed to the auction house and went straight to the second floor without any hesitation. The white-robed old man and the old man were chatting. After seeing Tang Zhen appear, the white-robed old man immediately stood up and bowed. Greetings to the city lord. The white-robed old man was an appraiser specially hired by the Holy Dragon City's auction house. He was experienced and had sharp eyes, a rare talent. This person was originally a resident of Black Rock City. Before he joined Holy Dragon City, he had been working for the influential people in Black Rock City, selling and identifying all kinds of items sold by the wanderers. His eyesight was extremely good. Not only did he find a lot of good things for the boss, but he also helped to avoid a lot of losses. After working hard for decades, the white-robed old man still lived a poor life. The greedy aristocrat of Black Rock City did not give him much preferential treatment. After Black Rock City was destroyed, the old man joined Holy Dragon City. After understanding his specialty, he was immediately assigned to the auction house. Now that he was in the Holy Dragon City's auction house, his treatment was 10 times better than before. He had even become the auction house's chief appraiser and was highly valued. Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the white-robed old man after chatting for a while. This person's cultivation was very obscure. However, Tang Zhen could still see that his cultivation was around level 4. He was a level 4 cultivator, but he was dressed like a wanderer. It was obvious that he wanted to hide his identity. Tang Zhen didn't care about this. He was only interested in the building foundation stone in the other party's hands. When Tang Zhen was sizing up the old man, the other party was also sizing him up. Hearing that this young man was the Holy Dragon City's city lord, the old man was first shocked, but then he was overjoyed. He was shocked that the person in front of him was so young, but his cultivation was extremely high. It was as the rumors said, he was a real lord-tier cultivator. To think that there would be a lord-tier city lord in a level 3 city, this was a rare sight. He was happy that the Holy Dragon City had a lord-level cultivator in charge. In addition, they had a large number of flintlocks, so they would definitely not be afraid of the foreign races who had lost their foundation. Perhaps he could get what he wanted without going through an auction. The old man hurriedly bowed to Tang Zhen after thinking up to this point. Tang Zhen gestured for the other party to sit down. He did not say much nonsense and went straight to the main topic. I want to buy the foundation stone of the tower from you. Name a price. That old man did not expect Tang Zhen to be so straightforward. He actually went straight to the point without any nonsense. However, when he thought about Tang Zhen's identity, it seemed that there was no need for him to go in circles with him. After carefully thinking for a moment, the old man said to Tang Zhen, "This supreme-grade foundation stone cannot be sold for less than 5 million brain beads." 5 million brain beads was not a small number, equivalent to 50 level 6 brain beads. Tang Zhen could take out these brain beads, but he couldn't accept the price. Although a building foundation stone with top-grade attributes was rare, the obvious benefits could only be seen after it was upgraded to the advanced level, which also meant that a huge amount of investment was needed. This was because it was clearly not a wise move to purchase too many foundation stones. Although your tower's cornerstone can activate the protective shield, we don't know what kind of protective shield it is, how strong it is, and how much energy it consumes. Under such circumstances, for me to be able to give you 2 million brain beads is already an extremely high price. Tang Zhen looked at the old man opposite him and spoke in a neither hurried nor slow tone. What Tang Zhen said was the truth. However, this matter concerned his own interests. How could the old man easily compromise? Therefore, he immediately replied, "The foundation stone that can activate the protective shield has always been a must-get item for high-level buildings. 5 million brain beads might seem like a high price, but it was worth it. After all, brains could be earned, but such a top-grade building foundation could not be found in many years. If the city lord misses this opportunity, it will be difficult to meet him again. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before speaking to the old man. I'll give you 3 million brain beads, this is already an extremely high price. Even if you take those high-grade buildings, you might not be able to sell them for this price. The old man thought for a moment and nodded, but he added another condition. I can give the 3 million brain beads to the city lord, but I hope you can sell me a few flintlocks. Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. His finger gently knocked on the table as if he was in deep thought. The old man was a little nervous as he stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. Just like Tang Zhen, he was also determined to obtain the Holy Dragon City's flintlock, afraid that the other party would reject his request. A moment later, Tang Zhen turned his head around and looked at the old man who was pretending to be calm. Flintlocks are priceless. Even if you can see them occasionally, their quality can't be compared to the one I have. I can sell it to you, 100,000 brain beads for one bullet, 100 brain beads for one shot, this price is absolutely fair. However, I also have a request that I hope you can agree to. The old man was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't think that the price of 100,000 brain beads was expensive. This was the price of a low-level magic weapon. If the Holy Dragon City were to sell automatic rifles now, even if the price was doubled, foreign merchants would come to fight for them. They had long been drooling over the Holy Dragon City's weapons. However, he did not know what Tang Zhen's request would be. This made the old man feel a little uneasy. I hope that when you get similar tower cornerstones in the future, you will trade with me first. I'm very interested even if it's of lower quality. As long as you have the goods, you don't have to worry about the price. The old man thought in his heart when he heard this. He was originally afraid that Tang Zhen would raise some harsh conditions. He did not expect that it would be this request. To have a stable buyer who could quickly sell the foundation stone of the tower in his hand was something that could only be encountered but not sought. How could the old man refuse? He nodded without hesitation. After the two sides came to an agreement, they signed a contract and the old man quickly left the auction house. Doing business with a cultivator of Tang Zhen's status was far more stable than doing business with ordinary cultivators because they paid more attention to credibility and reputation. If Tang Zhen wanted to do this, it would cause immeasurable losses to the Holy Dragon City once it was spread out. Therefore, the old man was not worried that Tang Zhen would do something that was not beneficial to him. Half an hour later, the old man returned and handed over a tower foundation stone that was shining with beautiful runes to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen also readily paid the brain pearl, 3 brand new rifles, and the matching bullets. In addition, Tang Zhen also gave the old man a special pass to facilitate their re-entry into the Holy Dragon City's area. After the transaction was completed, the three of them immediately left the Holy Dragon City. Riding on the mounts they had just bought, they galloped into the distance. After Tang Zhen watched them gradually leave, he then exited from the map view and looked at the tower foundation stone in his hand. I hope these 3 guys can bring me enough surprises. Chapter 350 Cornerstone in hand. The Otherworld hunting ground. Tang Zhen played with the 3 million yuan tower foundation stone for a while before putting it into his storage space. He wasn't in a hurry to build the tower. He was going to wait for a while more. When the main tower was promoted to level 4, he would take out this foundation stone and promote it to level 4 together. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, Lu Cheng needed to sacrifice 10,000 level 4 brain pearls, which was equivalent to 10 million level 1 brain pearls. To Tang Zhen, this was not a small burden. Currently, he only had less than 10 million brain beads left. Moreover, in Tang Zhen's plan, he didn't need to upgrade just 1 tower, but 3. Upgrading the main building and the mother tree, Lu Cheng, required 20 million brain beads. Upgrading Lu Cheng, which had a protective shield, to level 4 required 11 million brain beads. In total, there were more than 30 million brain beads. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for Lu Cheng to advance to the intermediate level. Back then, when Tang Zhen obtained 1 million brain beads, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep. He would even wish that he could count it once a day. Now, 1 million brain beads were not even enough to upgrade a building. If it wasn't for the Holy Dragon City's business district, this hen that laid golden eggs, Tang Zhen didn't know where to find so many brains. As the lord of a city, he was also worried about money. There was no time to waste. With the disaster of the cold moon approaching, Some things had to be done as soon as possible, and upgrading the level of the building was the most important thing. The higher the level of the building, the more obvious the increase in the attributes of the residents, and the faster the level of the cultivators would increase. Ever since the Holy Dragon City had 4 level 3 towers, many cultivators who were stuck at a bottleneck had advanced one after another. This was largely related to the increase in attributes. The higher the level of the building, the stronger the cultivator. This was no joke. It was because of the lack of Liu Cheng's attributes that wild cultivators generally did not have high cultivation levels. Most people were stuck at the bottleneck and could not make any progress. A level 3 Holy Dragon City could only be considered a low-level city. The reason why it was able to defeat those middle-level cities time and time again was because of the weapons from the original world. Holy Dragon City had the advantage in weapons, while the cultivators of Bloodsand City and thus City had the advantage in levels. After the two sides clashed, Holy Dragon City's weapons clearly had the upper hand. Before cultivators reached the Lord tier, the guns and weapons in the original world could always pose a fatal threat to them. However, when Liu Cheng reached level 6 and had a large number of feudal lords, the advantage of ordinary firearms would gradually disappear. By then, the Holy Dragon City would either have more powerful weapons or speed up the cultivation of cultivators and increase their levels. Otherwise, if they were to fight with the 6th grade city tower again, the Holy Dragon City would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. It was imperative to think of ways to earn brain beads. This was also one of the reasons why Tang Zhen made movies and opened a nightclub. Once these two deals were settled, they could provide Holy Dragon City with a large amount of income. If Tang Zhen's strength was a little higher, there was actually another way to earn brain beads. After the tower was upgraded to level 5, a passage to another plane would automatically appear, and there would be countless high-level monsters inside. The level 5 building had to rely on the rewards from other planes to accumulate enough brain beads to upgrade to level 6. In some level 5 towers, the passage would be open to foreign cultivators. As long as they spent some of their brains, they would be qualified to enter the interdimensional passage. Cultivators could head to these alien planes to hunt and kill monsters, obtaining a huge amount of brains. These monsters from other dimensions were all very powerful, and killing any one of them would result in a generous return. A Horde leader's brain was equivalent to 100,000 brain pearls, and a 2-star Horde leader's brain was equivalent to 1,000,000 brain pearls. Tang Zhen, who had the foamy combat suit, had strength similar to a 2-star Horde leader. This also made him have the idea of going to the other dimension to hunt monsters. As long as he killed 32-star Lord tier monsters, he would be able to gather enough brain pearls to upgrade the Holy Dragon City to level 4. Furthermore, if he wanted to level up, he would have to kill monsters. However, within hundreds of kilometers of Holy Dragon City, Lord tier monsters were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was almost every few years that one would appear out of nowhere. If he were to rely on hunting such monsters to advance, who knew how long he would have to wait? Tang Zhen thought for a long time. His thought of heading to the other plane to hunt for monsters became more and more firm. Now that everything in Holy Dragon City was on the right track, there were professionals in charge of all aspects, and there was almost nothing for him to worry about. Relying on the powerful weapons from the original world, there was no force in the surrounding area that could challenge Holy Dragon City. Even though they had lost the Great Elder and the blood-killing cavalry, Blood Sand City, there were no signs of revenge. The Holy Dragon City's firearms and weapons played an important role in making this overbearing intermediate city swallow its anger. It just so happened that Bloodsand City had opened up a passage to another plane, so he could take the opportunity to investigate Bloodsand City's movements. After suffering such heavy losses from the level 3 towers, it would be strange if Bloodsand City didn't take revenge. No matter what, he should take the trip. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen immediately headed to the Holy Dragon City's warehouse to replenish some weapons and equipment. After returning from the warehouse, Tang Zhen called over Tai Sang, Qian Long, and his other trusted subordinates. They discussed in secret for an hour before leaving Holy Dragon City without a sound. In the wilderness 100 miles away, Tang Zhen, who was dressed as a wild cultivator, was riding his mount and moving forward quickly. At this moment, Zhen Tang was wearing a leather shirt and pants. A battle blade was tied to his back, a row of throwing knives were inserted in his chest, and a backpack made of monster skin was hanging on his shoulder. His hair was wrapped in a black handkerchief, and his face was obviously much darker after the paint was applied. If one did not deliberately identify him, no one would believe that he was the city lord of Holy Dragon City. At this moment, Tang Zhen was riding alone in the wilderness as he faced the setting sun and continued to advance. When night fell, Tang Zhen found a place to shelter himself from the wind. He let go of his mount and let it gnaw on the grass. He took out some dry food and slowly chewed. There was no sound in the wilderness, only the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Tang Zhen sighed. After scattering some high-level monster feces in the surroundings, he wrapped himself in a blanket and began to rest. With the smell of the high-level monsters' feces, the low-level monsters did not dare to approach. This time, he had to be 120% careful on his trip to the alien plane. Therefore, from now on, he had already regarded himself as a real cultivator and subconsciously began to train himself. In truth, Tang Zhen's combat skills were extremely crude. Moreover, he had not specially gone to train them. If it was not for his miraculous application, it was likely that he would have suffered a great loss. Having a magical mobile phone application was a big advantage, but it couldn't be used as an excuse for Tang Zhen to not improve. After enduring a night of cold wind and night dew, Tang Zhen felt that his mentality had a slight change. As expected, a poor environment was the best at tempering one's will. After simply eating a mouthful of dry rations, Tang Zhen stepped onto his mount and galloped forward once again.